Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 0-1. And that bounces away from Hyde. Here comes Alvarez down the line. He'll score. The other runners move up as well. And the game's first run comes home on a wild pitch. It's 1-0 Houston.
And it was all downhill from there. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy. We got Ross in for Pepe in Vegas and Ryan in the back, and we are live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Texas Rangers finally lose their first game of the postseason. The Astros definitely feel like they are right back in it. They take Game 3, 8-5 last night in Arlington.
It was bound to happen.
Yeah.
It was bound to. They were not going to go, let's see.
Royals went 8-0. Royals swept their way to the World Series.
Yeah, they did. They did. This would have been, I guess they would have, if they swept their way to the World Series, it would have been 9, right? Because the 2, then the 3, then the 4. So that would have been amazing. You know, the Astros did that last year where they swept the first 2 rounds. Like, they were pretty lit last year. But it was bound to happen. You get your loss. Cute little Astro win. And now you just, worry about not going back to Houston. That's your goal.
Downhill, starting with Yordan Alvarez getting hit in the second inning. Scherzer has an 8-pitch first. 6 strikes. Okay. A-Rod said it's either up or down, judging on 95. If he's 95 or above, good. If he's less than that, bad. His first pitch of the game was 95. And then you had Yordan 0-2, hits his back foot, walks, single, Pena pops out. You think you're about to get out of it? Wild pitch. I didn't know if they were going to judge that as a pass ball. Jonah was ticked, feeling like he, I think, should have made the play. Maldonado, 2-run single, 3-0. The Rangers trailing to end an inning before this once all postseason. This is the second time, but it all started with hitting Yordan's back foot.
Yeah, that's it. And it's not odd. It's odd. Like, you don't usually hit the back foot that way from behind.
Yeah.
They
Smoltz is like, how'd that miss the front foot?
Right. All right. It's exactly how'd that miss the front foot. But it did. And Yordan gets tagged, and I was like, ooh, man, that's gonna hurt. He's limping around. And he didn't look like he was running very well. And I think he stopped at third on that one. They thought he was going to maybe score, and then finally the floodgates opened. You were bound to get some bad luck, and they kind of did. The ball squirts off Young's glove. It was a well hit ball. It was a really well hit ball, but it was one of those that we've seen Josh make that play before. So you're bound to get some bad luck, and they did.
And then Jordan almost goes yard, one of the plays of the year, maybe the play of the postseason with Leote robbing him, and then it ended with Will Smith in the game. Bochy's like, okay, let me just get all the let me get all the bums in there. We saw Stratton,
keep fresh.
We saw Bradford, we saw Stratton, we saw Will Smith. Will Smith walks Bregman to load him for Jordan, and he rips the RBI single to make it 7-2, night-night.
Yeah, you got to keep these guys fresh because he just saw firsthand what happened to a guy that wasn't fresh. Scherzer was he had his fastball velocity was there, but he had no command. He had no idea where anything was going to be going, especially his off-speed stuff. I mean, he had an idea where the fastball was going to go. The Altuve fastball, I mean, that thing missed the spot by just a couple of inches. It was everything else. It was everything else that he couldn't get. He just couldn't fit the slider, especially. No idea where that thing was going.
Bruce Bochy.
Left a couple up. He's going to be a little rusty. It's been a month since he's been out there, but overall, though, I was really pleased with the stuff, and so it's only going to get better with him. But just made some mistakes there. They got the big 2-out hit early, the wild pitch, and then a 2-out hit. But he was battling out there, but he's fine, feels good, and that's the good news.
So now we have the benefit of hindsight in asking, with all the Tolos on the truckwreck.com text line, should Max Scherzer have even started this game? And then we'll get to part two. Bassick yesterday in Crosstalk said you can't bring him out of the bullpen.
Right. Yeah, you can't bring him out of the bullpen unless what you did was plan to bring him out at a certain point. But what is the benefit in that? Like, let's say you plan to bring him out in the second inning. Like, that's I never understood the concept behind that. Bring him out in the second inning or the first. There's no difference. I mean, all you're doing is screwing up his routine.
And not in a 6th or 7th type role.
Yeah, definitely not. Because these starting pitchers, man, they are creatures of habit. Some guys can do it. Randy Johnson did it in Game 7 of a World Series. Like, he had thrown Game 6, and he comes out in Game 7 and throws like an inning or two. Some guys can do it. A lot other guys can't. So you got to know the pitcher, and he knows what the pitcher can and can't do, and you would look at some history. Should he have thrown? I mean, you couldn't have thrown him if it was a 1-1 series. I don't think. 1-1 series, no margin for error really in that situation. There was just too much of an unknown. You got to cushion at 2-0. I think if they were going to start him, that was the only game to bring him back after, 6 weeks, was with a 2-0 series lead. I don't think you could have done that any other, maybe down 0-2 because you got nothing to lose. But I don't think you could have done it in a 1-1. 2-0 would have been the time to do it.
Well, Smoltz asked last night, he brought it up. He said, usually your Game 3 starter is the exact starter for Game 7. So Bruce Bochy was asked, given the length amount of time that Max had been out, would you start him again?
Yeah, I'd let him do it again. In one inning he had good stuff there with Alvarez. 0-2 hit him there with a changeup and a walk. That kind of set up that rally there, and wild pitch, as I mentioned. But yeah, he's one of our guys. We had him ready. Face hitters, we did all we could to get him ready for this. He was ready. You saw the stuff. So yeah, he's one of our guys. So no, there's no regret on that.
So now part 2 of the question is, do you throw him and start him again if it comes to that?
I don't know how you. Oh man, the tough part is
keep in mind, because we said this about the bullpen throughout this entire run. What else are you going to do? Who else are you going to throw? Andrew Heaney is starting today, so
it'd be Dunning then, or Gray, I suppose. Yeah. No, that's the same situation.
It's the same situation. What else are you going to do? John Gray was thrown out there to the Wolves yesterday as well.
So I mean, it will probably be Dunning. like, here's the thing. Did he lose all the rust yesterday? If he did, then you start him. But, also you got to factor in, Max Scherzer last couple of playoff outings has not been very good. And then if you go back into last year with the Mets, down the stretch, losing a big game to Atlanta, like badly, in the regular season, that's another one.
You putting a Kershaw type cloud on him right now?
No, I think he's just old. And there's a difference between pitching in the regular season being an old guy, and then the playoffs where guys concentrate a little bit more, maybe. But it's tough. Here's the problem with Game 7. You're going up against Mad Bum. Like, Christian Javier is this generation's Madison Bumgarner now.
Whoa.
I mean, just look what he's done. Look at his playoffs. Going into the game, he had 16 2/3 innings consecutively as a starter in the playoffs. 2 hits, no runs. I'm just going to go and look yesterday what he did. It was, 5 2/3. Now, you give it to the 2 runs on the home run to Young, 3 hits. So now in 23 innings, he's given up 2 runs and 5 hits in his last 23 postseason innings.
Yeah.
I mean, what more evidence do we need? Like, this is the best postseason pitcher in the game, or one of them right now.
And look, nothing is going to matter if the bats do not get going. You were getting no hit through 4. No hit. Josh Young did his thing with the 2-run homers, but everyone else dead silent. You can feel the Corey Seager frustration as Smoltz and everyone else was talking about how he was desperately trying to get on top of a ball. I had a Tolo say, well, you had Ian Kinsler throw out the first pitch to Holland, so of course the Rangers were going to pop out all night. And that's what Corey Seager did. 0 for 4 with 4. That was a good little zinger. 0 for 4, 4 pop-outs.
Yeah, now look, Young got going.
Yep.
And that was good to see. And you got to Abreu. You made him bleed. Abreu hadn't given up a run since July. And you got a run off him. That's huge. That was big. Just from a confidence standpoint that you can get to that guy, that somebody can. Or maybe the bad thing is that that was his time that he's due for, and now he's going to go back to having another 3 months without allowing a run. It could be that, but it's they're going to face Javier in Game 7. That's why it's important not to let them get to a Game 7. You want to be now. Maybe they took him out. I was surprised they took him out.
Back to the Rangers with Bobby Belt coming in studio here on your home of Rangers baseball. Are you still feeling good, like you got the stranglehold, or are you worried about things slipping away? The start of the Mavericks season may be slipping away. This is a story we have not talked about much. Luka Doncic already going to miss the start of the Mavs season. And where is Basketball Waldo? Where is James Harden? Because he did not show up to practice yesterday in filthy. We'll worry about the start of Luka with the Mavs season next on Sean and RJ. boss. I like it. I hear you. I see you.
That's a choir champ right there.
I was happy to see Pepe in the sports book yesterday.
Yeah.
Chicaline from La Grande is in Vegas. Pepe is in Vegas. And just to sit in a sports book, I don't know. I love it. I could just post up in a chair and make $2, $4, $6 bets all day. If there's a game going on that you're not in love with, you take it to the track. I love horse betting.
Oh, yeah, they're great.
I love it.
Yeah, and then in Vegas, obviously, you can do any track around the world, and there's always a race going on because there's correct me if I'm wrong. There's a lot of different time zones. Not a whole lot going on a Wednesday night, but you got baseball. You have playoff baseball,
and he was a psycho in Vegas watching the Rangers on all the big screens. What's going on with Luka Doncic? So we had heard about this calf while he was playing international hoops, and I was like, okay, whatever. That's a ways away. He'll be fine. But Luka was given, and it's very hard. Also, no offense to the foreign media,
gather them,
not gather them. But sometimes I don't know how much weight to put into the quotes that get translated. You know what I mean? You see the quotes, and then it's translated, and it's like, okay, is that the exact meaning of what the athlete was saying? And I'll get to an example of that here in a second. But those stories were Luka was really talking about his calf, that he's messed it up. And now reports are coming out. He could be missing the beginning of the Mavs season. He hasn't played basically in the preseason. So Luka's calf apparently is still lingering for the beginning of the Mavs year.
Yeah, and I also don't know what kind of sensationalist media they have. Would
Micah Parsons be happy with them?
Right, like the Daily Mail, the New York Post. There's kind of tabloids, right? So they're legit newspapers. New York Daily News, same thing. They're legit papers, but do they have the same journalistic, two sources, all that stuff? I have no idea. But this is if you see all of a sudden, okay, now he's got a calf or whatever, and he's gonna maybe miss the opener, but they think he's gonna play, but he might miss. And then you play these new league rules with load management, and Adam Silver's going on every TV station he could find, telling the world, hey, we're gonna have our stars play. Okay. I mean, you're gonna force guys to play who are hurt? And that's the
how you gonna prove it?
All right, that's the tough part. Like what the Mavs consider is dude, this guy's been nursing. Now what the Mavs have done is that they have put into the universe here, Luka's got a calf. So they could say he's got a calf all year.
Yeah.
And now it's good for them. Now they can maybe get him his load management.
And he has been dogged by lower body injuries throughout his career. 2022, he missed the Mavs' first 3 playoff games with a calf strain, along with the final 2 weeks of the season. He missed 23 games. He has missed 23 games in his career with ankle injuries. He's missed 5 games with a left thigh strain last year. So that's not feeling fantastic to start off the Mavericks season. Kyrie coming out and talking about taking on more of a leadership role. That is good to read. But there was another story. So this is basketnews.com. Basketnews.com. Atolo sent this to me the other day, and I was like, okay, whatever. And it's talking about Luka's international coach, Pablo Lasso. And the article has a quote and a report in here saying that Luka loves this guy so much that he suggested Lasso as a Jason Kidd replacement. He had been recommended by Luka to replace Kidd at the helm after a disappointing second part of the season that left the Mavs out of the playoffs. The coach was asked about this. Has the Mavs front office contacted you? He reacted with an enigmatic smile and said, I've had conversations. So this totally got buried because normally here in this country, if it's reported, it's Luka Doncic try to get Jason Kidd fired. Luka Doncic has the replacement in mind for Jason Kidd, but again, I don't know how much weight to put into it. I just wanted to read it.
I have no idea how much weight to put into that. That's a wild story because
he loves Madrid. Luka loves Madrid.
Real Madrid, yeah.
And apparently he's suggesting this 56-year-old
Ted Lasso, right? Absolutely,
exactly.
Man.
So I'm just putting it out there. Meanwhile,
that'd be something. You want to talk about going into a season already on the brink? This is that Bobby Knight 30 for 30 season on the brink right here, man.
And look, I had been hearing some things over the past couple months about a little bit of turmoil between Cuban, Nico, and Jason. And it started with this Casey Smith trainer thing where I thought that they let the legendary trainer go. It sounds like he had been reassigned. Reassigned still was not a promotion. It was a demotion. That Casey's not going to be on the bench with them, according to Tim McMahon. I just heard some power struggle things like Cuban and Nico versus Kid. And that Luka wasn't happy with some of the possible changes, but I will keep an ear on that. Meanwhile,
what kind of power struggle could a trainer be involved in?
Well, certain people were not happy that Casey got reassigned.
Oh, I can see that.
I had heard Jason and Luka not happy with that. And Cuban's like, Nico, you're the general manager. You go ahead and do it. So that, amongst a couple of other things that I've told you off air. James Harden just didn't show up for practice yesterday. Nick Nurse, the new head coach there, no explanation. No idea. Well, Nick Wright reports from FS1, he's in the basketball know, in the last 48 hours, because James wanted to get traded to the Clippers. The Clippers were offered Harden for 1 first-round pick, 1 pick swap, and Terrence Mann, and they rejected the offer. So that killed all momentum towards a deal getting done. Harden disappointed, and that's why he no-showed yesterday for the 76ers. What? I hate this guy. So what a loser.
Yeah.
Getting ready to sabotage another. It's always everybody else.
Always everybody else. This guy is got a big bag right now. He ain't the player that he used to be. You know, when you're a superstar, you can force your way anywhere. You know, when you're not, it becomes a little bit more difficult because...
Well, except for Dame.
Except for Dame, yeah. Yeah, he can't do that. But he still forced his way out.
Yep.
Harden, he's not able to force his way anywhere right now. He's not good enough. He's still a good player, but he's not nearly a superstar anymore. And he wants to go to the Clippers. Wonderful, cool. I'm sure they'll find a way to get him there eventually, but they're going to pony up more. They're just going to have to.
Back to Game 3 in Arlington. Here on your home for Rangers baseball. We got to say it for Game 4 as well. Is Houston now alive and awake after what happened on DFW Sports Station? Rangers lead 2-1. How are you feeling about the series lead? Back to baseball next.
You know, finally dropping that excess weight and keeping it off.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This ball is drilled deep out into center field. Leote going back. He's on the track. He leaps, and he makes the catch! Leote Taveras says to everyone, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. He takes a home run away from Yordan Alvarez and keeps it a 5-2 game. What a play!
Careful, Hicksy. You know, last guy did that around Jared Sandler, lost his damn job.
Coming with references. How about Hicksy with the reference out of the blue with maybe the postseason play of the year? And as Bobby texted, one of the greatest plays in the history of Rangers postseason baseball.
It was really impressive. It was about the only exciting thing last night, other than a couple Josh Young home runs. But man, that was fun for that one moment.
Yeah.
And shout out to Hicksy for the A Few Good Men reference.
Yeah.
Great movie.
That 3 seconds was really cool. That's what it really was.
That's what my wife says.
Unfortunately, the Astros also had their momentum sucking play. Bassick calls me, and he's talking about Javier's fastball. Did he call any of you guys? I missed the call.
He called me, yeah.
I missed the call. I called him back and went straight to voicemail. So I said he already called someone else.
Yeah, he was. I think he was on the phone. So he had called me, and then I missed the call as well. I called back, and he didn't answer. Then he calls back a few minutes later. So he was probably calling both of us around the same time.
Yeah.
And I knew exactly why he called me because they were about to take out Javier, and I had no idea why the hell Baker was taking out Christian Javier at that point.
What does your call log say? I got to know what order he called everyone. Because I got 853. I was definitely third.
I got 852.
Okay. How
Damn
the
it.
hell do you do this?
Just go to your call log.
Are you kidding me, old man? Good grief.
All right. Where's the call?
All right, wait.
Yeah, check your rotary phone.
I only have
Chop,
a 4.5 hour
jeez.
show here. Give me your phone. I'll do it for you.
Okay, because I have an 854.
Oh, yeah.
Yes!
But that was three. We called each other like 3 times. I have no idea how to get all of them.
All right, red is the missed call. So you got the missed call from Mike at 8:54.
Okay.
Yes, it was Sean, me, then Choppy.
All right.
How about that? Well, he called RJ for something really important the other day, the commercial break. I didn't get that phone call. Anyway, Mike is on the phone, and before he gets off, he goes, now look, we have a man on second here with Adolis up. If we're going to come back, that man has to score. And that is when freaking Michael Brantley made the gap-saving play in the 6th inning.
Yeah, it was a really nice catch. There's no other way you could shake it. That was a really nice play, and it was that killed a little momentum.
That sucked the air out.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't suck all the air out because the 25,000 Astro fans that were there were plenty juiced up about that one.
I got something to say about the crowd in a second. But that right there, Brantley's in there for offense.
Yeah.
And he sits there and makes that play, and you're like, dang it, you felt like that was your little small chance because Evan Carter hit the double to chase Javier. And then there's Brantley with Adolis right there in left center. And that would have made this score 5-3.
So it's a little bit like back in the day, there used to be some criticism about Michael Young's range, how much ground he could cover there at third base.
At the end of his career, yeah.
So there would be like a dive at third, and it would look really impressive. And then the cynical Rangers fan would always go, that's only a dive at third because he doesn't have the range to just cover it normally. So it looks fun. That's what I'm going to say about Michael Brantley and the crappy Astros. You're 37, you're running around. If that's Taveras, if that's Carter, they're just jogging under that ball. You're an old man who can't run, and so it looks impressive, but screw you, Michael Brantley. Screw you, Astros. You made a routine play look dramatic because you suck.
Overall thoughts on the game and now the series?
Scherzer's changeup and his slider, just he couldn't figure those out. The curveball was actually, I thought the curveball worked for him pretty well. There were a few different times where the curveball looked like that looked like the best off-speed pitch he had last night. Great to see the fastball velocity. That's all really positive. But, man, that first slider he threw where it didn't bite at all and it actually ended up inside. I can't remember who he was throwing it to, but it ended up inside and it was like, crap. When you saw that first one, I was like, that slider doesn't look like it's moving tonight. So it's frustrating. I picked Rangers in 5 at the start of the series. So, I mean, they were going to get 1. So there's your 1.
Yeah, but rather than, try to reset your brilliance, Swami. How are you thinking now? 2-1.
Same thing. I still think Rangers win the next two. Honestly, like last night, I feel like if this was the Rangers team a month ago, they lose 12-0 or 12-1. Like they did battle. They did, keep trying to chip away, come back. It obviously fell short, and they didn't get the big moments that they needed. But overall, I thought that they did a good job of keeping it, relatively competitive when they could have, completely crumbled at a few different points in the game.
There's a, Verlander's really, really good on the road. This Astro team is really good on the road. There's a little bit of scarcity there.
Heaney versus Urquidy. Let's start there. That's tonight.
I don't know. Urquidy didn't face the Rangers this year.
I don't think so.
So that's a little bit of a benefit to him, but they faced him before in the past. Both of these guys can go out there and throw, I don't want to say gems, but for them, gems. I mean, they can go out there and give you 5-6 innings, 2 runs. But the Rangers could absolutely get to Urquidy. And Houston could absolutely get to Heaney either. Like, he's not exactly Randy Johnson out there. So I don't think there's any way of. Last night was an easy one to pick. That was so easy. Anybody who's watched a shred of baseball knew Houston was going to win that game last night. Javier's a monster, and Scherzer had no idea what to expect. It had to get in the bullpen. The Rangers were in the tough spot. Like, that was the easy one to pick. Today, not so easy. Tomorrow, not so easy.
I still don't know why in these 2 opportunities they've had, though, Heaney's been the starter. I'd still prefer Dunning pitching, especially because I thought the whole reason that we've talked about your limited use of lefties is because, it's such a right-handed heavy lineup. Like you can't just throw lefties out there. Well, then you're going to start the lefty over Dunning. Now, look, I know that if you look at Heaney's splits are actually better against righties. It's not much better. It's pretty even, but I don't understand going to Heaney after Dunning had been so consistently big for you in big moments all year.
Well, this could be the answer. 4 starts against the Astros this year. Andrew Heaney's numbers are fantastic. Mm-hmm. He's got a 2.75 ERA in 19 2/3 innings. His K to walk ratio is 16-11. They hit 200 off of him this year, and he only allowed 1 home run. So there's your answer. Andrew Heaney against the Astros. 4 different opportunities, has been fantastic throughout the season. So 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock this evening right here on DFW Sports Station. But apparently one of the major reasons that the Astros got back in the series was because of RJ Choppy.
All right, Ranger fans, let's get up. ALC.
We'll play the whole thing in?
No. This thing caught fire on Facebook. I think it was shared like 300 times from the Sean and RJ Facebook page. So an absolute banger, as RJ Choppy would say. Unfortunately, you screwed us and the entire baseball team, according to X.
According to X and Twitter, this should have stayed the drafts. You jinxed us. Then you live for the Padres, do the same thing. Listen, you losers. Blame your damn starting pitcher. Don't blame me, okay? I didn't do anything. Did you say anything when I did the same thing before Game 3 of the Baltimore series? Correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby. Did they not win that Game 3 of the Baltimore series?
They did.
They
won.
Blow them out of the water?
They did.
Was there not like a home run that took the roof off that place? Oh! So don't blame me.
Yeah, but were you getting serious messages?
Yes. I mean, people like it's a jinx. This is a jinx. You screwed the whole thing up. You never should have posted this. Don't post this. You're a loser. This is cringe.
And this was before the game started?
Yeah, before and then during.
Yeah.
During the game, but a lot of it before.
There was a lot of Astros fans, I think, who caught it, though, and a lot of those quote tweets and stuff you're getting were Astros fans who were, they weren't posing as Rangers fans, but it could look vague enough that if you didn't know it was an Astros fan, you could have thought it was just a Rangers fan talking about jinxing, when in reality, there were a lot of Astros fans who were just quote tweeting and going like, this is so stupid.
I got the jinx stuff, too, towards me. 3 or 4 rats crawled out of their Houston garbage can and was like, oh, now what? Because after Max's first inning, 8 pitches, I was like 95 on the corners, check. And then it was like, takes exposed. And I just went, you know me, I'm going to search their profile, their family history, all of it. And I got one moron from San Diego. I'm like, shut your mouth. I got a Mets fan. I said, you never have a right to talk. Don't ever open your mouth back up to me being a fan of
they hate Max.
New York Mets.
They hate Scherzer, man.
I know. I got a text from a guy last night, don't let Scherzer throw this game before. And he ended up being right. He's like, don't let Scherzer throw this game. And then I said, okay, fine. Well, then I'll just shinks the no-hitter that's taking place. And, of course, as soon as I did, the Rangers broke it up. So I guess it works.
It does.
If you don't talk before, if you don't give your prediction, I can't stand this during Cowboy games. You're dead quiet in the first quarter, and then after the events happen, you want to be hindsight. I can see when you sent the tweet, just like we can see that Bassett called RJ last. I can see the timestamp, and I go right back at you. If you have that much knowledge, tell me before it happens, rather than run in your mouth afterwards. Yeah, because I'll always write back. You texted us when they took out Montgomery, and you were like, when you texted the group chat, you're like, right now before anything happens, what do you think about the decision? Because you want to get on the record. And so I think that's totally fair. Look, we like Chop said, we did this for Game 3. And there wasn't a problem there. Last night, your problem was Scherzer hadn't pitched in 6 weeks, and he's having trouble locating. And
Houston was due.
They were due. I will say this: last night is what they gave up 8 runs or whatever. How many warning track outs were there last night? It felt like 8.
A lot.
It was. There were.
I thought Leota was gonna have to rob another one.
They've had a lot of warning track outs in this series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't know what was it. Altuve's first at bat last night. That thing kept carrying and carrying. I was like, the roof's not open.
I know.
What's pushing that ball?
I could not believe the ball carried that far.
I know.
Could not believe it.
And I'm trying to remember, was that in I don't remember who that was hit to, but whoever was hit to, it was something.
I think it was center.
Was it so? If it was Taveras, then it was. I remember. He looked surprised by it. He looked like he was kind of jogging and then had to go up. Hold on, this is going back further. And I have no idea what was pushing the ball out there because, the roof was closed and it just kept carrying last night.
Creed did show up.
Yeah, it did.
In person to participate in the Creed sing-along. As Adatolo, they were joking. This is what happens when RJ sings country. So they're chiming in on the truckwreck.com text line. But there was Creed. But, man, I was disappointed in the crowd. I got to get this off my chest. When your guy is struggling out there, the best crowds, and again, this Ranger crowd in this city is always reactive instead of proactive. But the best, great crowds say, hey, he's struggling. We might be down 4-0. Let's get on our feet and get out of this inning, and let's stop any more damage. It didn't happen last night. Now, look, I understand the air getting sucked out, right? Just like in Houston, the air got sucked out. They're up 3-0, just like that. Oh, my God, the Rangers don't trail in any playoff baseball, but they got going after the Young home run, but I was a little bit disappointed. Yep. On your feet every time. Unless it's a 7-run game, on your feet with 2 strikes every damn time, and I cannot stand when it does not happen. I can't stand it.
It doesn't always happen.
And I hate the television view where I can't see the crowd.
Yeah, that's the stadium with that bottom row, that underneath level, that field level seats that they have, and that's just, it's hard to see. The only way you can see it is if it's a side view of the pitcher and you see the fans behind the first base dugout. But look, there was a lot of Astro fans there anyway. I mean, you heard anytime they scored, that place was rocking. So that was tough to see because it wasn't like that for the Rangers down in Houston.
Yeah,
and there's plenty of Ranger fans that live in Houston.
Both Texas crowds, to me, have been a little disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, the Astros had nothing to cheer for.
Yeah,
they were out of those games. Honestly, out of them, but at least game 2, they were out of it really, really early. They were down 4-0 right away, so they had nothing to cheer for there. And they didn't have any offense in game 1, so there wasn't much to cheer for. But look, if you're going to compare these to Philadelphia, because that's what you're seeing Philadelphia play.
Yep.
And comparing anything to that is going to be like, ooh, this is kind of dead.
I was encouraged early on last night. They had the opening shot on Fox with all the towels, the red towels. That looked cool.
That did look cool. I mean, here's the thing is that I don't even think it should have been 2 strikes. There's no reason the entire crowd should have been on their feet for the entire first inning when Scherzer was out there.
Yeah.
It should have been right at the start of the game and not sitting down until the inning was over.
The Lions are a Super Bowl contender. The Browns gave us the Brock Purdy blueprint. The Jets are a playoff team, and everything is now changed for filthy because of this injury. NFL overreactions or not, next on 105.3 The Fan.
taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Knife Plano is D Magazine's best steakhouse in Dallas. Top chef alum and Michelin star awarded chef John Tizar's steaks are dry-aged in-house from local Texas ranches for the highest quality beef. And Mexican Bar Company, 2023 Dallas Observer Reader's Choice for Best All-Around Restaurant in Plano. And Best Beer Selection featuring a 90-foot sports bar with 21 TVs. They serve a special sports day menu and have the best happy hour in Plano. Knife and Mexican Bar Company each feature private dining for up to 50 and are open for lunch every day. KnifePlano.com and MexBars.com.
Bank of America is the proud employer of over 210,000 teammates who go above and beyond to support their clients' financial goals. Like Emily, who helps clients create a plan to build the future they want. Like a wedding, having kids, or retirement. All real achievements her clients have shared photos of. For all your financial goals, we're here to listen and help. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/about. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
It's back to Sean and RJ. Upcoming segment sponsored by Window Nation and Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 217 or 817-333-3333.
New area codes all over the place.
Are we just playing music for you?
For you?
Are we just playing music for your reads there, superstar, with your 217 area code?
Yeah.
Is that Day Tripper?
Sure was. The second it came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, that's not great.
217. Yeah, that is. I thought so. That's Illinois, Springfield, Illinois. So call the Frankels in Springfield, Illinois, if you need to.
Little Day Tripper. And then nothing for us here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belch. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our number one audience of the entire show. Back to the Rangers at 6:40. Some NFL news on quarterbacks everywhere. Anthony Richardson gone for the year, shoulder surgery. That's very unfortunate. I was really, really interested to see what he would do in Indianapolis. Kyler Murray could be returning to practice when we thought that Arizona was going to be tanking for the season, and Deshaun Watson is still missing.
Still missing. No timeline, no timetable. They don't know when he'll be back. He doesn't know when he'll be back. It's a shoulder, right? It's tough for them to tell.
Let's ask Deshaun. Dude, what's up with your absence?
Tomorrow, it could be Sunday, it can be 2 weeks from now. I'm not even sure. Like I said, it's day to day, and I'm following, the steps of the medical team. When that time is ready, then I'm going to go out there. I can't put a timeline on anything right now.
So we're ruling out anything nefarious here, right? We're ruling out Deshaun like, nah, I'm not happy about something. Little James Harden, Houston Texan vibes. They're just trying to figure out what's going on with the injury.
Yeah,
or is this a Lamar thing where the team is like, we think you might be good to go. We believe you're ready to play. Why aren't you out here?
Yeah, I think it's more that. Like, I think he has a different definition of ready than what the medical staff has told him. Same thing with, I mean, Gallup ran into that last year. The team was like, you're ready to go. And he's like, I don't feel ready to go. And so there, a lot of these players now, it's like you're medically cleared, but a lot of the players may take it as, hey, I don't feel clear myself, though. It's like Zion doesn't feel like Zion, that kind of a thing. But Deshaun Watson, I mean, this has got to be incredibly frustrating for Cleveland, where it's like you were given the fully guaranteed contract. You have all the assurances you need financially.
Nothing to protect.
We've got a championship defense right now. You need to be out here. Like, we can't be starting XFL legend PJ Walker with a top-tier defense. We need help here.
I hear you, but what are you going to do? Like, you can't force them to play.
No, you can't. But I'm saying I think that they're probably like, okay, mistake. And I think a lot of the NFL is probably saying, all right, mistake learned. We're nobody give these quarterbacks fully guaranteed contracts because it doesn't guarantee them like, oh, this is going to make sure they play because they have their assurances. They're still going to just do what they want.
And Deshaun's like, yo, man, I've never been a guy that has been questioned.
I've never been the type of guy that's been questioned about my toughness. But I guess, whatever they want to put out, then everyone's entitled to their own opinions. As long as this locker room and this organization know who I am and what I'm dealing with, then that's all that matters. All that outside noise, all the other stuff is just, they're feeding off of what is said on social media. And all that stuff isn't real. So, what is real is in this locker room and on this team, and that's all that matters.
Now, earlier yesterday, he described the injury as a micro tear in the rotator cuff of the right shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, look, if this is...
Sounds legit.
It does sound legit, and I don't think this has anything to do with the money and the guaranteed, and the NFL owners think that. I think they want to think that, if that's the case. If he can't throw, what's the point of putting him out there?
Why was he cleared? We need to get behind... Why was he cleared? And the team doctor's the one who needs to be talking.
Like, you can have a you can have an injury that's, like, structurally fine, but still hurts.
And we can't forget, the Browns are an SE organization.
Yeah.
They could have butchered this in terms of giving the clearance, announcing that there's the medical clearance, because now you've created this drama.
Yeah, look, I mean, Tua was medically cleared. And, that we saw how that worked out. So I'm not saying that it has anything where it's like, hey, you're sitting out. It's just from the organization's perspective, I bet they would look at it as typically when guys sit out and they have this issue, like Lamar. Lamar would be a different subject to a lot of people because they go, Lamar didn't get paid yet. Lamar was trying to protect his payday, trying to protect his future financial assurances, whereas Cleveland would look at it as like, what is the point of guaranteeing your financial security if you then will not go out there with your financial security? We've cleared you, make it happen. And look, I think a hurt Deshaun Watson to a lot of people in Cleveland probably is better than a healthy PJ Walker, is what I would guess a lot of them would think.
Yeah, it may be, but what's the point of bringing him back? Let's say he gets he re-injures it or doesn't play as well. It's a tough situation because they did give him the money.
Let's go overreactions or not.
All right, NFL overreactions or not for Week 6. Start with the Browns.
Yep.
The Browns have by far the best defense in the NFL.
Not an overreaction. I mean, that's just fact. Like, if you look at every metric that really exists out there to analyze how effective defenses are, and that they're far and away ahead of everybody else, it's what we read the stat earlier this week. They've allowed the fewest points through however many games since like 1952 or something. They've been absolutely dominant. And I mean,
they're giving up 15 a game, which is actually only 5th best in the league, counting numbers, but I was expecting them to be 1 or 2 in terms of points allowed.
No, I get that. Yeah. I bet you some of the other numbers are, really, really solid with that.
They allowed 3 against Cincy, 26 at Pittsburgh. Who would have thought that? 3 against the Titans. They gave up 28 against Baltimore and then 17 against San Fran. So there's some lopsided, surprising numbers on there against Pittsburgh and Baltimore's offenses.
Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
They are number 1 in average drive time. The average drive against Cleveland right now is 1:59. That's it, which is by far the best in the league. They're allowing only 15 yards. Everything, points per drive, yards per drive, plays per drive. Cleveland's number 1 in the NFL. They're number 1 passing defense in the NFL. They're 4th in the NFL in rush yards per attempt. They've been really, really good. Now, they don't generate a bunch of takeaways. They only have 4, but they're just incredibly tough to move the ball on.
All right, next Browns one. They gave the league the blueprint for Brock Purdy.
All right, so this is a very popular topic. I wasn't aware that there was a lot of Brock Purdy haters. Apparently there is. System quarterback. Same thing as Tua under Mike McDaniel. You got something there?
I just hate that. I hate that idea. There's no such thing. The quarterbacks are the system.
I thought you called Montana and Brady system quarterbacks.
Joe is a system quarterback. But
okay.
Hang on. You need a certain quarterback to run that system. Like, Joe Montana may not have thrived in another system, but that system may not have thrived with another quarterback either.
All right, here's what Orlovsky got in trouble for, and Bobby, you could have taken a bath in this audio when he got humiliated. You know what I realized Dan Orlovsky is? He's a gaslighter. That's what he is.
Oh, man, my ex-wife calls me that all the time.
It's taken me 3 years to understand what the term is. I'm still probably getting it wrong. Makes a statement, doesn't want to take accountability for it, and then makes you feel crazy for repeating that statement to them. That, to me, is what gaslighting is. I could be wrong. But Orlovsky said on television, and see if you agree with this for the system argument. Mac Jones would be doing the same thing in San Fran.
I mean, it's hard for me to tell. X's and O's wise, I don't know, the skill sets of each guy. But yeah, I mean, there are quarterbacks that like Kyle Shanahan thrived with
Garoppolo,
Matt Ryan, and Brock Purdy. And those guys generally, they get the ball out on time. They're relatively accurate, but I don't think Trey Lance would have worked well in Kyle Shanahan's system.
He didn't. And so,
right.
I mean that, it's not even a question at that point. But
Trey Lance was also hurt. It's easy to say that when
right.
we think Trey Lance is a bust now. Like, he didn't even get on the field for them.
But
to,
I mean, when
practice.
But when he was on the field, when he was doing things with the passing game, it didn't look as clean as Brock Purdy, who stepped right in and all of a sudden could make it work. And that makes sense. Trey Lance was not this super accurate, just pinpoint accuracy. That wasn't his game. He's an athlete and he's a freelancer.
The Purdy blue, and then to finish Orlovsky, McAfee and them played that. Orlovsky, like a little crybaby, FaceTimes McAfee in the break. What are you doing? What are you doing? They're like, we're just playing what you said. He said, I didn't say that. And they had to put him on blast there. They're trying to be nice to him, but they put him on blast. To answer the question, it's an overreaction. That is not a Brock Purdy blueprint. I still believe that Brock Purdy has amazing composure, fantastic accuracy, and processes it all very, very quickly, unprocessable.
Yeah, it's unprecedented.
Uncomeback-withable.
So that's an overreaction, in my opinion. You can't talk to me about a blueprint against the best defense in the National Football League.
Yeah, the blueprint is, get Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, and Trent Williams all hurt.
Yeah.
That's the blueprint. And you've got a really good defense.
And miss a 40-yard field goal.
Yeah, and so that's a complete overreaction because Mac Jones isn't making some of the throws we saw Purdy make against Dallas.
The Lions are a Super Bowl contender.
No, that's not an overreaction at all. They're one of the best teams in the NFC. They're right up there in the conversation, and they've been. I saw the number that over the last 17 games, which is obviously a full season,
or something.
They're 13-4, 14-3, something like that with Goff, and Goff is something like 30 touchdowns to 4 picks. Like they've been really, really good.
Is Jared Goff better than Dak Prescott, Bobby?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it depends. Are you put anybody in Mike McCarthy's system and this show offense? Yeah, I mean, they're going to throw for 140 yards, but
Goff is 4th in QBR with a 73, 11 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. They're your Detroit Lions, so you answer, are they a Super Bowl contender?
I don't believe. Yes, they are. I think their toughest test would probably be San Fran, not anybody else. Not Kansas City, not Buffalo.
Why not Philly?
I don't think Philly I don't think much of Philly this year.
So you think Detroit's better than Philly?
Yes. I think they're the second best team in the NFC.
Okay.
I just don't know that match. I think San Fran would be a nightmare for Goff. Like they would do exactly what he struggles with, is just pressure up the middle.
I'll say it's not an overreaction because the NFC is so weak. 3 or 4 teams.
Yeah.
And we don't know what Philly is. And the Cowboys obviously can be had.
Yeah, until they switch offensive coordinators, it's going to be a
trade Dak for Goff.
Quarterbacks, please. That man won you that game against the Chargers, Sean Shreve. You want him on that wall.
Congrats. We could have won it earlier if he hit Pollard.
The Jets are a playoff team.
No. Overreaction.
Yeah, it's an overreaction unless sweet Aaron Rodgers limps back on the field and throws for 40 touchdowns over the final 5 weeks, like everybody keeps trying to claim.
They're 3rd in the AFC East with a record of 3-3. Miami's 5-1. The Bills are 4-2. The Jets are 3-3. So they're there in the thick of it for the wild card with Indianapolis and Houston and the Raiders. Oh, that's a gross 3-3. Jets, Colts, Texans, Raiders, and Cincinnati at 3-3. Overreaction. I'm not buying it.
And there's been a lot of talk. There was obviously Saleh earlier this week, how he kind of got the controversy of saying we faced a gauntlet of quarterbacks and we've just owned them all.
What a dumb quote. What a dumbass.
Which they had owned all of them except obviously the great Dak Prescott, who rose above a terrible scheme, Sean, to really show out and perform. I will say this. When we got out of that Jets game, I remember you had said, you were like, that's an overrated defense. That's been far. Have you changed your mind at all watching them go against some of these other teams since Dallas?
I can't watch them. They're unwatchable. I hate the Jets. I've always hated the Jets. I hate their brand of football. It's hideous. They allowed 21 against Denver and 14 against the Eagles. They gave up 30 against us, and they held down. Yeah, I mean, I do have a better impression of them. Do they have a better defense than the Cowboys?
I mean, I'm at a point where I don't know what the Cowboys are on defense right now. I have no clue.
I'll say the Jets have a better defense than the Cowboys, just because I rag on the Cowboys defense.
And the secondary is better.
No,
that's a big part.
No, it's not. And they won that game without Sauce as well.
Mm-hmm. Jets have a better offense than the Cowboys, that's for sure.
Back to, if you make one more offensive comment, I'm going to slap you with this burrito you brought in right across your damn eyebrow.
I clearly came in here to just draw you off sides.
Rangers, game 3. And a special Pepe's out in Vegas, no payload. We got a Thursday edition of Ask Reddit to go along with the Rangers next.
Let's get you over to...
The toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
We see them in piggyback style as Young drives one into deep center field. Dubon going back. He looks up. It's gone! Second home run of the evening for Josh Young. He once again brings the Rangers back off the canvas, makes it a ball game. It's 7-4.
The Lowe Josh Young combo working twice last night. Nate Lowe broke up the no-hitter. Josh Young, 2-run homer. How about this stat? This one Bassett called me talking about Christian Javier's fastball. First base hit on a Javier fastball in 178 fastballs. What? First hit in 178?
And it's not a blinding blow it by you fastball. It's 93, it's 94. That is major leaguers will tell you, like, man, if you give me a 92 is like perfect speed. 92, 93. That's not going to blow by you fast enough. The pitch will supply a lot of the power. That is a perfect hitting speed. But his has so much upward movement. I mean, that is the definition of a rising fastball. I know some physicists will try to tell you that doesn't exist, but it does.
And Jared was saying last night, Rangers got to start laying off the high fastball.
Yeah, I mean, look, how many times did you see Evan Carter chase a ball last night up and out of the zone? He doesn't chase ball. I haven't seen him chase a ball in a month. And he was chasing up and out of the zone last night a couple times because of that pitch. It's just very hard to lay off that. It's hard to lay off high fastballs. They look so good. Go stand in a batting cage and see a ball that's chest high, how much better it looks to your eye than one that's even at your belt. Looks like a beach ball, man. It's hard to lay off that.
Yeah, like, I mean, this is one where last night, it's funny because normally we all felt like Javier was really dominant last night, and he was, but it's so funny when you come out of a start like that and they're as dominant as they were, and then you see like 3 strikeouts and a walk and like
strike you out.
5+. Yeah, but I mean, it's just so, in this day and age, especially with guys just being so free swinging, it's interesting to see just how, like he can't even get strikeouts. Yeah, he's still completely dominant just because of the contact that he generates and stuff like that. I'll tell you what, I heard you guys mention earlier about Seager and the pop-ups. I got to look at it last night. Did it not feel like in whatever his 4 at-bats, he saw maybe 5 pitches last night? Like, he looked like he was like, I got to get on top of one of these fastballs as quick as possible in these at-bats.
Well, I felt like in the previous games, he was topping the ball. He was fouling it off or topping it. And then last night, they're like, he's trying everything he can to get on top of it, and he had 4 pop-outs.
Yeah, and that's the pitch. That's the fastball, right? That's the riser. The rising fastball will tail up, and you think you're on it, but as it kind of goes, it only takes about, the difference between a home run and a pop-up is a couple of millimeters. That's it.
Bruce Bochy on Javier's performance against his offense.
He's tough. He's got that fastball that riding fastball that just rises a little bit, and hitters have a tough time. He's been throwing well in the postseason. We knew that coming in. We had our hands full, and he pitched well for him. He's got good stuff, and he's got the off-speed pitches to go with it. But it's a tough fastball when you haven't seen it.
So there it is, talking about that fastball, and Basic's like, it feels like 100, but he's hitting 93, 94 on the gun. Rangers lead 2-1 over the armpit. Game 4 tonight, 6:30 pregame, first pitch, 7 o'clock right here on the Fan.
I'm looking forward to it. I think we get the bounce back, but I will start to definitely tighten up and be terrified if this happens to be a game they drop.
Peyton Russell is in Vegas, so we have no Thursday payload at this time. Never fear. Roberto is here.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That's right. It's Thursday, but we're still doing Ask Reddit. Even though it's 6:40, we're replacing payload today, as Sean Sharif just said. This is where we go to the Ask Reddit forum, the 44 million user forum, where they ask viral questions. And we look at the ones from the last week, some of the top ones, and get the answers from the guys here and from you on the truckwreck.com. Fan text 877-881-1053. Sean Sharif, what's a simple word that you keep mispronouncing?
Rural.
You just said it okay there.
No. Although I don't know if that's a simple word. Rural.
I feel the word that I think that I always kind of like do a double take when you say is facet. Because you say facet.
What?
Yeah.
First off, I don't say the word.
You say you say
a facet?
Yeah, you say,
Facet? I also
facet.
say like Bassic cement.
Yeah.
Bassett, what was he saying? Somebody's name he was saying wrong in here during crosstalk. The Hagee and I kept looking at each other like, the hell is he saying? Gosh, I'm blanking on what name it was. It was Michael Strahan. He kept saying like Strahan.
No.
Yes, he said it 3 times, and then he had to stop and like correct it. He kept saying Strahan.
It's like Michael Lombardi. We had to stop having him on because he kept calling him Mekhi Parsons. Like for 2 years, Mekhi Parsons. So those would be mine. We don't have enough time for
Kikilya is mine. I could say like
Kikila.
Yeah, I now just say Kikilya.
Kikilya.
See, that's the problem is that I don't know. I know the word everybody else keeps mispronouncing. I'm really smart. I don't say a lot of things incorrectly. I'm sure somebody will. The one that'll get me is Celine with Celine Ford Bronco, like when we've been doing that with Noah's Fine Watches and Jewelry. The first time somebody had told me incorrectly that it was pronounced saline.
Oh, you're saying saline is Celine?
No, it was Celine. Saleen. It's Celine. but somebody had incorrectly told me, no, they say saline.
That's the word you pick, you arrogant prick. You sit here and you're like, oh, it's a word that no one uses.
Obfuscation is the word that I just can't have pronounce.
I know. You're such a jackass. Can move on to another topic.
By the way, the word that all of society was pronounces that drives me nuts, though, is sherbet. They'll say sherbet instead of sherbet, and that drives me nuts. There's no second R in sherbet.
It's not sherbet ice cream?
No, it's sherbet. There's no
sherbet?
There's no second R.
I hate it. I call it sherbet because I don't like the way it's spelled.
Sherbet? That sounds
sherbet
dumb.
sounds dumb, so I just say sherbet just
I
to piss
agree.
people off.
RJ Choppy and TruckWreck.com fan text 877-881-1053 here on Ask Reddit. This is one. This type of question always blows up the fan text here, so I'll let you lead off, Chop. Who, according to you, will be remembered as the sex symbol of our time in the future?
Oh, man, this is a tough one. This is a real tough one. It probably won't. She probably won't be remembered by, but I will say Cindy Crawford.
That's a great one.
Thank you.
I was thinking Pam, but now we've kind of taken a turn with Pam, especially if you watch her Netflix documentary like I did.
And is Cindy Crawford is that too like?
I mean,
too early?
That's 90s, right? Like that's the 90s one.
Ross, how old are you?
Just turned 27.
Okay, you know Cindy Crawford?
Can't say I do.
What is? Oh, see?
Oh wow. Okay. All right. Then just for now, like if people look back and go, who is the sex symbol of 2023? If you're to look back and because right now we would look back and say early 90s, we would absolutely say Pam Anderson, Cindy Crawford. Those are the people that we were talking
Richard
about.
Gere says you can't call someone a sex symbol.
That's wrong, man.
You're not
What a
allowed
loser.
to.
He got all offended at like The View or something, called him a sex symbol. It's like, get over yourself, bro. Every guy in the world wants to be fawned on by millions of women.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wasn't he sexiest man alive at one point? And then it's like, you absolutely get that moniker. I'm trying to think, the one that everybody obsesses over now, I feel like over the last several years, like Beyonce's up there as somebody that was just like, oh my gosh, Beyonce,
Yes.
she is the queen. And
so hot.
I'm guessing that right now, if you're to look back, it'd be somebody like probably Kim Kardashian, somebody who is overtly sexual.
Let's see. Here we go. Maybe Livia
And Kim
Dunn.
doesn't mind it.
Livia Dunn.
Okay.
Livia Dunn could be that. Here we go. Jennifer Aniston. Who is Cindy Crawford?
Chris Hemsworth from
Chris
the Bible
Hemsworth.
2.
Rihanna.
Could be a guy.
Let's see. Pam, Kim K, Margot Robbie.
There's a lot of
Sydney Sweeney's another one I could see.
Oh gosh, Sydney Sweeney is so attractive. Love that one. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean, oh, this is so good for you, and you might blow some people up here. How did a business permanently lose you as a customer?
Well, one wet willy, but the one that I can talk about. How did a business permanently lose me? Dang, that's a great one.
They did not ever have my business, but I will never consider them now, and I can't. I don't want to say it on the name. But
we had that AC company that we endorsed, the AC Heat, that during the
it was an energy company.
Yeah. And during the
pandemic.
Not the pandemic, the winter freeze.
Oh, was it the winter freeze?
And my bill was like $5,000 for the month.
Oh, yeah, because you had that. What I can't remember the whatever the rolling rate was or whatever that you had. Yeah, I remember you tweeting up a storm about that one, bigger than the ice storm. Mine was Kristen was at the grocery store, and they always have somebody there from a bank or something trying to sign you up at standing just outside the checkout lines. And so this woman was trying to get her to sign up for this bank, and Kristen just like instead of ignoring her was just like, my husband like handles our banking stuff, blah blah. And as she's walking off, the lady like stops her and goes, you should really have more self-respect for yourself than that, than just, letting your husband handle all the money.
Wow.
And I was like, really? And so I did make sure to.
That was a who?
That was a bank in
a teller?
Yeah, no, that was like somebody trying to get signups just outside the bank.
Oh my.
And I was like, give me that bank. And I went and looked them up and I emailed everybody in that company.
Wow. You got one?
I'll never. There's a certain chicken place I won't go to.
Yeah,
but I was never really a customer there because they always gave me free chicken.
All right.
So, now I'm just waiting for my free money that I got them. But I don't really have anything like that. Like to me, that's I never really had a confrontation with somebody at a place. I'm not confrontational like that, and I have this like philosophy like I don't care. Like I don't care what your politics are, what you believe in. I'm not going to.
Well, it could be for service. Doesn't have to be for
Yeah.
politics.
Yeah, no, it could be for
You're not
service
going to
too.
put your Fort Worth people on blast. They don't own any businesses there. They just own all the land.
Yeah.
I'll never go to Bass Hall.
There you go.
I'll never go to Bass Hall. Thank you.
And
These guys ruined the parking in Sundance Square.
And you can't go to Epic Gelato anymore.
Well, I can't. My aunts can't go to Epic Gelato. I can. I kept the peace there.
Ask Reddit. Little surprise Thursday edition in place of the payload with Pepe enjoying his time in Vegas. Can the Rangers overcome Barry Bonds and David Ortiz? Game 3 in the books. We get you set for Game 4 as we continue on Sean and RJ. Are they facing Barry Bonds and Ortiz all in one? Next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. This is where you Tolo. If you're new to the station, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And, of course, I'm Sean Treif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We're going to get back to the Rangers Game 3 here in just a second. Some other sports notes that have taken over the headlines. Roger Goodell agreed to his contract extension through 2027. I think I saw like $700 million for his total career earnings.
Yeah, it seems high. Seems like he's made well for himself. Could you imagine that the NFL owners in a decade and a half made the commissioner nearly a billionaire?
It's wild. The amount of money that he's made,
but the number does not sound surprising if you factor in what someone running a company should bring in for the success that the NFL has had.
Yeah, relative to how much time how much revenue have they pulled in? Probably, it's probably 1% or something.
In the CBS
less.
Sports Minute, they gave the revenue number, and I couldn't believe it. Per year, it was insane.
He is in charge of a sport that the country can't get enough of. Now, I wonder, is there a commissioner of the English Premier League? I don't know, right? Is there a UEFA commissioner? How much is he making? Because that is, that as big as the NFL is, globally, that is, even bigger. So I can't imagine what he is making. But, man, what a career he's had.
People are looking at the National Football League, Bobby, and wondering, where's the offense?
Yeah, and
not just the Cowboys offense.
Yeah, well, the Cowboys definitely dragging it down. Mike McCarthy pulling offensive numbers back to 1994, no doubt about it, Sean. That's a great point by you. Warren Sharp, who I'm not always the biggest fan of, but he had a pretty good article yesterday asking, where has all the offense gone this NFL season? Teams are combining to score just 43.4 points per game this year. That's way down from previous years. The 12.1 point margin of victory in 2023 is the largest we've seen in a decade. So these games aren't very competitive right now. Underdogs have covered the spread in only 44.8% of games so far this year, which is also way down. And what is the reason for that? Well, there are a couple different things. Teams are playing more too high shell coverages this year than they ever have before. That's a big part of this. That's contributing in a big way. There's also been some issues in terms of teams are trying to start running the ball a little bit more. Runs have increased. And the interesting part of this that I hadn't really considered in recent years is penalties have been largely flat across the NFL over the last decade, but they've become uneven in terms of who's getting called for them. Offensive penalties are way up, and defensive penalties are way down. And a lot of the rules in recent years, outside of stuff with roughing the court, roughing the passer and stuff like that, have been tailored to helping the defense out a little. Because remember, we had about a 10 to 15 year run there where it felt like every rule was intended to make the passing game easier. Yeah. Now things are relaxed a little bit, and defensive penalties and offensive penalties are out of sync, and defenses are getting away with a lot more. So getting away with more penalties, playing more too high shell coverages, playing more zone coverages. That's another big thing that's happened in recent years. And offenses just trying to adjust to that and change some things up. And it's caused there to be a serious reduction in explosiveness across the league.
Yeah, and I'm like, do I really believe? I'm trying to come to terms with the accusation from many that these refs have such big egos that they love being on TV making calls in exchange for the hatred you would get from a fan base. Do I really need to have my ego satisfied so much that I need to be? Because it felt like the other night in the Cowboy game, too, they were just throwing them. They were throwing flag after flag, and I think there's a referee named Novak who has a reputation. Hockley's kid has a reputation, and I'm like, do they really want to be on, Is this really an ego thing?
Well, but I mean, here's the thing. How many penalties are those guys actually calling? There's 6 guys on the crew.
Right. They're just making the announcement.
They're just making the announcement.
Good point.
And or they're generating the discussion amongst the other referees, like, hey, did you really see that?
Yeah, I honestly have a perception that, and I don't know if this is correct, but I honestly have a perception that NFL referees are the least ego-driven of the 3 major sports. Like, I feel like in the NBA, they can be a little more petty with players sometimes. They don't like that Luka complains. Umpires, it feels like, get some axes around. I'm sure that exists in the NFL, but I don't notice it as much.
The thing is, like, the NFL referees are so, the head referee is so front and center. Like, you don't know what the Major League Baseball umpire looks like. You know what Angel Hernandez looks like because his hat's always off his mask's always off because he's fighting with the umpire, with the coach.
How about the ump last night going, seriously? After he got drilled in the mask?
Yeah.
He got drilled by the fastball. I was like, well, seriously, you're not going to catch that?
Now, there was a couple weeks ago when you talk about trying to have the ego. There was a couple weeks ago, I can't remember which game it was, but the official was trying to talk and somebody came up and complained to him and he goes, can you hold on? I'm talking to America. So, I mean, maybe they do want the shine.
Yeah.
How is every Ranger fan now feeling about Max Scherzer starting last night?
The 0-1. And that bounces away from Hine. Here comes Alvarez down the line. He'll score. The other runners move up as well. And the game's first run comes home on a wild pitch. It's 1-0 Houston.
And that felt like, correct me if I'm wrong, or you can think of a previous misfortune that happened to the Rangers in these playoffs. That was the first time, 8 games in, where I was like, oh, finally a bad break. Because I was ready to blame Jonah for that. They rung it up as a wild pitch. Jonah reacted like I expected it to be a pass ball, but you had Jordan 0-2, and then Scherzer hits him in the back foot, wild pitch. The Rangers trail finally in the postseason again.
Yeah, the wheels really came off then after that point, after that hit by pitch. It's just a simple
hit by pitch, walk, single. You got Pena to pop out. You're like, okay, we're getting out of this. Wild pitch, and then Maldonado has moved up my list. He is a heel. He is a free. I can't stand Kyle Tucker's face either. I'm like, I want to shake him, be like, be excited. Stop being sports depressed. What's wrong with you? You're in the LCS. You're playing for the Astros. Kyle Tucker's always out there moping. Of course, Altuve, Bregman's got the punchable face, but Maldonado has moved up my list as a bad guy.
It's cool. I don't know how he gets his hair that orange.
Well, it's hair dye.
That is, I know, but that is like there's.
You could get it. Well, you couldn't, but I could get it tomorrow like that.
You could not get it that much down to the scalp. That is. It's almost like his scalp is painted orange too. That's a great dye job, man. Holy cow.
This was, I was looking through the exit velocity data from last night. 14 different at-bats for the Astros ended with exit velocity over 100 miles per hour.
Oh, God.
They were smoking the ball all of that. The last 3, it was like the last 3 at-bats for the Astros last night, or these are the last 4. 102, 114, 87, and 106. Like, they were still crushing the ball in the 9th.
We need to do an exit velocity comparison because, right, we always do this because we, try to use common sense. What's the law of averages? And, that's why they have stats for that. If your exit velocity is that high, that consistently, you're going to break out. You're getting unlucky. And it feels like every damn game we're recapping, Bobby is giving us the Astros exit velocity as way higher than the Rangers. But I still feel like, so it leads to this question. Does it feel like the Rangers are lucky to be in this 2-1 position? My gut feeling is no.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, look, in the first inning in game 2, they did not hit a ton of balls hard. In that first inning, there was a kind of a seeing eye single. There was a bleeder. Now Garcia kind of roped it, but other than that, I mean, they didn't like just tear the cover off the ball in that game, in that first inning of game 2. But they got hits. They got hits. You're going to have that. You're going to have those kind of innings to win a World Series, and they did. And that's part of where the luck comes into play. But for the most part, no. I mean, they've made big pitches when it mattered. They've gotten, they had Houston in a little bit of a slump over the first, 13 or 14 innings of the series. And now Houston's offense has really kind of started to click. Since about the 4th inning of game 2, Houston's offense has been pretty amazing.
Yeah, they had 11 of the 14 hardest hit balls last night were the Astros. Woo. So I mean, there was just a difference last night.
And when that happens, if you have 11 of the 14 hardest hit balls and you lose that game, that's an unlucky loss.
Yeah.
Bobby, are you starting Scherzer again in the series?
Yeah, I mean, if it's normal rest, I mean, I'm obviously not going to have him come out and like, hey, let's get an extra inning out of him, on 3 days rest or anything. The slider command, the changeup command, those looked like he had trouble with those last night. But, the curveball I thought looked okay at different points, and the fastball velocity was there. That didn't seem to be a problem. So hopefully it's just the rust trying to knock that off, and things will look sharper the next time he goes out there.
Here's Bochy on Max.
Yeah, I thought he had good stuff. He did. He came out and had his normal velocity, but you're right. He didn't have his good slider tonight and left a couple up. He's going to be a little rusty. It's been a month since he's been out there, but overall, though, I was really pleased with the stuff, and so it's only going to get better with him. But just made some mistakes there. They got the big 2-out hit early. The wild pitch and then a 2-out hit. But he was battling out there, but he's fine. He feels good, and that's the good news.
Man, his last, let's do some math here. His last 13 postseason innings, how many runs has he allowed?
16.
In 13 innings?
In 13 innings.
I'll guess 15.
It's 14.
Oh. I saw the F on your lips.
Yeah. In his last 13 postseason innings, it's 16 hits and 14 runs. Like that's tough. That's over a 3-start span. That's tough. Like I don't know, maybe he's getting old. I mean, I don't know, who knows what it is. It could be just nothing. It could be nothing. It could be complete coincidence. But
look, Bochy said he was going to be satisfied if the fastball reached 93. It reached 95, but the slider was not sharp. Everything fell apart, started to fall apart after he hit Jordan. Jordan then had a home run robbed by Leote, and then he ended the game against Will Smith. So that sent me down a Jordan Alvarez rabbit hole last night. I was like, you know what? I think baseball does a horrible job. It's not I think. They do. They do a horrible job marketing people, and I'm not as, diehard baseball as you two are. So I'm like, I want the full history of this guy. Oh, how are we facing Barry Bonds and David Ortiz right now? How is this guy that?
You take the Dodgers for that one.
My God. I couldn't get over reading that.
First of all, could you imagine the Dodgers with him?
I know. And he wasn't like a failing prospect. The Dodgers seemed to just have given him away for a reliever without even letting him go out there and play first. Yeah. And I was reading their GM like, yeah, that was a mistake. And this guy is, I'm trying to think of a clutch comparison. He's Poppy.
Yeah, he's Ortiz.
He's Ortiz.
So, they just showed a stat that he has the third highest OPS in postseason play. That didn't say how far back it went, but only Ortiz and Hideki Matsui have a higher OPS among left-handed hitters in the postseason. Again, I don't know how far, but it didn't say how far back it went. And I don't know how far back that stat goes anyway, but that's pretty remarkable to be in that kind of company. And he is really, he's a force because he hits the pitch anywhere. He hits it. He'll hit it out of left field. He'll hit a center. He'll hit it out of right, and he can pull a ball that's outside. I mean, that pitch he hit against Chapman, that home run. I mean, that was not a home run pitch. Not a home run pitch.
Where do you put him amongst? I know this guy's fallen off a little bit, but we had this same conversation about like Soto. Acuna, star power, Tatis.
Well, he has no star power.
No star power.
I mean,
zero. Yeah.
Who knows what he looks like?
I know.
Who has a jersey and how much that's a language barrier? That's a Stephen A. Smith line. But he was on the postgame last night, and Poppy and A-Rod were translating for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I don't know what his ability to speak English is, but I do think that plays into it. I don't think there's a way that it can't. You're
Shohei don't speak anything.
Man, I think the hitting and pitching is just so rare. Unique. Yeah. Because there's Jordan. What's the main difference between Jordan and Soto? They're both great players. Now Jordan may be a little bit better, may have more clutch ass, whatever. And he's been in the playoffs all the time. But I mean, there's there's not a whole lot of difference.
We play a Dallas Cowboy edition of Faith or Fear. You got faith in this or nothing but fear? Dallas Cowboys Faith or Fear from RJ Choppy next.
Get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way. The RJ Choppy fan.
To the station. We are your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and this is commercial free. For the next 40 minutes, you do not have to go anywhere. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That is our station slogan. That is what TOLO stands for. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. You can find it all at 1053thefan.com. And RJ Choppy has cooked up a little batch of Cowboys faith or fear.
All right, so here we go. I'm going to ask you, do you have more faith or more fear in this? And you guys give me your answer.
Fear.
All right. Oh, fear.
Yeah,
fear.
Yeah, if it's the Cowboys, fear.
All right, do you have more? I know your answer on this one. Do you have more faith or more fear in Dak Prescott's ability to run this offense?
Ooh.
Oh, I mean, everybody knows my answers, so I mean, I have complete fear of. Look, I think that
you know what? If he was as great as, and don't interrupt me,
I'm not.
If he was as great as you think, he'd be able to make any offense work. That's a fact. It doesn't matter what basketball scheme you put Luka Doncic in. It doesn't matter what football scheme you put a great quarterback in. They're going to make it work. No, very few people can name the coordinators for Peyton Manning. You can name. I know you because you have on your lower back tattoo.
I have my
but it doesn't.
stamp.
The point is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But the question is, my faith in Dak's ability to figure it out. I think this is going to look better because I think that Dak Prescott has to be in a rhythm timing offense of just go here, 1, 2, 3, bam. I do think it is a little bit of a growing process, and I think this offense will look better moving forward, and that Dak will look more comfortable. So I have more faith in this as a credit to Dak, as a credit to Dak's intelligence, as a credit to Dak figuring it out. I'm not in love with freelance Dak, and you can't build a freelance offense. That to me is such an elementary basic B statement. Oh, just let him let him roll around and let him play backyard football. What does that mean? How do you draw that up? How do you call that in terms of X's and O's? So
I don't think you do like the Chiefs kind of Mahomes just kind of goes out there and just.
But they don't draw that up.
Yeah, right.
They draw up regimented X's and O's plays, and when it breaks down or when there's pressure, Pat takes over.
Absolutely. Now, I think those plays that they draw up are a little bit different because they may not be 1, 2, 3 out.
Totally agree.
That's the difference.
Totally agree.
So there's a middle ground they could find here.
Yeah, look. I mean, here's the thing. When you talk about freelance and drawing that, no, you don't just draw up freelance, obviously. You can't just draw up all right, and we'll draw this play so that it's covered so that then, McCarthy draws up plays that are covered all the time, but you draw up these plays that are covered so that then that allows you to run, Dak.
It's not like Outscored Kellen, I know that.
It's more, if Justin Herbert was a decent quarterback, Dak would have hit those throws that night. Yeah. Is that when
especially the Pollard one.
Look, it's not my fault that Tony Pollard doesn't know how to run a route. Mike McCarthy trying to send running backs on 30-yard routes down the field. That's what you get. So I think that when you look at it's the problem with everything has to be tied to the steps. All the routes are tied into the quarterback's drop back. So that naturally is going to limit doing anything other than the drop back. And so I think that's things that other stuff with, now look, footwork is tied in every system to an extent, but a lot of the stuff with, Kellen's offense or anybody, and Kellen's offense is just an Eric Coryell type of thing. But any of these other offensive schemes, it is not nearly as tightly regimented on the exact drop back. And so that's naturally going to kind of tighten you up and put you in a box.
Who has the perfect offensive system in the National Football League for your guy? Who's the perfect coordinator? Who's the dream fit? In order for you to finally, you're not going to, but your dream of winning this Dak argument one day, he would go and play where?
He wouldn't go and play anywhere. You get a time machine and you go back and you tell Mike to suck it up and let your coordinator stay.
Okay, so Kellen Moore's offense.
That was the offense that he had flourished in for 4 years.
He was very good. I mean, he would do well. I think he would do well in Andy Reid's. Because there is enough for Mahomes to do what he does. I don't think it's Mike McDaniels. But I know it's not.
Why?
I mean, that seems pretty regimented too. There's a lot of anticipatory throws there. Like Tua just kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, he throws the ball.
Leads them
very. I mean, these are like he's throwing touch passes out there. I think he is a perfect quarterback for that. I don't think Josh Allen thrives in that because Josh throws the ball too damn hard.
So my answer is faith. Bobby's is fear of Dak moving forward, progressing in this offense.
Look, I want to be clear again. This is how much everybody knows I want Dak to succeed here, and that I'm a fan of what Dak does on the football field. But I will say this:
man, boy,
you've got to,
as Jane would say,
slow down, Jane. I think that you absolutely have to pick though. Like if you are going to be committed to the scheme, then get rid of the quarterback. I'm not gonna. If you are that hell bent on doing it, pick one. I would rather them get rid of the quarterback than have the quarterback play in this scheme for another 4 years.
All right. Well, follow up to this then. Do the Cowboys have more faith or fear in Dak's ability to run this offense?
Fear. Because we saw it at the end of the first half, and we saw it with the changes. I told you on the offseason, they're insulting him. They're I mean, whatever nicer way you want to say it, they're like, yo, man, we have to win with defense. And if you are a $40 million quarterback and you feel like you are the man and your head coach is sitting up there nonstop saying, guys, the strength of this team is the defense and we're going to run the football. Those are two freaking slaps across your face. They just are. At least that's how I would take it. And I don't think that's not a hot take. That's not a stretch. It's like, yo, man, we're going to build this around everything else but you. So that tells me that the Cowboys have a more of a fear in Dak as the QB than faith, but they're still going to give him that $50 million because they have to.
Yeah. Well, because I mean the dead money, the cap hit next year is going to be too crazy not to. Okay, next one.
What about Bobby? Faith or fear? Their confidence in Dak.
I think that their confidence is Jerry's gotten really good at gathering a brain trust and taking in opinions and then saying, all right, this is what I think. And so a big portion of that is going to rely just on Mike McCarthy's evaluation. So I think specifically the question just comes down to, does Mike have trust? And the fact of the matter is he doesn't. Mike McCarthy doesn't trust Dak Prescott, and I don't care how many ways he tries to lie about it in the media.
I agree, he doesn't. All right, more faith or more fear in the defense's ability to get a big stop?
You may use a softer term next time. No, I'm telling you to use a softer term next time.
No? Okay. However he wants to finagle it.
I mean, look, let's not get too personal with it. We can get personal with each other, but we still have to talk to the guy every Friday. Keep that in mind to a degree.
All right, next one. Do the Cowboys have more faith, do you have more faith or more fear in the defense's ability to get a big stop?
Fear. Now, I am asking myself if I'm not giving them enough credit against the Chargers.
I mean, they only allowed 17.
Yeah. Now,
Chargers with the ball, and there are a couple of red zone stops.
And I saw what's-his-face's PFF grade. I think it was really high, Deron Bland, and I was like, dang, okay. That makes Bobby's questioning of PFF legit and real, but no, this defense is not great. They can have flashes and moments of very, very good. Big stop. I don't have great faith. Fear.
Faith. I don't it's a split, but I don't have 100% confidence. But if I'm going to lean one way, I'm going to say for the most part, they've been good this year. So I'm going to lean towards they're probably going to get the other night. That was they came up with the sack when they needed to. Gilmore made a play when he needed to when they hadn't been able to. So when the chips are on the line, I'm going to trust more than not. I'm just not going to have 100% faith in it, but I do lean more towards, I think it's more likely than not they get the stop.
You?
It's slight faith, very slight. There, obviously after the Diggs injury, the secondary is I don't think been nearly as good, and neither is Gilmore for that matter. So it's slight faith though, only because Micah can get a big sack on third down on literally any play. or at least get pressure on any play. So that kind of plays into it. All right, more faith or more fear that this locker room is going to be just fine?
Fear. I felt like they were on the verge of cracking. Bobby said, get ready for the cracking before the Charger game. And I have a fear of it.
Yeah, that's fear. Now I do feel a little bit better because I thought they were going to completely crumble against the Chargers, especially after the first drive they gave up. But so the fact that they didn't makes me feel a little bit better about it, and the fact that they're talking openly about, hey, don't worry about how people perceive our discussions on the sideline. It's more important that you just come talk to me and that we air it out. That's all encouraging stuff. But I'm going to have fear for a little while that this locker room is it's a little shaky.
I fear, which is stunning because, Dak is supposed to be the glue. He's supposed to be this great leader, and he is this great leader. But
the next time CD gets 2 or 3 catches,
Mm-hmm.
or if he gets, 4 targets, what happens then?
Yeah, Dak's never had to deal. Romo had to deal with a guy named Tio on the sideline. That's tough. Tio would call it holding you accountable. That's what he would call it.
Yeah,
but he was tough to deal with. Dak hasn't had that yet. All right, more faith or more fear that the core 4, Dak, CD, Micah, and Diggs. Now, obviously Diggs will be because he's signed, but we'll all be here in 2025.
Say the players again.
Dak, CD, Micah, and Diggs.
Faith.
In 2024, 25, then fear. Because, I don't know. I honestly just don't know where things are going with Dak at this point. I think CD and Micah and Diggs are here, but I don't know where things are at past 2024.
On whose end?
Both.
So you think you've opened up Pandora's box now. You think there's a legitimate shot. Which one has more of a chance of happening? Dak says, get me out of here, or the Cowboys don't give him the next deal?
Cowboys are a little uneasy maybe, or trying to negotiate we don't know how, and then that just chases him off. Here's the thing. I think if he were a free, the same situation that played out in, what was it, 2020, when did he sign that deal? 21, spring of 21. If the same situation that was lined up in 21 occurred, and Dak has this thing that says you can't tag me again, I don't know that if that were to occur today that he wouldn't just go sign somewhere else, even if the money was equal.
Woo!
I think this has been.
You're guessing, or you're hearing, or you're guessing based upon hearing.
Look, I'm filling in a little bit of detail, but I know there have been frustrations for him over the last year here.
All right, so there's a clip that you pulled from Mike McCarthy on, who was this?
I'm Sean on Sports.
And Mike talked about everything that Dak has to put up with here in the Metroplex.
Oh, I love Dak Prescott as our quarterback. I think the way he's built all the way through, obviously his physical skill set is excellent, but what he endures mentally and emotionally compared to the other 31 is unique. I've never seen, and speaking on experience of being around great quarterbacks, I've never seen a quarterback under a microscope like he is. And just his consistency, and his personality and work ethic and how he handles all that and navigates all that and gets out and goes out and performs it every week. I think it's special what he has to endure. I just think the intensity of the microscope on Dak is I've never seen anything like it. So for him to be as consistent and his attitudes very much the same every day as far as he attacks the preparation part of it, I think it's, you have to be unique to deal with that, and especially with this year 8, 9 for him. So he's been dealing with this a long time here. The intensity is like I said, nothing like I've ever seen.
And and that's why Mike was trending yesterday. Mike saying cover the other teams like you do us. You want to see the sports world explode? Besides the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, Dak Prescott request trade. Oh,
that would be epic.
Oh my God! On one side, you'd have the toes. Thank you. You did us a favor. You can't handle it. Go be a bum somewhere else. On the other side, you would say, look at how we chased this guy to town. We destroyed something. The scrutiny nonstop. You idiots with your topics over and over again. The Stephen A. Smith. Oh, it would go nuts.
It would be a sports talk radio dream.
Yeah. Because until we get a lesser quarterback.
Well, no, I know, but then you get the topic of the trade. Then you get the topics of who's at fault, and then you get now who do you go get?
Yeah,
and then you get finding a new quarterback is a terrifying thing. But for sports talk radio, the how do you go about getting one? All those topics is.
Do you have any doubt that they'll give him the next extension?
No, I don't, because the number of his cap number next year says they have to, right? Like they have to either extend or they can't restructure this, right? They have to extend it.
I mean, they've got void years on the back of there that they can fill up with more money, but I mean, it's not easy to do. But like I said, he would have to play ball.
He has to play ball.
And if he doesn't have interest in doing that, then look, I think that you remember how the Russell Wilson thing in Seattle felt like it escalated really quickly to he wanted out. He wanted out and the Seahawks wanted him out. And when you look back at it over time, you go, okay, I guess you can see here were areas where it looked like they didn't trust him. And here were areas where Russ, no matter what he said publicly or how he carried himself, maybe you could see, okay, this probably built up over time to frustrate him, their lack of belief in him, or the decisions they made that he would interpret as their lack of belief in him. I don't see a whole lot of difference in terms of that playing out similarly here so far. Like it may feel like, man, that happened really quickly. But I think if you were to look at it over the course of 8 years, you'd say, you know what, that played out similarly to the way the Seahawks and Russ interacted with each other.
Cowboys faith or fear. Final one during the Expressway before we get back to the Rangers.
All right. More faith that they can beat any team on any night, or more fear that they can lose to any team on any night?
Ooh. That's a good one.
Thank you.
I guess slightly faith. Like I still would. I guess I have to look at it this way. Who's the worst team in football right now? Whoever you would say that.
I don't know,
is.
but they lost to him.
Okay, let's say if you,
New England,
Arizona.
I think there's a better chance.
Carolina.
Chicago or Carolina.
Yeah.
I think there's a better chance that I feel more comfortable that they're definitely beating Carolina than that they're definitely losing to San Francisco again. Even though I don't think they'd beat San Francisco, I think there's a better shot that they beat San Francisco than lose to Carolina.
There's some matchups. Like, I don't see a way. I think this Cowboy team and this New England team could play 100 times. I don't see a single scenario where New England wins. I could see Chicago beating them. I could see Justin Fields having a crazy game.
Run around.
I could see obviously Arizona did it. And I can see a way they beat San Fran. Like, I don't see a single way they lose to a New England team at any point.
I'll have more faith that they can beat a good team. It just can't beat San Fran. They can't beat San Francisco. They can beat Philly. They could knock off Kansas City.
Yeah.
I'll have a little bit more faith in that than losing to an absolute scrub. All right, well done. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station 877-881-1053 for Sean, RJ, and Roberto right here on the Fan. Did you see Travis Scott in attendance last night? Micah Parsons in attendance last night. People were zooming in on Micah's phone at the Rangers game, but trying to say there was 1,000 unread texts and emails. But there was Travis Scott as well.
That's rude to peer over, get the camera looking over, somebody take a screenshot of that. That's a little bit rude. Leave the man alone. You got 1,000 people trying to hit him up.
This is why this is why people have started to get to Micah a little bit. He's tired of it. He's starting to crack a little bit. Just let the man live. Let the man breathe a little bit. You know? Was Travis Scott at any of the Houston games? Like in Houston? I don't remember seeing him out there.
Video of. I don't remember seeing it.
Is he allowed in that city anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. He may be trying to duck prosecution.
Didn't the incident happen there? Andrew Heaney is going to start tonight. So 6:30 pregame, first pitch, 7 o'clock. Look, he's been outstanding against the Astros this year, and this isn't just one start. It's not 2 starts, 4 starts. 4 starts. Andrew Heaney has put up the numbers against the Astros. So that must be why Boch is deciding to go with him. And the numbers are a 2.75 ERA and 19 2/3. They've hit 200 against them with 1 home run allowed.
You know, we were talking earlier about how Christian Javier and his delivery and things like that, like it makes the fastball play a little faster probably than it goes. I do think that's one advantage that Heaney has. Heaney his fastball seems to play a little faster than the 92 or so that he lives in. And I don't know if it's just that arm action or whatever it is he does, but it does seem to play a little bit faster because of his delivery.
This is a non-Andrew Heaney question. What the hell is Major League Baseball doing today?
What?
I mean, probably just getting to work like everybody else, trying to clock in, clock out.
The Phillies and Diamondbacks are playing a 2:00 Arizona time game today. Why do they? Well, the sport has got this crazy idea that they can't stagger games or whatever or play them at the same time. The Rangers could easily play a game at 6:00, and the Diamondbacks at 8 or 9, which is 7:00 Arizona time. Tickets for that game are going for $12.
Shut up.
This is the NLCS. It's at 2:00 in the afternoon. Now, I know it's Arizona. It's heaven's waiting room. So you got these people that want to get out of the game by 4:45 so they can still catch the early bird.
Well, they're scared of Thursday Night Football. Who knows what the game is?
I saw on Reddit last night.
I have no idea what the game is.
I guess you're just not going to answer my question.
I saw on Reddit last night, $6 to get into the Arizona game.
Yeah,
you can get in. You can get in.
ESPN.
Last night on Reddit, people were saying you can get into the next game in Arizona for as cheap as $6.
Who plays tonight?
Who is it tonight?
Give me a. Is it an intra-conference or interconference?
It is. It's not in the same conference.
Okay.
It's a quarterback I hate and a quarterback Bassick loves.
It is the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Versus
the Saints.
Oilers.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Good job. The Oilers.
Yeah.
Who would I hate on the Oilers?
No, you hate Trevor Lawrence is what I'm saying. Or were you saying? I thought you were saying one of the guys playing was a quarterback you love or that he loves and you hate.
No. Yeah. That is what I said.
No, I know, but I thought you were talking about the one quarterback involved in the game.
Jacksonville at New Orleans. Oh. And Lawrence was like questionable for that game as well. I did hear last night. So look, I didn't promote it. We didn't promote it on social media because, we are doubtful it's going to happen. But Alex Rodriguez rescheduled for 9:00 this morning.
Wow.
And Pepe took that hard.
Yeah, he did.
He took that hard when A-Rod canceled.
He was sick.
Rescheduled. A-Rod?
No.
Oh, Peyton.
He was literally back there just and I texted him. I was like, because you guys were I could tell you guys were doing the eye contact thing where it was like, something's up. So I texted him. I was like, A-Rod canceled because I figured that was it. Because he was covering his face in there.
Yeah.
And he was like, and all he texted back was, I'm going to throw up.
Yeah. Because he wanted the show Wales to deliver. So Alex Rodriguez is supposed to join us at 9:00 this morning. And I tuned into the pregame to try to get some material. And first off, one of the fireworks went off. Jeter looked like he was going to stop, drop, and roll. Like he thought it was open gunfire in the stadium. Ortiz doing his Shaq bit, throwing money all over the place. But they were talking about going to the State Fair. So that's gonna be my first question to Alex. I know it was like fake TV biddy stuff because they were the State Fair and Michael Irvin doing the pregame intro for the baseball game.
Yeah,
made a whole lot of sense. But let's make it football related. But they were talking about the State Fair on the A-Rod pregame show, so we'll ask him about it if he shows up at 9.
I want a photo of Jeter and A-Rod getting a corn dog, locking arms.
Yeah.
And eating the corn dog in their mouth.
The same corn dog?
No, not the same corn dog.
I'm dying to know because Jeter and Ortiz, I think, were drinking. Alex was making like Jason Garrett water joke the night before watching the Phillies beat down the Diamondbacks. And he's like, well, me and Poppy were enjoying some water. Yeah. So I just want to know if they go out to dinner with Alex. Will someone in the Metroplex, will someone in DFW see A-Rod and Jeter at dinner together? Ooh. Because Jeter did say, though, he did make the comment, something was said on set like, oh, that'd be a first. And Jeter's like Alex picking up the check. And he's like, why don't you try? So that's what I'll ask.
Wow.
I'll ask Alex that as well. I'll be like, Jeter threw a cheap shot at you. Does he pick up all the checks? And then his answer will tell us how often they go out if they do it all.
Because I'm trying to think. So when when the Yankees would come here when Jeter was playing, they would stay in Fort Worth a lot. And now the team has moved to the Crescent. And a lot of teams are staying at the Crescent now because basically the rules with talking about 5-star rooms and suites and everything like that. So I know that he used to go out like Jeter and A-Rod would go out to Riata a lot when in Fort Worth.
I love that place.
Yeah.
Is it still open?
It is still open, yeah. The Bass family will run them out of town too, so it'll be okay.
I hope you get banned in Fort Worth.
I'm going to be the mayor of Fort
I
Worth.
got banned in a Dallas restaurant.
Yeah,
I hope you get banned from the whole city.
The way that I'm trying to, I'm a man of the people. Okay, I'm trying to help out people park their car in Fort Worth. You can't do it, Sasha. Thank you.
He's going to go give Sasha a wet willy. And
so I wonder where their place is. I mean, like, I've never heard of them going like to any restaurants around here because they don't come here that often.
So we'll ask about dinner. We'll ask about the fair. But after the show today, I'm taking little man out to the fair.
Ooh.
And I wanted a preview from Bobby Belt, who said he was not going to treat his kids to the fair, but did the other day.
So I'm trying to grow as a person. As I was texting about this with actually Cody the other day.
I wish you'd try to do it between the hours of 6 to 10 a.m.
I'm trying to grow as a person in many ways, Sean, and the way that I was trying to grow the other day is
marketing consultant. Cody.
That's the one. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start trying to do things that the people I love enjoy, regardless of my own feelings on them.
Wow, what growth!
So, look, we're baby steps here. All right, there's a lot that goes into the socialization of a homeschooler. All right,
I'm going to try to do something I don't want to do.
And so, no, we went to the fair, and it was. And
that's the first time you've been in how many years?
6, probably something like that. But we went there, and man, we did spend a lot of money. Some of it not our own. I ran into several Tolos who just like were handing me coupons on the way out. Like they were walking out the door and they were just like,
"You got any left over for me?"
No, we might actually. I'll ask Kristen because I think Kristen said we do have a few that are left. I know Cody does. Cody was saying he's got some that he needs to give away, so go find him and he'll give you some. But yeah, I was surprised. There were a lot of Tolos that would stop. They heard, like one of them heard my voice. They didn't even recognize me. They just heard my voice and they're like, "Oh, I know that voice."
What a star!
But people were handing me over the little coupon, so we got like an extra $12 or something doing that.
You think it'd be easy to pick up Bobby's voice? Like, no, I want that stuffed horse. No, I want that horse on the one on the wall there.
So, Addison,
what else would he be asking for at the fair?
Is this game really rigged? Is that basket really legit?
Addison was.
There's seafood in this.
Mavericks.
Just come from the ocean.
Mavericks looking for some revenge tonight against the Grizzlies.
Just come from the ocean.
It was. It's funny. Addison, when she kept seeing like. It was like 2 or 3 attempts. I'd be like, "Here, take my coupons. We're leaving." And so Addison at one point was like, "Can you go find some more people? I want a funnel cake." And I was like, "Oh, that's it. It's not just like, oh, this is nice. We got free stuff. It's like, go find me some more." Like she's already looking for handouts. She doesn't want to work for any of it. She just wants the handouts. But it was a good time. We had so much damn sugar. And
let's talk about the serious thing. Unless you don't.
No, we can because I was surprised.
Should.
I was surprised. I had, I told you guys last week. I was like, this is the time to go to the fair because right now you would imagine security is going to be tighter than ever before, and so we were thinking it was going to be a little thin, the crowd. It was not. It was a Tuesday afternoon. It was still packed because I guess it's half price rides or something on Tuesday, so a lot of people go. But we're going through the metal detectors and it beeps and I stop and they go, "You're good. You go." And I was like, "What? Well, I guess we're not really like,
Okay, does the metal
down.
detector have does it have
detection of metal? I think it does.
Does it have different levels?
It does. So if you look at the other side of the metal detector,
so like a gun versus a cell phone, hopefully registers different.
Well, it registers like there's like a light that will pop up. Some of them, at least ones I've seen, it will show where the item would be. So obviously, like if it's at your if it's at your head, if the red light blinks around your head, that shows that there's something coming up there. Take your hat off. If it's in your waistband, then they may search you. Or I think they can also see whether it's paper, metal, all that stuff.
I mean, my phone was in my pocket. I think that's what beeped. So that would have been around waist level. That very easily could have. But I mean, they were just like, "Yeah, you're good. Come up there." And the only thing they were interested in was they wanted to check Kristen's purse. They did the bag check. But other than that, it was just going through. But it was a perfectly enjoyable time. Got a bunch of steps in. Kids only rode one ride. Laura wanted to ride the little pirate ship thing that swings back and forth. And Kristen's like filming her, and you can see on her face the moment she goes from enjoying it to all of a sudden she's terrified of it. And she's like, I'm coming out. And she was certain she was just falling out of the pirate ship. So that was not fun. But
you guys weren't petrified to let your kids go on the rides?
I mean, I told Kristen, I was like, I'm not going on there. I was like, if you want to risk your life, you can. And
But
so
the
Kristen
kids.
went on. No, I told them no because they didn't want to go unless I went. I was like, I'm not going, so you're not going. And then Kristen's like, I'll go, I guess. I was like, all right, well, I mean, if you want to do that with your vertigo and everything else, go have fun jeopardizing your life. And so that's what she did and pretty instantly regretted it. But
And what was the best food?
so I mean the Smoky John's barbecue turkey leg is always really, really good. And they had
huge, right? Like, how much is that?
So good. I think it was like 11 or something.
Oh, I thought it was more.
I can't remember. And then we had I got a deep fried Reese's with like ice cream on top from them that was really good. Remember that banana bourbon funnel cake thing we had in here?
Yeah.
That was one of the winners. I went and got one of those. That was
good.
That was really good. And so no, I mean everything there was great, but probably the turkey leg just because I mean that's the classic.
Are you going
to the fair?
Yeah.
We had talked about it because
are you going tonight?
Well, I don't know.
Well,
when
are you going to find out?
I'm going to find out today. We have a really good. The guy said there's a 99.9% chance that you have 2 tickets for tonight's game. In a suite, mind you.
Oh!
Wow. At least somebody here gets to go to the game.
So we'll see. He liked the song so much he offered the invite. But
do I know this person?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
I do not believe so. But it's a company thing, and they've got to make sure that there's enough room.
So when are you going to hear by?
It may be a game time decision.
Oh.
So we are prepared to go. We are prepared to leave. We were prepared to leave tonight for the game, but it'll be a game time decision. Knock on Corian that we can go. That's why I'm wearing the shirt.
Okay.
Shirt on, ready to go to the game. I'm ready to leave at a moment's notice.
So this is just some social media. Somebody reached out to you on social media like, hey, it's great. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this isn't
Said,
Liquor Man who
great song,
criticizes
love to
my
invite you to the
Cowboys
game.
questions. That's not him.
Oh, Mr. Glazer?
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
It's not the guy who doesn't like the way I interviewed Jerry.
Yeah, or talk about my head coach. During the Expressway, we are commercial free right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Now, in the armpit, they're believing this has been luck. What's wrong?
I thought there was something like I didn't know what was on the thing, and I wiped it. I have no idea what that is on my hand.
Ew!
I thought it was something dried on. I was like, what is
What does that look?
What's that like poop?
I don't know. That's disgusting.
Does somebody change a diaper?
I don't know what that is, Ryan. Look at that.
Zoom in on that.
That is disgusting. Yeah, you can't. I'm gonna have to take a picture of
Smell
that.
it.
I'm not gonna smell
It's got
that.
to be chocolate.
It's got to be poop.
It's got to be chicken.
That's not chocolate, John. That's brown and wet.
What a perfect lead-in to talk
is there
about.
a piece of corn in there? What?
What a perfect lead. Smell it, Choppy.
Oh, it's poop. That's poop.
It's not
That is
poop on the.
That is poop.
Let me look. It's like caramel. Smell it. You'll gag, but smell it. What a perfect lead-in to talk about the Astros with the crap on the.
I think it's.
He's got to puke. What? Keep his mic on,
poop.
Ross, for God's sake. Don't turn his mic off. What?
I don't know what it. I don't know. I think it might be the salsa, but it's brown. So I don't know.
It's
It might be
not
from
salsa.
yesterday. I don't know what the hell that is.
Salsa
Let's see if Bobby pukes on the fan cam next.
From spring training
Hayes is going back. It is gone.
to Champagne Spring.
Hey guys, we got Nathaniel Lowe down here. What's this like?
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Coyote Taveras on deck, then Marcus Simeon if we're still going. 8-5 Houston in the ninth. And here's the pitch to Young. Swung on, slow ground ball to short. Pena's got it to second for one. Altuve to first. It's in time, a double play. And the ball game is over. The Astros take game 3 by the score of 8-5. The Rangers now lead the LCS 2-1.
Man, long lull throughout that one as the crowd got taken out of it early. As Max Scherzer, they got to him. It was 3-0 real quick. And then when Josh Young tried to bring you back, Yordan Alvarez said, not happening, despite Leody Taveras robbing him in center field. Sean Sharif, RJ Chopin, our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And we've been talking about luck and moments that you have to have in order to go on this type of special run. Rangers losing their first game of the postseason. Game 4 tonight on this station, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. And Bobby, let's talk about those moments that they hopefully continue to get.
Yeah, Bradford Doolittle wrote over at ESPN the other day after the Rangers went up 2-0 in the ALCS that he says one of the common refrains you hear around in baseball circles is the team that wins the big moments wins in the postseason. So that it's like, even though it's a big 27 outs on both sides, it's a 9-inning game, it's a marathon, not a sprint, that whole thing, that ultimately when we think of the handful of big moments in the game, the 4 or 5 big moments, it's whoever has the advantage in winning more of those usually ends up being the team that wins in the postseason because that's where, things are made. So last night, when it's a bases loaded jam and, there's the pass ball and then there's the single, that's the Astros winning a big moment. And it turns out to be a huge contributor in a 3-run game. That's 3 runs right there and a 3-run loss. And so that's the same way is that when you look at the way the Rangers have won in this series, you think back to big moments. So it's Evaldi getting into the bases loaded situation, nobody out, and then coming out of that with 2 strikeouts. Josh Young making the play defensively. You get in game 1, you get Evan Carter rising up in the outfield. Altuve, just a little thing. It's a big high pressure moment where Altuve crumbles, just has a mental lapse for a moment. Evan Carter rises up, doesn't make the moment too much, and has that big catch. And so they win that big moment. They win the big moment with, when they get the bases loaded in the first inning and they're just kind of chipping away and Astros aren't able to work out of that. And last night it was interesting because it felt like Texas still was winning some big moments last night. I mean, the Leody Taveras catch, I thought, man, if they can turn this around, because that was when it was still, was that 5-0 at that point or was it 5-2? Was that after the Young homer?
It was after the home run.
5-2.
It was 5-2.
So you get the home run and then you follow it the next inning with a big catch there. And it did feel a little bit like, all right, here it is. But then, like you mentioned earlier, Sean, the Astros come back and they win their own big moment.
That was the moment. The Leote thing to me wasn't a moment like where you felt it was a moment because it was an amazing play.
Yeah.
It wasn't a game situation where you felt make or break. It felt like, and Basket called me, he goes, they have to score here. Evan Carter has to come across the plate if they complete this comeback. And Michael Brantley tracking down that ball in the gap felt like a moment that really ended it for Texas.
Yeah, it did. The Taveras moment was. I mean, obviously though, that was huge because like if you put up a crooked number, and that other team comes back in the very next inning and scores, I mean that is such a momentum killer. But you're right, the Brantley catch. I think a lot of people in that stadium and probably at home realized as soon as he made that catch, it was like, all right, that's kind of over now.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a chance.
Bring in Will Smith, it's over.
Yeah, there's still a chance, but yeah, for the most part, it's probably kind of over. I thought this was going into it. This was a game that was easy to pick. I thought it was.
Did you bet it?
I stay away from baseball. I don't bet baseball, man. It's just too crazy. I did place a wager though on Max Scherzer yesterday. A little bit disappointed.
I could tell you did because the fact that you tweeted a very specific complaint of well if you took the over on how many outs Max Scherzer would get, you're out of luck. Damn it! So that made me think you had placed a wager on that.
Yeah, I thought his outs was 12.5 for total. So he needed to get.
You bet over?
I bet the over. He needed to get to basically the fifth.
Yeah.
And 1 out in the fifth.
So he got 12 outs. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he came out at
done after 4.
Yeah.
So he Vegas is pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They know right where to hit it.
I need one more out.
They said Bradford Doolittle wrote about though, and this is before Game 3, that at the time you could argue the biggest moment of the series to this point had been that 2 on, 2 out in the 8th situation with Leclerc coming in, and it was a situation where Leclerc had missed with like 8 out of his first 9 pitches. And then when that ball got smoked over to Josh Young and there was that brief bobble and he had already had the error and you were a little, there's a little bit of a sense of panic. Josh Young had actually described what had happened. He said that it hit off of his thumb guard and that's why he had bobbled the ball. The ball hit just right in the right spot to hit off of his thumb guard. He said right off of there, popped up in the air. And he said the biggest thing going through his mind was just stay even. Don't panic. Like this is simple. You can get right there. And so he just collected the ball, stepped on third. And that was Doolittle saying that, look, when you stack up these 5 or 6 big moments within games, just find out who won more of them. Not that it has to be a clean sweep. It could be 3-2 or 4. But generally, if you just say who won more of those moments, you're winning the game generally in the postseason. And last night, it was the Astros winning those.
Andrew Heaney on the mound tonight. Here's Dusty Baker talking about his starter for tonight.
Do you have a starter for Game 4 yet?
Have they announced a starter for Game 4?
They have not, that I'm aware of anyway.
I have one, but I'd like to know who theirs is. I'd like to know who theirs is.
Okay.
All right.
So, little gamesmanship here?
Yeah, it doesn't, if he already knows who's going to start, it doesn't do anything. All it does is just puts their scouting report a little bit down. Now, I guess the one thing is that they haven't faced Urquidy this year. Rangers have not seen Urquidy, so that's a little bit of an advantage. And that's the other thing that happens in a long series. You get to see a starter twice in a week. That doesn't happen very often throughout the course of the season. This is like really, for the most part, unless you go basically, I don't want to say home and home, but you face team twice in a week, you'll see the same starter twice.
Had a 5.29 ERA this year.
Urquidy?
Yes. Started 10 games, pitched in 16 of them. 3-3 record.
Yeah, so he was banged up a little bit, and that was part of the reason why they got off to a bad start this year because they were a little bit beaten up with their starters
against Minnesota in the playoffs. 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts.
If he goes into the 6th inning and only allows 2 runs, there's going to be a lot of angst in that stadium. Like this is a must win.
Must win.
Oh my gosh, do you want to be tied 2-2 against Verlander? I don't. This is a
must win is what you're saying is if the Rangers. I'm gonna be Brad Shanahan.
No, it's not a literal must win. Well, it's a definite.
Well, then it's not a must win. In this situation, it's got to be if you got to be saying if you lose the series. That's a must-win.
I think if they lose this game, I do think they lose the series.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, if they lose this game and they're 2-2 tonight, I would pick the Astros the rest of the way.
Because that means you're going to go against Verlander in Game 5, and he's pretty good on the road. Gives up half as many home runs on the road as at home this year. And then you're going to have to face Javier again in Game 7, and you'll beat Fromber. But that Verlander, I don't want to go against Verlander again. I mean, Verlander did a pretty decent job in Game 1, even though they lost. He only allowed the 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a big part of this that we still need to consider is that we didn't know what we were going to get from Scherzer last night, and what we got was it just wasn't consistent. If that's a different starting pitcher last night, maybe it's a different result.
Yeah. Now the good news is last night you didn't kill your main bullpen guys, right? The main guys out there. Chapman didn't throw, and Leclerc didn't throw.
Yeah,
so they're well rested for today.
It did feel like, look, we're gonna need a Hail Mary here a little bit anyway, and so it's something where if we're gonna come back, it's gonna be a little miraculous. So might as well not use up arms that we've used the whole time. Leclerc had pitched in every game up until this one, and so just give him a little bit of a breather. That's what I think is the big focus.
And man, I'll tell you, Houston's done a nice job on Evan Carter this series too. He's only got 2 hits. He's only got 1 walk. I mean, they've basically kept him off base. Comparatively speaking, of the first 2 series, I mean, he had 6 walks in the first 4 games of this playoff run.
And they moved him up last night.
They moved him to 3. So I don't know if they keep him there. Do they move him back down? I have no idea what they do, but Houston's done a pretty nice job on him. He has not had the impact he's had in the previous 2.
And we talk about the crowd being taken out of it. I was disappointed. It doesn't matter. The best crowds when you're down 3 or 4-0 and Scherzer's trying to get out of it with 2 strikes, get on your feet. Every time there's 2 strikes, unless it's 10-0, you have to be on your feet like they are doing in Philly, except for this former executive. Is it David Sampson?
David Sampson, he was with the Marlins for years. He was with CBS Sports Network, CBS Sports HQ for years.
Delilah's guy.
He's given some hot takes. He went on the Dan Le Batard show. He said we're all wrong about the Phillies crowd.
And the thing about the Phillies right now is it's their pitching as much as it is their hitting.
Right.
Their bullpen and their starters are just superb. You can't score against them, and you can't stop their offense. And as for Philly fans, I can't stand them. And I'm sorry, we're on a national show. I shouldn't say it. But as a guy who was in the NL East for 18 years, it is absolutely ridiculous. What Merrill Kelly did, he shouldn't have done. Don't poke the bear by saying it's louder at Marlins Park. I get that. But let me tell you, in Philly, there were years when they were not in the playoffs, and it's quiet, and they're grumpy, and they're rude, and it's empty. And now all of a sudden it's a bunch of front runners who are going crazy and cheering. They're not even in the top 5 fan bases in all of baseball.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah, and he talks the way you guys say I talk.
He does.
That sounds like he's doing a character, like these fans in Philly. Like, oh my gosh.
Listen, but find me the fan base that isn't like that. Nobody has 30,000 a night when the team stinks.
Sacramento. I don't know.
Right? Nobody does.
Kings. I have no idea.
It's a good question.
Like if you're in last place, you're not showing up at 30,000 a night. You're not doing that.
I feel like a good Browns fans, I feel like, have routinely been pretty intense.
Sure.
Like it's almost like they love the misery at times in Cleveland.
What's going on with Luka? Is he missing the start of the Mavs season? And another reason for RJ to hate the best looking coach in the NFL, skipping the birth of the firstborn. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Q.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We're supposed to have Alex Rodriguez join us live at 9 o'clock today, unless Kevin Hagelin is playing another prank on us. But I thought this was going to go away as a storyline in the offseason. Luka Doncic may miss the start of the Mavs regular season with this calf that we heard about in international play, and it sounds like it has continued to linger.
Sounds like it's still there. Now, maybe this is the Mavs using the calf as a precursor to allow them to load manage Luka throughout the season. Well, he's had this calf all year. I mean, he heard it. He obviously heard it. It's still bothering him. He can't shake this calf. And, calves lead to Achilles. Just ask Kevin Durant. So we can't take the risk.
This is lingered a little bit, and it's a little concerning because, obviously it's different sports, but look how big a deal it's been for Joe Burrow this year, where people are like, that has lingered with him for 2 months now. Let's look at how it impacted Dak at the end of the season. Now, like I said, it's different sports, different things that you need to do there, but it's something that's continued to progress a little bit, where it's like, oh, he can't play with calf strain. There was an issue where he couldn't play against Real Madrid because it's like, oh, he's got hip soreness. And it's just like these little, nicks that keep piling up that make you feel a little bit uncomfortable, which that was what I do love is did you see the conspiracy theory from your favorite outlet, Deadspin, about Luka's injuries?
No.
They wrote that, of course, they're
the worst.
The Mavericks were out there to play Real Madrid.
Boy, aren't they ever? They are the absolute worst.
Luka's former European team, one of them. And it was something where Deadspin was writing that they legitimately think Luka was not hurt at all, and that this was the Mavericks trying to stick it to the NBA for getting in trouble for their tanking at the end of the year. And the issues that they had with the league this offseason and the way they feel the league nitpicks them a little bit. Deadspin legitimately wrote that they think they faked Luka's injury just to ruin things for the NBA and their trip to Real Madrid. That is their legit. They wrote an entire article about it, about how it's hard not to look and go, what if Luka could have played? What if this was a silent protest for the NBA's punishment of the Mavs for resting Kyrie and Luka so they could retain their first-round pick and avoid the play-in? Luka only played 5 minutes against Real Madrid because the NBA's new Mavs-inspired policy restricts teams from resting more than one star player. It's all
Mavs
very suspicious.
Inspired. Yeah, so hang on a second. The Mavs inspired this rule, not Kawhi Leonard, who has been load managing his career for 6 years now. He's not the inspiration. It's not LeBron James is the inspiration for this rule.
Look, I said this the day the schedule came out. They have to take advantage of this start. They have an easy start. At San Antonio, did you see Wemby peg the player last night?
Whoa, geez, Sean.
Is that what it's called when you go through you throw the ball through their legs?
I've heard of something through the legs, but not that.
In soccer, we would be like, he got pegged, or is that the incorrect term?
Pardon me?
Yeah, I would not use
that. Okay. Let me try to think of it.
Please do.
So there's a soccer defender, and I kick the ball through his legs, and I go around him. That move. What is that? That's not pegging? No?
No, it's not.
Help me, Fantex. I know I'm obviously saying some inappropriate sexual term, but I really
called
did.
What again?
Meg.
What? I don't know. What did you think? What did Wemby do to Reggie Bullock?
He took the was it Reggie?
Yeah, it was Reggie Bullock.
He took the basketball and he threw it through his legs and went around him and caught it.
But that's called what? He was what?
I'm not going to keep
He was doing what to Bullock?
I'm not going to keep saying
it. One more time.
You're going to get Ross in trouble.
Is it nutmegging?
Nutmegging, maybe.
Yeah.
Megging soccer. Let me see.
Oh, my God.
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought it was
close.
I thought it was
close. You.
Anyway.
It was on the tip.
I'm sure it'll be on the Instagram page.
Yeah, that's something else between the legs.
Bobby will be highlighting that real soon. And Texas Williams already on the meme. Matt.
Oh, they're melting down on the fan text.
Should we ask A-Rod that?
No, we should not.
As long as you say nutmeg, we can ask him. Don't ask him the other.
I knew it was an EG. That was an honest mistake. Mavs at San Antonio. Nets at home. At Memphis without Ja. Host Chicago. At Denver. Tough, unless Joker's hungover still. Hornets at home. At Orlando. Raptors at home. You got to start there. You can have that start. Especially after the Gators. There was an article saying the Gators got Ja.
Dude, this is a fantastic article it was Tim McMahon, and I can't remember who the other one was that was writing with him on this. It was Tim McMahon and Baxter Holmes, and man, it is a deep dive into just the what they say is an 18-month collapse for Ja Morant. So when Ja Morant was coming out of school, he was somebody that they interviewed anonymous NBA scouts and were asking him, like, hey, was there anything that led you to believe that this was in Ja Morant's future? And every single one of them was like, absolutely not. This was a guy he was the perfect, most polite, like just level-headed kid, and there was zero concern, zero red flags, anything else. I know RJ Choppy's going to take this as a shot to throw shots at scouting and the work that they do.
No, it's the part. Scouts are their ability to find like FBI type stuff where they're digging up dirt on you, and there's value in
this.
That.
So they said that it started with little things his rookie year. That people around Memphis were saying that when he first got there, he was like businesses that he frequented. They were like, he's so polite, just acts like a gentleman. Is like, excuse me,
is like an IHOP in Dallas, like hooking up waitresses or something.
Yeah, and so what happened was he started drinking his rookie year. He was going out and drink, and he was not of age, of course. He was out drinking, and that he would show up late to meetings, or he'd be hungover, or there would just be these little things. And the Grizzlies quietly were kind of like, T. Morant is kind of causing some problems. He's enabling a little bit of this.
And I wonder how much of that is not the problems, but the fact that this went on so quietly is the fact that Memphis, the Grizzlies are like, they own the city. It's a college town. You can't really, right. And they don't, and the fans in those kind of towns, they don't want to hear anything bad about their players. They want everything to be puppy dogs and ice cream. Whereas if he was in,
it's
LA,
it's like Mavericks fans here, Mavericks Twitter here.
Yes, but
Mavericks Twitter here has turned into the number one sports cult. It used to be A&M with Manziel, and now it's Mavs Twitter.
Yeah, but if he was in like LA with the Lakers, or some of these other cities, this may have been found out long before it got to become a real problem.
So, and it really apparently the marker for people in the Grizzlies organization was All-Star Weekend in February 2022. That was his first All-Star game. It was the first time a Grizzlies player had started in an All-Star game. It was a huge deal for them. And he got on that plane to fly out to the All-Star game and apparently just got crazy, like, pouring liquor everywhere, getting drunk, was Instagram living it as he tends to do with most of the things he shouldn't do. But during that trip is when the Grizzlies internally apparently started saying, okay, these things that are red flags are now becoming habits for him. And they thought that he got really out of control during that weekend. And since that point, that's where things started to progress really aggressively. And a lot of people in the situation, like who are around the Grizzlies or around Ja Morant, as much as we've talked about the friend group and everything else like that, there are a lot of people in this article putting the blame on, look, this is ultimately T. Morant. That T. Morant didn't get to experience the NBA career that he wanted to.
Oh, darn.
And that this is kind of living vicariously and getting the chance to do the things that he would have wanted to do, and that he's enabling Ja to do all of this. And so there's a lot of apparently frustration, not just with the friend group and how quickly Ja kind of went downhill, sort of like just exposed to the world for the first time, but how much T. Morant they feel like is responsible for it.
And then I know you're not happy with an NBA story with the insiders, Shams and Woj.
Oh, my God. Spare me on these two.
And by the way, while Choppy's looking that up, James Harden was a no-show at practice yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Nick Wright is reporting from FS1. Harden thought a Clippers deal was close. It was like some type of insulting offer. Two sides were like, no, that's not happening. Daryl Morey's like, come on, y'all be serious. And Harden was so disappointed that he wasn't sent to the Clippers that he just skipped practice. He stayed in Houston. He's in Houston right now.
Yeah, Joel Embiid said, well, he must have had something important to do because he was supposed to be here. So if he's not, it must be important. That's all Joel Embiid.
God, I hate him. I hate him so much.
So the Shams Woj story comes from New York Magazine. And I know y'all didn't you weren't you guys didn't watch Game of Thrones, but this is basically like they're calling Shams Littlefinger.
Because he's Indian like me?
The Peter Baelish of the
Sean
NBA.
Charania.
But longtime front office executive says that the information from inside reporters helps GM save money. Woj or Shams might say, hey, don't get levered up on player X. He's not going to get an offer from his team. There are times when they have information that's prevented me from making a mistake in terms of the magnitude of a contract offer or the inclusion of an asset in the deal. And I'm stunned, like how any player would ever have any relationship with either one of these two. Again, we're seeing this story. Like they should be sued literally by every player in the league. I'm serious. They have actively kept contracts down with their reporting, and they are doing it only to advance their own access-only, overrated careers that anybody could have. Woo! If anybody gets the access that Woj and Shams have, which all it took for Woj was some idiot in Denver or whatever giving him a login for the
draft,
the league site that the league in the NFL, it happens all the time.
Yeah,
they have this. They know the draft picks before the public does, and somebody will give a reporter this access because how do they like whatever? Who knows? But you are screwing over the players you cover. You're working behind their back to keep their salaries down to help you get information. That is ethics 101 in journalism that you do not do. Sue these guys. Put these guys in jail. They should never get credentialed by the NBA again. Never.
This is really going to blow your mind, Chop. Did you know that there are these guys in Washington? They're called lobbyists, and they do things like when you find out about how they affect policy and those strings they pull, you are going to have your mind blown. Let me tell you. Now this is exactly the game. And when you say you're stunned that players would have relationships, this is why players have relationships with them. It's your friends closer, your enemies closer. Like players recognize, okay, these guys clearly have a lot of power. I got to do whatever I can to influence the way that they talk about things too. I got to make sure that I use this as a leverage point as well if teams are going to use it. That's why I will tell you, agents and players, you want to know why universally, and I know you've been a fan of it, want to know why universally players and agents hate PFF? It's because when the front office sits down and there drops a PFF report in front of them at contract negotiations and goes, well, look, this is what and the players and the agents go, I don't care what that says.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what that says.
So I always wanted to know why teams gave Schefter, and Bobby, you can speak to this, your NFL network over there, work with reporters all the time. Why do they give Schefter and Woj and Shams this information? Well, number one, I would think they want to brag about their client's new deal. Yeah, they set the record and the signing, and they know they're going to get that out. They want to spin or control the narrative, so they want to use that reporter to get that information out. But I guess in exchange, this story is saying when a GM is talking to Shams or Woj, and they're like, I'm thinking about making him an offer. Shams and Woj go, well, I hear the market's very cold. I hear the market's very cool for them, so that means that team can give them a lower offer.
Yep.
What's the reality?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the reason why guys like Schefter and people like that get information is because they've shown they know how to be like information brokers. Like they know how to divvy it out. They know how, and they know that, okay, these guys talk to these guys. They have information I want. I give them information. And just basically they've become somebody who just collects a ton of information and can disperse it any way they want. But yeah,
are there Schefter teams and Rappaport teams, just like there's probably Shams teams and Woj teams?
Yeah,
we're going to just give them that info. He's burned us. I know he sells us out, stuff like that.
Yeah, like, I mean, that exists for a lot of people. Like, for instance, what
a horrible field to be in. Well, what an awful, awful job. You can't sleep.
Well, and that's why
you get the same text from these teams. You got to get it out within 6 seconds of the other person. Shams says he has no life, which you can tell he doesn't want to date or mess around with Kay Adams. He obviously has zero life. And it's just, dude. And then you got to kiss ass and play the game. Mm-hmm. It doesn't sound fun.
That's why I'll say that I don't think you can say, Chop, that it is, because I know that's how you were just talking, and you've said it before, that the Wojs or whatever else, it's like, oh, it's just because they're where they're at and they were handed it to. It's like, no, I think you got to have a certain stomach to be able to have to do what that job requires. That it's like,
they both started at Yahoo. They weren't just given the ESPN platform.
Not
Schefter started Denver Broncos and then went up.
Yeah, you've got to have a certain stomach to do certain things,
Sure, I get that, yeah.
and you need to be somebody that teams feel like, oh, he can handle this the right way. He's not just going to blurt it out. A lot of people just blurt it out.
Are we just weeks away from Aaron Rodgers returning to the football field? And what does Mike McCarthy really think of Jerry Jones coming on 105.3 The Fan? That's next in Below the Belt. But first, what do you think of your security system?
Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. The return of A-Rod. And I don't just mean at 9 o'clock with Alex Rodriguez here on 105.3 The Fan.
Double T's.
Before we get into the impossible media fabrication that is Aaron Rodgers returning in some Herculean effort, doing things that have never been done with an Achilles before, let's talk about Mike McCarthy and where I think we've seen the most growth from him as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Because being head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, being quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, those are two incredibly difficult jobs to hold from just a public perspective in terms of dealing with media and a lot of the things you see Micah getting frustrated with right now with the media and the way they report on things. Like, I don't think, as much as I love Micah, I don't think Micah would have the mentality to be the quarterback or the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
No.
It would get to him too quickly.
Way too reactionary.
And so one thing is that Mike McCarthy spent, 15 years in Green Bay, whatever it was. And that is as far away from what the Cowboys deal with as you can be. They're both historic franchises, but what Green Bay is owned by the city. It's, you live in the communities. People I know have joked before. We've heard, I think it was Rob Domofsky talk about this, that in Green Bay, if you want to see pro football players, if you want to see Tuesdays, their off days, go to Best Buy.
Red Lobster.
The Best Buy on Tuesdays, where the players are like, all right, this is where I'm going to get my new entertainment system. It's the only place I can go down to buy anything nice for my house, any upgrades I would. So they say it's been a joke for years to go there. So it's a very different place that you come from. They're not going to, the reporters there, they all live in the same community. It's a little weird to maybe burn the head coach and then sit across from him or in the same pew as him at like Sunday Mass or whatever. Like it's just an awkward thing that because of that natural social setting, a lot of times you probably get the benefit of not reporting on everything. You then come to Dallas where everything is reported on. And even in a year like when Mike McCarthy got here, which was the COVID year, where things should be more locked down than they ever were, McCarthy, you could tell, still had a lot of trouble navigating how much things get discussed here. And it harmed them. And I think it harmed the culture the first year. To his credit, where he deserves a ton of credit, is he has grown over 4 years, I think, to understand what it means to be the head coach of the Cowboys and what comes with that. And there was another example of that on Wednesday when he was on SiriusXM's Mad Dog Sports Radio with who, Chop?
I'm shy. Shout out sports.
That's it right there. And he was asked about Jerry conducting 2 radio interviews per week, regularly meeting with reporters after games, as Mike Florio wrote about it yesterday. And by the way, can I just say really quickly, if I hear again, there's a misnomer here. If I hear again people talking about what other city does the owner talk in? Fine, fair enough. Remember, his other title is general manager. And in every other city, the general manager does talk to the reporters every week, generally.
That's true.
And so, yeah, like even if it's not as a official press conference, they are at practice talking to reporters a lot, like just chatting with them and interacting. I think that they interact with the media. It's not necessarily in a press conference setting, but they interact with the media just as much in other cities as they do here. John Lynch does a weekly radio interview in San Francisco. He's the GM. Jerry's the GM here.
And what I would also say to those people, I would ask what in behind the scenes, this is kind of the debate I was having with Bobby, and we have it in Jerry before Jerry interviews. What is the last controversy that Jerry has caused as a result of doing us or KMC? Can you name it? I can't, and I'll tell you why. He doesn't give. He's learned not to give guarantees, not to make comparisons. Bobby, this one's for you. He's not ever going to give timelines. He knows the traps. And he's even staying away from, sometimes it would be starter information, but he's even kind of steered away from that. He doesn't step into it. He knows all the tricks inside and out. Probably took him a little bit longer. Sometimes he wants to intentionally create a headline. He knows what he's doing. He hasn't created a controversy through these 2 shows in a while. It's just an old narrative.
Yeah, it maybe the questioning of the
going for it at the end of the half.
At the end. Maybe at the end of Garrett, he questioned some things publicly. But for the most part, he doesn't do that. It's just that, he creates headlines because he's the general manager and owner of the Cowboys.
And he loves the attention.
He loves the attention. Like things that LeBron say are going to create headlines. Sure. He's LeBron James.
A lot of the things that get said in these interviews.
He's who?
A lot of the things that get said in these interviews that cause people to go, what did Jerry just say? These days are, let me tell you, when I was down by the creek in Little Rock catching bullfrogs and
circumcised
that's the stuff that people are like, what was that? So Mike McCarthy was talking to Adam Shine yesterday and was asked about Jerry and all the talking that he does publicly and having to deal with that. And this is a bit of an extended quote, but I think it's a good example of how McCarthy's mindset has changed here. He said, I think it's like everything in this league. There's jobs, and every job has a little bit different job description, job responsibility. Absolutely true. 32 head coaching jobs, but you're not asked to do all the same things everywhere. He says, frankly, the way this organization runs, that's just the way it is. My communication with Jerry and the relationship that we have and the ability to talk through things, working for an owner and working for an organization that didn't have an owner, Jerry asks all the right questions. And I think, and that's something that you credited Jerry with yesterday, the way he's able to talk through uncomfortable things and things like that. And that's probably something that Mike McCarthy appreciates. He said, I think it makes everybody better because just like anything, you're going to have the conversations, the post-game conversations after the game. And I think it's really healthy. I think it's healthy for our coordinators. And I think it's just like anything. There's a line of accountability that goes with it. The radio shows and all that stuff, that's really just part of the job description of working here in Dallas. And I think that's important because I think he really struggled with that the first year. And I think now he recognizes this is part of my job title here. And this is part of what goes with.
Which it shouldn't have even taken that long to realize.
Yeah.
This isn't a new thing. It's the same thing I have with Davante Adams. And again, I try to defend Coach at times, even though Choppy is his favorite. I don't want to hear your crying, Davante. You made the decision to leave Aaron Rodgers. So stop whining. Yep. Oh, it's not up to my standard. I didn't come here just to this and that. You made the decision to go play with an inferior quarterback and an organization who has been down.
They can't get out of their own way.
Who can't get out of their own way. So it ain't breaking news. I don't want to hear you whining about it. Same thing with Davante. Ocho Cinco just tweeted, oh, Davante's not happy. Listen up, Jerry Jones. Here you go, Dallas Cowboys. Get traded for Davante Adams.
Yeah, that's just.
And Mike should have known that. I mean, come on.
I do get this, though. He is used to the media. What he got used to in Green Bay was the media only says what you want them to say.
That you have 2 tickets for tonight's game.
That's what it is. Yeah, he's got 2 tickets for tonight's game. That's what he's used to hearing from the media is about free tickets and things like that.
We're doing drops now?
I don't know.
So
I don't know what that was.
It's time for a giveaway.
I think that was something where
What the hell?
Mike was used to, I'm going to call Tom Pelissero before I get back in the league, and we're going to do a big piece on what I'm doing to get back. I'm going to call Peter King. I'm going to do this. He's used to, hey, do me a solid. Don't report on that. Okay, sure thing, Mike. That's what he was used to. I think when he got here, he thought, I can say those same sort of things. It's different in Dallas, but I'm sure there are things that all the time you ask somebody to do a solid in Dallas and they do it for you, and they don't.
He did a nice job of complimenting Jerry in that piece, asking all the right questions and all that stuff.
Yeah, and so I think that is personally where I think Mike has done the best job of growing into comfort with this job, because he would not have survived to this point if he had the same perspective I think he had year one. That had to change. He deserves a lot of credit for changing in that respect. All right, Aaron Rodgers. It's coming back to the football field, guys. It's happening. We're going to get him for the meat of the schedule, just like Tyron. That's why ESPN can't let go. That's why Mike Greenberg every time has said, week 12, he'll be back week 12. It'll be an 11-week recovery. Well, now we've got a doctor saying the same sort of thing. According to CBS Sports HQ injury expert Marty Jaramillo, the swing doctor.
Oh, Rudy's brother, yeah.
Yep, that's him. He believes Aaron Rodgers is, quote, absolutely on pace to return this season. He said he's moving almost 3 times as fast as traditional protocols. No boot, no crutches, minimal limp. It's quite exponential. There is no precedent. It's unprecedented for this type of recovery following an Achilles tear. He is beating back Father Time. And this comes after Robert Saleh this week had described Aaron Rodgers as having superpowers. What's his superpower? Robert Saleh said it's his presence. Just his presence is a superpower in this locker room. Him being in the building, being around the teammates, being in the locker room, his positive attitude, his thoughts of manifestation, and all that stuff.
He was walking and throwing before the Eagles game.
Yeah. Literally
on the field.
throwing. Now, he wasn't stepping into the throw. He was just out there basically stationary throwing, but he should still be in a walking boot. He should still be on crutches. He should still be on that little roller thing. He shouldn't be out there walking. He shouldn't. Unless
he knows something we don't.
Unless he's bionic. Unless he didn't really have an Achilles tear. This is all part of the NFL script.
Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine if really what this was like, let's say it's an Achilles tear, and really that'll just make the comeback all the more impressive. Like, oh, my gosh, I could see Aaron Rodgers doing that. Meanwhile, Deshaun Watson's been cleared for 2 weeks now, and can't step out there.
This has to give the Jets, if you're they're saying week 15, right? Whatever. Let's say you're 7-7. Because they're 500 right now. Say they're 7-7. Which is not bad considering.
No.
Like, that'd be really nice. Like, do you dare go to Aaron Rodgers with half an Achilles?
Percentage chance he actually takes a snap this season. I say 0. I think this is all just fluff.
But were you not impressed physically that he was
sure?
He's walking and he was throwing.
Yeah,
he put a little bit of weight on his foot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's impressive. I just don't think there's any chance that there's a difference between that and then like actually stepping out there and playing. I think there's 0 chance of that.
If you told me the Jets were going to make the playoffs, I would say he would return like Scherzer. I don't think they're going to make it, so he will not come back.
If he plays this season, I will shave my head bald. That's not going to happen.
Ross, mark that.
Mark it.
2 tickets for that.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. You're going to use the playoff game as a rehab stint. I mean, if
he's going to do what he wants, just like Micah does.
Scherzer.
Just like Micah and the starters do what they want around here when they're up 30, and then he'll come out of the game.
Just like Scherzer.
You think they're going to tell him no? Just like Scherzer.
Yeah,
You think they're going to tell Aaron no?
Absolutely, you're right.
Absolutely not. So there it is. Aaron Rodgers with another miracle. Just like, what was the controversy? What was his term that he used? That he got what?
Uncomeback.
Immunized.
Megged?
Immunized. Yeah.
Immunized.
Nutmegged, yeah.
All right,
Yes,
we
did.
think. Where's Kevin Hagelin? Make sure he's not.
I'm looking at you, Corey Majors.
We think that Alex Rodriguez will join us next to talk about the American League Championship Series on the home of the Rangers. We think we have the baseball A-Rod after this. But first, let me go.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And it looks like Pepe delivered on the show of Wales. Ross is telling us we do have a former Texas Ranger. You see the commentary on Fox FS1. Alex Rodriguez joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Alex. How are you?
Hello there, gentlemen. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Now, you guys, have you been to the State Fair ever? And are you guys really going to think about going to the State Fair, as you were joking about yesterday?
That is the plan. I've never been, but I would love to go. But I have to play host because most of these guys haven't spent any time here besides just the little time they played here. So I have to be a host as the most tenured Dallas, Metroplex person around.
Do you remember your way around? Where would the A-Rod DFW tour take us?
Well, it would be Arlington and Dallas. And I didn't spend that much time in Fort Worth.
Okay.
But anything around, where the Mavs play, downtown, all of that area, Highland Park, SMU, yep.
Now, would you be a fair rides guy? You're getting on the Ferris wheel, or a turkey leg, corn dog. What would your taste be there?
I would say no, but if I'm with my daughters, it would have to be a yes because they love rides and they love to, embarrass dad, and I get all dizzy in those rides. But yeah, with my daughters, yes.
See, I could see. We know Ortiz would participate. I could see you. Derek seems too serious for that. He's not gonna go on any Ferris wheel or anything silly, right?
I'm not sure. I think he would because he's got young girls as well. So, it's funny. Our kids will make us do anything.
Alex, did you think it was a mistake for Bochy to throw Scherzer last night, and would you do it again if the series calls for it?
Yeah, I would, and I don't think it was a mistake because the thing about a 7-game series in the postseason, and we talk about this often in the pre- and post-game, is going to come down to all 26 men. It's not going to be a one-man crew, even a 2 or 3 or 4-man crew. You need all 26. And whoever's in the roster has to be ready to spike it up and ready to play. I thought Scherzer threw the ball better than his results, and I think he will be better as you go deeper into the playoffs and hopefully for the Rangers, the World Series.
One more thing on that. Do you think a long layoff, because it's been several weeks for him, do you think that's worse for a pitcher or a hitter this time of year?
That's a great question. I think a hitter. I think, I'm not a big fan of simulated game and this and that. Whenever they say that, just throw it out the door. It doesn't mean anything. Nothing's going to match the October intensity, being in that building with those great fans, making noise in the postseason. So it's a whole different level you got to ramp up for. And my fear always for players, they try to put a little bit too much effort, and that's when they get hurt themselves. So a hitter being off, you completely feel like you got to go back to spring training and start again. But the Rangers have done a beautiful job of this.
Alex Rodriguez here on The Fan. Now, you picked Rangers in 7. Can you just kind of detail for us, give us some of your reasons why you had them taking out the champs?
I think it's a heavyweight battle, right? I think these are the best 2 teams in the American League. I think the Rangers are hungry. I think they're well managed. I love Chris Young, Michael Young. They have baseball people all around. And I think Bochy's a guy that understands how to finish. And I think at this time of year, they're playing as hot and as healthy as you're going to be.
Hey, Rod, I think tonight's a must-win. Well, obviously it's a must-win for the Houston. You don't want to go down 3-1. But I even think for the Rangers it's must-win. Losing 2 straight and then having to face Verlander and then go back to Houston. Do you think this is a must-win for Texas too?
I don't know if it's must, but it's definitely a vital game for the Rangers. And I'll tell you why, because the Astros have been in this position for the last 7 years. They feel very comfortable on the road. They feel comfortable playing behind 2-1 in a series. They've been here and done that, and they love and embrace being the villain. This is a new chartered territory for this Rangers team, and I feel they have more pressure to get to the promised land and to win than the Astros. The Astros are playing with the house's money at this point.
Alec, do you still feel like, sorry, Bobby, do you still feel like in traveling around, covering baseball and talking about it, that they still have that hatred towards them, the Astros, and that the whole scandal still hasn't been forgotten by crowds that they visit?
I think so, especially in New York. Look, you're talking about someone that, from personal experience, when I went on the road, I got booed everywhere, and I took it as a compliment. I think the Astros have taken a similar approach. But I do feel that outside of Houston, the whole world's going for, Texas Rangers to advance.
One more thing on that, like, because you're right, you did get booed in a lot of places. How do you really? I know you say you use it as like motivation, but like, how do you handle like dealing with being a villain? I mean, that's gotta that can't be fun, right?
Well, I played for 23 years, and from the minute that I signed to Texas, that I left Seattle, I mean, I was public enemy number one, and you have no choice, right? I mean, either you fold. But it's very much like the Dallas Cowboys. I love the Cowboys. I love Jerry Jones, Michael Irvin, the history. I'm good friends with Micah Parsons, who's been to my office many times, and I see him. I'm going to see him today and mentor him. Right. So you either love the Cowboys or hate the Cowboys. But bottom line, every time they play on Sundays, you have 30 million people watching.
Alex, you were a guy who came up very, very young, obviously a highly touted prospect. You were 18 years old the first time you got on the field. We've all been really impressed with Evan Carter just turning 21 and just looking as composed as he has been at the major league level. How difficult is that as somebody who played at a high level at a young age? How difficult is that to step in at a young age and play against these guys who have 10 to 12 years of experience?
It is very difficult, and Carter's making it look so impressive, and a lot of credit deserved to the front office of the Texas Rangers to identifying a player that looks like he's a top 5 drafted player, and I believe he's number 50th. He's also a valedictorian. He was going to go to Duke. Both of his parents educators. I mean, this guy is the complete package, and it's not only how poised he is. We call him 3-2 Carter, but it's the fact that he runs like the wind. He has a great attitude. You see his interview afterwards. This guy can be here, leading the way for the Rangers for the next decade or decade and a half, which is exciting for the fan base.
Houston's done a pretty decent job, keeping him off base in this series compared to what Baltimore and Tampa did. Have you noticed them do anything differently, or is that just kind of the adjustments that teams make to young players?
I think is the latter. And, last night I made the point that, you got to throw these batting averages out the door. They don't mean anything because these are such short samples. You take a guy like Tucker, who's been struggling, hitting 125, but last night he had a double, he had an RBI, he had 3 walks, he saw the ball better. Trust me when I tell you, when the Astros, when the Ranger pitchers are facing a guy like Tucker that has a 125, they're not worried about that. They see a very dangerous hitter there, a guy that can drive in 100 runs and hit 30 home runs and play Gold Glove defense. The batting average is great for the media narrative, but it has nothing to do with reality.
Alex, what's something that you really, analytics took over sports everywhere. You have people who love it, people who hate it. The TNT guys make fun of it all the time. What's something that you learned from analytics that you didn't practice or preach before?
Honestly, not that much. I mean, if you pay attention, you have analytics, you have pattern recognition, and you have experience. But you really need a hybrid of both. And the blind spot that analytics has, it tells you information and data going back, but it's not forecasting the future. And a lot of these analytics, because the people making decisions don't know anything about baseball, they have nothing else but to lean on data. What else do they have? And that's a concern. And that's why when you see mistakes with contracts today, you go, wow. People would not miss by so much because they had to actually go out and trust their eyes and watch the game and watch behavior and watch character like this young man Carter has. That's what we're talking about. And sometimes analytics can't measure, Michael Young, one of the great players of Ranger history, had the slowest heartbeat. But was it talent alone? No, you could say that there were a lot of people that were more talented than Michael Young. But how many people had the character, the makeup, the will, the loyalty, the not too many.
And you played for a lot of old school managers, Lou and Joe and stuff, and these are two real old school managers here. Is it one of those things where maybe the postseason you throw the analytics away and they're more valuable over the course of 162 games?
Yes, I think that's right. I think you decrease it in half during the season, and you can almost get rid of it completely in the postseason. And the reason why is you're trying to stay away. The Rangers and Houston, what's coming back now is a little bit more small ball. I love the fact that the starting pitcher is back. This whole nonsense about a starter, and then you give the ball to the bullpen for 8 innings. I don't know when that happens. Maybe when you have a 50-man roster, but to me, it's garbage. You got to have starting pitching. You got to get deep into the games. Bullpens can get you, 9, 10 outs max nightly for the whole month. But to expect for the entire month of October for the bullpen, no matter how good they are, to get you 18 or 20 outs per night is not sustainable. Those guys in the bullpen are not as good as starters. That's why they're in the bullpen. So over time, if you don't trust your starters to get you into the 5th, 6th, and 7th inning, you're not going to be world champs.
Talking with 3-time AL MVP Alex Rodriguez, MLB on Fox coverage. We were watching Seager last night. He popped up several of those pitches. 10 out of the 11 pitches he saw were 4-seam fastballs. He's been struggling in this series. Is he pressing a little bit? What do you think about his plate approach, and how would you approach things in Game 4 if you were Seager?
Well, if you're Seager, you're getting some good pitches to hit. You're a little bit swinging on the edges and expanding the strike zone a little bit. And it looks like he's gone a little rotational, maybe thinking a little bit, let me see how far I can hit it versus let me see how solid I can hit it. And the latter is the much better approach. And then you have to have somebody in the third spot hitting behind Corey to get hot. So you force the opposition to pitch to Corey a little bit more.
Is the easy comparison for Jordan David Ortiz?
I mean, we had him on the post game last night, and Alvarez is a lot better looking, but they don't look like twins. And we sat them next to each other, and we did a little Spanglish Poppy translating. It was must-watch TV, and I was butchering it as well. So it was a good post game, but he's an incredible guy, and his personality doesn't fit the aura around the Houston Astros the last 7 years. He's very quiet. He's distinguished, low voice, carries a big stick, and a very nice young man.
If you took Arizona out of it, how would you power rank the 3 remaining teams as contenders, Alex? Would you go Philly, Texas, Houston? Have you made up your mind with the way the ALCS is going? Does Philly look like the favorite right now?
Yeah, I think it's Philly, Rangers, Astros. And the reason why I put the Rangers, I picked them in 7, and I picked them a little bit ahead of the Astros with 2 caveats. Number one, Scherzer has to be better in his next start and keep getting his arm strength. Remember, it's almost like a spring training start yesterday for him in the ALCS, where you got to get his pitch count up. That's one. And then number 2 is you got to stay away from the weakest part of the bullpen. Starters have to get you into the 6th inning, so then the Rangers can, get you 9 outs, 10 outs max from the bullpen.
Last thing, your business acumen has obviously been out there. You talked about meeting with Micah today, Cowboys connection. Have you talked business with Jerry Jones? Is there some memorable meeting or advice that you've taken from him, or just a business piece of advice that you would pass along to Micah or other aspiring entrepreneurs?
Yeah, that's a great question. Jerry Jones has been a great friend and mentor. I absolutely love him. I was at the Star yesterday. I'm his partner in Cowboys Fit, which is our gym business. And I remember when we were about to buy the Mets 3 years ago, and thank goodness we lost to the great Steve Cohen, who's doing a great job with the Mets. But and when that fell through, the opportunity to buy the Timberwolves and be partners with Mark Cuban was a great thing for me. But here's the advice that I got and what I've learned from Jerry Jones. He said, Alex, I've never worked harder today than I did when I first bought the team, many decades ago. and he's the best hospitality person that I've ever met. He's the greatest owner alive, and what he's done for this Cowboys, he puts in the work. He has the passion, the discipline, and the whole Jones family is synonymous with Dallas and the NFL. And I remember when I called him for the Mets, it was supposed to be a 10-minute call. We were on for about an hour and a half, and him giving me great advice on how to be an owner in today's era, and I'll never forget that.
Hey, man. Thank you so much. We're not going to get A-Rod. He's not going to do local radio. He's too big for that. So we're shocked. We're blown away. This was incredible. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll see you at the fair.
You got it. Hey, you guys do a great job, and keep up the good work, and thank you. Let's enjoy some more baseball.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Pay.
Well done. I hope you're winning in Vegas this morning.
Is he awake?
Not a chance.
7:15.
Not a chance.
7:15. Let's head on out to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Did Patrick Walker see Alex Rodriguez out there yesterday? We'll catch up with Patrick Walker, then Rangers crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course,
877-333-3333.
Crosstalk with KMC on the home of the Rangers is coming up at 9:40. We're about to be joined by Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What'd you think of Alex Rodriguez, who actually joined us on the show?
Thought it was pretty good. It's he is a like there's a legendary aspect to him. There's no doubt. He'll probably never make the Hall of Fame because of things that he did. Whether you agree with that or not, that's probably the reality. He'll probably never make it. But this was like, if you were to go back and look at the players of the last of our generation, you don't have to name many before you get to him.
I was thrown off. I did for a second think that we were getting pranked because the first few seconds I heard his voice, I was like, is this him? This sounds like somebody maybe doing an impression of him. And so I was a little thrown off. I was questioning it for the first 2 questions or so. I was starting to think we didn't have him.
And we got to thank Jennifer over at Fox with PayPay. He's going to wake up hungover in Vegas, and, man, he's going to feel like he hit the jackpot. He got us A-Rod.
Yeah, he is.
Well done, Peyton. Let's bring in Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline with a little faith or fear for Patrick.
All right, faith or fear, Patrick? You tell me if you've got faith or fear. More faith or more fear in Dak's ability to run the offense?
More faith.
Where are you, by the way?
I'm driving across the country.
Across the country?
Where are you going? To Carolina again?
Yeah, going to see family out in North Carolina.
Go get you some of that Carolina barbecue I know you love so much. That sauce.
You know what? See, Bobby, you are a habitual line stepper. A habitual line stepper. But no, yeah, NC barbecue is trash, and I'm on the record of saying that. But I mean, I have more faith in than anything in Dak being able to run the offense because, I mean, we've seen what Dak can do when he's actually really allowed to cook. And just kind of half jokingly yesterday on a guest spot I did with Hanging with the Boys podcast, I said I want to see Dirty Dak. And not yesterday, but Monday night, what we saw was Dirty Dak in Los Angeles. That was the Dak Prescott that said, you know what, things are not going as we want them to go. I'm getting pressured. My offensive line is not holding up. I'm just going to take off and use my legs. I'm going to, extend plays. I'm going to get a touchdown with my legs. I'm going to buy time for guys to get open, find the guys open downfield, e.g. Tony Pollard on the, ultimately a 60-yard gain, the most explosive play of the season for the Cowboys offense. So, if you had asked me this question prior to what I saw Dak Prescott do in Los Angeles, I still have faith, but the faith meter would be not as strong as it is right now. But if he's going to start using those legs, yeah, count me in.
Do you think the Cowboys have more faith or fear in his ability to run the offense? Because it seems like they're kind of, I would say neutering him.
I don't think you're off base there, RJ, as far as I would use the word shrinking. And I've said this a few times. It feels as if this Texas Coast offense, as it tries to feel its way out and, Mike McCarthy tries to make tweaks and find the kinks in it, I think the Cowboys have swung the pendulum too far to the left after looking at last season and said, okay, well, yeah, we understand as the Cowboys that Dak Prescott doesn't turn the ball over. Last year was an aberration. It was an exception to the rule. But then they went back and they looked and said, well, where did most of his interceptions occur? Well, it was the deep middle of the field. Well, up until we saw, the 23-yard reception against the Chargers down the middle, there were literally no attempts past 20 yards down the middle of the field. I mean, 1/3 of the field got cut out of Dak Prescott's playbook until the Chargers game. So seeing that in LA shows me that they're starting to kind of loosen the purse strings a bit on that. But I think you tie that into the first question and you say to yourself, well, how much faith do you have in Dak Prescott to run the offense? I have a ton of faith in his ability to run the offense once those purse strings are loosened. And hopefully this past Monday was evidence that they are, in fact, being loosened.
What about McCarthy's ability to out-scheme the opposing defensive coordinator? More faith or fear?
More faith than fear, but I'm going to go 60-40 faith-fear on this one. And the fear is not that McCarthy can't be an effective and productive play caller.
It's that I'm wondering, and I'm waiting to see how effective he can be in the 2023 version of the NFL, as far as, trying to out-scheme someone like Kellen Moore, for example. Yeah, he took the win against Kellen Moore in large part because Dan Quinn took the win against Kellen Moore. But I'm curious to see when he goes against some of these younger minds because, we saw he got out-schemed. Everybody got outdone by Kyle Shanahan's bunch. Players, coaches, everybody got outdone. But that would have been a huge measuring stick for me when it came to the Cowboys' offensive play calling to say, hey, well, here's how Kyle Shanahan is dialing things up. Can the Cowboys match serve? And they were unable to do so in a massive fashion. So, yeah, it looked better against the Chargers, but there were still questions about, the Chargers and, like, for example, not taking a shot in the end zone at the back end of the first half as far as just, go ahead and take the field goal and then go in to see the shot being taken. So there's some expected conservatism when it comes to Mike McCarthy. We knew that he wouldn't be as liberal with his play calling as Kellen Moore, which is why he took over the play call first. Purse strings, I would like to see those loosened as well a little bit. Take some more shots downfield. Let Dak Prescott get dirty with the legs and have more fun with it. Just have some fun with it. You got the weapons to do it.
Pat, you're cutting out a little bit. We'll let you continue the drive, man. Enjoy the time with the family and the inferior barbecue. We appreciate it. We'll talk on Tuesday. Thank you.
All right, talk to you guys soon.
There he is, Patrick Walker on the road. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys.
I want to ask you guys something, because I know I've weighed in on this. I don't know how much I've put it directly to you guys because it was more just my own opinion. But hearing Pat say something there made me think of it, which I think everybody at this point agrees. The question is whether it's the right player or not. Everybody agrees that they are limiting Dak right now, right? Like, that's something that some people feel like, yes, they are because they need to. Other people go, yes, they're limiting him and they need to stop.
Yeah.
And so my thing is, I wonder how long that can go on before it starts to get at Dak as a competitor. Is that a concern for you at all? That you just start that, like, almost that question of the Dave Moore article. They want to make him uncomfortable. Do you worry about, like, just disrupting his feeling being the quarterback of the Cowboys before the end of the season, even like knocking him out of the comfort zone?
I think you have to worry about if you tick off. Look, there's two ways to look at it. You don't want to tick off the most important player on your football team and have him frustrated and angry and upset. My harsh response, on the other hand, is you're not good enough for me to worry about it. You're one of two people at work. You're going to get the special treatment because you're special, or you're not because you're not.
Mm-hmm.
And Dak Prescott is not a great enough player for me to worry about him. You do have to have certain kid gloves, I think, with the quarterback of your team. They're the most important player in all of sports. But my harsh side of it is I don't care. I don't have to accommodate you like I do Luka Doncic. I don't have to worry about your feelings like I do Micah Parsons, because you don't deserve special treatment. You're not that good. And that's, again, a harsh way of saying it. So that's how I would respond to that. But yes, overall, I would be. That's why Jerry comes on here and does Adolis backflips and cartwheels saying, Dak is the guy. I want to make sure there's no mistake. He has to give that public backing. Yeah. He has to make that sentence and statement, even though I believe they don't really believe it, that he is like the guy.
Well,
and again, being the guy, we're having this same conversation in 30 other NFL cities. We're not having it in Kansas City. And you can have this conversation anywhere else, but that's how I feel about special treatment or worrying about someone's feelings.
I mean, I think yes, you're right.
At this point, I probably would.
But also,
hang on.
What was that?
What's going on here? How does that randomly play? If you could hit the eject, would you come back? Would you come back tomorrow? Do you want to come back tomorrow? You've done a nice job today, Ross. But are you just like, get me the hell out of here? What are you thinking, really?
Sorry,
what did you do when you left yesterday?
Well, first I got a good I would say night's rest, but it was more like a nap during the day.
You crash? Yes, that naps are usually
nap.
during the day, yeah.
Yeah.
When did you sleep? From what time to what time?
I think I got out of here late, so probably about 11, maybe 11:30. But then you texted me, I want to say at like 7:30 maybe, and I think I legit woke up at like 8. Like it was a full nap.
You slept for 8 hours?
That's not a nap. That's a deep sleep.
When did you stay up all night?
No, I kind of like woke up and I was like, well, what do I do now? You know, I have to be at work in a handful of hours. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll just like eat and then hang out for a little bit. Yeah. And then I was back asleep by like 11. So I basically, from the time I left yesterday to coming here this morning, basically all I did was sleep.
So like 12 to 8, because I texted him at 7. I was like, you good? Like, you calmed down from earlier? And he didn't text me back, and I'm like, he's out. He's in the car with Pat to North Carolina. He's not coming back. He is out, but he slept from 12 to 8.
12 to 8.
Are you normally a huge sleeper? You can sleep anywhere and for long periods of time?
No, actually the opposite. I never nap. So that's been the biggest adjustment to working this shift, because like I'm a night person as well, so I'm always staying up late, and so like to have to flip my sleep schedule is one.
Yeah.
But now I'm taking naps every day. I feel like I aged like 20 years over this week.
Yeah.
We stressed this man into a coma yesterday.
Wow, I can't believe 8 hours. I've never seen anything like that. That's amazing. I've never seen anything like that.
All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next on your home of the Rangers.
But let's get you over to
G-Bag Nation's Tour to DFW. 12 stops tomorrow, including 11 Whataburgers throughout North Texas. Grab our 2023 G-Bag one-of-a-kind flag with some quality fellowship. For the Tour to DFW location near you, go to 1053thefan.com/flagtober.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
This ball is drilled deep out into center field. Leote going back. He's on the track. He leaps, and he makes the catch! Leote Taveras says to everyone, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. He takes a home run away from Yordan Alvarez and keeps it a 5-2 game. What a play.
Thank you for the call, Hicksy. Crosstalk with Mike Bassett.
What a comeback. And
it was as soon as we hung up the phone. You said Evan Carter has to score here from second, and Michael Brantley made his version of Leote's play in center, and that ended it.
Yeah.
And then Will Smith really ended it. But that catch, that's just something you're like, he's not supposed to make that play. It was still 2 outs. Yeah. It would have made it a 5-3 game, but
every time you thought that there was a little bit of something left in the Rangers, the depth of the bullpen haunted the Rangers there. Because, look, I don't know how Houston would have pitched every hitter exactly the same if it's only a one-run game. Let's just say the home run by Young makes it 5-4. Instead of making it 7-4 because you gave up 2 runs. Now, I'm assuming Houston's going to use their bullpen maybe a hair differently. They're going to pitch hitters a little bit differently. So it's tough to say, hey, the Rangers would have tied it. They scored 5. But the offense did score 5 runs yesterday. And unfortunately, 5 sometimes isn't enough.
I'm stunned they used Abreu yesterday. They didn't need to. That's a gift. Why use him? Now you may need him 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Well, did they use him at 7-2?
I think. Well, no, they used him at 8-4, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he gave up the 5th run.
That's not a position to use your best reliever.
Yeah. Would you ever have leftovers night at the house? It's like, what are we having for dinner? It's like whatever the 3 or 4 leftover things. That was Bochy. He's like, Will Smith. John Gray.
Yep.
Just go out there, leftovers. We'll cook something tomorrow night.
Don't chase a loss.
I just remember when I first came over to the Fan, that was when the Rangers were in the playoffs in 10-11. And
when you lost to Elf.
Yep. And when
you lost your race to Elf.
It's
right there.
It's unreal. It wasn't a race. It was like a whole. It was a decathlon.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Elf beat him in all the competitions.
He hit a home run off him.
That was how I discovered the Fan. I heard on the streets about Elf just embarrassing this former athlete. I was like, what? Let me check out the station.
Oh, yeah, I suck draw predictions.
But people would get upset. Now, last night was a little bit of, it wasn't a blowout, but there was no need to try to use your 3 best relievers or the 3 guys you trust the most, Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. But I remember in 2010, 2011 getting a lot of questions and people calling in going, you got to use Ogando there and you got to use Felice. And I'm
like,
you're down by a run.
Alexi.
You got to trust the depth of your bullpen to keep it there. You can't save a loss. You're hoping that the guys that you don't trust with the lead can just hold the game there so your guys can come back. And the Rangers guys could not hold it where it was at. That's where, luckily, the Rangers were able to hold on. In Game 2, the Astros bullpen did their job. They held it at 5. They gave the Astros a chance to come back. The Rangers bullpen did not give the offense a chance to come back.
Did you think that Scherzer would be good for the night after the first, and do you start him again?
Yes, you start him again.
Okay.
Did I think he'd be good after the first? I won't say no, I knew he was going to get hit, but it didn't give me a lot of confidence that, all right, this is Max Scherzer of 2019 with the Washington Nationals. I didn't feel that either. I know how difficult it is. Him saying he's not going to be sore today, like last night, he's like, I don't think I'll be sore at all tomorrow. He's going to be a little bit sore. And I always tell people, look, if you're sore in your bicep, your lat, your lower back, those are normal sorenesses after pitching in a baseball game. The thing that he's hoping not to feel sore at, maybe he's saying, hey, I know I'm not going to feel sore. He's not going to feel soreness in his forearm or in his elbow. That if you have soreness in your forearm or elbow after you pitch the next day when you wake up, you're not going to feel sore right after you get done pitching. You're going to feel sore when you wake up in the morning. As I think he's talking about, I'm not going to feel sore in my forearm or I'm not going to feel sore in my elbow. I could see where the first time he's pitched competitively in 5 weeks and he threw over 50 pitches, I bet his biceps a little tender this morning. I bet his lat is a little bit tender this morning, and maybe even his low back is a little bit tight this morning from that competitive nature that he just went through.
Do you know what it's called when...
But I'm scared about Game 7. I will say this, and I'll talk about it on our show. The Rangers better win this in 5 or 6.
Javier in 7.
And
no.
and Scherzer pitching his second game back. Like we saw he's following the Nate Eovaldi path. Now, if there was a month left, if the World Series was at the end of November, I guess at the end of October or the middle of November, that's probably when Max Scherzer will be back to peak form.
What's going on with Luka before we get to Corey teasing the show?
No. I'm not inspired at all by this upcoming season. I just, there doesn't seem to be chemistry at all in any part of the Mavericks organization anymore. Luka, I don't know. I think that Luka, I just wonder this. Luka is way different than Dirk in this way, because sometimes we want to compare him because there are two guys. Luka became a superstar and a guy that could do a kid that could do anything he wanted at 14 years old. How many no's do you think Luka's got or critical coaching? Do you think that's why I hated Rick Carlisle?
Yeah.
This is the first time in his life he had a critical coach that would say that's not good enough or that's not right.
Did you see this Pablo Lasso story? I know it went under the radar. I never know how much, Corey, to trust, like, the international reporting, if it's translated correctly. But basketnews.com had this story with his Real Madrid coach. And it says in here, Luka suggested this Coach Lasso not Ted. He suggested this coach as Jason Kidd's replacement after the Mavs fell off and missed the playoffs. And they asked the coach, and he kind of gave like a sly smile, like, "Yeah, I've been contacted by some NBA people." So that was a international story. I didn't know how much to put into it, but this calf thing sounds like a problem. What's coming up?
You think he wouldn't play for Kidd until?
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Oh, man.
He's not trying to run Kidd out.
I would say I'm worried that he's not going to play 50 games this year.
Yeah. I'm not worried about my guarantee, though, that he would be in shape. This throws off my guarantee. I'm a little worried.
Did you have a bet on the line here? Was
No.
this is just for your credibility?
For my credibility.
Okay, gotcha. I understand that. We have Joe Davis joining us at 1:15 today.
Well,
he's the guy who's
you
calling
can't
the
have
games.
all the guests, Sean. It's just not going to work that way. Every once in a while, we get one.
Every once in a while, it's Smoltz, Bochy,
Davis,
Barry Bonds.
Jerry every week.
Y'all get Jerry every week.
Bonds.
We do
We
get
put
Steven.
A-Rod on a platter for you.
But we have him at 1:15. Looking forward to chatting with him about what he saw and what he's seen from the Rangers, because he's been doing a lot of these Rangers games. My buddy's an idiot at 11:22 today, but so much more.
Do you hate Joe Davis, Choppy? He sounds like someone you would hate.
I don't know anything about his backstory. Is he Dodgers? Is that what he's from? Dodgers guy?
I don't know either.
Has nothing to do with the question.
I think he's doing a decent job because I haven't recognized him as doing great or doing bad.
I think I hate Spiro Ditas more.
Okay.
Spiro was like 22 when he took over.
Okay, I was asking because of the overachieving. He's 35.
He's 35.
Joe
That's
Davis.
okay. you're allowed to be successful in your 30s. In your 20s, if you reach the mountaintop in your 20s and you're not a professional athlete, I really don't like you. You're one of those annoying overachievers.
Yeah. We asked Joe to come on. He's like, is this strep balls that you're passing around?
Yeah. Is that what this
All right.
is?
I don't know how to bring
You guys
this.
called me liars. So
All right, fine.
I'm showing.
So since you wanted this track crosstalk, you can set this up and explain it without
We were
getting
just
fired.
having a disagreement at the break that could strep, because that's something we were discussing was strep throat.
Yeah. I mean,
Because
that
I'm
makes
now
sense.
going to get strep from Kevin's
Could-
microphone.
Kevin has strep.
Could
and has had it
strep
all week.
because they say, like, hey, don't kiss this person with strep because they may pass it on to you. Can you possibly pass it on elsewhere?
Yeah.
And I was saying yes because
sexually?
I knew somebody. I didn't say that.
It makes sense.
It's
It is
been
called
said.
streptococcus.
So because of that, I just said that I knew somebody who had that happen. It infected
Who had
there.
strep balls?
Well, I didn't. Yes, and so they had to then drain things.
Did they play on the Cowboys?
They did not. That would have been funnier.
Yeah, right here. Infection of the scrotum. It's
Okay,
streptococcal.
Can we call your wife's office live and me ask to make an appointment for this to see if they think it's credible or legit or real?
I don't think that a pediatrician is dealing with sexual diseases.
Would that count as a sexual disease?
There's stuff.
Would that count?
I mean, it's.
So you believe this now? You can get strep balls?
Yeah, I think so.
I was out of the room whenever this happened, so I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, who were you interviewing? The Rockers?
I messed
Bushwalk,
Mr. Perfect,
Bushwhackers.
It was
Bushwalker.
supposed to be Raquel Rodriguez, but I
Sex
I
symbol
picked
of
up
our
the
era.
phone and I thought that I put her on y'all's air during the Patrick Walker interview, and then so I hung up and they haven't called back. So I think I may have screwed.
So
the whole
you
thing
didn't
up.
get Kevin's WWE
I didn't get
interview
his
done?
WWE. I was all prepared to. I think she's like a Houston Astros fan too, so I was all ready for that. And I was anyway.
So you're going tonight.
I am.
Nice.
Oh, did you get confirmation? You're going to the suite?
We're on the waiting list, Sean. Okay, we're in contact. He's giving me the printout. I might have suite tickets tonight.
So I know that we'll talk about this to start the show, Corey, but yesterday when you asked about Christian Javier, I was like, oh, hard thrower. And then I was shocked when I went to Baseball Savant and it says he only throws around 93. Now, he's throwing a hair harder than that last night, a little bit of adrenaline, ALCS, stuff like that. But if you didn't have a radar gun on that game, back when we were watching Roger Clemens and Doc Gooden and Nolan Ryan and stuff like that in the 80s, you would just have to guess by the hitter's reaction how hard he was throwing. And you'd be like, dude, Nolan has to be throwing close to 100. He is blowing it by these guys, or they're just popping it up. They cannot get on top of this ball, or Doc Gooden and Roger Clemens. If there was no radar gun on that game, if you didn't have that, you'd be like, Christian Javier's throwing close to 100 miles an hour. Because the hitter's reacting to his fastball. Sometimes that gun gives you a misread. It's reading the ball correctly, but the hitters will tell you a lot. Sometimes 92 to a hitter looks like 100. And when Aroldis Chapman is on no rest, his 98 looks like 88 to hitters. It's amazing that the radar gun does tell us a story, but the radar gun doesn't dictate the batter's look at that pitch.
What scouting report are you going to screw up on Urquidy tonight?
Well, let's see what happens.
I'll find out. Hey,
he's not a great starter. He's one of those guys you love to have on your team because he's an innings eater a lot of times in the regular season. So
he's really good at spot start.
Yeah, and so you're not like he could be Dane Dunning. I know Dane will probably pitch. It'll probably be Heaney and then Dunning will be your combination here to get you 18 outs. But you know how Dane Dunning, somebody would say, gosh, he has presence at the plate or on the mound. He kind of gets you to ground out a lot. He's trying to keep the ball on the ground. But I don't think teams fear Dane Dunning. They're just like, sometimes you get to the fourth or fifth inning and you're like, how does this guy have zeros on the board and we're in the fifth? And that's kind of Urquidy. Sometimes you face him and you're like, he's good, but he's not great. How is he doing this to us? Hopefully it's the opposite because the Rangers, like every game, need to have a 2-run lead after 5 innings to really have a great chance to win.
The KMC Masterpiece is next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But first...
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Javier at the belt and to the plate. There's a swing and a drive to right center field. Chasing Dubon back. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is history. It's in the Ranger bullpen. Josh Young goes the opposite way.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin is out today. He has strep throat. Good luck to him. We will see him probably tomorrow when the antibiotics kick in.
According to Bobby, at least it's in his throat.
Yeah. So we will see how things go. Now, Josh Young tried his hardest last night, but it was just too much to overcome for the Rangers, man. Yeah. And I wanted to start by...
I did have a person real quick.
Okay.
About Josh Young. The ball that Candy Martin Maldonado hit.
Yes. Which one? Didn't he have a couple hits?
Well, it was the rocket against Max Scherzer that made it 3-0.
Should he have that?
That's what I will say a former major leaguer texted me, and I was like, dude, that ball was hit really hard. Maybe he should have. Obviously, I'm not a former third baseman in the major leagues.
So it was a former third baseman that texted
No, I won't say that.
All the third baseman he knows.
It was hit hard. It was... I guess from a perspective, a makeable play. Like it was glove side. If that play's made, then it is 1-0 after 2 innings. But that ball was hit hard, and we've seen Josh Young make so many tremendous plays throughout the season, throughout the playoffs. Look, I don't know how hard that ball was hit, but it also had top spin and a little bit of hook to it. Like it wasn't also just straight.
Is Mike becoming the modern scorers that he hates?
I hope not. I do hate the way that they score baseball games now, because if that was a 2-hopper, they give it a hit. It was a 1-hop, short hop. I'm going to assume 103 miles an hour. I'm guessing on the velocity. I can look it up. But I just feel like if people were like, gosh darn it, Josh Young, I'd say, look, that was not a routine play, not even close to a routine play.
I will say this, Mike, and this haunts me emotionally, I guess, as much as we love Michael Young. If you go back to the World Series against San Francisco, he had 2 significant errors at third base that were kind of similar to that, where it wasn't the end of the world, but it did extend an inning that probably didn't need to be extended, that kind of ultimately was a factor. And nobody hates Michael Young. We all understand that he was playing out of all these things. And then the next year they said, let's go get Adrian Beltre to play third base for us.
It wasn't really fair. I know this is going back in time. Michael Young was never a third baseman. He did his best. And then he was never a first baseman. He did his best at first, because in Game 6, people forget this because we always think of Nelson Cruz. St. Louis, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, they hit into a double play. And Michael Young caught the ball, but because he's not really used to his whole life using a big first baseman's glove, he double caught the ball.
Yeah.
He caught the ball, and then he flipped it to his hand or dropped the ball to his hand. It's the worst thing to do. He would never do that with a middle infielder's glove because it's a smaller glove. It's easy. You got to get the ball in and out. But with a first baseman's glove, you got to kind of dig in there a little bit. Yep. It's a bigger glove, bigger pocket, and he didn't. And he dropped the ball, and it caused, a rally for St. Louis. It was in the 5th or 6th inning, and then I think they took Michael Young out for Mitch Moreland for defensive purposes later on, and I think Ron Washington was like, did I make a mistake by leaving Michael in too long at first base? And it wasn't his fault. Michael was a great defensive second baseman, a solid defensive shortstop, and then at the end of his Rangers career, they asked him to play third and first, which he had never done in his life.
The hit was 101.1 miles an hour.
It's a very hard hit, low line drive, short hot ball.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't hop right up into his glove. It hopped right over his thumb. It was one of those and it stinks. But you know what? Another game today, and that's right. That is one of those really. I don't credit Spittle a lot around here, but
in your face, Spittle.
Yeah, in your face, Spittle, dunked on. But one of the things that, like, if I have a bad show, he'll be like, "Hey, guess what? We get to do it again tomorrow." And I'm like, "All right, man. You know what? You're right about that." And that is one of the things about
a bad show on a Friday.
Well, then we get to do it on Monday. Right. Forget about it. Go enjoy the weekend and get back to it on Monday. So I do like that they get another one. They get back into it tonight. I wanted to. Josh Young had 2 great home runs last night, and that was one of the positives. I know we're all probably feeling pretty negative about how things went because we didn't win. Are we not?
I don't know.
Okay, it's interesting because, Mike, I feel like you kind of want to be sad, but Reggie sounds like he's happy. Tell me why you're happy.
I found it interesting that this team obviously continued to battle. Like, it didn't feel like this was a complete departure from the approaches that they had in games 1 and 2. It felt like they were able to still get runs on the board in some ways. It just, some of the things that the Astros had been having going the other way went some of those shots went a little bit further, or some of those instances where they were hitting into a glove or like a Corey Seager found their way through to the outfield. So I do wonder if like this series has dramatically changed, or a few things just kind of shifted a little bit.
I like that approach. And Mike, I'd love to hear like kind of how you feel about that, because
I'm not negative at all right now.
Okay.
I'm still optimistic.
Good.
Look, I do think it's a 50-50 series. I don't know if people want to hear that, but I do think that the Astros have a very good chance of winning the series. So do the Texas Rangers.
Was it 50-50 yesterday at 2-0 for you?
I would probably say it was 60-40.
Okay. I was probably right there with
maybe
you too.
Maybe 66-34, like 2/3 of a chance of winning the series.
But by no means could we think this thing's just wrapped
Yeah.
up. I know we were having fun talking World Series late in the show yesterday, and maybe we jinxed it.
And I get people going, how could you even say it's 50-50? The Rangers are up 2-1. Well, the Rangers only have 2 starting pitchers. I mean, let's be honest here. The Rangers are starting Montgomery, Eovaldi, and then they have bullpen days. Yesterday was a bullpen day. Max Scherzer was not prepared or ready to really be a starting pitcher in that game. And Andrew Heaney's not a starting pitcher. He's a guy that will probably face 9 to 11 batters. He's going to face 9 to 11 batters tonight, and then they're going to bring in Dane Dunning, and he is going to face, I'll give him 12 or 13, because they might be like, you're facing Alvarez in the 3-hole or something like that, and then when Abreu comes up, Dunning's coming in, and he's going to face the lineup one time. So you're going to have a kind of a bullpen day again today. Alex Rodriguez was just on with the morning show, and he was talking about, look, starting pitching means everything. This was the first game. You've had 8 playoff games. This was the first game where you really didn't get 5 or 6 solid innings from either your starting pitcher or a combination of guys, because when Bradford came in for long relief, he did such a tremendous job of pushing it to the back end of your bullpen, to the 3 guys that Bruce Bochy trusts. Yesterday was the first game where you had a game where you had to bring in the relievers that you don't trust, the relievers that you say, hey, you're not here to be a closer. You're not here to be a setup guy.
Here to finish this game.
You're here to keep the score where it's at. We're losing. Your job is to keep the score where it's at, just the way the Houston Astros did in game 2. The Rangers bullpen is not deep enough to hold the game where it's at.
Yep.
So the Rangers struggled yesterday. It was the first time that the scouting report got exposed. What I mean by that, look, I got a buddy who's scouting for the Phillies. It's a pretty easy report on the Texas Rangers. If you can get to their bullpen early, you will most likely win the game. They cannot hold the game where it's at. Other teams do not believe if you score 4 on the Rangers early that the Rangers bullpen is going to keep you at 4. If you can get, whether it is Montgomery, whether it's at Valdi, if you can get to about the 4th or 5th inning and you can get them out of the game, you probably will score 6 to 10 runs.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of our Texas Rangers. It doesn't mean they can't win the World Series, win the series, but they're so far 7 for 8. In avoiding the depth of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Last night, they weren't able to avoid the depth of the bullpen.
And that's going to, that'll jump back up here in the next couple, over the next couple days here. We'll find out. We'll get to Max Scherzer more, I'm sure, at some point. Mike, I'm not quite sure where we're heading for baseball nuggets, but I do feel like at least now he can throw. He can throw those innings. He wasn't as sharp as you wanted him to be, and some of those things coming here before he fixed his slider showed back up,
Right.
like that. And so being sharp again, but at least, if I need to, I can use him again. He's got to be sharper 2nd inning, 3rd inning, 4th inning, and so forth if he can get that far in it. But that's a different story for a different time.
Yeah.
There were 2 catches last night, 2 very significant catches last night. And the first one is whenever I said, let's crown this dude King Leote.
This ball is drilled deep out into center field. Leote going back. He's on the track. He leaps, and he makes the catch! Leote Taveras says to everyone, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. He takes a home run away from Yordan Alvarez and keeps it a 5-2 game. What a play.
Hell of a call by Matt Hicks right there, too. I really appreciate that.
You think he enjoys postseason baseball?
Yes, he's loving it right now. He is in love with postseason baseball. Mike, that was an awesome catch.
Yeah.
The other one was the Michael Brantley catch. That changed the game. Like, I think the Alvarez, if it was a home run, we would have just gone, man, that's just another home run by that dude right there. But then when Michael Brantley makes that grab on what could have, like, that could have turned the game for us right there. That was tough. That was tough to see that. But this is where you see the best of the best playing at their best. And Leody Taveras, a great catch out there. Michael Brantley probably was tired and then just fell. That's kind of how he caught it and
I'll
fell.
say this about that. If that is a double or maybe a triple.
Maybe a triple, yeah.
Now, I will say the center fielder was over there ready to get the ball in quickly. So most likely it's going to be a double and it's going to make the score 5-3. I had no clue why Dusty was taking Christian Javier out. I gave the stats yesterday. Adolis Garcia cannot hit him. He has almost no chance against Christian Javier because he has that kind of rising fastball. It doesn't matter that it's only 93, 94. The hitters see it as 100 miles an hour. So the radar gun lies about Christian Javier. He's more of a 100-mile-an-hour pitcher when he's on, even though the radar gun will never say he's throwing that hard. That's the hitter's reaction to a fastball that he throws. I thought, what are you doing? This is a guy that your starting pitcher owns. Your starting pitcher is having a very good game, and you're bringing in a guy that maybe gives Adolis a better chance. Now, in the end, doesn't matter. We don't question Dusty Baker. They won the game.
He's got so much confidence in his
this
bullpen.
and that. Yeah, but to me, it wasn't the smartest move.
Okay.
You just look at it and go, now maybe he knows his guy better. He's seen Christian Javier throw, 150 innings this year.
Yeah.
And he's like, he must be done. Dusty Baker must have saw something in his starting pitcher to say he is done. He has nothing left after Evan Carter hit the ball. I don't have the speed. 110 miles an hour over Kyle Tucker's head. Those are always the toughest ones, by the way. Any outfielder will tell you a line drive right at them. The depth perception, you have no depth perception, so you can't really tell. Sometimes your center fielder, his job is to help you on that, but when the ball's hit that hard, there's not enough time to make a really good reaction.
109.2.
Right, and so there's not a good, kind of gauge to tell you where it's at, and your center fielder, when the ball's hit that hard, does not have enough time because he can see that it's over your head. And he can be yelling back, but there's just not enough time to really take 2 or 3 steps back to make that play. But I just thought, wow, all right, they're taking out Javier. This is good because we have no chance against him. So maybe we have a chance here. And when Adolis hit that ball, I thought, yes, Dusty screwed up. And then Michael Brantley made the play, and you're like, dang it. Not that it was a great decision. I still don't believe it was the right decision, but he got away with it.
I do have and I know we got about a minute here, Mike, but I was kind of curious about, it's not that his pitch goes up. It doesn't rise like everybody thinks.
It's impossible. There's
it just
gravity.
doesn't drop as much. And so it stays straighter, but it looks like a rising fastball.
That's why it's 4-seam, the ball will stay truer and straighter. 2-seam, the ball will sink. So when you say, a guy has a sinker, or tonight when Urquidy, they're like, he has a sweeper. All it is a bigger slider. It's not like a new made-up pitch. It's just a slider that has more break to it.
Going from that to back to a guy that the ball's going to drop, does that benefit the Rangers, or does it throw them off now that they got used to that last night? And even though I don't even know that Seager ever got used to it, he's in a weird place. But is it easier for them to go back to somebody that's got a ball that's dropping into where they like to swing?
Actually, what you want is same stuff, different number. What I mean by that is when you're facing a team that has all 4-seam fastball throwers, let's say like Christian Javier, you're like, this is awesome. I got used to it. You get used to it. You start gauging. These guys are so great at hitting. They get used to gauging certain things. So what you want is variance.
Oh, no, Mike. He got it too. He's got it too.
You want variance in your rotation.
Okay.
You don't want 5, even if they're Max Scherzer or even if they're Jacob deGroms. You don't really want 5 Jacob deGroms. That sounds weird to people. But you
I'll take 5 Jacob DeGrom.
You start getting into it looks the same every day. And so what happens is now you'll have Urquidy. He throws at the same speed, but he's a fastball changeup guy. You were facing a guy yesterday that was fastball breaking ball guy and more fastball. So tonight you're going to get fastball changeup. They throw at the same speed, but their fastball does not react the same way. So now there's a different reaction to that pitch. So to say the Rangers only like sinkers wouldn't be true. Now, if they face 10 right-handed sinker baller guys in a row, they're probably going to get used to it, on day 3 and 4, and then the dude pitching on day 7, 8, 9, and 10 are like, I throw the same thing that we've been throwing for a week to this team. So it's good to have a little bit of variance. That's why when you look at Montgomery, and I really want him back, huge variance from Max Scherzer and Eovaldi.
Yeah.
So now there's a big variance. Dane Dunning, huge variance away from John Gray and Max Scherzer and Eovaldi. Yes, they're all right-handed, but he's a very different pitcher. So to me, not that I'm looking for 5 different pitchers, but I don't like having 3 guys in a row that are same size, same arm, same speed, same breaking ball repertoire. Like if I can have them throw the same speed, but I like fastball changeup guy and then fastball slider guy. So now Urquidy, yes, throws the same speed, but very different pitcher from Christian Javier.
All right, well, we'll see how that goes tonight. We got a lot more baseball action to get discussed throughout the day.
When?
In Baseball Nuggets coming up at 10:40.
Oh, okay.
But coming up next, the NFL's top 10 teams have a fatal flaw. Is this the Cowboys' fatal flaw? Next on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime.
from TxDOT.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Don't forget, we have Joe Davis joining us at 1:15 today. We'll talk with him about covering this series as he's hanging out with Smoltzy. And when will he and Smoltz start talking good about the Rangers like they do about the Astros? It's getting kind of old. Also, at some point, we do need to dive in on the fact that Rangers fans, we need louder. We need more out of y'all.
A++ in the Baltimore game. And I know it was tougher last night because the Rangers ultimately got down quickly.
Yep. Yeah.
But from what I understand, the 40,000+ that were at the game, thank you for going. Obviously, you could hear the Astros fans cheering on television. I'll give them credit for, I don't know, the 10 to 15,000 Astro fans that were there. But the 30,000 approximate Ranger fans need to do better tonight. I will be there. I'm in section 30. So I was just looking at my tickets. I'll be in section 30 tonight, which is in left field in the lower level. And I will be irritating the living crap out of you if you are in section 30 and on your phone.
Okay, so you're going to be loud.
Yes.
You're going to be obnoxious.
And I'm standing up a lot of the game.
Yes.
I'm going to try to show people how you're supposed to cheer at a playoff baseball game.
We will get into more playoff baseball conversation coming up here at 10:40 in Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick. But I did see this, and I just kind of wanted to dive into this because the top 10 teams in the NFL, according to CBS Sports right now, starts with the Browns, Ravens, Bills, Jaguars, Cowboys at 6, Eagles, Niners, Lions, Dolphins, and Chiefs. Would you say that's a fair assessment of
it's fair right now,
where the NFL is right now?
I think playoff time, I would probably not pick the Lions to beat San Francisco or Philadelphia. But I get how good they're playing right now. So I get power ranking them now as the number one team in the NFC. I get doing that, but I will have a hard time coming around to I think the Lions are going to the Super Bowl.
The fatal flaw for the Cowboys. This is all fatal flaws for those top 10 teams. 877-881-1053. What do you think the Cowboys' fatal flaw is? And before we get to it, Mike, I just wanted to see if we have a good assessment of what the other teams are. And then we'll get to the Cowboys in just a second. But when it comes to the Chiefs, they're 5-1 right now.
Okay.
The combination of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, always trustworthy. But the lack of a consistent pass catcher might be prompting Mahomes' more reckless start to 2023. Kelsey, still top tier, safety valve, but Mahomes doesn't have anybody. He's like nonchalantly throwing the ball, chucking downfield, and then, he didn't have anybody they can just chuck it up to.
Kadarius Toney wasn't the answer. Good try. Wasn't the answer. Sky Moore, hey, okay pick, but he is not the answer that a lot of people thought he might be out of college. He's just another guy. He looks like he's going to be a solid number 3 receiver in the NFL. It's like they're going with 5 number 3 receivers in the NFL. They don't have a 1. I don't even think they have a 2.
I don't either.
And so they are going to be an interesting team. They didn't have to give up anything except money. They would have to mess up a little bit of the future for DeAndre Hopkins. They wouldn't even consider it. So I don't know how they're going to consider maybe trading for a wide receiver that makes money or a reliable guy on a bad team when they wouldn't even consider going after DeAndre Hopkins.
I know they made the trade for McCole Hardman, and I don't know that. I don't think that's going to be. He has a connection with him, but I don't know if that was hey, we need him. Let's go 3. Get him. I don't know how much that changes anything, but I will say this: we know a very big time Kansas City Chiefs fan. That's a Tolo, and he's like, "Look, man, I know everybody keeps saying this, but it's not for us. It's not the reality." And I wonder if they're at a point now, Mike, where they're just like, we trust in Mahomes and Andy Reid so much. Yeah. We don't have problems because we can always fall in on that. And somebody said, don't sleep on Rashee Rice. But so far, he hasn't been, anything other than another guy.
I'm assuming that somebody texting in because they really liked him in the draft.
Probably so. Yeah, probably so.
And, hey, maybe a year or 2 from now, he helps. Maybe at the end of the year, he gets better. But you have to be honest with yourself. If Rice was on the Dallas Cowboys, is he better than CeeDee Lamb? No. Is he better than Brandon Cooks? Probably not. That makes him a number 3. You can just keep going down teams and go, gosh, all of these receivers on Kansas City mostly fit on what would be considered playoff teams as a number 3 receiver at best.
The number 2 is the Dolphins. Tua Tagovailoa is health concerns. Like there's always like that concern there, but he's done a fine job so far staying upright. He did his jiu-jitsu in the offseason. Looks like he's doing well there. But the middle of Vic Fangio's defense. I have a good friend who is a big-time Dolphins fan, and she was like, Vic Fangio needs to be fired. And I was like, whoa! And so that's quietly giving up more points than all of the other top 6 teams in the NFL, or all but 6 teams, but their offense is so good. That's where, Mike, whenever you're really assessing your team, and you say this a lot, and a lot of people get really upset whenever we say something like this. Broadus says this so many times. Self-assessment is so important to what your success is going to be. If you're not really looking at yourself and going, hey, can we make up for this? And if it's not working, then there's a problem. Number 3 is the Lions. And they've been interesting, man, at 5-1, but their offensive line's health so far is a big concern. The 49ers, I think that's where we kind of get into the big, like, this is the team, right? Because they beat the Cowboys so many times. They are the road to the NFC Championship, it feels like. At some point, you're going to have to go through them. It's the health of their star power. Christian McCaffrey, that's where the health is. Like, that's the Deebo Samuels, the Trent Williams, those guys. If they stay healthy, then the Niners are good. If they don't, what are the 49ers?
Right, especially when you consider like the 49ers that we're seeing in this iteration really got to their heights when they traded for Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And I don't remember, I think I was talking to KG, and one of the things that he was mentioning is like when it's with Christian McCaffrey, it's when you start seeing the injuries, then that season ends up being kind of injury plagued. And I know that sounds obvious, but like when you're not seeing that early on, he seems to be relatively durable. But once you start seeing kind of the nicks and bruises, do those then snowball? And so that I imagine is some level of concern for the Niners this year.
Yeah, and again that's why real assessment of yourself. The Eagles fall in at 5, and they say if it's not for their secondary injuries, which so far haven't like prevented them from doing what they want to do defensively, their offensive recklessness. That's something that I did not know, and I wasn't maybe thinking about, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do against Miami this week. And looking forward on November 5th, the day after what potentially could be Game 7 of the World Series. If they're offensively reckless, is that a place that you can expose them? For the Cowboys, here it is, Mike.
Okay.
Here it is, Reggie. The offensive line's durability. Would you agree that is the Dallas Cowboys' fatal flaw?
I was thinking, if I was going to guess, this team's ability to run the ball. So it goes hand in hand. That was going to be my guess, even though it's stopping the run too. I just feel like you have to have, I think it's been proven. You can say I'm wrong. It's fine. It's just my opinion. It's your opinion. That Dak has to have a strong running game to be a successful quarterback.
Okay.
And right now, because they don't, it puts Dak in positions that aren't maybe fair to his abilities at times.
I see that.
Especially with the way that Mike McCarthy's kind of molded this offense. A lot of the rhetoric was the idea that we want to make it better for our defense. We want to play to our defensive strength, which in some ways means you need to be able to run the football, because especially if you're going to have a lot of the quick passing West Coast offense, without you can't really do that without being able to run the ball somewhat successfully. So yeah, no, I think you're right in that regard.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fan text right now, and I think we need a power running back, like our running backs, but with our offensive line, I think we need more power in that part of the run game, which, I mean, Ezekiel Elliott was that. He just wasn't going to take a backseat to Tony Pollard, and the money was a situation there. Giving Dak a good number 2, Cooks is not cutting it, and Gallup is out in left field. Cooks, they just started establishing rapport. I'm going to give that some more time, because I know what I saw. I know what I was believing I saw in training camp, and I hadn't seen it until this Monday night.
Yeah, how are you making that jive? Because obviously I did not have the good fortune of going out to Oxnard, but it feels like all of you guys that went to Oxnard were kind of talking about some of the explosive type things that you saw that were being kind of developed and put in. And those of us that were not there, that are watching on TV or in the stadium, are not seeing the things that you described on the field. How are you kind of making that jive?
I don't understand why they haven't just opened all that up yet. And I don't know if it's one of those things where I'm just like, Mike McCarthy's unwilling to do it. He hasn't been in the right position because maybe they haven't had, the right plays that he needed beforehand to set up something like that. Maybe those things aren't working. Maybe the defenses aren't giving it to him. But we are past the point now where it is new offense. We are at a point where you should have gotten it. You should be in your offense. The installment's done. So now you should be at a point where you're moving forward and showing some progression. We just haven't seen that yet so far. Mike, I did see this from the 903. Somebody also did say the tight ends. We'll get into that a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But from the 903, I'm going to my first Rangers game tonight. First Rangers game. Or I'm going to the game tonight. Can y'all give me rules on how to cheer for a playoff baseball game? Can you walk through the rules for me? And I don't think these are rules, but this is what you should live by.
Strong suggestions.
Yes.
When your pitcher gets 2 strikes on any hitter, you're standing up and making as much noise as possible. It's third down. Just if you're a football fan, when a pitcher gets 2 strikes on a hitter, it's third down, and you have to get off the field. Same thing. There's 2 strikes, and if they throw a ball, you still stay on your feet. Now, as the pitch is being made, sometimes obviously it quiets down just because you anticipate or you're excited about, nervous about what now could happen. But you stay on your feet every 2 strikes. If you kind of feel like the team is lacking a little bit of energy, the other team has changed the momentum. It's your job to try to get the momentum back on your team's side. Can you physically do it? No, you do not have a bat in your hand. You do not have the ball to change anything. But what you do is you try to make the energy in the building feel electric. So there's times where you just need to start standing when your team comes to the plate. But when they get a base hit, you don't just clap and go, all right, next guy up. Are you going to let me clap, or am I going to be frustrated you got out? No, if a runner gets on base, we're up the rest of the inning. It's stand up Texas A&M style on the student section the rest of the inning. You can, when the inning ends, you sit down, you go to the restroom, you get your Coke, your beer, whatever you need, right?
Kevin.
Whenever there's 2 outs in an inning, with Andrew Heaney is pitching tonight, and let's just say he gets the first 2 guys out. It's standing, and we are, if you want to be a baseball town, if you want to be St. Louis, if you want to be Philadelphia, if you want to be Boston, and in a way you don't want to be Boston, but if you want to be these towns that are considered really tough to play, if you want to be, I hate saying this, if you want to be Houston Astro fans, which right now they understand baseball more than we do as a community because they've been in this freaking situation 7 straight years. There's more standing and more cheering, just like there is in football, where you're like, why am I cheering? It's 3rd and 12. We're probably going to get them off the field anyways. No, it's time to stand and cheer to make sure you try to help them get off the field. Make the game a little bit more difficult on them. When we have a runner on first base and you're screaming and yelling and cheering and everything, sometimes communication gets screwed up on fly balls that are in the gap because they can't hear each other. They can't hear them call each other off or on, like, I got it, take it, whatever's happening. They can't hear that anymore. So I feel like last night, the Astros, give them all the credit in the world. They took a little bit of momentum away from the Rangers. They took the fans out of the game, but the fans have to will themselves back into the game. You're not there to watch a baseball game. I hate saying that. You are not there to watch a baseball game. You are there to try to help your team as much as possible.
Also, if you're getting towels, wave those towels. You know, the wind might actually move a ball from the outfield back into the infield.
Yeah, man, get some Petey Pablo.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take care of that tonight. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's get back at it. More baseball nuggets with Mike Bass.
Let's talk about Max Scherzer and the concern going forward next.
fire. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Your American League Championship headquarters.
Adolis Garcia will touch them all. His 3-run blast has given Kentucky a 6-0 lead.
Your official home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. There's over 300 new Silverados on the ground and unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The set by Scherzer and the 1-2. And that's right down the middle for a call. Third strike. Fastball catches Abreu off guard. Scherzer records his second strikeout. This, the first looking.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, Baseball Nuggets brought to you by The Diamond Factory. Let's talk about Max Scherzer because obviously he was the big story going into Game 3. And before I give you my opinion on what I saw from Max Scherzer, let's hear cut 11 from Bruce Bochy on Max Scherzer's start.
Yeah, I thought he had good stuff. He did. He came out and had his normal velocity, but you're right. He didn't have his good slider tonight. Left a couple up. He's going to be a little rusty. It's been a month since he's been out there, but overall, though, I was really pleased with the stuff, and so it's only going to get better with him. But just made some mistakes there. They got the big 2-out hit early. The wild pitch and then a 2-out hit. But he was battling out there, but he's fine. He feels good, and that's the good news.
I agree with pretty much everything that he said there.
Because he's Bochy.
We'll see how he feels this morning. Yeah, unless you hurt yourself, you're going to feel fine after you're done pitching. In fact, it's always funny when kids that don't know any better and they don't really want to pitch anymore in that game, they're like, oh, I'm starting to feel sore. I'm like, where are you feeling sore? You can feel tired, but if you're sore, then this means we have an injury concern.
Yeah.
You're going to feel sore the next day. It's just like if you get done running, you're going to feel tired. But if there's like pain in your hip already, there's an injury there. When you wake up in the morning, that's when you're really going to start feeling your soreness. So the one thing from Max Scherzer is he wasn't bad in this. His velocity was solid. He had at times decent breaking balls, and Bruce Bochy, I agree with him. His slider was not there really. It was inconsistent at best. I thought he struggled to get to pound the strike zone into lefties and away to righties with his fastball. That ball would usually leak back to the middle of the plate. If you think of Maldonado's big hit that made it 3-0, that was supposed to be a fastball away that he threw it right down the middle. And so I don't know if those things are going to change if he has to pitch in Game 7. They better, or you're going to lose.
Right.
He cannot, just like when you watch the Rangers when they're hitting, and I'm sorry, Kramer. When we crushed Kramer in that game, the home game, and scored 6 runs very quickly. He wasn't throwing balls. Unfortunately, he was missing his spot. If you're a Baltimore fan, he's missing his spot in the zone. That was the issue with Max Scherzer. He wasn't having big misses. We needed him to miss worse than how he was missing. He was trying to throw the ball. The plate is 17 inches wide. So if you're trying to throw the ball on that 17th inch away and you throw it 5 inches in, now I'm getting close to the center of the plate.
Yeah.
The Houston Astros are going to hit you and hit you hard. And then the other thing, too, is he didn't have a slider that could really get them uncomfortable. Now, he did have 8 swings and misses out of his 64 pitches. But when I looked at the shape of his pitches, when I looked at the comfortability of the Houston Astros in the batter's box, they were comfortable.
Okay, that's not good.
That's the one thing when you look at Nate Eovaldi, when you look at Jordan Montgomery in the first 2 games, the Astros in the batter's box did not look comfortable taking swings. They were off balance. They weren't sure if they were throwing hard, if they were throwing soft. They were locating pitches up. I went over Eovaldi going up, down, side to side in that big bases loaded 5th inning situation the other day. Max Scherzer was not able to then elevate, throw the ball below the zone, or throw the ball in and then execute away. He did not have that ability. I didn't expect him to have that ability. That's why when people were asking me, it's Max Scherzer. He's a Bulldog. He's a Hall of Famer. I'm like, yeah, he's also a human being. I saw Michael Jordan against the Orlando Magic not look very good. And I know that was a year and a half off in a different sport, but the greatest, or arguably the greatest of all time, like you're just not going to be on top of your game. We saw Nate Eovaldi go through this. I don't know if it is pushed to a Game 7, if all of a sudden Max Scherzer is going to correct all those issues because he started one game through 64 pitches after having 5 weeks off.
The pitch that hit Alvarez's foot, he was trying to get him to swing.
It's a back foot breaking ball.
And it hit his back foot.
Right. You're not trying to hit his back foot, but what you want is you want the ball to look middle down for most of the pitch.
Okay.
And then you want it breaking down and in out of the strike zone, because down and in the strike zone with that pitch to a lefty, they're able to drop the bat head down and finish their swing, and that can be trouble. So he just got right. When you're a little bit inconsistent with your breaking ball, you try to yank it a little bit more. And unfortunately, it ended up hitting the back foot because you're not going to have a good feel for your release points and your breaks when you haven't pitched in a game for 5 weeks. You're just not. That's why they send you to the minor leagues to work on it in less competition, less of a big situation, but it is what it is. It's the ALCS, and Max Scherzer, he had his stuff. That's the good thing. His fastball looked like he had pretty much his fastball. He did not have his slider, which compromised him. I don't know how he works around that in Game 7. He struggled with that. The other thing, too, is we have to realize that might just be who Max Scherzer is. He might be, next year, an inconsistent slider pitcher. It's what he was with the New York Mets this year. So to say, well, that's what he was for 100 innings with the New York Mets, and that was not going to be an issue with the Rangers, unfortunately, and then with an injury, it probably is at 40 years old or close to what it could be. One thing that was interesting, I turned it over to Bally's after the game was over, and Bouchel was on with Leslie, and they have on CJ Nikowski from Georgia. And CJ tracks this stuff. I don't track it that much. Max Scherzer's extension this year was 6.5 feet. So if you think about it, if you had like a Mr. Stretch Arm, you could just place the ball in the catcher's mitt and the hitter could never see the ball and never get it. So the further you extend out, Randy Johnson, a guy like Chris Young, your general manager, the tougher it is to hit. Chris Young did not throw hard, but it was harder to the hitter because he's 6'10" and releasing the ball way closer to home plate. So it becomes tougher to hit. Max Scherzer's extension yesterday was about 6 feet. Throughout the season this year, it was 6.5 feet.
Oh, wow.
So that's 6 more inches that the hitter is getting to see the ball.
Wait, I'm gonna regret saying this, but I'm just gonna have to say it.
Yeah.
Where did those 6 inches go, Mike?
So here's what I think, and I don't know. Well, when you're dealing with a forearm injury / a little bit in the elbow injury, how confident are you to reach as far as you can, extend as far as you can? Now,
that's what Dane Dunning said he dealt with last year was his hip injury. He couldn't extend, and his ball wasn't dancing the way he wanted.
As you get a little bit older, your extension's probably going to be less. One, your flexibility and your hips and everything aren't going to be as flexible. You try your best to keep them as flexible as possible, but when you're 25 years old versus 40 years old, it's very tough to have the same flexibility, elasticity.
Yep, nice job.
That you're going to have. That's why people have to retire. Why do guys get worse? Well, everything gets a little bit slower. Our body movements get a little bit slower. Our flexibility, gets a little bit worse. So I don't have the perfect answer, Reggie. I think it's a great question, but when you're trying to evaluate a guy who hasn't pitched for 5 weeks based off of an arm injury, and then you see something stick out that says he's not getting full extension on his pitches, which means can he get the break that he wants on his breaking ball? Can he get the ball by guys with his fastball? Because for the majority of Max Scherzer's career, he could tell the hitter he was throwing a fastball and he could still get swings and misses. At this point in his career, it's a lot tougher. And so now if he's lost 6 inches of extension, I don't know if it's going to be the same if there is a Game 7. I don't know if it'll be the same if he's pitching in the World Series. Maybe they go over all these numbers with him. He's going to really work on trying to execute fastball away to righty and fastball into lefty in his bullpen session. He's going to work on his slider, and he's going to work on his strengths too. I thought he did a good job. Arm side fastball I thought was really solid and there most of the night. Throwing that ball on the inside corner to righties, he had that. He threw a couple of backdoor breaking balls. Backdoor breaking balls, when you don't feel like you're getting full extension, they don't need to break as much because you're starting them off the plate and just need them to catch that outside corner. So there were good things from Max Scherzer, but there wasn't enough that I say the next time out, he's going to have all those issues solved. He's going to have the extension he needs. Yeah. He's going to have the location he needs. He's going to get ahead in the count. And he's going to be able to put away hitters. I don't know, which scares me to death, the way Christian Javier dominated our lineup, the way Max Scherzer struggled with their lineup. Because remember, the first ball of the game, that was 10 feet away from it being 1-0 to start the game. And then the next time Altuve comes up, he takes a fastball about letter high and had no problem depositing it into left field. So Max Scherzer will start Game 7 if there's a Game 7. No doubt in my mind that he will. But will he be able to really execute the pitches after pitch after pitch after pitch that you need to? I don't know. I do not have the answer yes, and I will not guarantee a no.
From the 425, what I'm hearing, don't let it get to 7. Great stuff, Mike.
That's how I feel. Honestly, that's how I feel about this series.
All right, we'll get back after it here in just a little bit. Coming up next, though, it is time to talk with Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Next on The Fan.
Sports with in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how you doing this morning, sir?
Good morning. How's it going?
I was just telling Reggie, and I don't know if Mike was listening, but I feel a little relieved after the loss last night. I know, Mickey, we talk Cowboys, but you're a baseball fan too.
Right.
And I feel a little relieved. I was tense last night, Mickey. Like, I was sitting there on the at the house, and I was listening, and I was just like, I was on edge all night long. My whole family could see it. So
right.
I'm a little relieved, I guess, now that it's that
I'm wondering what's going to
lost.
change at 7:00 tonight. Why are you going to be more relaxed?
Now you'll be more nervous, right?
I don't know.
So I got a question.
Okay.
And I haven't seen anybody address this. So, and I think I know what Mike's going to say. Excuse me, but I understand what happened to Scherzer, right? But why did every pitcher that came in after him have to shake off mothballs? Like none of them had pitched forever. Right. And did he just kind of think, oh, we're not going to catch up, so I'm going to save my staff? Because I know he gave up 4 runs, but they gave up 4 more when the Rangers scored 5.
I think it's so tough, Mick, because the Rangers' bullpen depth is so being nice, inconsistent at best, is that Leclerc has pitched every game, and I get he's only going to come in if the Rangers were winning in the 9th inning. Chapman, if he would have pitched last night, let's just say to try to hold it at 7-4, he is not good pitching 3 out of 4 days, which that's what he would have done. And so then it's like, okay, save him. And then Spores has been used quite a bit in these playoffs. So he's like, all right, these guys who haven't pitched, because being honest, they don't trust them.
Right.
We're going to pitch them and hope that they can keep it here. It's their job. But unfortunately, I think also he was kind of hoping, could Stratton show me something? The reason we traded for him was to be what Spores is doing in these playoffs, and he didn't execute his game either. Will Smith was great at one point this season. They're like, could he really find it? And he freaking walked Bregman, man. You're not he was not, if people are wondering, you are not intentionally walking Alex Bregman to get to Yordan Alvarez.
Right.
So that was his major mistake in
then
Will
he had
Smith's
to pick
inning.
and then he had to pitch to Alvarez, right?
And so
I'm sitting there trying to take him out of the game, and they didn't listen to me.
Yeah, I just don't know.
I don't know. I don't know who you would have brought in.
I love these questions because it's always so tough. But today the Rangers don't have a starting pitcher either.
Right.
They only have 2 starting pitchers. So you're in a way going, how much do I use these guys knowing that they're probably going to have to pitch for me today? Heaney probably 2 to 4 innings. Dunning probably 2 to 3 innings. And that would be, if you get to the 7th inning, if those guys can pick up 18 outs, you avoid all of the guys that we saw last night pitch.
Right.
And that's the goal.
And it went through my mind. I was thinking he's got to save his staff.
Yeah.
And he can't keep pitching them every night, 4 in a row, because now, just what you said, has to pitch tonight. But I was still getting, don't let him throw to Alvarez. Oh, please.
And I'll tell you this, Mick, one of my former teammates is the advanced scout for the Phillies on this series. So it's great. He's been following the Rangers for this playoff run, and it looks like, there's a good chance he's going to get to use his stuff, all the stuff he's doing. There's a good chance that the Phillies advance and that his work will be possibly used for a World Series. Mm-hmm. And pretty much just giving away a basic thing that he wouldn't mind at all is, if you can get to the Rangers bullpen before the 6th inning, you're going to win every game.
Right.
That's how other teams feel. Whether it happens or not, we'll find out. But the other teams feel like, if we get to the bullpen that we saw last night, you will win every time in the playoffs.
Well, that's the way I felt too, by the way.
Yeah.
Mickey, thanks for coming on and asking questions. Appreciate that.
By the way, I just saw A-Rod in the lobby here at the Star.
Oh yeah, he works with. I heard him on with Sean RJ this morning. He's invested in
workout
Cowboys
facilities.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
So he's scouting.
Yeah, he is working with Jerry just a little bit.
Very good.
I have a couple things to get with you, and then we'll let you enjoy your weekend, Mickey.
Thank you.
I saw your piece on Bell, and I was looking through that, and I just wanted, Has Dan Quinn maximized what he can get out of Bell, or is there more to develop there?
Well, I think as a linebacker, I think there's more to develop because he was kind of moonlighting as a linebacker, being a safety. But, at his size, like 6'1", I think they list him at 215. He looks more, heavier than that. I think there's something there that, maybe he is the next Jaron Curse. To continue, developing a guy to be in that big nickel role. But I thought he played awfully well for the number of snaps. Now, that was the most snaps, 39 he had. It was 53%. That was the most snaps he's had in a single game in his career.
Okay.
And his 7 tackles was second most in a game, and the most was in the opener against the Giants. But he was kind of in there at the end in mop-up duty. It's 40-0, and he had 8 tackles. So for playing prominent snaps in a game that, is on the line, I thought he played awfully well. And by the way, we're talking about a player that was an undrafted free agent last year.
Yeah.
He's made a significant rise in his year and almost a half that he's been here with the Cowboys.
Does it kind of feel like there's Dan Quinn? It's going to be a while before Dan Quinn completely is able to do all the things he wants, considering he's had to replace some pieces.
Well, he did, but I think the key thing is, and Joe Witt was talking about it yesterday, and talking about Bell, saying the trend in the NFL right now is seemingly going towards positionless players, that you don't say, okay, he's a linebacker or he's a safety, because as Joe Witt said, you want to get the most, as many of the best players you have on the field at the same time. So don't worry about the position. Now, obviously, you're not going to play a safety at defensive tackle, but the defensive tackle might be able to play defensive end or vice versa. The linebackers might be able to play safety. Cornerback might be able to come in and, play closer to the line of scrimmage. So I think that's what he means about positionless. And, even on offense, what you're seeing with, running backs, wide receivers at running back, things like that. And by the way, with Lipke, okay, he's a fullback, but he can carry the ball. And I thought on 1 or 2 alignments that he lined up like a tight end on the line of scrimmage. They're trying to use the players in a bunch of different spots, and it's probably not a bad idea, and it kind of starts with Micah. Is he a defensive end? Is he a linebacker? Well, he was both in that game. And he almost played every snap, and he usually doesn't do that. But a lot of the snaps were at linebacker. That way he wasn't having to necessarily take on a 300-pound guy every play.
All right, so we have Evan Carter batting third. Obviously, a guy who has helped out the Rangers a lot in the last half here of the season. I'm tying this into a Cowboys question.
I know this is good.
So it's a bye week, and I know we're not at the halfway point, but when we get past the halfway point, who do you think could have a bigger impact on the Cowboys' second half of the season, Mozzie Smith or Schoonmaker?
I think Schoonmaker, from just kind of what I've seen taking place, but he's got to have the opportunity, right? Because Ferguson's done pretty well, and without Peyton Hendershot in there, he's gotten to play more. I think he's got some untapped potential that they haven't leaned on yet. As for Mozzie, I just think he continues to need some more time. They've been very how do I put it? Kind of sparse with his snaps so far. But Schoonmakers seem to be going up and up and up. So I think he's got a lot there. He's a pretty good blocker at tight end. Those things get overlooked. And that's part of the running game. Your tight end, if you're going to play 2 tight ends at the same time, or even 1, and you're trying to run the ball, that guy's got to block. And I thought this group of guys between McKeon, Schoonmaker, and Ferguson a much better blocking tight end group than they've had in quite some time.
And I think Mike was asking, kind of when we were talking about this off air a little bit. I'm kind of curious your thoughts on Jalen Tolbert and maybe incorporating him more into the offense. Is that something that you like? I don't know where you feel on the Gallup thing, but is Jalen Tolbert that far behind, or can he make an effort or make that much of a push?
No, I think he already has, and and there were some sets in that game they used 4 wide receivers, and he was the 4th. I think they'll continue to work him. I want to see him use Turpin more at wide receiver.
Yeah.
If there's somebody going to be used, because I want to see some speed on the field. And what's happened, especially in these last 2 games, the defenses are playing their San Diego. I knew I'd do it. Los Angeles playing their safeties 20 yards off the line of scrimmage. So they were saying, if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to drive 75 yards in 10 plays. We're not giving up a big one. We're going to make sure that you have to nibble underneath, and at some point you're going to run out of downs before we run out of yards. And and for the most part, it was working because that is one of the reasons why they're not getting anything deep down the field. Teams are saying, no, you're not. And the way to beat that is you got to run the ball on a normal front. And teams are stopping the run without having to drop somebody else in the box. So they're not facing 8-man fronts to stop the run. They're stopping it with 7 or 6. And you've got to take advantage of that. So the thing that has to improve with this team is running the football. And to improve running the football, the offensive line has to play much better than it has in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and then sync up a little bit. All right, Mickey, we appreciate your time, good sir. We will talk with you on Monday.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Be on the edge of your seat again tonight.
I'll try to keep the heart rate down. I appreciate it, Mickey.
Okay, take care.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnuolo, our Dallas Cowboys insider.
I'll be standing a lot in Section 30.
Okay, all right.
My 2 boys.
And look, man, everybody, a lot of texts came in after you told your rules, and they were like, thank you.
Strong suggestions.
What's that? Yes, strong suggestions. Yep. But I'm hopeful that everybody's in with you tonight, man, because they need a win. All right, here is something that I went to the fridge to get a Dr. Pepper, and I came back and I was.
Did you have a Dr. Pepper when you came back?
I do have. It's a Dr. Pepper zero sugar.
Nice.
I like them. They're very tasty.
It's amazing how they've done this, all these zeros, and they don't taste to me any different than the regular.
This tastes as close as I've had. The Coke Zero right now, it tastes fantastic.
All right, enough of this.
Anyway, the whole point is since Monday, there have been, or maybe Tuesday, there have been a thing of fries. 3 large boxes of McDonald's fries in the refrigerator.
Yeah, so somebody got like value meals or something?
Yeah, or maybe it was Monday night. Maybe it was the pre- and post-game show. They had some, and they just threw them in the fridge and said, we'll get back to those later. I'm not sure. Carter's shaking his head no over there. But they're sitting in the fridge right now. They've been sitting in there for days. And you can't do that. You listen, man. There's no way those fries are any good anymore.
Right.
First
I know
off,
the air fryer has done an amazing job of making fries again.
Yeah, bringing fries back to life is an incredible. Like that, if you buy an air fryer for that alone, it's worth it.
Oh, really?
Fries are a ticking time bomb. Within 15 minutes, they're not good.
Hold on. Did you hear what he just said?
Yes, 100%.
Within 15 minutes, you agree?
It's a very quick. It is fries become bad very quick.
Okay. Because they are better
once
hot.
Once they get cool, that's one negative. The other thing too is they lose crispiness. That's another negative.
Yeah, those things are soggy, and McDonald's fries are supposed to be crispy.
Right. Well, it just because they have about, like Reggie is saying, I might give it more like 30 minutes max, but yeah, it is a short shelf life to make a fry.
It really is a half-life. You're losing quality after 15. Maybe they're still edible, but they're not as good as they could be in 30.
And really, when you look at nutrition-wise and for your French fries are one of the worst things you can eat. Like, there's not much worse than eating French fries for your body. They do fill you up, but there's so much negative to it that it better be a great tasting fry, because to put fries in your body with them not even tasting very good and being cold and soggy and not crispy. It's just it's a really bad thing. So if I'm going to eat a fry, it needs to be a good hot right out of the grease fry.
Oh yeah, I do like Whataburger fries when I'm fine with them not being crispy. I like those soggy. It's just the way Whataburger is. You can fold them up and get more ketchup, and I love. So
you're
Whataburger
more
ketchup.
of the ketchup.
But I do love the Brahms fry is my favorite. I mean, even though the tater tot is the single best fry,
because it's crinkly.
It's not a fry.
But
it's a tot.
On the truckwreck.com text line, we're getting professional opinions who says they work in fast food and their good time on fries
is
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Okay.
All
Do
right.
they toss them out if they fry them? They throw them in that area where they salt them. Like, let's just take McDonald's, for example. I don't think they do this, but after 15 minutes, do they just take that batch and throw them out?
I have no idea. I never worked in fast food, thankfully.
We got to sound silly right now, and I'm okay with that. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot.
So are you going to go eat those fries then?
I'm going to go throw them
not.
in the trash.
Pepper Creators and Caleb Williams makes a case for idiocy supremacy. Next to the fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Franklin are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Franklin & Franklin for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. You can hear all the Rangers action right here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler will have the call tonight. We will set you up as we have former Major League pitcher Mike Bassick joining us every single day.
Did you forget his
How
name?
much?
I almost said Maddox.
Well, it's okay. How much do you think Derek Holland jinxed the Texas Rangers?
1,000%.
He wouldn't wear it off the chest.
Yeah. And then what?
And then he was there.
Yeah. What about Creed? I heard Creed was at the game last night. Did they jinx it too? Is that like which one's
How
the
much
bigger?
did Ian Kinsler jinx? I was teasing Derek Holland. You were on the text chain. Way to go. Everything was way to go, Derek. Anything happened good for Houston, I was like, thanks a lot, Derek.
Did you enjoy, like, did Kinsler throw a good pitch? Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right.
I bet. I'm just going to bet people like Ian Kinsler, even though I've talked to Michael Young about this, which is surprising. He never pitched, never wanted to pitch, didn't want to. But I'm just, usually people like an Ian Kinsler or whatever, they pitched in high school.
Yeah.
You know, it just became that he was so good at being a position player that I think he went to Arizona State, I think, if I have his college career right. Like, it was like, all right, I am moving on to just playing middle infield or whatever. But usually guys that are that good, that are that athletic and coordinated out of sport, usually pitch and then play a position.
He and Derek have a very tight relationship. Like those two, like Derek loves him. And Ian obviously came on here on our show and took a shot at Derek.
Yeah.
And then obviously it was Kevin that set him up for that shot. But it was all in fun and it was a lot of fun. All right. It is time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Text in right now and let us know if your friend is an idiot for a terrible sports or pop culture statement that they've made. From the 469, it was not Derek. It was Ian wearing a Rangers jersey. It was not wearing a Rangers jersey. Derek was catching the pitch.
I can understand if you didn't see it. Ian Kinsler was wearing his Team Israel jersey from the World Baseball Classic, which he was the manager of.
Yeah.
Yes, if you don't, Ian is Jewish, and so he was supporting right now, obviously, the war that is happening in Israel. So that's why he decided he wore a Rangers hat and his Team Israel jersey.
877-881-1053. If your friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, if you think your friend is an idiot, call him out right now. South Carolina's Shane Beamer says he broke his foot in frustration following the heartbreaking loss to Florida as the Gamecocks went down to Florida. Ross is looking at me real weird back there, and I'm kind of concerned.
I don't know how much of a college football fan Ross is. He might have been drawn offside by learning the mascot of South Carolina.
Okay, gotcha. The foot injury, the kicking things, breaking things whenever you're mad about something. That's an idiot move. If you're gonna punch a wall, you might hit a stud. Make sure you're just punching through the sheetrock.
That was your issue. It's just like, first you need to make sure that you get a stud finder, and then circle the points in your wall where it's okay to punch.
Don't hurt yourself because you're mad about something. I guess they were up 10 points.
Or punch soft thing.
Midway through the fourth quarter, gave up 2 touchdown passes to Graham Mertz in the final 5 minutes. Lost their fourth game of the season.
That would make me mad, though. Like, Florida is gone with a development plan of trying to be some level of, like, Wisconsin South.
Uh-huh.
And so, like, you hear Wisconsin South, that does not strike you as a team that's going to quick strike you late in games and come back in that fashion. And you let Graham Mertz in Florida do that to you. I imagine that's frustrating. I get that.
But and it doesn't say what he kicked. I always want to know what you did. Like, because my buddy once, he had a mirror, like the mirror on the side of the car.
Oh, okay.
And I know I have punched a wall before. Fortunately, it went right through the sheetrock. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No. And I also one time threw a wrench and it stuck in the wall. And so now that's where my tool goes. It would go in the wrench. Actually, it was the old house, but I did that once.
Got you.
I was mad, man. I was trying to fix the spring on my garage door. Should have just called
No,
Tolbert
I would not
Garage.
touch it because those are also like under real high tension, and I'd just be super afraid that I end up with a major injury trying to mess with that.
My garage door it won't open or close.
Call
It's
Tolbert.
open right now. I don't know what happened. Obviously, we went out of town, and I don't know why it just won't move.
I'm telling you, dude, Tolbert Garage, fantastic
You
work.
have two teenage boys. It's definitely their
Yeah, it
fault.
could have been them.
They definitely did something.
Or my father.
Oh, no.
Well,
You're calling out Pops?
He stayed over. It's what we call him, Pops. Yeah, he stayed over and watched him over the weekend. But something happened to the garage door where it does not work anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with that, Mike. I got a number for you. I'll shoot you his number. He's the best, dude. All right. And I saw this. The creator of the Guinness World Record's new hottest pepper collapsed after eating one. A new pepper that is 3 times hotter than previous Guinness World Record holder hit the market this week. Pepper X rates at an average of
Thanks for nothing, Elon.
2.693 million Scoville units.
They grew it like they just grew a plant, and then how do they know? This is interesting how they know these
I wonder, do they like crossbreed with certain things in order to try and accomplish a certain Scoville
Look,
rating?
I am not a pepper scientist yet. all right?
Botanist.
But, well, I don't know if botany is necessarily. Like, what if it's just like creating flavors? I don't know how it works.
Okay, very good.
But it's hotter than law enforcement grade pepper spray.
What is? Okay.
Which
I thought you were
can-
going to say law enforcement grade peppers, and I was like, what?
Which can reach up to 2 million Scoville. So, like, when you're getting sprayed with pepper spray, hot. It's intended to put you down, all right?
I just do not understand the feeling and the sensation of just needing to eat something that is purely hot. Right? Like, I eat spicy stuff because the spice has flavor.
Yes.
You're just torturing yourself at that point.
Yeah, to challenge something. I don't know. It's created by the Puckerbutt Pepper Company.
Sure.
Which also developed the previous 10-year record holder of the Carolina Reaper. So this new Pepper X, I guess the creator of it ate one and then collapsed after eating it. I don't know anything beyond his collapse.
That's comeuppance. That's what you get.
That's what you get for trying to. It's like us with AI.
You are in your find out era. Yes.
We are effing around,
That's
and we will
right.
find out
Exactly.
what will happen whenever you're in. Did you hear how long it took me to be like comfortable saying that?
That's
by
right.
The way?
Yeah, you notice the way that I said that, right? I was like, look, man, we'll leave the rest to the imagination because I'm not going anywhere near that. I don't want to pull a Mickey Spagnola.
That is the way that I'm always kind of nervous about that stuff. Caleb Williams is. So are we humans an idiot then for creating hotter
That's right.
peppers
Yep.
than they should be? Somebody says, how does the Pepper X compare to the one chip challenge?
Let's do. What was the Scoville rating on the Pepper X?
That was 2.693 million Scoville. And from the 903, he had stomach cramps for 2 hours after eating it. I do know my
Gross.
oldest kid, Avery, he did the one chip challenge at school one day. And I had to leave early to go pick him up, which I should have just left him.
Mm-hmm.
But the nurse was like, he does not feel good. And I was like, why does
Did
he
he eat
feel
the whole chip?
He ate the whole chip.
Oh,
Didn't
what
just
is-
take a
why?
bite.
On an empty stomach.
What is?
And so
Kids don't think. I don't know why.
and this was like his, 8th grade year or something like that. He has since learned. He was like, I'm the Spice King. And I was like, you're not the Spice King, bro. Like, just let it go. Have you found out?
Apparently, the internet does not want to work in my favor.
Oh, no.
Because I'm like one click away, except it's not going. Although, look, we don't have an official Scoville rating for the chip itself.
Okay.
However, it's seasoned using the seasoning in the chip contains 2 of the hottest peppers, Carolina Reaper, which is 1.7 million, and the Naga Viper pepper, which is about 1.4.
Okay.
So we're just not in the same. We're not in the same range at all.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, that's where we know we are. Like, if you're doing that for like just for fun, you enjoy your fun. Don't try and force it on me, though. Caleb Williams. This is interesting. The NFL has said, hey, look, they've come out and they've already said, you're not getting ownership of the team. You're not getting partial ownership of the team. But Caleb Williams, per multiple sources, says that he had been making it known to prospective agents that he wanted partial ownership of the team that selects him in the 2024 draft if he declares for the draft. Likewise, Aaron Rodgers attempted to secure equity in the Jets as he was going through that. But the NFL was like, look, you can't. We're not doing that. That's not going to be allowed. You want to buy a team, you buy a team after your career's over, but you can't include that in your demands as you're getting. Is Caleb Williams going to be a diva problem, or is he an idiot for that? Or is this a smart business move to try and say, hey, I'm setting up because I want to get big things when I get drafted?
My opinion on this is where sports has changed so much in my lifetime. I'm 45 years old. And if you think about it, they just did the movie that didn't work out, but it is, factually true. In 1982-ish, Magic Johnson signs a contract for 25 years for $25 million total. And it was like, oh my gosh. Nolan Ryan, when he signed with the Houston Astros, was the first player in Major League Baseball history to make $1 million a year playing baseball. It doesn't seem that long ago. Maybe it does, but I think our world, especially in sports, has changed so much with so much money coming into it. Players 20 years ago and before that, it just wasn't really imaginable that they could make enough money in sports to then be an owner in sports. Now, I get it. Magic Johnson has done that. Alex Rodriguez, Michael Jordan. I totally get that it has happened over the last 20 years. But I think this is such a quick thing that has happened with how much money has come into sports that now young men or young women, I guess, are thinking a little bit differently about their career and their path than people like Michael Jordan thought about when he was leaving North Carolina to go to the Bulls.
Also, we're seeing teams actively throw light seasons on fire to try and get the next big thing quarterback.
Yep.
And so that gives them a certain level of leverage, and I do appreciate the idea that these guys are looking up and being like, this leverage, I can try and utilize it. I don't think he's going to win in that regard, but I don't look, as the text line said, shoot or shoot.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give it a shot, and if they give you that, then you have a equity in one of the biggest sports investments that you could possibly have.
Yeah, man. I think he realizes that's long money. That is a different, owning a part of a football team is different than having cash in your pocket.
Quick question. How much Caleb Williams have you guys watched this year?
I've watched a few games.
Less than I watched last
year. A lot, yeah.
Is he worse this year?
He doesn't look as good, but I also think his offensive line, if you listen to Carter the other day during his offensive line, they lost two of their best offensive linemen to the draft, and that defense is just trash. But I don't think he's as good as he looked last year. But that could be just, maybe they figured a little things out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the team is just not as good. I think he's still a very good quarterback. I also think that people kind of started getting over their skis where once we know a name, we're like, oh man, he's going to be the greatest. And people were like, he's undoubtedly QB1. Drake May is still really good. And I think once we start building that, because teams are lighting seasons on fire to try and get the next guy, we start getting collapse for Caleb, and I think that also inflates some of our visions on him.
Collapse for Caleb. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's go around the entire NFL and ask the questions like, are the numbers down, but they're still good? Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings, with over 300 new Silverados on the ground and unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Glad to have you, Tolos, with us. If you're new to the show, if you're like, you know what, I got to find where the Rangers station is. I got to start listening to what they're doing. Are they talking Rangers? We will get back into some Rangers action coming up here at noon. And don't worry, we got Joe Davis from Fox joining us at 1:15.
I don't want to forget this. One of my son's friends, he's 13 years old. He took a picture with two guys on the concourse yesterday, and I recognized one of them, but for some reason his name wasn't coming to mind. I'm like, that's a Ranger.
Nolan Ryan.
He took, you know who was at the game just walking around? Wyatt Langford and Sam Huff.
What? Oh, really?
Yeah, so he's like, I don't know if he knew, I don't know who knew, but Sam Huff would be known as in, you've seen him in a Rangers uniform. He's a tall guy. You can kind of be like, oh, but Wyatt Langford looks pretty normal. Like he doesn't stand out in a crowd. But yeah, yesterday at the game, I don't know if it was a parent or the 13-year-old kid is just a huge Texas Ranger fan or whatever, but he sent like his team this photo going, hey, look who I took a picture with just randomly in the concourse. It was Wyatt Langford and Sam Huff.
Wow.
Just there in street clothes watching the game.
There to see Derek take one off the chest. And he didn't. Yep. Derek caught it.
He just caught it.
He was, by the way, he was told he couldn't. So
I knew that would be the case. Which is probably smart from, I'm going to assume, John Blake.
Yeah, probably. John Blake does a good job at protecting the image
and stopping our shenanigans
of the Texas Rangers, and definitely stopping our shenanigans.
Because we need to be stopped.
We? Yep. 877-881-1053. Reggie says we need to be stopped when it comes to shenanigans.
Menaces.
Do you agree? Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL, dip into some gridiron gravy. What's your favorite shenanigan that we have done? Now, you don't have to answer that. I was just putting it out there for the text and the world.
I don't know everything you guys accomplished at night.
And there's so much. Oh, my God.
We accomplished a lot.
They made Parker put cranberry sauce in his pants.
Yeah, that happened. That did happen.
Didn't y'all make him call his mother and tell him about his exploits?
That was mine. I had to call no, I called my mom and asked her how I was conceived.
Ah, okay, there it is.
Which, that was a weird story. There were things I did not need to know and did not need a visual of. Anyway, Brian Baldinger. He could have been in My Buddy's an Idiot.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. Whew, okay.
Brian Baldinger believes that the Atlanta Falcons could win the Super Bowl if they plug in Tom Brady as their starting quarterback. Are we officially at the point where you all believe Tom Brady is done?
That's right.
Yes.
He is retired.
Yes.
Even though every commercial he's in and every time somebody talks to him, there's the question and the joke. We're at that point now. So let's just leave that alone, right? I also don't think that the Atlanta Falcons are there. I think they need a better quarterback than Desmond Ridder. I definitely do agree with that.
They could win that division if they had a better quarterback than Desmond Ridder.
I think that's true.
And then you're in the tournament.
Yes.
And what do they always say? Get in.
Just get in.
Yeah.
I know this is a little bit
And be the
off
best
topic,
team.
on topic. Yeah. I have been wondering recently who Kyler Murray is going to be the quarterback of next year. It's not going to be the Cardinals.
Okay.
At least I don't believe that. I think it's a very small percentage. But I was thinking about Atlanta. I was thinking about teams like that go, hey, if we have the right coaching staff, right mentorship, Kyler Murray's talent is tremendous. When he's healthy, which he's had a big issue with, and when he's focused, which he's had a big issue with, he is one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And I just think there's going to be a team, whether it's Washington, Atlanta, I don't know about Tampa. They have Baker Mayfield. I don't know, but there's going to have to be a team that looks at Kyler Murray the way that maybe the Rams looked at Matthew Stafford. It's going to be different because Stafford was an older guy, different quarterback, but there's going to be a team that looks at Kyler Murray and go, we can get him for nothing. I don't want to say nothing. We can get him for, I don't know, maybe I'm too low on this standard. We can get him for a third and a fourth round pick, like a third in 2024 and a fourth in 2025 that becomes a third if he starts 80% of our games or something like that. When you talk about Atlanta, I just wonder how much would Kyler Murray change their fate if in the offseason they traded for him?
He'd be better than Ritter. I completely feel that way. And with the weapon of Bijan Robinson right now, because Bijan Robinson is don't classify him a running back. I think Arthur Smith would just classify him, maybe he has, weapon. Like he's Christian McCaffrey and not the same mold, but he can
Are you saying running back is a bad word?
Somebody said the other day, they were like, hey, wait, I thought running backs don't matter. And I think it's the way you use your running back is what matters the most. And right now, the best way to use a running back is get him the ball in multiple different ways. And that's the best avenue. And I think there are certain running backs that can do that. And I don't think that they're taking full advantage of what that offense can do. And I think Arthur Smith understands that he's missing something there. So that's where that stands. And then somebody said, would the Cowboys win if they had Tom Brady? That is an interesting, very, very interesting question.
Saw Tom Brady's career did come to a close last year. He was not good at the end. For finally, everybody calling for his demise for like a 3 or 4 year period. It did happen at the end of last year.
Never wrong, just early.
Tom did not have anything left, and it happens to everybody.
Mike McCarthy, and we're going to play another clip from him. Let's get cut 16 here. But Mike McCarthy was on Mad Dog Radio and was talking with Adam Shine. And he said this when he was asked to describe his quarterback.
I love Dak Prescott as our quarterback. I think the way he's built all the way through, obviously his physical skill set is excellent, but what he endures mentally and emotionally compared to the other 31 is unique. I've never seen, and speaking on experience of being around great quarterbacks, I've never seen a quarterback under a microscope like he is. And just his consistency, and his personality and work ethic and how he handles all that and navigates all that and he gets out and goes out and performs it every week. I think it's special what he has to endure. I just think the intensity of the microscope on Dak is I've never seen anything like it. So for him to be as consistent and his attitude's very much the same every day as far as he attacks the preparation part of it. I think it's, you have to be unique to deal with that, and especially with this year 8, 9 for him. So he's been dealing with this a long time here. The intensity is like I said, nothing like I've ever seen.
I always do wonder this because he's dead on. I mean, Aaron Rodgers didn't get that in Green Bay. As much as like they love the Green Bay Packers up there, it's a different microscope that's looking at him. They're looking at him through, just regular glasses. Here it is very different. And I was wondering this, when you sign the contract for whatever he signed his contract for, $40 million a year. I mean, he knew what this role was. He knew what the job was, and he accepted that part of it. And that's kind of one of the reasons that Dak does such an exceptional job at staying down the middle with his quotes, not going too far one way or the other to offend. A lot of people will say it's offensive because he offended one side or the other or whatever. But he's right down the middle with everything. Very A-Rod. A-Rod was very politically correct while he was a Ranger. He didn't say a lot of things that would step out of line. And I often wonder if whenever they're getting ready to sign, they're like, man, that money is just too good. I have to take that money even though I know all the crap that's going to come along with it. I wonder how many other quarterbacks, how many other people would say, nah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it for me. And I don't think any of them would. Every single one of them would sign up to be the Cowboys quarterback.
And then we find out who can handle New York Yankees situation and who can't. Everybody wants to be the Cowboys quarterback because I do think there's a lot of jealousy with, let's say, Dak Prescott, for instance, because it is the most popular position in all of sports. It's the Cowboys quarterback is the most. He has all of these commercials. And when you think about who gets commercials, Aaron Rodgers did have State Farm or Allstate, whichever it is, forever. And now it's to Patrick Mahomes. Well, how did a dude in Kansas City get that commercial? How did a dude in Green Bay get that commercial? They won championships.
Yep.
They won MVPs. Dak doesn't have to do that. So there's two sides of it, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Dak has to deal with a lot of crap. And some people would say, from you, Mike. And I would say, partially true. But Also, Dak gets things that other people never get offered because he's the Cowboys quarterback. Because Kirk Cousins has to win a championship or an MVP. If Sleep Number wants Kirk Cousins, they don't want Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins' agent could call up or has called up Tempur-Pedic or Sleep Number or whatever, Fritos, and like, I want my guy on these commercials. Have you seen him on the Netflix thing? Have you seen how good of a guy he is, how nice of a person he is? They're like, yeah, the issue is he's the quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, and you guys haven't been in a Super Bowl. You guys haven't won a championship. So we don't care. People don't really know who the quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings are. They know whether he's good or bad or indifferent. They know who the quarterback of the Cowboys are. And let's face it, when Dak is done, he's going to have a $20 to possibly up to $40 million a year job calling games in the NFL on some streaming channel.
Yeah. No, it's that is
he gets it no matter what. He gets it.
Yeah, and so that is
Cowboys.
I mean, Tony Romo got it, and it was a different level. Like right now, it's even more heightened because we have so much more ability to access, information and get the messages out there. Tony Romo experienced it too. You're not as good as this, and you never will be, or you're the greatest. And it was the same thing because he was the Cowboys brand. And it was built by the guys like Roger Staubach and Aikman, and it just went to a next level every time technology's helped out.
Maybe I'm wrong. Think about this in media. Who was kind of the first ever Monday night crew?
Was it Don Meredith?
Don
Yeah.
Meredith. Now, I might be wrong on that. It might be somebody right before them, but it was Don Meredith with Howard Cosell for a long time, right? And then you have, all right, Roger didn't want to do it. Danny White he's on the national radio broadcast still to this day, Danny White. Then you have Troy Aikman, the number one guy forever at Fox now, Monday Night Football. You have Tony Romo.
Jason Garrett.
Jason Garrett.
He was a backup quarterback and head coach.
All you have to do is be part of the Dallas Cowboys. Success does not equate to all the other extra opportunities. At the same time, you do have to deal with a lot of crap as the head coach or the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, how can the Rangers possibly stop the Astros from mounting a comeback? We do it next on The Fan.
DFW. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Set by Abreu. And the pitch. And that's looped toward right. That's a base hit. Rounding third is Simeon, and he will score. Adolis just poking that one the opposite way. And the Astros lead is cut to 8-5.
And, Mike, I did text you and Kevin and Derek that last night. I was like, hey, man, can we – sorry, Reggie. Dang, now I'm in a weird situation. But I did text you last night, and I was like, can we stop? Can we stop trying to pull this dude's stuff? Just go opposite field. Now,
you're talking about
Christian Javier.
Okay.
And I felt like most of the hitters, like Adolis in that one at bat, he gets up and he puts one into right field. Nathaniel Lowe puts one into left field. And I was like, let's go opposite field with this and maybe it's just me just listening to John Smoltz and going, oh, he just told me how easy this is.
Right.
And it just kind of, but it made sense. A lot of these guys are up there trying to pull one, maybe trying to hit the 3-run home run or whatever, and it's not going to work for you right then. And I just felt like that was a good opportunity to get runners on base, put runners on base, put pressure on this guy because he's feeling none of it right now. So that was last night's game.
I think it's always tough because you're always seeing it from your perspective.
Yes.
Your team's perspective, right? Christian Javier was great. Like there wasn't much. He wasn't throwing many pitches like, well, there's another one down the middle we screwed up on. Like Max Scherzer was screwing up and throwing the ball down the middle too much, right? It happens. And then the rest of our relievers were doing the same thing. Or they were walking Alex Bregman, very good hitter. But Alex Bregman knows if I walk, we're going to score because Yordan Alvarez is behind me. So I would just say I'm going to give Christian Javier a lot of credit. That being said, Justin Verlander kind of shut us down. 6 2/3, 2 runs. And then if you look at Framber Valdez, we did bleed him to death.
Yeah.
And what that means is you hit a ground ball up the middle, base hit. You hit a blooper to left field, base hit. You hit a ground ball back to him, he threw it away. Then you hit another soft hit. That was a hard hit by Adolis was the fourth batter. So he had a hard line drive to right field. Then you had another soft hit. Then Nate Lowe finished kind of the inning off by hitting a grounder to the left side. That's what we call bleeders, right? They work, and it got 4 runs. But you weren't killing the ball against Framber Valdez. Now, you did have a home run in the 3rd inning, and then that was it. That's all you did the rest of the game. And so right now, the Rangers in these 3 games, one thing that the Astros can look at, I'm not trying to say the Astros are going to win this series, but one thing they can look at and say, guys, if we can push this forward, they did not hit Verlander well. Now, the Rangers can say they didn't hit Montgomery well, so good luck in that matchup. You could look at favorable Rangers, but the Rangers did not make Verlander sweat too much in that game. Framber stunk it up to start the game, but when I say stink it up, by giving up a ground ball, a blooper, a ground ball back to him, a line drive to right field, a soft single, and a ground ball to the left side. That's how we scored all our runs in that inning. It was not gappers. It was not the Rangers going up there and crushing the ball. So yesterday, Christian Javier had your number. He's done it before. He's part of a no-hitter last year in the World Series. So, I mean, and that was against the Phillies. We've seen the Phillies hit. I know it was last year, but they have a very similar lineup. They've added Trey Turner, which is scary. But I just look at it with the Rangers, and I go, look, Urquidy needs to make some mistakes. And when he does, the Rangers have to take advantage of him. They've done a tremendous job against Tampa and against Baltimore hitting mistakes. And the Astros, for the most part, has pitched really well in this series. So have the Rangers. Game 1 and 2, you outpitched them. But this has not been, for the most part, a slugfest. Last night it got close, but Christian Javier's first 5 innings or 5+ innings really made it difficult on you to get into a slugfest because he just wasn't throwing too many what I would consider very hittable pitches.
So the one thing I didn't love seeing last night, and I know it's different pitcher and everything, but I didn't love seeing Kyle Tucker hit one really hard last night. And was that, I'm not really exactly sure who was pitching on that moment, but that's a dude that I felt like if he finds it, which he hasn't been that hot lately, if he finds it, we're in trouble. And then he hits one really hard last night off the wall, and I was like, dadgummit. I didn't want that. I wanted him to continue struggling through the rest of this series. Mike, is it sometimes a guy gets one hit like that, and he's like, okay, I've kind of refound the because we thought that about Nathaniel Lowe, and maybe we thought that about Simeon. It looks like Simeon's kind of back into it a little bit.
Yeah, he did go 0 for 3, Simeon, yesterday. But look, it happens. I will say this, that you have to see what pitches they're swinging at. Are they expanding their zone? Corey Seager's expanding his zone
Definitely
right now.
is.
Okay, so that's not good. And then Corey Seager
is he expanding his zone because he's so aggressive?
He's always aggressive. Remember, he swings at more. He swings at, I think, 82% of strikes that are thrown to him. He has a good contact rate, but there's very few people, and then he might be number one. He swings at the most strikes in Major League Baseball, not just in the playoffs. I think in all of baseball, when you throw Corey Seager a strike, I believe, I'm not 100% sure about this, but he swings. When you throw a strike that is considered a strike, whether he swings or not, he swings at that pitch 82% of the time.
Okay, and I do,
which is good. So I batted 330 something, whatever he did.
I just keep, when I'm watching him, I'm seeing him swinging so early, and I know that's what he's done. That's his MO and everything. And I just wondered if they were like, why throw him strikes? Like, throw him stuff that's not strikes.
He's not a chaser for the most part.
Right.
He has expanded his zone in this series a little bit. It happens. Everybody goes into slumps. I think we forget that batting 300 means I'm going to watch that guy get out 7 out of 10 times. It's a pathetic 3-point percentage if you shoot 30%. Because I'm like, I just watched this Nimrod miss 7 of 10 3-pointers. Stop shooting 3-pointers.
But in baseball,
you're like, dude, I think that guy's going to go in the Hall of Fame, right? And so that's the tough thing about this. And right now, Seager is in a stretch where I think he needs to let the game come to him a little bit more. And I think that whether it was Smoltz, whether it was post-game show that I was watching, Seager, I don't think this, but it could be the case. I don't know. Is he pressing a little bit because he walked so much in the Baltimore series and he feels like, hey, this team needs me to get a hit? And he's expanding a little bit. Look, we talked about the 3-hole situation. Now, Garver has come through tremendously in the 3-hole last night. Unfortunately, Evan Carter's double, that came with 2 outs late in the game. Who were the first 2 outs? I told my son sitting there, I said, if we have a chance, and it was the 8th inning, I said, if we have any chance, we have to score 2 or 3 runs in this inning. And he looked at me and he said, why? And I said, because we have our 3 best hitters up to start off this inning. And I know overall in the series, no, Josh Young is our best, but Simeon, Seager are our best 2 hitters by far. Carter is our hottest hitter at the end of the year. So I'm like, if these 3 guys can do damage right now, getting on base, I don't need homers. I just need on base, maybe a run from those 3, and with 2 guys on base and nobody out, and we have a chance here. Unfortunately, Simeon went down easy. Seager went down easy, and then Carter hit the double, and then Garcia hit the ball in the gap that might have been a different inning. I'm getting innings confused. But I remember just saying this is a huge inning. I don't have game cast. I did not keep the box score like I do when I have to do the post game.
Why not?
It is not.
Are you going to keep it at the game tonight?
No, it's not an easy chore to do.
Take a clipboard with you and sit down.
And you usually have to have a computer open. I'm keeping per pitch, strikes per pitch, inning, pitches per inning, first pitch strikes per inning.
Wait, did I hear that you are using digitized bookkeeping here as opposed to having a scorebook?
Well, I kept it manually. I'd write it down. But sometimes I go back and I look after the inning's over. Not that I'm checking that I knew that I put 4-3 on there, but I'm checking how many pitches did Evaldi throw in this inning, how many strikes, and then I keep going inning per inning. So then I can have, a lot more information for the postgame show.
Gotcha.
But I don't know where I was going because I've been going everywhere right now. I just think that Simeon and Seager, once again, 0 for 7. Garcia was 1 for 4. Heim was 0 for 4. Josh Young was awesome. But when you look at the top of the lineup, you need to really do some damage up there. You can't rely on it. Can happen. This is a deep lineup, but if you're relying on Nate Lowe, Josh Young, and Leody Taveras to be your best hitters for the rest of this series, you're probably not going to win the series. At some point, Simeon and Seager have to start putting a lot of pressure on the Astros to get out 3, 4, and 5 because they have gotten on base.
So I do want to ask the Tolo this question too. 877-881-1053 and you guys as well. Y'all are Tolos. I've been kind of emotionally going through this, and I told you I was so wound up last night. I had to just kind of almost sit still. I was almost like I felt a little paralyzed by my stress of it all. And I've been kind of talking this out with Kevin a little bit. I feel like I am I'm more winning this series might not weigh out as much as my fear of losing this series. And I don't know if anybody else is on the same page with me on this. I can't lose this series. And I know, Mike, you kind of mentioned you might have a little bit of a shield up.
Before the playoffs started, I was like, I just don't want to play the Astros. As sweet as it would be to beat them, I just don't want to hear it from the Astros fans. I get how cocky and arrogant most of them are. I have some
deservedly
friends,
so.
I have some friends that are Astro fans, and they are not as D-ish as it seems like the social media Astro fan is.
Yeah.
But it's over the top, and nothing against, he's our friend, but like Landry Locker, I feel like he leads the charge at times and really being as cocky and arrogant as possible.
Probably so,
in
yeah.
Houston. And so I just look at it and go, I just don't want that to be held over us.
Yes.
It's
yes.
So
that's where I am, Mike, too. That's where I can't. It's the idea of, look, 2011 still lives with us. And that is another thing, too. If this team gets to the World Series, I can't lose it. As much as I want to win it, I think it still outweighs. I can't emotionally go through losing it. I don't know if I can handle it. I am that wrapped up in all of this. This season, I was excited to watch fun baseball. Like, I got back, I was like, good. We have better baseball on the way. We have a great manager, which nothing against Chris Woodward. We loved talking with Chris Woodward.
Woody's a great guy and a good baseball person.
Yes, he is. But we knew we had a guy that knew how to manage this and how to manage the entire ride. And we knew we had good players, guys that maybe we could watch the end of their career and still see some greatness. But throughout the season, I know Kevin's in this place too. He emotionally is like, I don't want to believe that we're there, because if something goes wrong, I don't know if I can emotionally handle it either. And that's where I am right now. I can't lose this series. So that's where I don't know if there are that many other people out there that feel like winning it is going to be bigger than losing it. But that's where I am. Reggie, do you have a similar feeling? Because you kind of perked your ears up. And would winning outweigh how bad you would feel if they lost this thing?
I'm not the person to ask about this because I don't have that same long-term decades investment in the Rangers that I think a lot of folks have.
Yeah.
And I've been able to be fascinated at the amount of development this Rangers team has been able to engender, right? And then I'm also from the city of Houston, so I don't have that Dallas-Houston hatred that I think a lot of folks around these parts in the Dallas-Fort Worth area have.
Yeah,
so
makes
then
sense.
it's the dread of losing to the Astros doesn't hit me
I got
in
you.
the same way as everybody does. So I'm just sitting here like, yo, this team is really fun, and look how far they've come, where you're like, I don't want to hear from those jokers over there, and I get that.
I remember, hey, man, after that 2011 World Series, and I know I bring it up a lot, but after that, I was in a bad place for 2 months. It wasn't working for me for a while, and I just had to refine that somehow. But here, I don't want to, from the 903, I don't want to listen to Alex Bregman. Just thinking about it ticks me off. I can't even watch the game from the 469. My anxiety is so bad working through it with my therapist.
Here's a question as we go to break and we get ready for the expressway. And text this in. You can give the text line if you'd want. Would it be more sweet that you're going to the World Series, or more sweet that the Astros just lost to your team?
That's kind of how I feel. I kind of just want to beat the Astros more than anything else right now. That's kind of where I am.
It's a weird place. It's like, we're going to the World Series. It's like, who cares? The Astros are out and we did it. You know?
I want that more than anything else right now. All right, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece. Do you like the plan? Do you like tonight's plan for the Astros game with Heaney on the hill? We'll get into that and some more about what Mike McCarthy said next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's sponsored by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to dive in on some more sports in the Expressway. This is 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports content in your ear holes. That means no commercials. That's commercial-free radio on your lunch break.
Okay, but like how many commercials?
Zero.
What?
Zero commercials. Joe Davis joined us at 1:15 today. He's on the Fox play-by-play broadcast. We'll talk with him. And also got to give a shout-out to Kroger. Kroger brought in some Nolan Ryan beef chili. And so
when?
Yeah, we have it's heating up over there right
What?
now. Yeah, so you can get some chili and eat some chili and enjoy that. Shout out to them.
I had a Rangers cupcake.
You had a Rangers cupcake?
They brought in some Rangers cupcakes too.
They are the official sponsor of the Texas Rangers. Kroger and Nolan Ryan beef are the official sponsors. So congratulations to us for getting to eat that sweet chili.
And also you if you go to Kroger.
Yeah, so I was going to suggest is stop by the store today on your way home and say, you know what, throw on a pot of chili, be ready for the game.
Now I'm going to go home and make cornbread.
It is chili season, right?
It is. We're getting there.
Are we almost there, or is it still a little too warm?
I think we're almost there.
Okay.
I think we're really close.
All right, so maybe a lighter chili for today, and then to get the heavier chili later on.
I will say this. My goal is, after I pick up my boys from the bus, change your clothes.
Jerome Bettis is watching your kids?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we are going to Hurtado's restaurant.
Oh, man.
And we're going to eat Hurtado's barbecue and then head over to the game.
That's a brilliant idea. I mean, that really is a brilliant idea.
I don't know. I think, though, they have televisions there, and we can be watching the Phillies and the Diamondbacks, because is that a 3 o'clock first pitch?
That sounds about right.
I think so, yeah.
So, I mean, you can go over there, have your meal, and then catch a little bit of the National League. Yeah, it's at
4 actually.
4 o'clock.
4:07.
Yeah, so it's at 4
Rangers
o'clock.
tomorrow, is 4:07 too, I believe.
Yes,
so.
I know. I have to. My kids. I'm like, guess what, guys? You only have a half day of school on Friday.
Do both of your boys get along?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, at 1 o'clock, I have a.
They're not. I wouldn't say they're best friends, but they get along. My older son really wants my younger son to play more.
Okay, I will, at 1 o'clock, I'll share a fathering moment that I had over the weekend that I've been wanting to kind of get out there for a little bit. All right, Mike McCarthy, I did want to hop back into this quick conversation real quick because Mike McCarthy was on with Mad Dog Radio and he hopped on with Adam Shine. Let's go to cut 17 here. Why? Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Oh, darn. That is not the cut that I was looking for.
Okay.
Oh, well. You know what? We can move on. Basically, he said he understands the job description here. Here in DFW, the job description with the Cowboys is just a little bit different. And I do have the quote right here. He said, I think it's like everything in the league. You know, there's jobs, and every job has a little bit different description and job responsibility. And frankly, the way the organization's run, but my communication with Jerry and the relationship that we have and the ability to talk through things, working for an owner and working for an organization that didn't have an owner. You know, he worked for the Packers. And that was a different thing to take on. But he said, I mean, Jerry asks all the right questions. And I think it makes everybody better. I don't know if that's just placating to Jerry there or if that's saying, look, man, he does. He knows enough about football to ask questions that we all need to be alert and aware of. But he said, because just like anything, you're going to have conversations, the post-game conversations after the game. And I think it's really healthy. I think it's healthy for our coordinators, and I think it's just like anything. There's a line of accountability that goes with it. Now, the radio shows, here's the quote. Now, the radio shows and all that stuff, that's really just part of the job description for working here in Dallas.
In your face, Sean and RJ and Bobby.
Yeah, so he's like, look, man, I hop on those shows because that's part of the job description. And Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, they hop on with us. I will, for anybody that's like, hey, man, I'm tired of listening to this guy. You go around the entire country, and their GMs and owners just don't do this, all right? They don't do it that often.
They don't do it hardly at all.
They don't give access. And I know program directors around the country, radio hosts around the country that are like, dude, y'all have something that is different. And I think I am kind of curious. Our audience sometimes, I don't want to say takes it for granted, but if you didn't have it, would you want it? Would you want Jerry Jones to speak up at times and have that place to do it? And I know sometimes you're like, man, like what's he really going to say? He says a lot of honest things. A lot of times he has to kind of cover up and play the games too. But that was Mike McCarthy kind of talking about the ebb and flow of what everything really is with working as a Cowboy. All right, Mike, here's where I really wanted to go with this though, because we do have Rangers baseball right here on the Fan tonight. And Eric Nadel will be in your ear holes as well as Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler.
Say hi to G-Bag Nation as they'll be out in center field. People are like, where are they at? They are in center field, right? And then this, not on the field, but second level. And you can go see them.
Why can't they be on the field? Fox is on the field. Why can't we be on the field?
Guess what else is going to be on the field?
What?
No roof. The roof is open tonight, Mike.
Okay.
The roof is open for tonight's game. Are you excited about that or no?
I do think that Globe Life Park Field, which I think it's field.
That is correct.
Looks nicer when the roof is open. But I am so happy they do have a roof so we don't have to go through 125-degree weather.
This is the first time that the roof has been open since May 21st against Colorado. That was the last time the roof was open was in May. So yeah, and we needed it.
Okay.
This city or DFW needed a roof over that stadium during 110 degrees.
When I was listening to Eric Nadel call the first inning yesterday, I was driving home from Duncanville Hall of Honor meeting, and I know I was bragging.
You're in the Hall of Honor?
I'm in the Hall of Honor, and I'm also like part of trying to pick the people who need to get in too.
Wow.
So I'm driving home, I'm listening to the first inning, and Eric Nadel talks about how that ball didn't look like it was going to go that far off of Altuve's bat, but it carried about 10 feet away from it possibly going over the fence. And I'm talking to my son, and I said, they can change the balls without the players knowing. And this is the tough thing about the roof being open. You don't know as a player if they have the juiced balls or not in the games. And I know that sounds crazy, but they literally, because they control Rawlings and the make of the ball, they make 3 different balls. And it is kind of up to the commissioner of baseball on, does he want the balls that travel about 10 more feet than the normal balls? Does he want a little bit of a deader ball that, and you never know which balls that they're going to choose for which game.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. If the ball felt like it was carrying more, that could have been intentional from Major League Baseball.
Are you saying this is a conspiracy theory, Reggie?
Isn't that crazy? Like, you'd be like, oh, man, this basketball's easier to shoot. And they're like, yeah, the NBA makes 3 different balls. They make the one that's used the most, and they make a ball that's easier to go in, and then they make a ball that's tougher to go in.
That would be wild.
But that's what Major League Baseball has done. They've cut the balls open. They know that they can change a little bit of the way the game is played by what baseball they decide to use. It's not a uniform ball.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right. It's like, just look at Tom Brady, right?
Yeah.
Was suspended for what? For making the ball different than it was supposed to be.
So they wouldn't have, obviously, fumbles, right? Yeah. You'd work with the fumbles that way, and he felt like he could grip the ball better if it was at a certain PSI.
Yeah, that is very wild. Do you like the plan? Do you think that Heaney Dunning maybe tonight can handle the emotions of Game 4?
First of all, they have to. John Gray pitched yesterday, and I didn't think they were going to go back to him. He had a rough September. He had a great start when he got hurt against the Angels. But I look at it and go, this is your best option. I'll be honest, I think this is a better option than Max Scherzer just because of the unknown of Max Scherzer.
Yeah.
I get who Max Scherzer is. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I am excited as heck to have Max Scherzer most likely pitching opening day next year for the Texas Rangers. But right now, I feel more comfortable in guessing what Heaney's going to do. I feel more comfortable in guessing what Dane Dunning's going to do. It doesn't mean I know what's going to happen, but you have a better idea of what they're going to bring to the table tonight versus a person who hasn't pitched in 5 weeks, who is dealing with a 2-month injury, who is coming back 3 weeks early. And that would be a good timeline if it was 8 weeks. He's coming back possibly 5 weeks earlier than the injury that he suffered, and then have an idea on what he's going to throw, the location, the movement, and everything. So I like the Heaney-Dunning situation. You have a slinger from the left side who likes elevating his fastball and then throwing a breaking ball below it. And then you get a sinker, slider, changeup guy in Dane Dunning facing the lineup the next time through. Something like that. It's not going to be perfect. You face 9, but it's going to be something like that. It's two very different pitchers that the Astros are going to have to face for their first 2 to possibly 3 at-bats.
I'm looking at the last 2 times that he faced the Astros, Mike. I'm just kind of wanted to take a quick glance at this. Am I right that he had that one game where he looked really sharp for like the first 4.5 innings?
Against Baltimore, right?
No, against the Astros.
Okay.
And then like everybody was kind of like, oh, is it about to fall? And it did. There was like a little dribbler in the infield and he missed the throw, and then it just kind of
He's never been a guy. Heaney has never been a guy in his whole career, whether it was with the Angels, the Dodgers. He's never been a guy that you want to try to force into the 6th or 7th inning. He's always been, as a starter, more of a 5-inning starter. Yes, he's gone deeper in games before, but for the most part, you know that he runs into issues once he gets into the 6th innings in a general sense.
Yeah, so 9-4, he loses 13-6 to the Astros, 4 2/3, gives up 5 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, no home runs, walks 4, strikes out 1, had 10 fly balls in that game. And is that his MO too? Is he a fly ball pitcher?
He pitches up in the zone with his fastball.
So that's going to happen there. And
just like Christian Javier, he wasn't getting a lot of ground balls yesterday because when you're elevating your fastball a lot, you're going to get guys underneath that pitch. So fly balls are not the worst thing. You want them being hit 400 feet up in the air, not 400 feet out in the air. So it doesn't matter how high they hit them. It's how far they hit them. And so there's certain pitchers that want you to hit a fly ball off of them, but they want you to elevate that fly ball and not get a screaming line drive fly ball.
In July, he goes up against them. Rangers win 13-5. So they lost 13-6 and won 13-5. He had 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 1 home run, 3 strikeouts, 8 fly balls. And then before that, July 2nd, 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs given up. And 8 strikeouts. That looks like his cleanest game there. He still got the L in that game. But those are like 3 of the games. The most recent
he got a
ones,
no decision. The Rangers lost.
Yeah, they end up losing there. So those are the 3 most recent games with him.
It's impossible if you don't give up any runs to get the loss.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have felt though, and maybe it was Baltimore, I don't know, just the outings that I've seen him come out, I felt like I've seen a dude that had a little attitude about him.
Yeah.
And with Dane Dunning,
Dane
Dunning's had a different attitude where it just like once he found his command, he never let it go, and you weren't probably going to get him out of the game until the 8th or 9th inning. Like that's how I felt with Dane Dunning. But it does seem like Heaney is hey, 2nd, 3rd time through the rotation, we got to move on. But I just feel like that attitude is so important. And while Max Scherzer, and somebody's texting in saying, let's face it, don't deny it, Max Scherzer lost us the game last night. Max Scherzer went out there because he believed that he could do it, and he believed he was the best opportunity for this team to get to stay.
Unfortunately, it was a big 2-out hit too.
Yeah,
that there's an argument to be made. I'm not making it, but there's an argument to be made by former major league players that wasn't a routine ball that Josh Young it hit his glove, but a makeable play.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And so I like the attitude of Heaney, and if Dunning is an option in this, because I don't know. It's been so long for Dunning to pitch. I just really like the way that they've approached things later in this season. Early in the season, they kind of were in different places, but how much of that matters for guys that I know Heaney's been around this kind of thing before, but he hasn't ever actually been involved in it and on the mound for these big moments, right? So I'd
have to go check his last year with the Dodgers. I know they lost in the divisional series last year, but I would have to go check all of his playoff stats, all of those situations. But I feel like at 32 years old with 8 to 10 years of major league experience that the moment can get the best of anybody in any time. But I don't feel like, this is going to be a moment Andrew Heaney can't handle. Like the pressure of pitching in the ALCS is going to be something he can't handle. So both of these guys pitched the same game, right? They both pitched on 10-7.
Yeah.
3 1/3, I believe, and then 2 innings for Dane Dunning. So they've both had legitimate rest, but they did pitch last series. This would be the first game most likely they would be pitching in anyways. They could have pitched yesterday and you could have moved Scherzer back to game 4. But if this thing goes 7, first of all tonight, Heaney and Dunning, and I'll break it down here in just a second, but Heaney and Dunning are pitching this game, but they're not going to be extended. Most likely Heaney's not going 5 innings. Heaney's going 2 to 4 innings, somewhere in that range. Okay. And it better be at least 2, because if you're taking him out in the second inning without getting 6 outs, something has gone wrong for the Rangers in the first 2 innings.
Okay.
So there needs to be at least 6 outs from Andrew Heaney for you to feel good about the first 2 innings of this game. But then Dane Dunning's going to come in. He's probably going to throw anywhere from 1 to 3 innings. Somewhere in that range. And then the great thing is because they only threw that much, those guys will be prepared and ready to throw in game 6 and game 7. So Max Scherzer last night, you were up 2-0 in the series. First, you wanted to stretch him out a little bit. You weren't going to just take a loss, but you wanted to stretch him out a little bit because you would like, if you win this series, you would like for him to throw 2 starts in the World Series. You would like that. But in game 7, Max Scherzer will start. I have no doubt in my mind. As long as he's healthy these next 3 to 4 days, he's going to start game 7 if there is a game 7. But now you will have Heaney and Dunning ready to pitch.
Out of the bullpen.
And you won't go, are they going to be tired? Because Heaney's going to throw anywhere from 40 to 70 pitches tonight. And 70 is probably too many, but I'm going to a max number. Dunning's going to throw anywhere from 25 to 70 pitches tonight. 70's probably going to be more than he probably throws. He probably doesn't get to that number, but just to give you an idea. So they will be ready. If there is a game Monday night for the ALCS Championship, Game 7, you will have Max Scherzer, Andrew Heaney, and Dane Dunning, all 3 of them, to try to pick up 18 outs.
Okay. Which could be a very good positive.
Because let's be honest. I'm going to be honest here. I'm not overstepping. I'm just saying this. I don't think that Bochy wants to put in Martin Perez or John Gray the rest of this series. I'm not saying he's not going to. I'm just saying the plan is that Heaney and Dunning pitch tonight with Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc finishing it off. Whether you have to use all 3 or not, who knows? And then obviously you'd love to win game 5 and not have to worry anymore. But if it extends, you just don't want to. He does not want to use about 4 guys. It's weird. When you're in the playoffs, you usually don't have 4 guys that you don't want to use. But that's the Rangers bullpen this year. And right now, he trusts 3 guys. Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. You as a fan might not trust those 3 guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Those are the 3 guys that he believes in. He does not have any other option. So when people have said, why'd he pitch Chapman again? All right, Ranger fan or fan of baseball. You saw Stratton. You saw Will Smith. You saw John Gray. You saw Martin Perez. I guess you could say Bradford, but he's a long reliever.
Yeah.
So what of those 4 guys you saw pitch last night in relief, which guy do you think is better than Aroldis Chapman?
None of them.
Which guy's better than Spores?
None of them.
So you have to go with those three guys. There's no other option for the Rangers. They do not have depth in their bullpen to be like, tonight we're using these two guys to set up our closer. They have three arms that they believe in down there.
Yeah, I think the Chapman thing is because people always look at the way that it goes bad, and that is a possibility. But when you look at the good on a Chapman, it's high. It's good. So I think that's the thing to keep in mind is that he has to look out for. Hopefully the good is there, but he seems to keep like a relatively quick hook just in case it's not the good one.
With John Gray, Mike, I just felt like that was his chance to try out for like a role for the rest of this playoff run.
I was, to your point, I thought if it went well, like if he had a 1-2-3 inning and looked dominant, I know that we are in the ALCS. I thought to myself, hey, next year, should John Gray be like one of our setup guys?
Yeah.
We don't have a bullpen next year. We have Jose Leclerc. We'll pick up his option. And literally almost everybody else down there is a free agent.
Yeah.
Spores, I guess, isn't, right? I mean, he's a younger guy. But, I mean, when you look at Chapman, Will Smith, Stratton, you just kind of go down the board there, and a lot of those guys are on one-year deals.
And somebody said, what about Matt Bush? I would presume
he's
Matt
not even
Bush
on the
is
roster.
Like
they took him off of the ALCS roster
He's
in order to
around.
bring in, John Gray and Max Scherzer. He was one of those guys that went off.
Yeah.
And remember, if you wanted to do that, let's just say you're like, we're going to activate Grant Anderson or Matt Bush. They're in the dugout because they're there just in case. If let's just say you're like, you know what, John Gray, we don't believe in you as a bullpen piece. We brought you back. John Gray cannot be active for the World Series. Anybody you deactivate right now to add a player cannot come back to the World Series for any purpose. So if you want to add somebody to your team today or tomorrow because you're like, we need another arm, it's not like in the regular season. If you get taken off the ALCS roster, whether it's injury or not, you cannot be active for the next round, and the next round would be the World Series.
All right, right now it is time while we're in the middle of the expressway. Mike likes it.
Before I get back into baseball, I got my iPhone last night.
Look at you joining the iPhone team.
I had no clue about this.
What?
I'm texting Jared Sandler this morning. I'm texting Brandon Hurtado, and I text them. And you know the first thing they respond is, you got an iPhone?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, how do you know I got an iPhone? I have no clue how you know this. They're like, your text turned from green to blue.
Yeah.
And I had no clue that this was a deal that like your text changed colors because you have gone to an iPhone.
Yeah, so they can identify the people that they don't like.
I believe Kevin's the one in the group now. Hold on, Reggie, you are too. Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I didn't remember. I didn't want to change, but it's literally my wife and kids all have an iPhone, and they were getting frustrated with me. And people send me videos. A mom the other day sent me a video of their son making a play and asking if he did the right thing or not.
It was all blurry.
Yeah, I can't tell. It's on. You have an iPhone. I have a Samsung. It just makes it look like it is 1952 when they discovered television, and they're like, "Here it is. Good luck." So, anyways, I got the iPhone. The thing that's been very challenging is you can take all of your stuff on your, I had a Samsung. You can take all your stuff on the Samsung. It honestly took less than an hour.
Yeah.
And it transfers everything over to your iPhone, all your apps, all your pictures, all your text messages. So I was really pleased with that. But then every time you click on something, they're like, who are you? Sign in. And I'm like, I don't know any of my passwords.
Me either.
So I'm having to, every time I want to, the one that I got set up last night that I knew I had to set up before I went to bed was the Ballpark app, because that's where my tickets are on.
Okay.
On the Ballpark app. So I'm like,
yeah,
I do
important.
not want to get to the stadium at 5:30 and hit Ballpark app, and then it goes, sign in. Who are you? What's your password? And I'm like, I don't know my password. So I have that all covered. But
you know what you do, Mike, as a longtime iPhone owner, is, and this is the great thing now, is you're going to have the trouble of resetting some of your passwords.
Yeah.
But then once you get to the point where you can do facial recognition login, everything's good from there.
Also,
but then my data's out there, isn't it?
Hurtado sent me like a laughy face after like I just know or something like
an
that.
Emoji, yeah.
An emoji,
yeah.
right? I'm like, I just had to put ha-ha back, and I said, I put ha-ha because I don't know where the emojis are.
You don't know where the emojis are?
I mean, it's easy on my Samsung. I know where stuff is.
It's right there on your keyboard, Mike. You just go to the type part, and it's right there at the bottom left. On your keyboard. It should be right there.
Okay.
Good job.
Good. And
Now
I got
you
the
learn.
15, man. I'm big time.
And
So-
if you hold down on that, then it'll bring up all these other emojis that you can do to say haha and stuff like that too.
Okay.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I don't need that much stuff.
Okay. So there is my life in a nutshell. I got the iPhone and I don't have a protector for it yet. So I'm a little bit nervous.
Yes. You need to get a Zag.
Okay.
Get a Zag. Put that on your screen.
I ordered something off of Amazon.
There you go.
Last night.
My Zags are good for its lifetime warranty, so it replaces every time it cracks, and I love that.
All right, so now I hope that I'll tell you what. If you guys don't like this, you got to text in really quick because I'm about to do this, and if you like it or not, you need to hurry up and tell me. I am going to give you batter versus pitcher for Andrew Heaney and Jose Urquidy. So you have an idea going into this game, who is hot against who in certain situations. Who do you want to pitch to? Who do you have to look out for? I know that Jose Abreu is an older guy, so it doesn't give me every at-bat that Jose Abreu has had and what year it happened. But you need to watch out for Jose Abreu in the first inning or second inning off of Andrew Heaney. Jose Abreu has 4 home runs in 19 at-bats against Andrew Heaney. He has a 1.347 OPS. So just to give you who is maybe a guy that you're not thinking about, but sees the ball well from Andrew Heaney. That is Jose Abreu. Jose Altuve is a 324 hitter with a 910 OPS. He does have 2 home runs, but he does have 37 at-bats off of Heaney, so there's a lot of at-bats there. Yordan Alvarez, I guess this is good news. He is 4 for 14 with a double off of Andrew
That's
Heaney.
it?
So
just a double?
Yes.
What a jump.
Michael Brantley, I don't believe he'll start this game because we are starting Heaney. I could be wrong about that, but nothing special there. Bregman is 11 for 35. Nothing special there from Bregman. 1 home run. I looked down the list. Martin Maldonado, I'm assuming he's going to still start because of his catching responsibilities, but he is a 133 batter, 2 for 15 off of Andrew Heaney. So he had a huge hit in the second inning yesterday. Might not be the same. And then Ranger killer Chas McCormick is 2 for 7. Kyle Tucker, 1 for 10. The 1 is a home run.
Oh.
But he has a 100 batting average.
That's a lucky home run, right?
Yeah. So one thing about Andrew Heaney, he can get a little bit wild and give some free passes. The Rangers starting pitchers, for the most part, have done a tremendous job in this playoff not giving free bases. So when you look at the starting pitchers, one of the things that they've done a really nice job of is they have not allowed a lot of guys to get on base.
And when it happens, it can come back to, just look what happened last night.
Isn't it like even when Abreu walked like the leadoff guy? Now I know Presley got the double play and ended the game, but even when you looked at yesterday, Abreu hadn't given up a run, and I can't even remember how many, 30 appearances or whatever it was. He gave up a run, and the reason he gave up a run was pretty much because he walked the leadoff guy. Okay, so now Jose Urquidy is starting for the Houston Astros. He is a fastball changeup guy for the most part. Yes, he does throw a sweeper. They're going to call it a sweeper. I don't know. John Smoltz might be like, you can take that word and flush it down the toilet. All it is a bigger slider. They decided, like, if you have a smaller slider, we're going to keep calling it a slider. If you have a bigger slider, we're going to call it a sweeper based off of the degree of break / how much it breaks.
How much distance, okay.
So he has a bigger breaking ball, but he's primarily a fastball changeup guy. So he's a guy that's more of an innings eater. He's a good pitcher. Do not get me wrong. He is a good pitcher. This year, he had a 5.29 ERA. But he's a good pitcher. I don't want just you seeing an ERA for the season and going, oh, Urquidy, we should hit him.
We got it. Yeah.
He can be a very good guy. All right, real quick, going through this. Who is the guy that he's most worried about? Leadoff hitter Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien is 8 for 21 with 3 home runs. That is a 1.34 OPS, a 381 batting average. Corey Seager, he is 3 for 9 with a home run against Urquidy. If you look at our number 4-hole hitter, Adolis Garcia, once again, not the best numbers. He is 2 for 11 with a home run. That's a 182 batting average. Mitch Garver is 1 for 3 with a home run. So he has, in 78 at-bats against these Texas Rangers, Urquidy has given up 7 home runs. The Rangers don't need to be home run happy. If you have to bleed them to death, bleed them to death. What are bleeders? They're kind of those soft base hits. Those are the ones that find holes. They're the ones that, whether they bloop over the third baseman or whether they're just a grounder in between the first baseman and second baseman, sometimes bleeders can win you games too. Going down the list here, Jonah Heim is 0 for 6 off of Urquidy so far in his career. Leody Taveras is 0 for 10 in his career, but Leody Taveras, I'd have to go back and look at when he hit off of him.
Yeah, I would too.
Because Leody has changed tremendously from early in his career as a hitter to where he is now in his career, and I do not see an at-bat for Josh Young off of Jose Urquidy, so this will be the first time that Josh Young will face Jose Urquidy. Fastball changeup guy, very different from Christian Javier. Similar speed on their fastball, but you don't look at, he does not have a lot of strikeouts with his fastball. So when you look at Jose Urquidy, you're not looking at a guy that can make a 93-mile-an-hour fastball look like 100 miles an hour. He's going to get, if he's trying to put you away, it will be more with a changeup, maybe a curveball that he throws 11% of the time, but he likes going to changeup, sweeper, and curveball for put-away pitches. His fastball is more of what I would say of a get-ahead pitch. He does not have a very high swing and miss rate with his fastball. His swing and miss rates come with his changeup and his slider, which they'll stupidly call a sweeper tonight.
Okay, all right. That is Mike Likes It. Thank you very much. And, dude, listen, everybody out there, if you're a Tolo, if you're a Twolo.
Hopefully they like all that scouting report stuff. I don't know if you don't like that. You're like, just entertain us more than give us information. But I feel like in big situations like this, sometimes giving scout stuff is maybe fun to go into a game and have an idea on who our guys hit well or don't hit well.
And that's why I'm saying the Twolos and Tolos know. They know that Mike Bassick's going to deliver that kind of baseball content into their ears and also give you some fun from time to time. If you're new to the station, you're just learning. This is where you find the best baseball content. Next on The Fan, it's going to be me, C-Block. I'm going to try and tell a dad story real quick before we get to Joe Davis. Next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Got a quick segment here because we got to get to Joe Davis, who's going to hop on with us. He's the play-by-play analyst for tonight's game, or the play-by-play call for tonight's game on Fox. If you're going to listen right here on 105.3 The Fan, you're going to hear Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler. By the way, Jared Sandler did break that Creed story, and guess what happened? Creed shows up at the game last night.
Right so there can he break another story and
right
get
there
more
with
people
the
to show up?
We need more cheering.
Is that how that works?
There was a quick question I want to get to, Mike, about catching a home run. And I'm going to get to that in the next segment, okay? I do want to ask you about that because I think it's important that people sitting in the outfield know the rules for whether or not you should catch the home run, all right? So we'll get to that in just a few moments. Before we do, this is a personal story. I just hoping that that I can kind of, I don't know. I've wanted to tell it just because maybe I'm bragging a little bit. I think I did a decent job dadding this weekend, and here's why. Mike, I asked you if your boys get along, and my boys do not get along. My oldest is like, he's not the kind of person I want to hang out with. But then they'll have these moments where they're sitting there playing Minecraft together and they look like best friends. But Sunday, my oldest, they started arguing about something, and my oldest just went in on my youngest. I mean, just was yelling about how he can't wait to get to college so he didn't have to be around him anymore and all these things. And I was like, what is happening? And I was mad. I was very mad. So I got in the car. I said, get in the car. And he is 15, so he's learning to drive. And Mikey,
is that when I called you?
It was after. It was a little later. And he wanted to come down to Dallas from Plano. And I said, all right, get in the car. We're going. He goes, where are we going? I was like, don't worry about it. We're going. And so I gave him the keys, and he was like, I'm driving. And I was like, yes. We stopped at the gas station to get some gas, and I inputted where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to the green spot over off of Buckner Road, which is over by White Rock Lake. And it's a place where when he was little, we used to go to get snacks and stuff. He loves them. So we hop in the car, and he had never been on the highway. And from Plano, I get him on George Bush. He takes George Bush to 75, and he takes 75 all the way to Northwest Highway, and then takes Northwest Highway to Buckner. 75 is chaos, y'all. Like, that is, we all experience this on a daily basis. 75 is not the best. We get down there, we drive and everything. He had never been on. He did a really good job. I was pretty impressed. When we get to the green spot, though, he gets his food, and then we get back in the car, and I'm driving now. And before we take off, I looked at him and I was like, "Hey, how do you?" He goes, "How do you think I did, Dad?" And I said, "Well, I thought you did well, but it wasn't perfect." And he shook his head and he was like, "Yeah." And I said, "No, what do I mean? Who gets to tell you whether or not you drove perfectly? No, nobody drives perfectly. All of us probably speed just a little bit, don't turn the corner perfectly, turn into an outside lane. Nobody gets to tell you if you drive perfectly." And I said, "You're
driving instructor."
Yeah, well, yeah, they're probably grading you on it. But I don't know how they grade that. But I was like, "Look, man, you're learning still. And you're not just learning how to drive, you're learning how to live this life, man. You are an unfinished product." And he said, "Dad, are you trying to teach me a bigger story right now?" And I said, "Yeah, your brother's an unfinished product too." And one of the really cool things about being somebody who is in a position of influence whenever you have somebody who's an unfinished product is you get to put things in that you get to see grow in them. If you're sitting there putting all these bad things into your brother's mind about what you think about him, then he's going to think that about himself. He's going to act and respond that way negatively because you're putting that negativity into his life. So why don't you put something positive into him so that you can be happy and proud whenever you see what he uses that and how he uses it? Because me as a father, I just got to watch my son drive on the highway for the first time, and I'm very proud. I was like, I'm an unfinished product too, man. Well, I guess I'm going to be done whenever I die. Like, isn't that like when I die, I'm done? That's when I'm a finished product, I presume. But then I'm still being used.
Unless you be like believe in reincarnation or something. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, you're probably done at that point.
But and then so like it was just one of those moments where I was like, look, man, you have the opportunity and the responsibility to influence your brother. I never had a younger brother. I never had an older brother. I had a younger sister, and we have a really good relationship. And
except for that one time with the roof.
Well, no, dude, she's like, I can't believe you did that, but I could have learned. We learned from it together whenever I put her up on that roof. But I've always wanted them to have a closer relationship with each other. But they are what they are. But I can't have both of them in my house not liking each other and spitting it that way. So hopefully it works out. I'll tell you this: when we got home, he immediately was like, "Hey, do you want to go play Fortnite with me, Carter?" And they started playing Fortnite together. They spent the whole day together. The next day, Carter said something bad about himself, spoke poorly of himself, and I heard Avery say, "Hey, don't say that about yourself, man." So I hope it worked out. I'm not a perfect father by any means, but I have gotten more patient as I've gotten older, and I'm trying to be more thoughtful with the way that I manage what these guys are as they're trying to turn into young men. So I'm hoping it works out, man. I am hoping that works out. Do you think we should take this now, Reggie, or do I have 1 second to find this out?
Let's find out.
All right, Mike, if a home run is being hit in the outfield and somebody is sitting in the front row, what do they do?
If it's for the Rangers, you grab it and pull it over the fence and make the umpire make a tough decision.
Okay, all right. And
if it's the Astros and you think it might not be a home run, or just put your hand out, maybe, I don't know, they'll see it on replay, but just like push it back into the field so it's not a home run.
Trying to knock it back onto the field?
Yeah.
But no matter what, though, if it's an Astro at the plate,
now
don't reach out and try and grab it, is what you're saying?
I don't know this.
If you see an Astros fan,
I
reach
know
and
in
push
left
them.
field where I sit, you can't do that in left field. You can't get your hands where the wall is at. In right field, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know there's enough space. They created enough space in left field. You can't get to the wall as a fan.
Yep.
I don't know in right field.
I think it's pretty close. I think it's like right over it.
Yeah, so in right field, it'll be an interesting situation. Hopefully you can do like my buddy Tony Tarasco was the outfielder for the Baltimore Orioles when Derek Jeter hit that, I don't know, fly ball out that they ended up calling a home run. So
all right. That's the rule. Mike has laid it down for you, fans. If y'all are sitting in the front row in the outfield,
Rangers out.
If it's
we're going to convince Joe Davis to help the Rangers out.
And then, if you get an Astros ball, throw it back. All right, coming up next, it's time for Joe Davis from Fox on the Fan.
Take your turn it on.
They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Reggie Atatula all hanging out with you, getting you ready for Rangers and Astros tonight. That game will be right here on 105.3 The Fan. It'll also be on Fox, where you can find this man, the play-by-play, Joe Davis. How's it going today, Joe?
Hey, guys. Good. How you doing?
Man, we were really good up to nothing, and now that it's 2-1, we're like terrified and frightened. Should we be?
Yeah, I mean, I understand it, given who's on the other side. It's just so hard to bet against the Astros until they're really finished. I mean, still, it's a 2-1 series advantage, but I totally get the trepidation that Rangers fans might be feeling at this point, given who it is on the other side.
Joe, I get to do pre and post for the Rangers on television, and I know that sometimes when I'm having to analyze a team that I don't really know very well, and I'm not saying you don't know the Rangers or don't know the Astros, but it's not a team you follow every day for 162 games. How much do you go and talk to people like Eric Nadel or Jared Sandler or the people around the Rangers / the people around the Astros to get as much information as you can about this team?
Yeah, that's a big part of the job for sure. I part of my routine when I get a team for the first time is to get on the phone with one of the TV guys or radio guys before I even get on site and get you can read everything you want about it and you can look at all the stats, but to really get the opinion of somebody who's got the boots on the ground and has been there and seen it all season, because you guys know that to really understand a baseball team is to see them play every day. So I always try to do that when I get a team for the first time.
What was something that was told to you about the Rangers, whether it was back against Tampa or Baltimore, that you were surprised with, that you didn't think was a key to the team or something like that? It's like, wow, I've had no clue that this was part of the Rangers story this year.
I didn't know they were this good on defense. I think that, it hasn't been talked about enough how good they've been on defense. The offense kind of stole the headlines, and it was an amazing offense throughout the regular season. I know streaky, but put it all together, really good offense. The defense, though, statistically during the season, the words that I got from Eric and from Jared and talking to those guys before the postseason started was take a look at how steady this group is. And it's not just been steady plays. It's been the spectacular plays as well, like Young made in the double play in the first game of the division series, like Taveras made last night. So the defense, I think, would probably be, and I think anytime, guys, that defense is a strength for a team, it's probably an unheralded strength. I think it's the phase of baseball that we don't give enough attention to. So that, for me, would be something that had flown under the radar until I had it brought to my attention.
Yeah, Joe, I like what you're saying, and I think it's more important now that you can't put your second baseman in right field and your shortstop at second base, that all of a sudden these guys do have to show more range, and I do like this year of baseball where we're seeing more guys make better plays on the infield than they're just positioned correctly where the ball was going to be hit.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that when we talk about the new rules, it wasn't one of the first things that you heard people talk about, but one of the outcomes of the shift ban has been, I think, more highlight defensive plays because guys have to cover more ground. And I think that's been one of the, I don't want to say unintended consequences, but one of the pleasant surprises that have come out of the rules.
You know, one of the things, Joe, I work with Mike on a daily basis. We worked together for about 3-4 years now, and I know baseball. I've played baseball my whole life growing up and everything, but obviously I maxed out at some point. But working with Mike is different because he played in the league. He was there. He experienced it. So I learn on a different level. What's it like working with Smoltz, who played at that highest level? And it seems like you could probably learn something new about the game every day.
For sure. And he does, as you guys hear, such a great job of diving into the pitch-to-pitch strategy in a baseball game. And during the postseason, it's everything. So, I mean, there's a reason the guy's won a bunch of awards for his broadcasting. I don't know that anybody does it the way he does. Not just diving deep like he does, but so many times being right. And in doing so, teaching me, and I hope teaching everybody that's listening, a little bit about the game within the game, because you guys know you can pull back so many layers to baseball. It's part of what makes it so beautiful, and I think John does such a great job of doing that at a digestible rate for people.
How fun has it been getting to talk to Bochy before these games and preparing, because we get to interview him on a weekly basis, and we've learned so much from him this year.
Yeah, but with both guys, with Bochy and with Dusty, we get to meet with both of them before the game, and it's like, man, these are two not just great managers, but two baseball legends, two of the greatest managers ever to do it. I mean, 26 seasons managing for both these guys, a half a century in baseball. Think of the things that they've seen. I mean, Dusty relays to us just about every day, I think, without even intending to, conversation he had with Hank Aaron, or something as random as like Dr. Jack Ramsey told him this or that, or Jimi Hendrix. And it's just, I mean, these are like two baseball renaissance men here. That it's just such a pleasure. It's definitely been one of the things that has made this series extra special for me. Is being able to be with those guys each day.
Yeah, I was in the pregame last night. I did see a little cut of both of the managers talking and how they were like, "Yeah, it's fun for both of us because we've matched up so many times." But do you get that sense of competitiveness from the two of them too, even though they've known each other so long?
For sure, yeah, and I think that they would be the first to tell you it's not about them, and it's not about, they're not trying to compete against the other guy. But I don't think that you put together the kind of baseball careers those guys have had without having that as the foundation of everything you do. Like, they badly want to win, and they've both said too, though, part of what has made this extra special for them is the fact that they've got the guy that they respect as much as they each do managing on the other side.
You've been around Corey Seager for, you've seen him, you saw him grow, and we got him. And I know when he was coming over here, I was really excited. His name's Corey. My name's Corey. I mean, it makes sense. And he also wears my number, so that's even cooler too. But we've been watching this guy, and he's just aggressive as a hitter, and that's how he is. Was he like that as a Dodger too? Was that what his vibe was then, or what? How much has he grown since you saw him in a Dodgers uniform?
Yeah, that's always been him, Corey. And here's the thing, right? And you guys have as much an appreciation for this by now with 2 seasons of him as I did having him for the first 6 years of his career there. When it works, it's awesome, right? When it works and he's singling on the first pitch that he sees from Justin Verlander, he's blasting a home run to ambush a guy and set the tone, it's awesome, and it changes the game. But when he's a little off and he starts carving fly balls the other way, like you saw last night with those 4 flyouts, it can be maddening because it happens so quick. And there's this buildup with your superstar coming up, and then bam, first pitch, he's out. Corey Seager's at his very best, like he was in 2020 when he won the MVP, and like he was in the division series when there's that balance. There's the aggression on the first pitch, but there's also the willingness to take a team at bat and take a walk. So I don't know that something has shifted that much. I think they pitched him tough, right? I think he continues to be aggressive on the first pitch, and those are getting put in play and not going where he wants them to. But I think he's at his very best when there's that balance, and he does incorporate some of that willingness to work a deep at bat into his game.
Joe Davis here on 105.3 The Fan. Joe, you've got to call a couple of playoff games here now, the Baltimore game and last night against Houston. You've been in Houston. Obviously, you've been in other places too. We're considered more of a quiet stadium. And I'm just wondering how much, I hate saying this, but playing baseball, how much louder is it in Houston than it is in Arlington for these games?
There's not. It's not. It's louder here. I think Houston it's at a point where it's still awesome, but you're looking at a place in Texas that has not had postseason baseball in 7 years, has never had it in this park for their team. And in Houston, it's 7 straight years of doing this. And you don't want to say there's fatigue, but I think it's just human nature. This is not like, oh my gosh, we finally made it. No, this is what they do. This is where they go. And so I think that I think it's been louder in the 2 games I've done at Globe Life Field, the Division Series game where Eovaldi was so awesome, and then early on last night. Now, they took him out of the game quickly, but peak volume, and I think all things being equal, if the score is tight, for me, Texas is louder.
What about Philadelphia? How crazy does it get there with those fans?
Texas is not as loud as Philadelphia because no place is. It is awesome, guys. I mean, you've seen it on TV. It was last year we had the Phillies for the whole postseason run. The division series was the best postseason environment I had ever been in to that point. And it's not like I've been doing this for decades, but I've been to enough postseason games where, there's enough of a sample there where that was shocking to me that I'm sitting there in, game 3 of the division series thinking this is better than the environment I've been in. So the way that it looks like it's headed, it looks like we might get to feel that again.
Who does your hair, Joe? Because it's always perfect, man. Every time I see it, I'm just like, gosh, that's good.
Man, you buried the lead. I wish you would have started with that question. Get me really going. Geez, I guess I do it. Pretty simple process. You know what gets tough, though, boys, is when we get on the road here, some of the blow dryers don't have the things that, I don't even know what you call them, the things that help it, like, aim the air. And you should see me. It's just a freaking mess, me trying to get that to blow where I want it to. But I'm glad to know that it turns out okay by the time we get on TV.
Yeah, man, it looks great. It absolutely does.
Well, Joe, you have a special job. I'm wondering whether it was growing up, whether it is now. Who is somebody that you just love listening to call a game?
It's crazy to say, but the guy that I grew up that's calling all the biggest games and that I just kind of by osmosis was trying to probably be like was Joe Buck. And to go from that, the kid that, looked at him, this guy doing this job that I thought, wow, wouldn't it be amazing to do exactly that one day, to coming to Fox about a decade ago, meeting Joe, and now looking at him as a mentor, and then to be able to pinch myself daily thinking about this, to be the one to take over for Joe with him going to ESPN. I shake my head even retelling that story to you, how crazy it is that I'm the stupid lucky one that gets to do that, given the background of it's exactly what I've always wanted to do.
You also worked side by side with Oral Hershiser, and I know Mike, that was his pitching coach
here in Texas.
When he was here in Texas, and we were at a spring training game once, and he was my favorite pitcher growing up. Even though he didn't pitch for the Rangers, he was in those World Series, and I remember seeing him in the booth next door one night, and I was like, oh my God, Oral Hershiser's right there. What do I do? Anyway, Mike says that he was just a great guy. Can you just tell me a little more about my favorite pitcher?
Yeah, here's what I'll tell you first, and it will tell you probably all you need to know. My third kid, his middle name is Oral, because as I told Oral in the note that I wrote him to tell him that we were doing it, if my kid grows up to have the qualities that he has, I'll have done something right. He is one of my best friends in the world, one of the most meaningful people in my life. Honestly, my parents, my wife, and my immediate family, but then Oral's right next to them on that list. So he's as special of a man as you could ever imagine. You picked a good one to have be your favorite pitcher.
Nice.
I know you get very busy and you have to go to the park early, so you don't get to explore, I'm assuming, too much the cities you get to go to, but have you had a special meal here in Dallas-Fort Worth that you're like, that is one of the best meals I've had, or is that something that you can only find here in Dallas-Fort Worth?
We don't get enough time to do that just given the night games. We've only been out one time. We went to Carbone the other night, which I've been to in New York and loved in New York, but it's Jeter's favorite spot from his playing days in New York. So he's like, hey, we got one here. We got to do it. So we went and had an awesome meal at Carbone the other night.
Oh, so do you eat with like Big Papi and A-Rod and stuff too?
Another pinch me thing, sitting there having pasta and wine with Jeter and A-Rod. And gosh, yeah, I guess I think it happened. Maybe I dreamt that, but I'm pretty sure it happened the other night.
You gotta try out Hurtado Barbecue. It's right near the stadium. They're in the stadium. Okay. Hurtado. Yeah, they.
I don't know. 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 I I don't know if you guys know this, but so I don't have a whole lot going on. Like I'm pretty boring, dude. I got my family, my job, but the other thing is food. I'm obsessed with food, and in my free time, I like to smoke.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I'm really into barbecue. So I just don't give myself enough time to take advantage of the stuff. I'm being honest. Wherever I go,
okay.
I've never been to a museum in a town I've gone to. I rarely venture out. I'm pretty boring, dude. But I should be taking advantage more of that kind of stuff.
I'll tell you what I'll do for you, because Hurtado's is in the stadium. They have a place where the line is 30 minutes long every game. I can have them bring up kind of like a sampler platter for you and Smoltzy well before the game, like at 5:30, 6 o'clock. So that way you're not trying to eat in between innings. I know that can be quick. So we'll make sure to get whatever Hurtado's has at the stadium today. They will give you a sampler platter so you can try out what they have at the ballpark.
Tell you what, between you guys complimenting my hair and sending me barbecue, I have a new favorite show.
That's what I'm talking
in City. Thank you, boys.
I'm loving it. Joe, thanks a lot for hopping on with us today, man. We look forward to hearing you on the broadcast tonight, man.
Okay, guys. Great to talk to you.
There he goes, Joe Davis. He'll be on the Fox Call on television tonight. We will have the game right here on 105.3 The Fan with Eric Nadell and Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler.
Do you think now that we did that, do you think that he will push Rangers a little bit more? Not that he's rooting for the Rangers, but push more Ranger stories than Astro stories?
I think so. I think he's going to be like, hey, we got to talk about this Hurtado place a little bit more while we're down here. Maybe they get in on Friday and everything too. But I think, a little home cooking here. I did not know that he was into barbecuing and smoking the meats, as they like to say. So that's interesting. But dude, he's fascinating. He's got a lot of really cool stories. I'm sure we could have just talked to him for hours. But whenever you work in the baseball world, I thought he was going to say Vin Scully.
That's what I did too.
I really did, but it was interesting to hear him say Joe Buck, and I think Joe Buck like him a lot. He gets criticized a lot because, every fan base is going to hate him or love him based on whether or not their team's winning.
And
right?
look, I get it. In 2011, if you were frustrated with him, you have to understand his father, Jack Buck, called St. Louis Cardinal games. That's where he grew up. Can you imagine right now, you're such a big Ranger fan, and your dad was Eric Nadell?
That would be wild.
20 years, 30 years later, you're calling a World Series with the Texas Rangers in it versus the St. Louis Cardinals. Whether it's conscious or subconscious, by accident, you might get a hair more excited about the Rangers hitting a home run than the Cardinals hitting a home run. It was very tough. I'm not saying Joe was super homerish, but I could understand when Joe Buck called something for the Cardinals in that, how there was a part of him saying, that's my father.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. He ate it up. I've heard lots of interviews with Joe Buck too, talking about like that whole growing up and getting the best education in that world that you possibly could. You get to listen to the broadcaster, the dude that's doing it. And that's where he learned it all. He was like, I didn't, have the voice of the man that smoked cigarettes his entire life, but I did learn a lot along the way. My Vin Scully story, Mike, is just, I remember one night hearing him talking about manta rays, and I was like, what is happening? But I was fascinated just by the delivery and the voice, the way that he talked and everything. And it was, I just found it to be very, very interesting. Well, I'm hoping the Tolos look like they liked that interview. Look like we did a pretty decent job with that. And hopefully he enjoys some Hurtado barbecue tonight out at the Rangers game. So, Mike, you do have some work to do now that you're going to be getting that delivered up there.
I'm going to talk to Brandon. I'm going to the restaurant. So,
you're going to go there eat
I'm going to the restaurant. I'm not going to eat at the stadium. So I'm going to go to the restaurant so we can sit down. We're going to watch some of the NLCS with my boys. And then from there, it's a mile away.
Yeah.
And then from there, we're going to go park and then go into the stadium. But I'm not going to personally deliver it up to them. First of all, I don't have a media pass for this series. So I can't go to places I usually go to. So I will just make sure I'm going to text Brandon.
Talk to your people.
I'm going to text Brandon here in a minute. I'm going to say, listen, Joe Davis and John Smoltz, can you send them up? I've promised them this. Can you send them up kind of your sampler platter at the stadium to give them a taste of what Hurtado's barbecue is?
It's fantastic, man. And it really is. And I think what's really interesting is this is his first year with the Rangers. They did the pop-ups last year, Mike, and I think they continued doing that so that some of the local restaurants could get involved with the stadium. but it was so successful. The Rangers said, hey, let's make it part of the fabric of what we are here. And then all of a sudden, that, like you said, that line is always there, and you can smell it. It's great. But I really think that's a cool thing that the Rangers did. I think it's something they started because I think I saw Zavala's teamed up with the Mavericks, and he's now down at the AAC. So I really appreciate that the team said we can work with these guys and help them grow their businesses and grow their legacies and what they're doing. All right, coming up next, we got the fellas out at the stadium. They are at the
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas is classic truck month at Classic Chevrolet, and like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings, and over 300 new Silverados are on the ground with unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, setting you up for Rangers-Astros Game 4.
I can't wait to go with my boys.
Tonight to the game?
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were, well, G-Bag's out there. So
I know.
Those are your boys, too.
Hopefully I have time. I got a couple things I need to do. I got to take the boys to Hurtado's before the game. I got to meet up with my one of my good friends who's scouting for the Phillies right now and say hi to him and introduce my boys to him. And then maybe go by and run over to G-Bag Nation.
Are you going to walk like over to them and then yell at them like I do you every time, where you're like, Devin Dawson, what's up?
A unique opportunity to get back at them.
Yeah, exactly. All those times they yell over at you whenever you're doing your thing. That's a good opportunity.
Really just start screaming and cussing as loud as I
no,
can.
No, don't do that, Mike. That's our radio station. All right, now it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation who are live at the Globe. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
We're doing terrific. How are you, Majors?
I'm great, man. I just, last night, I don't know how you guys felt, but all throughout the game, leading up to the game, a few minutes, about an hour before the game, I was just nervous. I was on edge. I was tense. I was tight. And I feel today I'm a little looser as a fan, I guess, because maybe it's because the loss is out of the way, and now I can just say, all right, now let's get back into it.
Well, I had quite a bit of anxiety about the game last night myself. It went about as I was thinking, as far as from Max Scherzer's perspective. I expected the offense to be better. I totally agree with Mike earlier in the show. You're going to need Seager and Simeon to get in here and start stirring this drink up pretty good. I don't feel better after the loss, though. I think my anxiety is not out of control or anything, but it probably got 10% worse, Corey.
See, and
I think what's tough right now is yesterday and today we're going with a gobbly-gop of guys pitching.
Gobbledygook. Yeah, gobbledygook.
Because, when you have Montgomery and you have Evaldi, you're like, we have what you consider real starters that are going to try to go 5 to 8 innings. And these 2 games here, yesterday and today, it's kind of like, I don't know how many innings Heaney's going to go. 2 innings, 4 innings? Let's see.
And between Heaney and Dunning, which one is the gobbledy and which one is the goop, would you say?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Because
I guess gobbly is Heaney because it starts it off, and then goop is Dunning who finishes it off, and then you hope to have it to the 7th inning, right? Hopefully gobbledygook gets us 18 outs.
Heaney, I guess, I just saw this from Sands, like he has been really good, 5-0 with a 3.38 after the All-Star break, Mike. You sure he's not good?
No, I'm not saying he's not good. I don't think the Rangers are going to try to push him to like the 5th inning. I think max he'll go 4 innings, even if I won't say he goes 12 up, 12 down, but let's just say he faces like 16 hitters in 4 innings. I don't know if they're going to force him out there for the 5th inning because he's just not a guy, even when he was going good, a guy that doesn't really go deep into games. And I think that they're going to have kind of like hey, get us 9 outs. And after 9 outs, we're going to get you out of the game. You did your job. And then we're going to ask Dunning to get us about 6 to 9 outs.
Hey, Mike, what do you think Scherzer can be trusted to do next time? What do you think his outlook is when he takes the hill again?
Same. The only thing is if it does go to 7, you will have Heaney and Dunning too. So I think it'll be a really quick hook. I think if 2 guys gets on base in the 2nd inning, he's done. And I'm not saying in a bad way. I'm just saying that they're just going to be like, it'll be all hands on deck game 7, and Heaney and Dunning will be ready to pitch. So you'll have 3 guys. So Max will start game 7. But I don't think they're going to see if he can work out of a bases loaded situation.
He shouldn't have come out for the 3rd inning last night, should he have? I mean, after you can't hit the catcher's mitt with your slider, you're walking dudes, you're hitting dudes. That should have been a wrap after 2.
Yeah, it was almost like, I love what you're saying, but it was almost like as the game progressed, it was like, let's just get his pitch count up so we think that he can maybe throw 75 pitches in game 7. If he is on, we need him stretched out a little bit. So I'm not saying the Rangers gave up the game, but it's almost like after the 3rd inning, they were just like, let's just have them extended so we're almost progressing towards if there is a game 7, we'd feel more comfortable if Max had his slider, had his fastball command, that he was able to go 5 innings for us.
Yeah, I think you guys are onto something here. I think that was like really kind of, and I hate to say it in a championship game, but let's test it, and they're trying to see how he feels today. I think that's what the mission was, try and get him to the maximum amount of pitches he was going to throw and then see how he felt today.
And it felt that way. And it's not like Boch is managing like, oh, okay, we're out of this one. Obviously, Josh Young helps you kind of have some faith and you get back into it. Leote got the crowd going with one of the best plays you'll ever see, robbing that home run. But with who Boch went to in the bullpen, it just did have that vibe. Like, okay, Christian Javier's on. Seager's not having success tonight. We're going to wait till tomorrow. You don't use Spores. You don't use Leclerc or Chapman. They get an extra day rest. I mean, clearly Stratton and Will Smith, he can say, hey, those are our guys. Those guys don't have it right now. They're not reliable to where you're really feeling great in a clutch situation putting them in. I think the Rangers just kind of did what they could to get out of that thing. And then tonight, you've got all 3 of your best relievers, and you're hoping that tandem of Heaney and Dunning can get you through 6 or 7.
Are you guys last night, were y'all feeling a different vibe in the stadium than y'all been out there a lot?
Yeah, we were in the section 133. We sit up at the top of it, and it seemed like a very weird environment. Well, the way the Astros started, and for me, it's when Altuve led off and that thing ended up all the way to the wall. And now you're like going, gosh, maybe this is not going to be a good day for us. But, yeah, it's just I think the way that the Astros started that game yesterday, it took a lot out of this crowd. It was even when they do the roll call, it would seem that it wasn't as loud.
Well, they weren't even going to do it. Like they had their leader, and it wasn't Caden. It was his other buddy who does this, the ginger guy, who's awesome, and he was trying to get the crowd into it.
He just could not get them going.
I'm like, hey, are we doing the roll call? And then all of a sudden, there's 2 outs to go in the 3rd. He's like, oh, yeah, let's do that. And then he's trying to get the crowd pumped up, and we're doing it. So, yeah, it didn't quite have the same vibe.
There's a lot of Astro fans in that 133 section, by the way.
We got a couple good Houston Sucks chants going, though.
Yeah, it was tough.
You got to jump in there right at the start of the 1st inning, man. You got to get the vibes flowing.
Yeah.
You can't wait, you know.
It was a late arriving crowd, too. It just seemed like nobody got to their seat at the start, it was kind of just it was
What
it
that
was weird.
needs-
It was weird last night.
What 133 needs, and it's an off-season project, is to get multiple season ticket holders that are very committed to the bit for at least 75 games each. And then you get the kind of consistent guys that are going to sort of build that culture out. And I think they can do it.
To your point,
Yeah.
Gavin, I'm not an owner of a team, so who am I to say this? But I'm going to say it. I'm not an owner. Wouldn't you give the people that have brought that energy that the manager loves, the coaches love, the players love, your general manager loves, somewhat of a major discount to have 2024 season tickets to keep that vibe because then you grow it, and maybe by 2027, not saying you jack up the prices on those people, but you're like, it has become a cultural thing at our games. Now it's not about we have to have this specific person here, these people here. Everybody knows 133, 132, that right field area. That is the party. That is the cheering. That is the area.
Yeah, I was behind home plate trying to get a look, and it's just so insane with all the standing room only seats that they've sold now. If you don't have a seat to find a good place to watch it, but I figured it was just so loud and busy that I couldn't hear 133. I figured, oh man, I guess I can't hear it from here.
It was calm. I mean, to their standards, that was kind of a calm.
But Mike's got it.
They had.
The team's got to step in, and teams everywhere step in for super fans, for super fan individuals that are always on TV. Those guys usually get comp tickets. In this situation, you got to invest in the future of the culture of the ballpark, and I think maybe 25 season tickets for those bros down there would take care of that.
Dude, that would be wild.
Well,
Dropping the bucket for a billionaire.
Gavin, Caden's coming with me tomorrow. I got tickets in section 132, and I invited him. I'm like, hey, you're coming with me because we gotta get that vibe going, and for Game 5 at least, I got him a ticket.
Your team needs to help you at the top of that order. Yeah. That would kind of get things going.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Urquidy's a hittable guy. He's a fastball changeup
I love
guy.
the scouting report, Mike. Don't ever apologize for educating people about matchups.
Yeah, man.
Don't ever apologize for that.
Okay.
I know that I
apologize for a lot of other stuff, though.
I've made a living doing this where you get to talk about scouting reports and stuff, but what you did for the listeners at that segment was outstanding.
Oh, thank you.
Go back and listen to it if you can, if you missed it.
It made me feel great about Marcus Semien tonight.
Yeah.
He's going to get going, boys.
That is what I'm talking about, gentlemen. I love that. Appreciate it. Y'all have an awesome day out there, and all the Tolos.
As always, thanks for asking David Murphy 4 o'clock.
Oh, thank you very much.
Like a boss.
Sneak that in, baby. Let's go.
Look at G-Bag, always on point. Go see him out there at the stadium tonight. Stop by, say hello, don't cuss, and have a good time hanging out with the G-Bag Nation and the Rangers.
Let's go, Rangers!
Let's go, Rangers! See you tomorrow.
DFW's #1 Cowboys. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. We are back at the Globe Life Field in Arlington, suite level, in center field. And if you're swinging by, we'd love to see you. We do have a huge show planned as we're getting set now for Game 4 with the Series 2-1. David Murphy's going to join you at 4 o'clock. And as much as I'm looking forward to talking to that Rangers great, word is our recent 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion, Rowdy C. Moore, Chris Lee, is going to be here. He shut it down last week with his karaoke, I believe, of a Bon Jovi song.
Yeah.
And I want to see what else is in his catalog. I want to see what else Rowdy has going to get the crowd inspired to see greatness. Last night we had a gentleman rock the house with some Creed, though, didn't he? It
was good.
That guy really got into it. Fortenberry. Yes. What a great name for him.
And then Creed was in attendance. Maybe we shouldn't have him in attendance again after what happened last night.
You know, that's we have to consider that. I don't know if that broke the jinx or altered or created a jinx or altered the dynamics in any way, but certainly having them here doesn't help. That's what we know now.
That's right.
Well, our loyal Tolo Donnie came by, and yesterday I gave him the fist bump, and as he and I kind of got together, I said, just go on, man. I'm not going to give you the fist bump today. And he understood. Yesterday was a bad journey for us all.
Yeah, you got to change everything up.
It was a bad journey.
I got the same undies on that
you did?
we clinched last week.
Okay, you brought those back.
So, yeah, and socks. Just not the same polo because I'm washing it. It's got a stain
laundering?
on it.
Are
but
you
I'm going to wear it tomorrow. I'm laundering right now.
Right on. I was wearing the same sweatshirt for like 5 straight days. Snapped it last night, so now I got a Cowboys look.
Yeah.
We're just mixing things up a little bit.
That's where I'm at today.
That's
where I'm at today as well, because I was wearing my Napoli Rangers jersey.
And we crushed it in the Napoli jersey last week.
That thing's been good luck to me for a long time.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that luck ran out. So I am actually wearing the same underwear as I was wearing yesterday, though. I just flipped them inside out.
That's the way. I don't know. Is that a good thing, though? Because we lost. Maybe
we're mixing it all up.
They're rally undies now.
It's not something I usually
This is
do.
good. No, this is spinning this into a positive.
At 2:40, I'd like to get into the number of sandwiches you had yesterday at the ballpark.
All right.
Yeah,
yes.
Do that. Yeah.
Yes. I can't wait for that report. Now,
all right.
The Rangers are switching it up. Or perhaps it's Mother Nature that gets the credit for this, but roof's going to be open tonight.
There you go.
Apparently, it's within the 3 or 4 degree range and the perfect dew point and humidity to allow us some open air baseball this evening.
Let's go.
So that's going to be great. The roof is closed now. Before too long, they're going to be eking that thing open, and it's going to be a baseball game in the elements tonight, gentlemen.
I'm excited, dude, because I haven't been at the ballpark when the roof has been open. I haven't attended a game here with the roof open.
This place is stunning when the roof is open.
If somebody's listening to our broadcast right now with the Rangers, do you think they'd let one of us push the button to open the roof?
Of course they would.
You think they would?
You kidding me?
That'd be pretty neat.
With how tight we are with John Blake.
I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't mind it, but it takes some coordination, And you
push the button?
Well, we got to call you, and you're busy, and I got to deal with these radio.
Should we work on our credentials first? Is that?
I guess we should crawl before we
crawl. I mean, this place doesn't necessarily have the reputation for rolling out the red carpet for us, Broadus.
Oh.
Not necessarily.
I think they like us,
John
though.
Blake does.
Yeah,
we know John Blake likes us.
CY
We know CY likes us.
You guys the players
I
show.
think the players like us.
We were giving them wings all week.
Yeah.
All year.
And you guys were sitting next to Ray Davis just last week.
We were.
To close out the.
He was about to invite us on the field to celebrate.
I'd like to maybe get that opportunity to push the button to open the roof.
You know what? The guy whose job it is, he might want to cherish it for himself. They haven't done it for 5 months. May 21st.
Yeah, but he's got the job like full time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have more opportunities.
It's like lighting the torch, in Vegas for Al Davis, or you're like the big hitting the big drum, or blowing the Viking horn, or something like that.
It would be cool to, even if we could just be there to watch him do it and record it and talk to him about it, because it's a pretty special night here tonight.
Do you guys imagine it really is just one simple push of a button, or
I think it is.
Is there more levers involved? Maybe it's a more strenuous tact than we thought.
Is it like nuclear codes?
It might be part of the reason why they never want to do it, because it's such a pain in the rear end. I mean, I don't know.
Well, they've been doing it the last two, the off day. They've been doing it when they come in here. I don't think it's a difficult task. I think it is as easy as you just go ahead and push a button.
Well,
if you're listening, folks, give us a shot.
That's how easy it looked last night for the Astros offense. Every time you turn around, you're making progress on them, and then they just add a few more run, and the Rangers fall. So, it's at 2-1 now. It's Urquidy against Heaney, and then probably Dunning tonight. Something great from Sandler. Heaney is 5-0 with a 3.38 after the break. He led the Rangers in wins after the break, was second on the team in ERA as well. So I think you can be pretty confident. You got to remember what the feeling was like in 10 and 11 when you ultimately did win series against Tampa and Detroit and the Yankees. Yankees take game one over there across the street. Yankees took game one. Okay, Tampa, you whoop that ass down there in Florida. They come here, they win games 3 and 4. You're like, oh no, they stole momentum and they're going home. Guess what you did? You went there and whooped their ass again. That was an all-road team victory. The Astros lost a World Series 4 years ago in an all-road team victory. So I would say don't lose faith if momentum is shifting. Each night is truly its own thing from this point forward. In the back of your head, I know what it is. It's like, hey, the Rangers went on these big losing streaks, and then boom, boom, they were going back and forth. But I feel like they snapped that. It's been a long time. The last time they lost a game, they won the next 7. Lose 2 to the Mariners, win on Saturday, lose on Sunday, win 7. I think we've snapped out of that. I think Evan Carter, Josh Young have snapped those bros out of that.
You got me going now, baby. Let's go. But you're right. It's just the Jekyll and Hyde nature of this baseball team. First time you're facing postseason adversity. A lot of young guys. Yeah. But I think there's positivity with Heaney on the bump. He's fared well against Houston. How long does he go? But that piggyback tandem between Heaney and Dunning got you a big road win against Baltimore in the previous round.
Man, I'm not worried about the young guys. It's the old dudes I'm worried about.
It's the Simeon?
Yeah. The old dudes are, it just doesn't seem as, and Mike was talking about that. They do a great job with their baseball coverage, Mike and Corey and those guys today. And Mike was talking about how Seager has expanded his zone. He's such an aggressive hitter, and they're talking about, well, he hits, 80% of the, strikes that are thrown and all that. That's all great. But, man, if you're going to rely on these young guys to try and carry you through some of these games, man, I think that's a tough ask.
It is. It's a lot of pressure to put on a guy like Josh Young. And we were sitting there watching it with Christian Javier, and I don't think I gave Christian Javier enough love yesterday. I was thinking the Rangers are just so hot, it's going to be okay. But they weren't working counts against him. Christian Javier was keeping him off balance. His pitch count didn't really get very – I was surprised, honestly, Dusty Baker took him out as early as he did.
Yeah, probably saving him for another day.
A lot of first pitch strikes, a lot of first batter outs in an inning. Couldn't get the first guy on.
Pop-ups. Could not get the old what's the baseball term, barreling it up? I always say they didn't barrel up, and Josh Young was barreling it up, but that top of that lineup, and especially those first 2 guys, you wonder there was and they've been outstanding all year, but you wonder now that with all those games, all those at bats, are things starting to kind of you wear down a little bit.
I think it was more so the pitcher than it was the hitters. And I think tonight, and I think Mike did a great job of breaking it down, but the matchups against Urquidy are much better for both of those guys to get you off to a hot start.
You need to get them on. And if guys like Evan Carter and Young and those guys, Garcia, those guys are going to get hits. Those guys have got to be on base. Evan Carter, what happens? He gets a double. He just smashes a double off the wall. It's a 2-out double. But who's ahead of him? It's Simeon and Seager, and they're that's the problem right there. Somehow, some way, those guys get on. That 109-mile-an-hour velocity double off the wall turns into a couple of runs. That's what they need. And those guys have been carrying you all season. I just worry about them right now. I'm just worried about the pitch selection, and then also
I think they'll be okay. And it doesn't help, obviously. I was very optimistic about Max, and I'm sorry it didn't go our way.
We all were optimistic.
We appreciate it. Nobody knew. That was what your gut was telling you. And
the first inning looked okay, and then we go ahead and hit a guy. We put him on.
Pitch.
The slider wasn't there for him. It was like, oh, geez.
The first out went to the warning track. The third
it
out
was hard to hit.
Yeah,
it was.
Okay, we got out of it.
For a second, I thought it left. We couldn't see it. It got blocked up from our vision for a second. I'm looking at Eric like, holy crap, did he just give up a solo
Taveras'
ball?
catch was right there in front of us, though. That thing was
Phenomenal.
unreal.
It was absolutely phenomenal. It reminded me, the crowd actually got electric big time in that moment, and it reminded of the Bombi Jimmy Jack from last series, where everybody just goes nuts. It's like, man, that was absolutely epic. And Walchuk, in terms of trusting the gut, we're still at the place where we're trying to figure things out. You know, like that's the repercussions of the soda. Like he's having to reevaluate the way he
got to recalibrate it.
He trusts that thing.
Now.
Yeah, so it's a work in progress, and you are absolutely forgiven, sir.
We got a text that I thought was a little bit concerning for an ALCS playoff game. And, you know, we talked a lot about the crowd. The crowd was so good in Game 3. We got a text that row 1 of Section 133 was being told to sit down by security. And I know we've got a lot of security that are Tolos and that listen in this building. If you are not coming to a Rangers postseason playoff game and ready to stand and cheer, do not buy a ticket and come. We should not be telling fans to sit down because people behind them cannot see.
Especially not 133.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
That's not okay.
Heck, there was a lady down there where we were sitting down in the owner's box. The lady behind me, so like I stood up and I turned around and she moved out to the aisle. I mean, she literally was standing behind me and then walked to the aisle so she could see. I noticed. I said, "Ma'am, I am so sorry." I sat down immediately. She says, "No, I am so happy you're standing up right now." That's somebody down there paying big bucks for a ticket and involved in the game. You know, that's how everybody should be at this time of year.
Well, if that is true, hopefully the ushers are informed. We're not telling anybody to sit down during the playoffs.
Sitting.
We're not really in that, you know.
No, hell
I
no.
think you get involved if it's about to be a fight. You relocate one of the fans. You know, the one that wants to sit, get them a place where sitting is going to be okay. But that's tough, you know, and you hate to see that from fans as well. You talk about being the ultimate Karen. That's the ultimate sports Karen move you could do.
Sit down. I can't see. No. I mean, why'd you buy a seat in this section?
Just go home, please.
Exactly, dude. There's a recliner somewhere that you can find.
It was an incredible game, though, as far as the plays that were made. You mentioned the Young home runs. The Taveras snag was unreal. But it was just too much Houston.
The walks. I swear the walks.
Yeah.
The Rangers had not walked hardly anybody in these playoffs. And every one of those walks or hit batters, it turned into runs. You know, and that's something they have not been doing.
Well, hopefully Max Scherzer is great if he gets an opportunity to pitch again. But, yeah, you know, I think knowing what you knew last night, giving a shot to go with Heaney and Dunning, I would love to see how that could have turned out because it seemed like they had a formula and it was generating runs and good pitching performances one way or another. And you messed with that success just a little bit, I think, bringing a guy back into it that hadn't gone in 36 days.
But, Gavin, though, I mean, don't you owe him that for the way he battled back, that he wasn't going to quit?
I would have probably done the same thing, Brian. But I don't know if it's the wisest thing you could do.
I think, to me, I think there's certain things, and I understand what you're saying, but a guy didn't quit on you. He could have very well said, that's it, shut me down, I'm not doing this anymore, I'm going to get ready for next year. He took it upon himself to try and get back. And
for that, I'm going to work with him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe
if Heaney and Dunning get rocked, I'm going to give you innings 5, 6, 7, 8. Knock that rust off, buddy.
Exactly.
I ain't bringing you out at the beginning. Though.
Yeah, I kind of felt like, though, that I was hopeful, but the way that it went about, I now understand.
Yeah.
I think the Rangers, I think CY, Boach, the medical staff, I'm interested to hear how he's feeling today. You know, that to me was going to be the ultimate test.
Mm-hmm.
If all of a sudden we start to hear whispers from the clubhouse or Boach or somebody says in a pregame, well, you know, we had a little bit of a setback with Max. Okay, I learned that now. Or, hey, everything's good with Max. Now maybe I need to think of a different plan for Max.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I need to think of something different for him, or do I let him start again? But I think the fact that he didn't quit on you, you have to give him that
that chance to start that game.
I also think you should give consideration as these series get extended, if Scherzer doesn't work out, to how on fire and in the moment Montgomery and Eovaldi are. These are guys you want to pitch on short rest instead of Scherzer 36 days removed.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I would
That's
totally
fair.
be in on that, and I think it was probably a big picture move because it seems like the only two guys you can really rely on are those two.
Yeah.
And if for some reason, hey, let's see what we got out of Scherzer. And if he came out and dealt, now we're feeling much better big picture. Hopefully you advance, and what are we going to do rotation-wise in the World Series?
The Cowboys worked out 8 players, a couple of guards, 3 guards, a tackle, 2 linebackers, 2 tight ends.
They lost a guard. Matter of fact, one of their guards got poached.
That's right.
By the Giants is what happened there. Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of gives you an eye on what's happening. No Zach Martin show today because of the bye.
Right.
Dallas Stars are at Anaheim this evening, 9 o'clock. So
that was a tough one the other night. Had
Yeah.
a lead with a couple of minutes left in that and just could not finish that off. And then, unfortunately, they've been doing a pretty decent job. They've been in overtime the last couple of, the 3-on-3 skaters, and it really didn't materialize much there. But then they get in the shootout and had a couple of shots hit the post, and Vegas
Man, that
finds
is
a
the
way to win
worst
it.
sound when it clinks off the iron
Yeah,
there.
when it hits hard, you can hear it.
Mavs preseason tomorrow. They're going to host Detroit. Flagtober's Tour Day DFW is Saturday. You can get the entire schedule at GBag Nation on Twitter. Once you're there, you can follow all of us: Lucky Lucius P, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, myself, Gavin Dawson. And we want to see you a Saturday for the Tour Day DFW. A brand new 2023 Pure Gold, as always, themed GBag Nation flag is waiting for you. You just have to pick the stop that is closest to where you're going to be. It starts in Mesquite. It goes to Hutchins. It goes to Waxahachie and Midlothian, Alvarado, Burleson, Double Fort Worths, Denton, Highland Village, Carrollton, and Garland. It's brought to you by Whataburger and Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. We're back, I believe, Little Sports Hodgepodge, right, Chief?
Yes, sir. You know what happens when you mess with the Bull, and a profile in courage next here in the nation.
We will gladly be your side piece.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 6.5 minutes. We're live at the Globe. Game 4 tonight. Pregame at 6:30. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, Eric Chiafalo, with your Sports Hodgepodge.
All right, we'll get to the best thing you didn't see in sports last night here in just a moment. But on Wednesday, you had the Phillies fan. Did you guys see our guy Brian Harris, who, yes, spells his name Bryan like a certain somebody I know?
Oh, jeez.
This is the guy that was, doing the fan on the field thing at the Phillies game. Did you see him
He got
running
rocked,
across?
if that's him.
Oh, my gosh.
That
he
was one of the
got
former
smashed.
guys, I think, that hit him with those security guards. I think we had him on our team in Philly in '98.
Well, it looks like he can still play. If he was
Yeah.
playing in '98, I wouldn't mind re-signing him.
Yeah. That guy was a thumper in his day.
Mhm.
Okay, he was.
That was very Jeremiah Trotter-like of that play.
No question about it.
Mhm.
Yeah, this dude's got some linebacker in his past. Whatever security guard, he's in postseason form. Like we've seen some of these security guards half-assing it this year, and it's been a little bit
embarrassing
disappointing.
sometimes that they're able to kind of make you look bad as a security guard when you get the bright like windbreaker on, and then they're running around and you're falling down.
Yeah.
That just kind of makes you even look worse.
It's a bad look.
It
It's
is
a bad look.
Yeah.
But this guy is saving the name for all sports security guards across
Brian's
the
will hit
world
you
right
now.
now.
Yeah.
This dude got smacked really, really hard. And his name, Brian Harris, he's like probably in his 20s, maybe he's in his early 30s, but apparently he was sitting in the upper deck. He told his buddy, "Hey, I'm going to run out onto that field, and I'm gonna run across the diamond, basically start on one side and finish at the other." He obviously wasn't going to get that opportunity to get to the other side of the diamond before he got absolutely truck sticked. But apparently he cut open his lip, and you could see it in real time. He was a little bit crazy because he had a smile on his face after he got smashed, and he had blood coming from his mouth, and he was smiling. He was like, okay, we're dealing with a bit of a crazy person here. And he was probably, swimming in the booze like our Fortenberry friend from yesterday.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
That's
it
my
was
kinda guy.
It was a cut open lip. He lost 2 of his molars. He's dealing
that's
with
deep.
Another tooth that's currently cracked in half. And
he got lit up.
he's got some
dude.
rib damage.
And he was smiling.
Smiling. Yeah, he was
And
smiling
rib
with blood
damage.
dripping down.
Yeah, certified crazy person.
This was a
Smiling
good,
today.
clean tackle too. I mean, the head was not in the collision at all.
Right.
This is a guy.
Very rugby-like.
I think the NFL
It
could make
was.
some educational films based on this tackle. It's good stuff. There's nothing scarier than guy smiling while bleeding out of the mouth, unless you add a cigarette. And then it gets terrifying.
Serial killer mentality.
This dude's
You're
a different
leading your
animal.
way, blood pouring out of your mouth. You're smiling, but have a cigarette. All right. I can imagine that. I like that look, yeah.
Now, we know guys like Michael Jordan have had their flu games and whatnot. I think we got one of those last night in the WNBA.
Oh,
who was it? Was it Asia Wilson?
The WNBA Finals. No, it was in a loss, unfortunately, but it was a great effort. This girl can,
we had some puking going on
I'll
last
fight in the
night.
trenches with her any day.
Yeah.
Sabrina Ionescu.
Yeah.
Oh, Oregon
baller.
zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolute superstar.
She at one point in the fourth quarter
You
is
said it right. Ionescu, you nailed it.
Thank you.
I could hear the question.
You see her teammates lift up with about 4.5 minutes to go in the game in the WNBA Finals, and this resulted in this is the series-ending game. So
winner go home.
This is the height of her sport, and she's dealing with some level of illness. And so in the middle of the fourth quarter, she's yakking into the trash can that her coaches and teammates are sort of holding up for her on the sideline, and then she just sort of wipes her face and immediately gets back on the court. And she was hitting big shots. She's puking, and then she's getting on the court,
nailing.
Yeah, she was like,
But
she
haven't
finished.
we all been there?
No.
Not also getting buckets though.
No, but to rally to drink we have, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
for
Not,
sure.
I mean, just not in like a big
kind
time
of super.
sporting
That's
event.
superhuman effort.
I
right
can't
there.
say I've been there. No.
Oh, yes, you can. If you throwing up and you make it feel better, you get right back
All
in the
right.
pong game or
If the puking
beer pong
rally
game, and
counts,
you're like knocking down shots.
I'm a bloody Hall of Famer, baby. Let's go.
What about the inconspicuous puker? Because I think that's
I
where
threw up
I
in my
lead the
pocket
league. I'm
one
sort of like
time.
that's
I
my
did
Michael
that.
Jordan. Like I'm the
Yes.
Michael Jordan of
You
that.
have a hidden. That's your hidden talent.
Do you walk away? I mean, you just kind of like leave
It just
the
depends, dude. Hey, you never know. You got to adapt to your
No,
environment.
you got to
your
tell
scenarios.
that one party story.
I threw up
did
in
one
I was in a
in
restaurant, threw up in
college.
my pocket one time.
Okay, that might take the cake there, Broadus. I'm not going to lie to you. I was walking into a fraternity house during rush week of my freshman year at UNT. I wasn't even at UNT at the time. I was at TCC. We were just trying to go to the party.
Your name is
and
Pinto.
the first weekend they're recruiting, so they let anybody in the doors. Like after the second week of school or something, these frat houses, unless you got girls with you, there's no way you're getting in. But this night I did have girls, so we get out of the car, and whatever we were drinking out of was a bottle of vodka that had probably been sitting in the back of this girl's car for the entire duration of the summer.
Was one of those
It was like
plastic bottles?
nasty,
Was
it
it
was nasty
plastic bottle vodka?
and it just wasn't sitting
Gilby,
well.
that's gin, I think. Gilby gin.
I'm in unfamiliar territory. I think it was Fedka. It was terrible.
Oh, no.
And so we take pulls right at the car before we walk into this place, and it's not sitting right, and I'm holding hands with this girl, and I barely even really know any of these people, and I feel like it's coming on. And so as we're crossing the street, I vomit, catch it in my mouth, spit it out, and keep walking, and not one person saw it.
Nobody noticed.
Not a single soul saw it. We walked right into the party and had ourselves
How'd you
a really
freshen
nice
your
night.
breath after you did that?
Oh, I stay strapped with that 5-gum, baby.
Strapped.
Come on now.
Are you a
Always
5-gum?
strapped.
I'm a 5-gum guy, yeah.
All right.
Now, they're
That is
false
iconic.
advertising. That thing works for closer to 5 minutes than 5 hours,
That's
but
true.
I like the taste.
So you weren't so sick that you were like spinning and needed to lay down, but you were somehow nauseous.
Exactly.
Very
It was like it
nauseous.
just didn't sit right. Taking
Yeah.
a couple of pulls out of
Oh,
this
I know that
old
feeling, yeah.
end of summer vodka
Oh,
just
brutal.
didn't sit right. Boom, smash out. But shout out to Miss Ionescu because she was getting buckets in a loss last night.
She was, and it shouldn't surprise you. I guess she was like Kobe Bryant's special protege through high school and
Yeah.
stuff. They had like a special relationship.
Mamba.
Didn't
Yeah.
she speak at Mamba's ceremony?
She did, yeah. They had like
I don't even
a
think
great
that's the right
friendship
word for it, but
Okay, it is time now to go into the Pimp Cup. At 75, it fits you. Where Lucius Alexander is standing by with the G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Don't talk to my man like that. Hey, I like it when you look it. My man.
Oh.
My man. Hey, don't talk to my man like that. I like, man, that's Lil Drake. Lil Drake on the way, coming soon. I don't know if y'all know that.
Little Drake.
Yeah, Drake's son is rapping on his new album. I like that little part. It's just a little clip. Don't talk to my man like that. Hey, I like it when you my man. All right, whatever. Let's see here. Whatever.
You tried, Lucius.
I tried. Hey, listen,
you really
man,
did.
You have no
tried.
idea. I deserve hazardous duty pay.
You do. You do. Absolutely. You do. You're not lying.
I'm sorry. I had to get that off my chest. All right. So our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day is Mr. R.J. Chompy. He had a song for the Rangers in the key of Brooks and Dunn right here. When the stick goes boom.
All right, Ranger fans, let's get up. ALCS Game 3, Texas style. We're World Series bound in this baseball town. Got Houston reeling, coming to the globe with Rangers wear blue. Woo! The bullpen's finally getting back on track. And the Dolphins will send the Astros back where they'll be alone.
A fat ass sack of weed.
Yeah, that's right.
At home and watching you.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
We'll spend October nights with winds inside when the stick goes boom.
the stick goes boom.
I saw on social he said it might be his finest work yet. I don't know. Chop's done so many.
I don't know.
It's probably top 5.
Jeez.
It is. I like the parts where he kind of starts to sound like Nolan Ryan.
I don't know.
A little bit. I don't
know. If you would call it your top
October nights.
I mean, he's done some bangers over the years.
He's done some bangers. He has
yeah.
some bangers. He does have some bangers. All right, let's see what I got for you boys. Let's go to some stand-up comedy right here. Miss Cristela Alonso. Miss Cristela Alonso has a joke for Cowboys fans.
I'm from Texas. I like football, dude. Like, I love the Cowboys, right? Yeah. Not everyone claps. See, 5 minutes ago, you all loved me, pero now... I get it. You know how hard it is to be a fan of a team that sucks?
Oh, come on.
Oh, whoa, what are you doing, man?
It's like you're dating that guy that can't get a together.
What if you're
Every
both?
season they make promises they can't keep. Nah, baby, come back this year. I promise you a ring. Oh, okay. It never works. And my friends tell me all the time. They say the same thing. Switch teams. You gotta switch teams. That's my team. I can't do that. That's my team. It's like having a kid that's flunking math, and you're like, it, I'm gonna cheer for the neighbor's kid. He's smart. Can't. You show up wearing a jersey, neighbor's kid, 82.
That is good.
Yeah, that's quality right there. That comedian has a future.
Yeah, she has a future.
She does.
Dawson, bro, is so shady. Oh my God! Last night there was a robbery during the Rangers game.
This ball is drilled deep out into center field. Leote going back. He's on the track. He leaps, and he makes the catch! Leote Taveras says to everyone, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. He takes a home run away from Yordan Alvarez and keeps it a 5-2 game. What a play!
What a play!
What a call, Hicksy!
Oh,
baby! You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. I love when Hicksy starts improvising. Oh, it's good.
Yeah, he's very, very impressive on
he's
the
in his
impromptu, big-time moments. He always rises to the occasion. He's in postseason form. It's just fantastic. And that play last night was just...
Hey, you gotta say you seen it face value right in your face, right?
It was right in front of us. Right there in front
Like,
of us.
that was some Willie Mays stuff, bro.
Dude, it was unbelievable.
It's amazing.
I think in the future we'll just pretend that happened in a win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't look at the final score. Yeah, remember that year we were out the ballpark and
Leote grabbed the wall.
Just leading us to a World Series.
Swept their asses.
5-4 victory. Swept their asses.
Hey, so when you dribble a ball between somebody's leg, like a defender's leg, so you can juke him out and shake him out the shoes and going through, or maybe kick the ball between somebody's leg in soccer or something like that, what is that called, fellas?
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg! Nutmeg! Shout out to Ghostface Killer. Yes, nutmeg. Sean Sharif got lost in the sauce right here, y'all. Drowning in a sea of broadcasting right here.
Did you see Wemby peg the player last night?
Whoa.
Oh,
geez, Sean.
Is that what it's called when you go through?
No.
You throw the ball through their legs?
No.
In soccer, we would be like, he got pegged. Or is that the correct term?
Yeah,
I would not use them. Okay. Let me try to think of it.
Please do.
So there's a soccer defender, and I kick the ball through his legs, and I go around him. That move. What is that? That's not pegging?
Absolutely not.
No, it's not. Help me, Fantex.
Help me.
I really did.
What
Meg.
What? I don't know. What did Wemby do to Reggie Bullock?
He took the basketball and he threw it through his legs and went around him and caught it.
But that's called what? He was what?
I'm not going to keep
He was doing
saying
what
it.
to Bullock?
I'm not going to keep saying
One more time.
Is it
nutmegging?
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg. Oh my gosh. I don't know what Sean was doing playing as a kid, what they was calling it.
He wasn't playing as a kid, Lucy.
Pegging,
That's the
isn't
problem.
it?
He was on the sideline.
RJ's like, no, I got a different definition for that.
He was never picked.
He was never picked.
Now, I
never
was
picked.
pegged. I was pegged as a kid when I would play baseball with my friend. Pause. We had ghost runners. So if he pegged you, you were out, man.
Yeah, those. I remember that. Yeah,
Yep.
peg outs.
Yeah. Peg outs, man.
Or the catcher.
Oh, yeah. All right, I gotta go. We gotta go.
Okay,
We gotta
yes.
go. We gotta
Is it
go.
Sean Sharif?
I got a
who
church
clearly-
clip, but I'll play it for LA Live later, y'all. I gotta go.
Our champion is RJ Choppy. When the stick goes, boom. Challengers, Stella Alonso with her comedy routine about the Cowboys.
Good.
Leote Taveras, iconic Rob Job, or Sean Sharif, lost in the morning broadcast sauce, clearly does not watch the original football very much. The nutmegging. I'm going to go with Taveras. Just kind of changing things up. Much respect to Choppy's song. How about you, Chief?
Yeah, give me the Sean Sharif.
We're tied at 1. Lucian.
The comedian Cristela Alonso, and Nutmeg is a fantastic song by Ghostface Killer. Go check it out.
On it.
Bobby Digital's on there. He's got the bing, bong, bing. It's amazing.
Bobby Digital.
I'll rock with the pegging.
I'm absolutely, pegging.
But who are you voting for?
Let's go. We're all about the pegging.
By a score of 2-1 to 1.
Wait,
And
Walter
you're-
hasn't voted yet.
Didn't he?
No, I did.
Oh, he's requesting
We're
that?
just in our bag over here.
Just joking.
Strap up over there. Come on,
Couple
let's
of
go.
Joshies.
Your new G-Bag of the Day champion is Sean Sharif there in the morning show, getting clarification for the fan text. Krusty's Corners coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Guys, I got some bye-week questions about the Cowboys for you. Let's do that next.
Yeah. It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. We are live at the Globe. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, taking you all the way up to the first pitch at 7:03. Pregame coming up at 6:30. David Murphy at 4. Time now, though, for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here's the king himself, Broaddus.
Thank you very much. Lucius, is that Juvenile?
Yeah, Juve.
All right, very good.
Juve used to be RTA bound.
There you go. There you go. Hey, real quick before I get going on Krusty's Corner, I wanted to ask you guys a ruling on something, if I could get it, please.
Yes, sir.
We've had like really good guests, like Eric Nadell showing up. We had Mattress Mac showed up yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need a ruling, okay?
No more Mattress Mac?
No, I need a ruling because there's been a couple of times where I've given my broadcast position up so we can have the camera and all those things. So, but I need a ruling. First time Hurtado brought food to us.
Oh, I know.
They brought the what's the
Oaxaca dog.
The Oaxaca dog.
Oaxaca
dog. They brought that, right?
Yeah, it is.
And they set it down. Okay, so Eric assumed that was for him.
The Hall of Famer.
Yeah, the Hall of Famer. He took it.
Yes.
Yesterday, I got a water, fresh water. Mattress Mac thought it was his.
Yeah,
he took it with him. You know, and I appreciate the guests, you know, and all that. But if you were a guest of someone's radio, would you grab the water or would you take the hot dog?
No.
Without asking?
100%.
You would?
Yeah, you've just welcomed me into your seat. You welcomed me
I
into
gave
your
you a rocker
computer,
chair.
your headset.
Yeah.
I mean, would you have gotten upset if you used your pencil?
No, but it was like food items.
Yeah.
It was a bottle of water, fresh.
If you're
and
Eric
the hot
Nadell,
dog. Eric took that hot dog like he hadn't eaten in weeks.
If you're Eric Nadell and you're the Hall of Famer and you are in your the sort of the house that you built to an extent,
Sure.
and you sit down and there's a Oaxaca dog,
right?
And Brandon Hurtado himself is delivering it to
Yeah.
that spot.
Yeah.
You are thinking immediately, that is my Oaxaca dog,
and you'd be wrong, Eric.
And I guess you'd be dead balls wrong. In this scenario, of course.
I think
but if you're the Hall of Famer Nadell in that moment,
Would you ask?
think
Would
that's
you?
yours. Wait, do you guys think Nadell thought that's Brian's dog, but
No.
damn it, I'm taking it?
No, I think he
just
thought that
assumed it was his dog.
Oh, they just delivered food, and I'm the one sitting here right now. This one's mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he thought.
There's
Eric
nobody
is
broadcasting
Eric
here.
is like a picky eater guy, I believe. I mean,
but he's a barbecue.
No, but he loves brats. I know he's a big
That's
brat
true.
guy.
That's true.
So I think that's
But
right up in his
would
wheelhouse.
You, all right, would you then ask the group, oh, is that for me? Would you say that, or would you just...
There's no way I would touch that dog. I would assume it's not mine. I'm waiting for somebody to say, hey, we have an extra dog. Would you like it?
Yeah.
But this is Eric Nadell's house.
Yeah.
So
This
him
is true.
assuming I'm going to give him a pass on that. Now with Mattress Mac, he's just a jerk.
He probably thinks everything's his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It was surprising about Mattress Mac when they said he came from money.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hate a little bit, but I'm gonna let it out.
I'll let it out.
The allure kind of went off of him some. I was like, oh, okay.
You thought self-made there?
Yeah, it's like, oh, you been had this paper.
Yeah.
That's why you just wilding with it. You just don't respect how much $7 million can be to somebody or whatever the case may be.
He's old money.
Yeah, he's
he's
old
like,
money.
I
Very
give it
old
away.
money.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, been had money.
All right, so I just was
I
curious.
mean, I said it respectfully. I sound like I'm hating. I'm hating.
Well, you should. I mean, he was a Dallasite that turned his back on us.
Yes.
Yeah, for
You
real,
know?
man.
After everything we've done for him.
All right.
He does think everything's his.
He
So-
shows
Who's
he
our
wasn't-
mattress guy up here? Is that the Sally family? Who's that?
Levitz? I don't know. I'm trying to think of like back in the day, mattress folks.
Yeah, so,
I know Mattress Mac was going to throw out the first pitch.
I've always been.
And then Mattress Firm.
I'm a firm guy.
There's like a sponsor, Major League Baseball, and they told him.
Oh, they said no?
Nope.
You
Nope.
don't
ain't
blink yourself?
Yeah, you ain't throwing the first pitch,
man.
Mattress Mac. So about that. All right, I got these questions. But I wasn't the water and all that. Yeah.
Ultimately, you should be.
Yes,
you
I would
should be a
never
little
do
bit-
that, but I get.
I thought it was
Nadell
okay.
saying that's
I
mine.
just was curious if I go and ever do another spot with somebody, I don't just assume that it's not anything on the table's not mine.
You lucked out that Soda Wolchuk didn't want his dog.
That's
You enjoyed
that.
that
No,
Oaxaca
yeah,
dog.
exactly. You're right.
I'll shank Nadell if he so much as looks at my hurtado.
Stay away from my Maria tacos.
All right. Well, speaking of shanking, Dawson.
Yeah.
Cowboys, bye-week questions. Let's see if we can get through a couple of these. Give me a guy you can count on this team.
On this Cowboys team?
Yeah, halfway through the season, what you've seen so far, not really halfway, but to the bye-week point, give me a guy you can really count on this team.
You can count on CeeDee Lamb. You just want one? That's who I'd go with. The guy I most feel like you can count on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb? How about you there, Wooly Bully?
Don't know what the hell you just asked me. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Give me a guy on the Dallas Cowboys through these 6 weeks that you
sir.
can count on.
Osa Odigizua shows up every single game. He has been just as I hoped he would be. He is going to be a Pro Bowler this year. I know what I'm getting from him, and that is a steady, reliable performance.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Be our friend of the program, DeMarcus Tank Lawrence.
Love that answer, too.
I like that.
Mr. Consistent.
It's funny, you guys just didn't want to say anything about Micah, right? Is Micah not having one of those?
That's the easy one.
That's the easy
I
one.
mean,
No,
he's
I like the fact.
yeah.
No, I like the fact. I was worried that you guys were all going to say Micah.
Yeah.
No,
but I like what you did there.
He's not getting as many sacks as you would want, but the narrative that maybe he's not good or something is just insane.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, he's still getting tons of pressures, and he's making a big impact because of how many, offensive linemen and tight ends and running backs. How many players offenses are having to account for him being on the field is helping.
It's the most disruptive defense in the NFL, I believe.
Yeah. And he's the number one disruptor in the sport. So yeah, he's the man.
Okay, well then I'll ask you the question because it is one of the questions, Chief. What's your early thought on this defense?
I think they're clearly they're not quite what we had hoped they were going to be with the expectations. They're clearly not going to be meeting those expectations. They seem like a defense that's much better, and I think the whole team is at this point. But they're sort of a front runners defense, and they still struggle with some of the same things when it comes to the mental lapses of the penalties and the inability to stop quarterbacks using their legs. I think is a problem that's carried over. So, it's a little bit disappointing.
How about you there, Wooly Bully? What's your early thought on this defense?
I mean, I do think I think they've been hurt with the Trayvon Diggs injury. The trickle-down effect, I think, is starting to show, with Gilmore now kind of being more of a mark for teams. Jordan Lewis as well, who didn't have one of his best games. Bland's been just fine, but just now the more that's put on everybody else's plate in the secondary, and the safeties have not been nearly as good as we thought they were. So I would say disappointing through the first 6 weeks.
I think they're like a top 8 defense, but they have the ability to get embarrassed. And I think the Diggs injury has crushed them.
Yeah.
But also, like, the other great defenses always have amazing linebackers. And I know Micah Parsons is amazing, but I'm talking about inside linebackers. Leighton Vander Esch is a job doer. He's a jobber. Not a bad jobber. He's a good jobber. But, like, where's your impact guys? Give me anybody like from this team's history. Sean Lee, Rolando McClain, Ken Norton, Brady James, Keith Brooking. Anybody as good as that? No. And you're talking about having an elite generational defense. It was flawed in that way. The injury to Diggs is killing them.
Yeah.
I don't think you can underestimate that. It makes beating the Niners impossible. I got players you could trade for later. I'm looking for a rental on an amazing corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's my final question for the group then. Is this front office going to surprise you with a trade?
I do not believe so. I think they're always thinking more in the 5-year plan than the 5-month plan. And, there's some benefits to that. But I think all the young guys or the jobbers, the borderline street guys yesterday, that shows you how they're going to fortify this roster. They're looking at depth guys who are unemployed currently.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, there's been some reports that the Cowboys are going to be aggressive at the deadline. I'm just not going to believe it. I mean, they made a move that was a good move to help their team in Jonathan Hankins, but it wasn't some kind of headline move. I would be going all in on trying to get Patrick Surtain II. I'd give up a 1 to go get him. I don't believe that the Broncos should really trade him, but maybe if they are open as they say they are, that's the player I would say I'm going to go ahead and give quality assets to bring in because, hell, he might end up being my best corner, and that includes Trayvon Diggs when healthy.
Yeah, I agree with these guys. I don't think it'll be – they will have to really be admitting that they were wrong on some of these guys because it's not like they've had an onslaught of injuries to say, oh, we got to plug holes. It's just, well, I mean, Jordan Lewis, they just going to admit that Jordan Lewis is not good anymore?
Sure.
I don't think so.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation.
Hey, Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Can I give an update to my question I had earlier?
Hell yeah.
About who is our mattress Mac here in the DFW?
Yeah.
I knew I had it on my brain. Mr. Rick Stacy. Mr. Rick Stacy over there. That's Stacy's Furniture and the Stacy's family. Yeah. If you're not spending with me, you're burning money. Rick Stacy.
Money. That's right. You're burning money.
Rick Stacy, baby.
Gosh, their leather couches.
Rick Stacy put a big old bet out there so we can pump you up, man.
Yeah.
Screw Mattress Mac.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's bury Mattress Mac. All you got to do is
Rick Stacy.
I could use a new bed as well, so I'm down for that promotion. Let me know one way or another on this Ranger series. I'll either get a free mattress or we'll win. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I was thinking more about LASIK myself. If you guys want to go the bed route, give me some LASIK. I'd be good for that too.
Hey, Flagtober's Tour Day DFW is Saturday. I know there's a promo running that says it's tomorrow. It's not, and the Tour Day DFW is on Saturday. And it starts in Mesquite at 10 a.m., and it will end in Garland at about 7:40. Big old loop. And you can get the entire schedule either 105thefan.com/Flagtober or at GBagNation there on the Twitter X. NFL news of the day coming up. Bully, where are you taking us?
Mike McDaniel is one of one Belichick rumors and an epic Wheel of Fortune fail. That's next.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field here in Arlington and fired up with the pregame coming up at 6:30. We're 1 hour away from David Murphy joining us to discuss this crucial Game 4. You know, you lose this one, it's going to be even Steven, and you're back in a dogfight. You still have the advantage. You still have home field. You stole that from Houston in Games 1 and 2. You can give it back tonight. Or you can take a huge step in the right direction, getting back to that World Series. Friday night's game, by the way, tomorrow night's game is going to be a 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock first pitch, so you're going to want to make it home a little bit earlier, get to where you need to be, maybe cut out of work, maybe just take the whole day off, you know, especially if the Rangers are preparing to clinch tomorrow. That might be appropriate. Anyway, here's Wolchuk there with your NFL news of the day.
Yeah, thank you very much. And if you're coming out to Globe Life Field, make sure you bring the energy, bring the noise. Even if this thing maybe doesn't seem like it's going our way early, we got to stay locked in. And if an usher comes over and says, hey, you need to sit down, you tell him, go bleep yourself, all right, in a very kind manner. But I don't get this. I don't know why we're telling fans to sit down.
Is this
and
confirmed?
Not stand.
Did this really happen?
I mean, I've got it confirmed from multiple people. I don't think so. There's a lot of fans that have come into Twitter here, or X, formerly known as Twitter, and said, yes, I was told to sit down last night.
Man, I don't know, man. Those ushers were pretty nice to us last night to let us sit.
They're
where we
great
did.
people.
Yeah.
And it might not be their fault. It might just be a security thing. But I don't get it. I don't know why you're not allowed to stand and cheer on your team at a postseason game. This team has told us they feed off it. They feed off that energy.
Absolutely.
I know we need it.
The problem is it's tough, and I wonder how many cities and fan bases have developed the skill over the generations of fanhood where you don't have to feed off of the guys on the diamond. Because that's what it feels like. Give me a reason to cheer.
Right.
Like, that's what it felt like last night.
Right.
Everybody in the ballpark's like, we're not just going to cheer to cheer. We're going to cheer when you give us a reason to cheer.
Josh Young homers.
And last week, you got the reason to cheer early and often, and so it just felt like 9 innings of baseball euphoria, electric
it was reversed. The players fed off the fans last week. That's what you need.
Right. And
you
so
need the players to be like, oh, my God, this is so electric. I'm just going to go out and ball right now.
You can't just be a front runner cheerers here, right? No. When things aren't going well, that's when they need us the most. And I hear you. Everyone was locked in as soon as Seager hits a first inning bomb ski. It's like, all right, we got this. And it's clinch night. Tonight, this is a pivotal game. If you lose this and this thing gets tied at 2, it's hold on to your butts time, all right? We need to get this thing rocking. We need to be up 3-1. And then tomorrow, we get a chance to clinch this thing in our own house, baby. All right? That's what we need to be focusing on.
Man, I love everything you're saying there. I think it's the fact that we know this opponent. I think there's a little bit of fear there. I think
there definitely is.
There's not fear of Tampa. There's not fear of.
We got to block that out for 3 hours.
There's not fear of Baltimore. There's fear of this bunch.
Fear does not exist in this ballpark.
We got to block it out for 3 hours.
I'm just saying, though, the crowd to me was on edge a little bit.
Yeah,
early in that football
game.
And I understand it. I'm on
maybe
edge, too.
afraid of success a little bit. But maybe not trusting it.
Can't do it.
Thanks, Cowboys. This is what you've done to us.
We gotta bring the passion. We gotta bring the joy. All right, tonight we got Thursday night football. Nobody will be watching,
Somebody's
of course.
Gonna walk next door and kick our ass.
That's fine. Everyone will be paying attention to, of course, the Rangers game tonight. They're not going to pay attention to the Jags and the Saints. I don't think those ratings are going to be very good. But Trevor Lawrence, Mike Bassick's T-Law, is going to play.
Yeah.
There was question about it. He's going to start. At first they were saying, hey, he's got to go out there. He's got to work out. We got to see how he's feeling. No. The Jags are saying T-Law expected to play tonight against Derek Carr and the Saints.
Yeah, C.J. Beathard was not going to be a factor in this one tonight.
Man, yeah, you don't want C.J. Beathard out there. That guy is not very good. The Raiders have said that Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to play against the Bears. He's got a back injury. Remember, he got taken to the hospital following their game last week. So he is officially ruled out, which means Aiden O'Connell going to get another start there.
I'll tell you what, Jimmy Garoppolo has kind of become damaged goods. I shouldn't say kind of. He is damaged goods. He took a normal quarterback hit the other day and went down. Would he get hit in the liver, spleen? It was like he got hit in the side, and I don't know my body parts where all they are, obviously, but it's like he got hit in the side and he just crumpled. You know, it's one of those things. But man, it's tough, man. They can't keep him together, keep him upright to play.
And even when he does play, he's not that good. I don't know why any team would want to have Jimmy Garoppolo as your quarterback. You're just signing up for one kind of disappointment or another.
Oh, man. And we did get a report from Albert Breer. We talked about this earlier in the week, Bill Belichick and his future, and how there was a report from Robert Kraft that he is looking into possibly firing or at least a parting of ways with Bill Belichick. Maybe it's a resignation. But on the herd, Albert Breer shared that Kraft is well aware of the local criticism and the displeasure of the fan base, and he's already discussed moving on from Bill Belichick. Cowherd asked Breer about this. He said, quote, "Do you believe there are discussions in New England about moving on from Bill?" He said, "These discussions have taken place. I can tell you for sure Robert hears it, and they're looking at maybe just an outright firing. It would not be a resignation."
Man, that would be
why are we surprised?
I mean,
why are you surprised? They fire Tom Landry here.
I'm not surprised.
They fire legendary coaches all the time.
But just given he's won 6 Super Bowls there, he is.
But he's the problem, though.
He is.
He's the
and
problem.
They need to move on.
He's the coach, as great as he's been. He's the coach that thumbed his nose at, yeah, I could take a defensive assistant and a special teams coach and a defensive coordinator, and I can make them offensive coordinators and we'll be okay. You know, he's drafted a lot of those players.
I agree with all that. The GM's been worse than the coaches.
I mean, Christian Gonzalez fell into his lap.
But sometimes you kind of have that conversation like, Bill, we need to move on, and you just kind of give him the luxury of saying, instead of, all right, I got fired, I'm stepping down.
His former, Parcells got fired. I mean, this happens.
Yeah.
You could be a legendary guy, and then all of a sudden, but he is not getting the job done.
He's not. No.
Well, their standard is here.
Yeah.
You know, their standard is like, they're not.
Yeah, but their standard's there because of him.
Well, their standard is there, right, because of him, but they're also like this organization, the Cowboys, they had 10 years with Jason Garrett.
Yeah.
But with Bill Belichick, it's kind of like, well, okay, Bill, I know you won us all these Super Bowls, you, Tom Brady, and all these great players. I think the Patriots are interested in Mike Vrabel. I think that's the one they're going after.
I like that.
I think they're in a situation right now where if they had to go get a coach, I think they're eyeing Mike Vrabel. That's what they're worried about maybe losing. Right?
Well, are you worried that Jerry Jones is going to hire Belichick if he does fire Mike McCarthy?
I will say this, there is a strong relationship between Belichick and Jerry Jones. Strong. Now, the question is, Bill has been one of those guys throughout his career as a head coach that's been the evaluator. That's been the guy, hey, we're going to do it this way. This is how we're going to play it and all that.
Yeah.
You got to convince me, whoever the next head coach is, he better fix Dak Prescott or find me a quarterback that's the next Brock Purdy or whoever else you want to play.
Mm-hmm.
That needs to be your guy, That's the one I'm focusing on. If you can't fix my current quarterback or get me to the next one, I don't have time for you, bro.
I'm with you.
I don't have time for you.
Amen. Preach
he
that.
definitely wants to go to a place with the quarterback.
Jerry will. Yes.
If you're Belichick, you want to go to a place with established quarterback. I don't have time to try and find a guy. I need to go to a place that's got one.
Yeah. Right.
And the team we just played, the
What's
Chargers.
He needs 20 wins.
Chargers would make
18.
some sense.
He needs 18 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like that. I like the Chargers.
I think Jerry's going to make a TV event out of him passing Shula. This is might be exactly what he's looking for.
That's interesting.
Well, it's interesting because he did hire Bill Parcells for a few years.
Yeah.
Got a stadium built because of it.
Yeah, well, that was the reason why, sure. And Bill did a good job of, rebuilding this team to where they were competitive again. So, I mean, we'll see. That certainly will be a conversation. Of
Bill would
available.
I think Bill would be willing to not be the GM because he's older and he needs a coaching job. If it's important to catch Shula, you're willing to say, okay, I don't need the front office gig, but I need to coach.
What's going to be essentially any head coach here is a GM.
Sure.
In theory. Mike McCarthy, Ted Thompson, organization he used to work in, they told Mike who the players they were going to take.
Yeah.
They drafted the players. Mike has a lot. Now, whatever head coach here has the opportunity to have say in what's going on.
That's a good point. It's kind of a de facto GM situation.
It is. He could still help with the players, but you coach the damn team.
Yeah.
You coach the team.
We need Bill to look at the pro players and which guys from other teams can help you. We need Bill to evaluate the opponent. That's where he thrives. He can leave my scouts and my draft alone, though. Bill's going to mess up your draft if you trust too much on draft day, which the Cowboys like to trust their head coach.
Yes, his drafts are brutal. All right, let's stay in the division with the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel. Now, Stephen A. Smith, of course, on First Take, was basically shaming Tua, saying anybody can have success with the Dolphins at quarterback because of Mike McDaniel. And I do love McDaniel, and his scheme and offense is absolutely fantastic. He's an absolute football genius offensively. A reporter asked Mike McDaniel about this, and his answer, oh my gosh, this guy's a treasure.
There are some folks who believe that many quarterbacks in this scheme, with you as the coach, with Tyreek and Jalen, maybe even many quarterbacks would excel, would flourish, would be near the top of the passer rater leading MVP candidate. What, if any, pushback is there relative to, wait, no, hold on. Tua is a little different.
I'd love to push this podium over. My answer to that would be who the F cares, because it is a team. We're working together, and I know one thing. I've coached stuff a long time. I haven't seen people do what our guys do.
He, to me, I love everything that he says in terms of just how open he is, like who the F cares. It's also not true. Last year they didn't have Tua, and I don't think they won a game without him.
No, I think they won one.
Maybe one, right?
Yeah.
Their record with him, I think they were undefeated, if I'm not mistaken. Like,
No.
there clearly was
He's
a big
legit
drop-off.
because of how accurate he is.
Right. So
he
you
will
need
put the ball right where it needs to be every damn time.
Yes, the running game, and this happens with all of these awesome offensive minds. You do need to find the right guy to pull the trigger for you on the field. That is going to ultimately make everything work. They can go ahead and disguise and hide a bad offensive line and make an average running back a great running back. But when it comes to the quarterback, that's the one position. If you just put a jobber out there due to injury, we've seen it. Right, over the years, even with a Kyle Shanahan. We saw it last year with Mike McDaniel. I'm sure we'd see it with a Doug Peterson if Trevor Lawrence isn't starting. They're not going to be the same offensively. And to me, Mike McDaniel is just, I love listening to him. I think that is a poor take from a guy like Stephen A. Smith and others that have that. We also had him talking with Clarissa Thompson that's going to air, might have aired last night on Fox Sports. And he recently became a father a few years ago.
Yeah.
And so she asked Mike McDaniel about the comparison of being a father and also being a head coach and kind of balancing those two things and if there's any similarities.
How has becoming a father made you a better head coach?
I think, ironically, they're similar in that it's a servitude role. I'm so proud of you. I mean, you are everything you wanted to be and more. Being a dad is very much like being a head coach in that you're constantly concerned about the well-being of other people.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact I couldn't be any of the things that are the most important things to me. Father, husband, man, and then head coach. All of those are a consequence of wanting to be something for someone. To not exist for yourself is a beautiful thing.
Wow, dude. Our guy's getting super introspective right there.
And there's like an 11-minute NFL Films mic'd up thing from his game this past week. I mean, obviously, we couldn't play the whole thing, but it's awesome.
Hey, this is the quarterback that vapes on the sideline, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It makes a whole lot of sense.
Mike McDaniel is that dude. Yeah. He's one of one. I love him, and I'm just consuming all of the content from him right now.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He stepped into that Mike Leach void.
Now, he did. He really did. That's actually a great point. Now, the last thing that I want to get to here is Rashad Jennings, former NFL running back, played with the Giants, played with the Raiders. He was on Wheel of Fortune, and he was technically able to raise $30,000 for the charity he was playing for. Now, Pat Sajak and the company chipped in with an additional $24,000 to supplement the $6,000 he earned during the hour-long program. He was on there with Marcellus Wiley and another player as well. There is the puzzle is up. He is just missing one letter from this puzzle. And his answer to this, when you see it and you're able to read it, the puzzle is reading driving to Reno with blank UENTIN Tarantino. That's what it is. The entire puzzle's up there. You can solve this thing. Here's Rashad Jennings' guess.
wish I could help. I really do. But you can buy some time by spinning the wheel.
I'm gonna spin it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. Check Aussie.
600.
P.
No.
He picks a P instead of a Q, and then Wiley immediately gets the answer with driving to Reno
What a
with
play
Quentin
by
Tarantino. I guess Rashad Jennings is like Brian Broaddus, and he doesn't watch any movies, and he's never heard of Quentin Tarantino before.
I know who the director is, and his movies are fascinating. When I always
Unique,
watch,
yeah.
Unique in a different way. But I share the inability to spell. Like, I'm the guy that had to write a check for $12 and made it for $13 because the T, the W, the E, I couldn't get it all together. So yeah, I share that, and I you know what? It's difficult. It's difficult to spell.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that he went through that. I'm glad Wheel of Fortune, with all the people, I wonder how many vowels he bought along the way. Because that's my favorite thing of watching that show. When these jackasses buy a million vowels.
Oh, yeah.
And they know what it is.
There's only 6 of them.
Yeah, well, they buy them all.
But they're buying them.
How
many letters are in the alphabet
Let
again?
me give you $1,200 here for vowels when I know what it is.
It was really embarrassing for Rashad Jennings there.
That's tough. Yeah, it is. Apparently not a big Pulp Fiction fan.
Oh, come on, man.
There were some traumatizing moments in that movie. It was pretty forgettable.
Yes.
Royale with cheese.
It's time now for chicken soup for your Cowboys soul. If the Cowboys offense seems super boring, does this explanation mean we're actually going to be all right? That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device, the Odyssey app.
First pitch, 7:03. Urquidy against Heaney to start. It's time now for a little chicken soup for your Cowboys soul. The offense does seem boring. The Cowboys are scoring less. How could you possibly spin this into a positive, Dawson? Well, you just wait. It's actually not that bad. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. The Tour Day DFW is coming up on Saturday. All around North Texas, come get a free Pure Gold, as always, G-Bag Nation 2023 flag. They're amazing, and we'll hand one to you for free if you join us at a select Whataburger location on Saturday. It is a long tour, so check at G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Follow us when you get there if you want to know when we're going to be at the Whataburger nearest you. Okay, yeah, chicken soup for your Cowboys soul. We're at the bye week here. Things are going pretty good, 4-2, but you're like, wow, they really did look bad against Arizona, and they looked even worse against San Francisco. Warren Sharp is where we go to, one of our favorite journalists here in the NFL world. He approaches things from a numbers and analytics perspective, and he does a great job of consolidating those into bite-sized chunks that are easy to digest for the fan. All of us can't be as smart when it comes to the numbers as Chiafalo. I'm just a caveman, okay?
Yeah, well, aren't we all?
That's where Warren Sharp comes in. We do have the fewest touchdowns in the NFL since 2010. And the fewest explosive plays in the NFL since 2009. He concludes the NFL is not as exciting. I would agree overall. You're getting 25% less touchdowns, 25% less big plays. If you're like, wow, the red zone's not cutting away to as many huge ones. There's not quite as many, oh my goodness, can you believe what happened? That is real. And he quantifies it in a variety of ways. He also says there's less enthusiasm around the product right now. I don't know about that. That might be a reach. Maybe you guys see that. I feel like there's less enthusiasm around the Cowboys, but that's just because they took 2 L's.
Yeah, I mean, the ratings would say that there's absolutely not less enthusiasm.
Yeah. But the reason for the offense slowing down, the rule tweaks the NFL made going into last year were very pro-defense. They've created more pre-snap penalties on the offense, less on the defense. There's less PI. There's more illegal receiver downfield.
Yes.
There is a lot of that.
Which did take a play away from the Chargers. And more emphasis on that is stalling drives out to the point that if you go to the peak of how the offensive changes played out from 2011, that's when they made it illegal to try to hurt the quarterback in any way. 2011, no diving at the quarterback's knees, no hitting his head in any way. Please don't hit him from behind very hard. Like, just get up there and hug him and then lay down, basically. And from that point, we are down very, very significantly. 51 points per game in 2020. Now it's a combined 43.4. Odds makers don't know what to do with the over-unders. The average over-under right now, they're stuck at between 43 and 44. Only 38% of games still are hitting the overs. So they brought the number down very significantly. Overs still aren't hitting. The unders are still hitting.
I mean, the Cowboys game the other night, the under hit by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's wild.
So, on top of that, teams knew for 2 decades we can't turn it over. They're playing defense against turning the ball over. Now they know we also can't allow big plays. And that strategy of limiting the big plays has been getting refined. We're very familiar with the impact that it had on Dak Prescott's efficiency. Even Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs really, really struggled with this the last 2 years. Ultimately overcoming it and winning a Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill was just amazing. But the reason it didn't bury the Chiefs when they lost Tyreek Hill and the defense adjusted is because every other team is dealing with it. So that's kind of my chicken soup for your Cowboys soul. Yes, this is boring compared to last year. We're getting less explosive plays. This is a league-wide trend. Now, the obvious problem is the best teams aren't impacted, and that's what you're trying to be. You don't care about what the other 32 teams are doing. You're trying to be the best. Right. And there is a very good team in Miami that's saying, to hell with all these trends. We have figured out how to counter what the defense is doing. And that is, of course, a lot of cover too, a lot of clog and cover. We see that. But they've also now, Brian, figured out a way to also stop the run.
Yeah.
The running game is down 0.4 yards this year compared to last. They're dropping more dudes into the secondary to prevent the big plays and also taking, what is that? 9% of your rushing efficiency off the table. So, hello, 3rd and long. And, you need 3rd and long? Say hello to, 6 or 7 dudes in the secondary. Have fun trying to convert that 3rd and 8. So I think this comes to the rule committee. Like, they're going to look at this and be like, wow, in the offseason, we got to make it easier for offenses to make this a more TV-friendly product. But between now and then, you're going to have to deal with this.
You know what I think the biggest problem is? I think the offensive line development from college to pro has been a problem.
Agreed, 100%.
I don't think there's as good as play callers in the National Football League anymore. And I mean that in a way. We talk about the guys. We mention the same guys every week, right?
Yeah.
Mention the same guys. The guy down in Miami, the guy at the Rams, the guy. How many great play callers are there in the league nowadays?
No, that's true.
I mean, all of a sudden, what has been the emphasis throughout all of college football and the NFL? Everybody's spreading you out. They're getting in 11 personnel.
Yeah.
They're attacking you with all these wide receivers. Defensive coordinators have been screwed by the rules. So they've got to figure out now
ways. They've been
ways.
working their ass off.
They've got to figure out ways to play. Oh, well, how do we play this? We'll play the 4-2-5 is what we'll do. or they're thinking of different schemes in order to keep
a lot more zone in the red zone is what they're doing now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They're betting that you can't, in a limited space, run your offense.
Yeah.
In a way that allows them to attack you.
The only thing that can hurt us is our defenders turning our back on the quarterback. Just occupy a space.
No question.
Don't let easy stuff happen here.
See, I just think defensive coordinators have developed better ideas of how to play defense or how to attack with what they have within the rules.
Yeah.
I think the league struggles to have really good play callers.
No, I think you're right. And
because
ultimately,
you said the thing hit the under.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy was a good play caller back in the day.
Sure.
But today, is he trying to get back to that level he once was?
Well,
he's not there yet.
Put up 100 points.
Kellen
put up
Moore.
17.
Kellen Moore, exactly.
This is what money does to a sports league.
Yeah.
All these owners are so drunk on their $250 million they're going to make if they don't even win a game. You're getting all of this cash. What is my incentive to bust my coaching staff and my front office's butt to get up to speed with the Niners, Rams, Chiefs, Lions? I don't know who all is running the optimal brand of offense, but I think Brian is right.
Yeah.
These guys used to be great play callers, but now the game has evolved, especially over the last 5 or 6 years, too much for them to continue to be efficient.
Because it's interesting that you say that, and I agree. I was also thinking the quality of quarterback play is not as good either. Like, if you think about it in the 2000s, and we've talked about it on our show, like, okay, who are your top 5 quarterbacks? You've got Mahomes at 1, and then I feel comfortable with Burrow, but then it's a big question. In the 2000s, you knew it was Manning, it was Brady, it was Breeze, it was Rodgers, it was Favre, it was Roethlisberger. You had Kurt Warner, you had Rivers, you had Steve McNabb, right? Consistently. Those guys were always there. Now there's so much drop-off, and one guy has a great year, and then, the change when it comes to your tiers of quarterbacks, who's in the top 5 conversation, is more difficult now than I ever remembered it being.
Yeah, and how about this from Nate Tice, who says in Yahoo, the quarterbacks now are less experienced in terms of seasons as a professional, but also in general age, which is a result of players entering the NFL draft earlier. The average age drop from week 1 starters from last year to this year was the 3rd largest decline since at least 1950.
Wow.
So you've just seen a generation of quarterbacks leave you
Yeah.
in the Bradys, the Rivers, the Breezes, the Mannings, like you can name all these dudes, and you're bringing in now, you're seeing a lot more young guys starting, and they're coming in a little bit younger.
Yeah, but
and
I
so the
think that's
quality
gonna
of quarterback
change.
play is not near as good as it was just a few years
The
ago.
quarterbacks that have had the most game experience have found a way to have some success in the NFL. The ones that have made a lot of collegiate starts, and then all of a sudden they come in and they seem to be hitting it around. The pandemic is going to change that. With all the extra year of eligibility that these quarterbacks got, this is going to change.
I hope
so. Because there's teams now today, with the way the transfer portal is, you could go play and get eligibility. You could go find – there's 6-year players on a lot of rosters.
Right.
The NFL scouts went from evaluating – they got an extra 250 players that they have to evaluate.
Yeah.
That they used to not have. There's going to be an older crop of college players coming into the league because of what the pandemic was 2-3 years ago.
I think that's a good point. The offense does need to play catch up. Maybe there's a lull in the quarterback market as far as guys who are capable of coming through, but there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, and the numbers are very interesting. I think, though, immediately you get into the offseason, the competition committee tweaks a couple of things, and you get more offense coming. The red zone touchdown rate is down 10% over the last 2 years. You're getting into the red zone now as the Cowboys. You're like, wow, this seems a lot harder. It's harder for everybody because of the things we've talked about here.
I really do believe with all my heart that the defensive coordinators were dealt such a bad hand throughout the last 4 or 5 years that they figured out ways to attack within the rules and make this work.
One other thing on that point, the defensive coaches are adjusting much quicker.
Exactly.
First drive touchdown rates are at close to all-time highs.
Yeah.
Teams are coming out and scoring on the first
Right.
drive.
Mhm. Right.
The defenses are taking note of that and changing.
Right.
The offenses are pretty much running the same things
Right.
throughout the game.
Right.
And that's huge. Like drives 2 through 12 are historically low with the scores. Okay, Flagtober's Tour Day DFW is coming up on Saturday. You can get to 1053thefan.com/Flagtober and get our entire schedule. We want to see you out there, shake your hand, hand you a brand new 2023 G-Bag Nation flag. Now, coming up next, well, Chuck, we got a round tripper here, a trip around the bases. Where are we going?
All right, we got thoughts after Game 3. I want your Rangers Game 4 predictions for tonight. And would you buy a share of this Legends home? That's next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877. G-Bag Nation's Tour to DFW. 12 stops this Saturday, including 11 Whataburgers throughout North Texas. Grab our 2023 G-Bag one-of-a-kind flag with some quality fellowship. For the Tour to DFW location near you, go to 1053thefan.com/flagtober.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 4 o'clock, David Murphy is going to join you. 6:30 for the pregame tonight. Rangers and Astros here at the Globe, where our show continues. If you hear one of these jams and you feel like dancing, you got to know if you can dance. You don't want to be caught like Mark Davis there. Thinking you can dance or feeling so good you're just going to go for it, and then you go viral. Looking all kinds of silly.
I loved it, man.
It was so good.
Hey, congrats to the Las Vegas Aces,
2 times
though.
he's building that thing. They built
That
a
deserves a
dynasty there.
dance.
That thing's on its way.
New York's legendary good.
Yeah.
New York's like, hey, when do we get a championship? We're one of the best teams in WNBA history, but Vegas is just that much better. And congrats to them for getting their second in a row. Here's Wolchuk with your proper round tripper.
Thank you. It'll be Andrew Heaney and Jose
Urquidy
Urquidy tonight. Thank you, Al.
I tried to teach him. He just didn't listen.
Didn't listen.
He was interested in other things, like a bad haircut. I don't know where the haircut came from.
Oh,
That's
the
not
haircut's
me.
bad, Al.
My hair was slicked back. It was nice. I don't know what Mark's doing. I'm embarrassed.
I'm embarrassed for him,
I'm embarrassed.
too.
But congratulations, son.
Hey, back-to-back champions
You,
there.
you figured it out.
The
Congrats.
ghost of Al Davis joining us once again.
It's good to be with you guys.
So special.
Yeah, thanks.
What do you think of these Rangers? Pretty fast, aren't they? That kid Evan Carter, he can run.
Oh, I would have drafted him in the first round.
Of course you would have.
Yeah, I would have picked him. If I'd had the 4th pick, I would have taken him just on the speed. Just on the speed alone. Yeah.
So good. All right, so we got Andrew Heaney, who's actually done pretty well against Houston this year. 2.75 ERA and 19 2/3 innings pitched. Now, he went 5 innings in 2 starts against Houston in the first half of the season. Was very good in the second half. Thing is, Heaney hasn't really gone more than 4 innings in 2 months.
Ooh, well rested.
Yeah, so he's well rested, and I'd expect to see probably a similar deal with how they used Heaney against Baltimore. Maybe it's just one time through the rotation, and then you have Dane Dunning come in and go the rest of the way. But that tandem worked really well. They only gave up a combined 2 runs, 1 run each, and then you were able to get into your bullpen with Spores, Chapman, Leclerc, go ahead and get that thing done. And that's really been the key to success for the Rangers. I think one big takeaway from last night, and Jared really alluded to this as well in the postgame, Houston got the win, but even with Christian Javier pitching so well, and it was really just the 4-seam fastball that seemed to keep the Rangers hitters off balance, they still ended up having to utilize all of their best relievers when it comes to Abreu, Presley, Hector Neris. The Rangers, and I don't know, Bruce Bochy, maybe he got the vibe and the feeling, and I don't think he was ever coaching the team to lose by any means, but he was able to preserve, and he didn't go to Spores, Chapman, Leclerc. All of those guys have now had an extra night of rest, which I think really bodes well going into tonight, hoping Heaney and Dunning can get you into that 7th inning.
I did like Will Smith against Yordan Alvarez because he's a teammate, he's extra not afraid to throw up and in. I mean, he almost hit Jordan a couple of times, and that's the kind of pitching I want to even hit the guy. Just bring in Will Smith to hit the guy, throw to a couple of other guys, and get out. But you need to – yes, sir, Tolo to you. We love the staff here at the Globe. You do need to be honest about what he did again last night to you.
Yeah.
And reevaluate. When you ask him, like, are you walking Alvarez? What do you – oh, it's situational. We're not afraid of anybody. Be afraid of him, okay? We're not afraid of any baseball player. But a baseball player locked the crap in like he's Barry Bonds in his prime, you don't flirt with that, okay? Yeah. I'm not walking in a winning run. Outside of that, I'm open to anything. That's the right approach with Alvarez right now.
You know what, though, Wooly? I think that Boch would have managed differently with his pitchers if, in fact, that every time the Rangers got close, the Astros added a run or 2 runs.
Right.
I think that if the game would have stayed close and he felt his team chipping away, that he would have
I
maybe
agree with
gone.
you. The game script, I think, certainly dictated that.
Yeah, if
and
all
the series script, man, when you're up 2-0, it's different. Or Dusty Baker's like, he probably didn't have to use all those. Like, he didn't have to use probably your best
but
bullpen
they
pitcher.
were in position. They needed to get that win.
Right. And so that will ultimately pay dividends today. You hope.
We hope,
no doubt. And you need your offensive guys at the top of the lineup. Josh Young was brilliant last night. I thought Nathaniel Lowe had a couple of good at bats, but certainly Seager and Simeon were off. And the matchup bodes better. If you listened to Mike earlier, he gave you all the statistics. Seager's got a homer off of Urquidy. Marcus Simeon's had success off of him. I'm putting in the call. I think Siegs gets the fans going, much like he did in Game 3 of the ALDS. I think he comes up and hits a homer his first at bat tonight.
Ooh,
I hope with Simeon on first base when it happens.
Wouldn't that be nice? Now it's 2-0. Let's go ahead and pray for it.
You're not going to get double-digit runs with only half of your lineup producing.
No.
And that's what we've seen so far in this series.
Absolutely. And Leote, another one who's been so good for you this postseason offensively. So now when the lineup flips back over, you've now got a runner aboard for a Simeon and a Seager to be ahead and cash in. Now, his play in the outfield last night was one of the best you'll ever see. But you need to make sure it's not just, of course, Josh Young at the bottom of that lineup getting things going. So 877-881-1053. Let us know your Ranger predictions. If you're coming out to the game, we need you. We need the energy. No matter if the Rangers even get down, you've got to bring the passion. You got to bring the noise. They feed off of this.
Yes. Yeah, you be the straw that stirs that drink and get them going. I do have anxiety about Simeon because of how long his lulls go for. You know, I love that Bochy is in his ear, you know, but he's a veteran and he has gone on extended dry stretches. This thing's huge. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't take him out of the leadoff spot. That's where he goes. And if you did, it might rattle your chemistry. So you ride this out and you keep your fingers crossed that Simeon's going to be, you know, the all-league player that he is.
Yeah, man.
I just say this and with respect. This guy's played like 303 consecutive games.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he is battled, you know, out there. He's trying. I mean, it just doesn't seem like, though, that – I mean, he hit the ball hard the other night in Houston, the one that they were able to double off Taveras on third. Or, you know, they were standing – I mean, that ball was laced. But everything else has seemed to be, like, popped up, weak contact. You know, you just wonder, I mean, it's championship baseball, but how much is really left in the tank for a guy that's played well over 300 consecutive games?
He's not a high-energy guy.
No, he's so
you're watching him be very stoic and robotic, and I think it can work against him sometimes with perception because, like, is this guy tired? Is he locked in? He is.
Well, and I think he is too. Yeah. I mean, he just had a newborn baby. I mean, we saw last season, his first year with the Rangers, he struggled for the first few months. He was getting adjusted, his family, his kids, new school district, new home, all of that, and then he's finally able to lock in and just put all that behind him. You know, as a father, maybe that, you know, has a little bit going on with it as well. You're somewhat distracted, but I think Marcus Simeon has a big game tonight. Hopefully gets out of that slump in a big way. Now, Jose Leclerc, who's been brilliant for you, you didn't have to see him last night. Hopefully you see Jose come in, close this one out. You're up 3-1. But his mom has a terrible fear of flying, and she has not come out to one of these games. She's currently living in the Dominican Republic. Now, she's told Jose, she said, if you make it to the World Series,
I'll swim there.
I'm going to fly.
Oh, she's going to fly. Okay,
she's going to do it.
Good.
She said, flying makes me very nervous, but I'm already preparing, even though my heart is sinking, to take the flight to Dallas and Arlington and watch her son pitch in a World Series game.
I don't know if I'm son if I want her to come because I know how scared mom's going to be.
Dramamine. Get that Dramamine, man. Hey, Mom, take a whole lot of Dramamine and 2 Chardonnays.
That's what I do, man.
Call me when you hit the Uber.
I'll tell you what, to me, these dudes make enough money. I get her a private plane.
There you go.
I put family on the plane with her. I just make it all about talking to her
it's
the
all
whole
about
time.
You, Mom.
Yeah, just get the plane, land it there.
Or a yacht.
I was going to
Send
say
a yacht down there right now. She'll be up here next week.
That'd be fun.
Wait. A yacht across what?
Yeah.
The ocean.
Yeah.
The Atlantic Ocean?
Yeah. She's in the Dominican.
Dominican, right?
Oh, she's in Dominican?
She's in the Dominican, yeah.
Oh, okay. The ocean is a lot scarier than what you think it is, Dawson. It's wild as hell out there in that middle.
I hear you. But she's scared of the plane.
Swells the size of houses.
I want nothing to do with that.
I get her.
Let's just do the flight.
G6.
Let's knock this thing
get
out.
the G6. Get all her buddies on the plane. They can talk.
G6.
They can take her mind off it.
Yeah.
It's up. It's down, and you're where you need to be. Don't get anxiety going through an airport.
Yeah.
Just go get a private plane, set it
Make it
down,
as smooth
walk
and easy.
on, walk off. She'll be fine.
I'm just going to send her 2 Xanax bars in an envelope.
Yeah.
And
This is
instructions
from the G-Bag Nation.
when to take those.
Go ahead and get your kid.
We'll see you up here, Mom.
Hey, cheer your kid on. There you go, Lucius. I love it. Yes. All right, final thing here around the bases. Mickey Mantle.
As Mr. Miyagi famously once said.
Yes. Mickey Mantle's childhood home in Oklahoma is going to go up for sale. They're selling 47,000 shares of the Yankees legend's childhood home, which is going to be available on the 27th of this month. You can get a share for only $7. Would you be interested in owning a share of Mickey Mantle's childhood home?
I am. What's the business plan? What are we doing here?
I don't even know.
We're going to create a museum? We're going to put stuff in it?
I guess they said to us, this is one of the pieces that really trace back to the history of Mickey Mantle, the genesis of his career. Rob Petrozzo, who is Rally's co-founder and chief product officer, really the genesis of modern baseball, because he was one of the first superstars that was kind of larger than life. This is where it all started.
If you have an Airbnb and you're going to that Oklahoma town, there's
I'd
no
stay
better
there.
place to stay than Mickey
Yeah.
Mantle's childhood home.
I'd want to stay
I'm
there.
in. You know, I think this is a good business idea. I just need to flesh
It's
it out a
in a
little
very
bit. Yeah.
small community in Oklahoma of about 2,500 people. They want to make sure everybody in commerce has a chance to get their share. So they're trying to make this, a town thing. The town rallies around this, gets a share of this, and they're not sure. It might become a future house. It might become a national landmark. Could become a baseball diamond even for somebody's yard.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Or a museum. But there's a lot of options that they have here, but I found that interesting. $7. You can get a share of Mickey Mantle's
Could we
home.
pick it up and bring it to Dallas and make like a real tourist attraction
You
out of
buy
it?
enough shares
or
of it,
OKC.
I feel like you can do anything.
Yeah, I need 51%, don't I, Brian?
You do
Is that how
need
that works?
51%. I've got the Hattie. I got the last Yankee hat he ever wore in a game.
Do you?
So that's what I got.
Oh, that's badass.
That's mine. That's my keepsake. You can keep your $7 there, Brick. I'm going to keep this hat.
Maybe you could contribute the hat to our museum.
Yeah.
I could. I could. Maybe.
Wow, look at that.
Come on, man. We're taking this thing worldwide.
Very proud of that hat. Yeah, Brian's dad used to go out with Mickey Mantle.
He did. They'd go out and
Yeah.
get drunk together.
They
You know,
would.
the thing about it was, though, seriously, Dad, Mickey Mantle took him into his trophy room, and Dad, he said, Larry, just take anything you want. Dad could have grabbed, a bat or, something that would be
World
worth-
Series MVP.
Yeah, he could have, but he took a hat. I'm like, yeah.
This is where you're embarrassed to take something. You're like, I can't take
is
your
where-
best stuff, bro.
I think this
You're
is
Mickey
where I'm
Mantle.
cursed. My dad, they come up to me in the barbecue place. Hey, Larry, we got this place, this airline. We're going to call it Southwest. You interested in it?
You
all?
interested?
No, I don't like it. I don't like that idea.
Gosh.
No, we're going to travel between Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston. It's an airline. We kind of got this idea. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. They wrote my dad's restaurant in the 70s, writing on a napkin. We got this idea. You want to invest?
Now look at it.
Now look at me doing radio with these clowns.
I'm set for life. I got this barbecue restaurant. What would I want with a
Yeah,
regional
why would
airline?
I want to have a partnership in an airline?
Things turned out all right.
No,
Thank
it
you.
didn't.
Yeah,
Broadus is
I
still
think
wishing
you're
he
doing
could get
okay.
away.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation. Things are all right. 2 hours in, 2.5 to go. We're at the Globe, man, and the pregame's coming up at 6:30 with Jared Sandler. David Murphy joins you next. We'll be talking baseball in Game 4 with Murph here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Frankel.
105.3 The Fan. Dolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The countdown continues. The tension is building as we're live at Globe Life Field here, suite level, just over the center field wall. And we'll be here all the way till 6:30. Jared Sandlin's going to take over the pregame then. The Rangers are wearing white jerseys and blue caps this afternoon. And the roof is going to be open. Still closed right now, but per MLB guidelines, it's all good to open it up tonight. So if you're heading out here, I don't know, maybe bring a light hoodie, depending on how cold sensitive you are. You might want the extra layer. Or you can pick up some of this sweet postseason gear. Yeah. By the way, this hoodie that Woolchuck got yesterday is outstanding.
Oh, it's so comfortable.
They got a black hoodie now.
Is it with an LCS logo on it?
Yeah, that one looks cool, as well as David Murphy, the former Ranger outfielder, World Series participant, AL champion, joins you now on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. Thanks for joining us again.
Yeah, love being here.
Oh, this is so good. Now, what's it like when things are going well and then you lose a game going into the next one? How's that? Does that change anything for the players?
Yeah, so when I've talked baseball with people over the course of the last few weeks, I keep telling them I'm interested to see how the Rangers react to adversity, because that's a telltale sign of any good team. The Rangers have kind of had smooth sailing so far, and it's not like the other teams have just laid down. They've just played that well. And, I think Tampa beat themselves a little bit, early on with that defense in the first game. You could point to something like that. Houston, obviously, in game 2, that was uncharacteristic to give up all those runs early in the game. So they've been scoring early. They haven't played with many deficits. So you knew it was going to be inevitable that they were going to play from behind at some point, that they were probably going to lose the game. So it finally happens last night. So, yeah, we're going to see how they react. Is it difficult? It can be. But once again, they've had so much success throughout the course of this postseason, and baseball is such a game of failure and adversity that I don't think that they're going to have a problem picking up where they left off, the rest of the postseason.
Do you think they've kind of left that streakiness in their past since they got healthy and, went on this winning streak?
It's possible, but, when you look in that other dugout, we always say as players the rivalry is more for fans, but I would be surprised if both teams are looking in the opposing dugout, and it just makes it's going to make it that much sweeter for the eventual winner, not only to win the ALCS and earn a trip to the World Series, but to beat your divisional foe and an in-state rival. I mean, there is, especially. When you see benches clear, when you see, little dust-ups happen here and there like it did throughout the course of the season, like players remember those types of things, and that'll definitely fire you up when you go head-to-head with them. So I think this is a matchup that everybody in Texas wanted to see. Hopefully everybody on the national stage is enjoying it as well.
Murph, as a former hitter, Seager and Semien have not been their typical selves this series. They're 4 for 25. They have no extra base hits. When you're trying to work out of that slump, what was kind of the key for you, and have you noticed any differences with Seager and Semien in the box, or is it maybe you just chalk it up to good pitching?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good pitching. You don't get this far into the season without having some quality arms, and typically that's going to be your backbone, especially in the bullpen. And then, Verlander, Fromber, Javier. Javier hasn't had the type of year that he's capable of, neither has Fromber. But both of those guys, you know what they're capable of, and Javier is just a monster in the postseason. So he showed it once again last night. It's a game of adjustments. You hear it, it's cliche, you hear it all the time. So the pitchers have made their adjustments, and for the most part, you could make the case that Marcus Semien really hasn't gotten as hot as he could possibly be, and like we saw him during the regular season at all during the postseason. So his best is definitely yet to come. and Seager's just too good of a hitter to be kept down. So, it's a difficult thing for Seager just because I'm sure, it's a perfect example of all the walks that he drew and, had a 5-walk game. So most teams are trying to pitch it around him. And I think that's kind of what gets a hitter out of his rhythm a little bit. So I think the main thing that he can do is look for quality pitches, look for strikes in the middle of the strike zone. If you want to simplify it, swing at pitches you're supposed to, and don't swing at the pitches that you're not supposed to.
Murph, is it a situation when you're to the point of the season, though, and maybe you are in a little bit of a slump or you're not hitting as well? How does the hitting coach go up and say something? How does the bench manage that when you have players that, or do you just say, man, they're going to work their way out of this?
I think they're going to work. And look at the offense as a whole. Like, I know that they only got 6 hits last night, and Josh Young was the majority of the offense, but they still scored 5 runs. And so in a losing effort, 5 runs, especially in the postseason against that quality of pitching, that's a great effort. What I love as well is down 5, it's easy for any team to lay down, and they just continue to add on through the course of the later innings. So they continue to show that fight. They continue to put the stress on the Houston bullpen, even though Houston was eventually successful. So, any good team is probably going to win with pitching and defense, and offense is going to come and go. If you have 5 hitters that are hot in the lineup, 4 of them are not going to be hot. So, it's just kind of throughout the course of the season, throughout the course of the postseason, guys are going to get hot and cold. And so, last night you can look at the bottom of the lineup between Lowe, Young, and Taveras, even though Taveras didn't get a hit. 7, 8, 9 went 4 for 10. And so that's a positive there. Yes, Simeon Seager went hitless, but I think you're not going to expect these guys to just completely get 2 or 3 hits every game, especially, look at the bottom line. Seager's hitting .333 for the postseason with an OPS over 1,000. So the results are still there.
What did you think about Scherzer last night?
There was talk before the game that somebody coming back from that type of injury that quickly was unprecedented, and then you throw his age in there. I mean, it's hard not to factor that in. So I think, it's kind of one of those situations where you got Bruce Bochy calling the shots, and he's made so many incredible decisions throughout the course of his Hall of Fame career that if Scherzer goes out there and throws the ball well, he looks like a genius. But you can't say you're surprised at the same time. Everybody was saying the slider wasn't there. And I think it's just a perfect example. It's hard to take a month off and then go stand on the mound and, about the biggest stage of baseball short of the World Series and expect to be the same guy that you've always been. So you wouldn't put it past him because the pedigree and the quality of competitor that he is and what he's capable of. But baseball's a hard game, and when you haven't seen game action in a month, it's hard to just go out there against that type of lineup and be successful. So, similar to the way that Eovaldi got thrown in there in early September without a rehab start against that lineup, Scherzer dealt with the same thing, and hopefully he's able to continually work his way back up. But, that was the right situation to do it. The Rangers were up 2-0, so they had a little breathing room, so why not throw him in there?
Murph, on that point, when you get to Game 7, would you rather have Scherzer in his second start or somebody else on short rest?
If we get to Game 7, you can call me back and ask me that.
That's a day.
I love it. It is David Murphy here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What's your favorite moment in your memory when you think about playing in the CS?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, it's hard to top. It's hard to top the first one against the Yankees and just Feliz's pitch to A-Rod being frozen, just the celebration that went on right after that, knowing that, the Texas Rangers had never been to a World Series before and finally breaking that barrier. Obviously, didn't get the job done then or in 2011, but, there's so many different ways to look at it. My favorite player of all time was Ken Griffey Jr., and he never played in a World Series, and I got to play in two. And we were in striking distance of winning one of them and just didn't get the job done. So most players are never even in that position to begin with. So I'm thankful for the opportunities I had, even though, everybody remembers, just coming up short.
Oh, yeah, but there were so many good times to be had, and you just talking about it just brings back all those good thoughts. And it was great to see Kinsler and Dutch last night, your battery for the first pitch. Have you been hearing from your former teammates?
No, I mean, here and there throughout the course of the season. It's great, seeing the first pitches, and even, I have so much going on during the week. It's hard for me to just sit down and watch a full game, but having the game on once they won in Houston and seeing, Michael Young in the background behind Chris Young in there, it's just it's great seeing a lot of my former teammates just having their blueprints on this team a little bit. It may not be in as much of a direct way, but the fact that a lot of us are still around and part of the team in some way, shape, or form, and just contributing or there in spirit. It's just and it's a great organization, and for me, it's the organization that's closest to my heart. So just always wish them the best.
Well, Murph, you brought up Michael Young. It's his birthday today, and he is going to throw out the first pitch, and Colby Lewis is going to catch it. Another two of your former teammates. Do you have maybe a memory that stands out to you about either Michael or Colby?
Oh, man, so many of Michael, just his professionalism, his leadership, big hit. I remember the grand slam that he hit against Tampa. He had waited his career, his entire career to play postseason baseball, and I believe that was in Game 2 against the Rays. So that was probably his second postseason game. I want to say that he hit an opposite field home run in the World Series. So just to see, obviously we were all happy as a team to get to the World Series, but we were so happy for him after all that time as a Ranger to be able to play. And then Colby, I mean, arguably, if you obviously, you mentioned Derek Holland. I mean, his game against the Cardinals that he threw was probably the best pitched game in postseason history for a Ranger. But if you look at the overall track record for Colby, you could probably say that he is the most successful postseason pitcher in Rangers franchise history. And I love that because you're talking about a guy that, came up in the organization throwing in the upper 90s and then went to Japan, came back, was throwing 91, 92 with good off speed, and still was able to be successful with that type of stuff. They say power pitching always wins in the postseason, but that's not always the case, and he was a perfect example of that.
Murph, as a fellow outfielder yourself, how sexy was that Taveras play at the wall last night?
That was great. The funny thing is there was just no panic. I mean, he's a smooth player as it is, but I had that one on, and the second that left Jordan's bat, I knew it had a chance, and he's just cool, calm, collected, goes up there. I showed the highlights to my son, and, it was a great catch, obviously, but so many players, they make a play like that just look better or harder because they make it look a little bit more dramatic. And there was just like he made that's a really difficult play, especially watching the replay. I mean, he went up pretty good over the wall and he just made it look easy.
Yeah, I don't know the last time I saw somebody that high over the wall with the Rob. I mean, that was terrific. Now, speaking of the wall and the dimensions of the park, roof open tonight. Does that change anything, the way a ball flies or anything like that in your experience?
We'll see. The roof hasn't been open very much, especially in games that I've been working. I haven't dug into the numbers a whole lot. I know that we've talked about it here and there throughout the course of the years. I think it does help a little bit offensively, but in terms of their approach as players and what they're going up there to do, I don't think it's not going to change a single bit of what they're trying to do. So, we'll see how the results play out, but this is the beautiful weather time of year here in DFW and a lot of Texas. So why not take advantage of it? Because baseball's an outdoor sport.
Yeah. Hey,
Except in the summertime.
Yeah, in Texas, yes. I prefer the indoor there for a couple of months especially. Now, Creed was here last night, Murph. When you were playing, who was a celeb that was in the stands that you were like, oh, my goodness? And it did get your attention because it was cool or you wanted to impress them or whatever?
Well, I'm not sure about DFW exactly, but I will tell you when we were playing the Yankees in the ALCS in 2010, they would kind of pan the camera around on the Jumbotron in between innings, and Michael Jordan was at a game, and I thought, man, I was thrown in the outfield, I believe with Josh Hamilton in between innings, and they put Michael Jordan up on the board, and I was just like, that kind of stopped me dead in my tracks for a minute because, he was always a childhood hero, as he was to pretty much everybody of that generation. And I never had a chance to go watch him play live. I always wanted to, and sure enough, he's there in the stands watching my team play in the ALCS, and I thought that was a really cool moment.
That is the peak right there, dude. Jordan came to your game.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Well, we thank you so much for your insights and your story, your stroll down memory lane. Have a blast watching this thing, and maybe we'll do it again next week talking World Series. What do you say?
Yeah, let's get on the phone again. Enjoy it, guys, and y'all enjoy the game as well.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes. The great Ranger David Murphy here on 105.3 The Fan as we broadcast live from the Globe. Flagtober's Tour Day DFW is coming up Saturday. You might have heard the promo say tomorrow. It is on Saturday across Whataburger locations, and you can see the entire schedule on Twitter X at GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there. Wooly Bully's Top 10's coming up next. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Well, we're at the ballpark. I saw Eric eat about 4 brats, maybe it was, or Italian sausages yesterday. It got me thinking, the 10 best classic ballpark foods or beverages. What's your favorite? That's next.
Okay, I want to talk about Diamond.
A message from TxDOT.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. The doors are open here at Globe Life Field, where we are broadcasting all the way up into pregame at 6:30, first pitch at 7:03, and Rangers fans streaming in. Very excited about the opportunity to get the dub. I misspoke. I guess tomorrow's pregame's at 3:30, first pitch 4 o'clock. I said earlier it was 5:30 pregame, first pitch 6 o'clock. I was wrong. So I hope you forgive me for that. You're going to have to tune in at 2 hours even earlier to get what could be pivotal Game 5 or elimination Game 5. There's Tovash. Tovash is in the house.
What up, what up,
It
what
is
up?
a good time being had by all. I do understand that a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion, Ranger Rowdy, is going to be here, and we'll see if he's got any other cuts he can sing for us. He really put on a show Bon Jovi style last week. I wouldn't put it past him to have more in his catalog. But it's time right now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 4:20. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Yeah, life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And here's the Woolly Bully, Zach, with an H.
Oh, and here he is. Here's our guy, Rowdy.
Look at
He is in the
this.
building, baby. He's got the jersey on. You know we're getting the dub tonight. Doors are open. Shout out to the Texas Rangers Women's Club as well, as they are handing out your red rally towels as soon as you walk in the door.
Salute to those ladies.
Yes, they are doing,
And salute to Rowdy.
great
The
work.
champ is here.
Now let's get into it. We got the top 10 classic ballpark food items, and we have so much to choose from here locally with Hurtado inside the ballpark now.
Yeah.
The Oaxaca dog, if you're coming out, you got to go get that thing. It's absolutely delicious. You got Pluckers in here as well, Golden Chick, but this is like the classic old school all-time food items. When you came to the ballpark as a kid, what was like the one thing you're saying, Mom, Dad, I got to get this?
Cotton candy.
Nachos.
It was cotton candy? Nachos?
It's ice cream in a helmet.
It's the ice cream in the helmet.
I still to this day. Remember last night we're walking out of the stadium and I'm like, do we have time to get a helmet?
I told you to get one.
And I know, and I'm like,
you talked
no,
yourself out of it.
I
Like,
gotta
no,
go.
Brian, get one. I'll wait
Yeah,
for you.
yeah.
But no, you didn't want to do it.
I didn't want to do it.
LA, where are you going with it?
You talking about the kid me or the adult me?
Both. Let me get little Lucius and then big Lucius.
Yeah, little Lucius definitely wanted some peanuts.
Okay.
Had to have some peanuts because you can just throw right there on the floor.
Right on the floor.
Yeah, it was amazing. Big Lucius likes the stadium nachos.
Oh, stadium nachos.
The cheap version too, with the nacho cheese sauce.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The chili cheese sauce with the pickled jalapenos. Yeah, that's me. And a giant size margarita, like a ridiculously dumb size margarita that kind of drags when you take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one in a bat.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
yes. Those
Yeah.
are fantastic.
That's where it's at.
The beer bats are awesome here too. But shout out to you, Lucius, for keeping it right here, DFW. We invented the ballpark. That's
right. And the margarita.
And the margarita, baby.
Hey, how are you?
You've been on fire.
That might be the most Texas thing you could do. Have a margarita in one hand, a ballpark nacho in the other, while you're watching your Rangers kick some Astros.
I'm with you on that.
Yep. Just trying to stick to my roots.
Damn
Yes,
right.
sir.
Now, I did have the Hurtado nachos yesterday. That's your standard stadium chips. Queso, a premium queso replaces the stadium cheese. Cilantro. I did hold the onions. Wasn't but man, that might be the single best nacho dish I've ever had.
Was that brisket all over that bad
That was
boy?
brisket. Yeah, brisket nachos,
course
Hurtado.
it was.
I think the Oaxaca dog, the brisket nachos, and the birria tacos, that's your 3 top stadium items.
Oh, wow.
Anywhere
All
in
of
the world.
baseball.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. Okay, number 10, we do have the cotton candy. The cotton candy came in strong at number 10.
And cotton
It's
candy
perfect
when
for an
it's-
8-year-old.
Yeah, but it was like 100 degrees. The
Well,
cotton
it
candy
is.
way too sticky. I don't know about that one.
You don't like the cotton candy?
No, not
You're
on
gonna
a 100
crap
degree
on
day.
that?
No.
All right. Number 9, we got the popcorn. What do you think? I think that's
Man.
more of like a movie theater option.
That's
I don't eat a lot of popcorn at a sporting event, but I mean I do enjoy popcorn. It's just very easy to snack on.
Yeah, but when it's stale, it's the worst experience you could ever have in your life.
It's too salty. It's outdated.
Okay.
Well, we have gone next level with your sweets and your treats and your snacks. We don't need popcorn anymore.
Okay.
That's from a depressed economic time.
Gotcha.
Where you needed cheap snacks.
Number 8, what about the lemon chill? I always loved a good lemon chill. The lemon chill's kind of underrated.
It's
I think.
synonymous with baseball for me.
It is. I would always get it at a baseball game. And sometimes at Texas Stadium, if you found the lemon chill stand, that or the TC Blue Ice stand, I'd make sure, like, Heppy, my grandfather, may he rest in peace. We got to stop. We got to stop here. I need water.
Sorry, Lucius.
Well, I was just going to ask about the lemon chill sales. You think they went down since we got a roof out there in Globe Life Park? Because it used to be a savior at one point.
Yeah, Lucius is right about that.
That's a great point.
It was the one frozen cold item that wouldn't be destroyed within 2 minutes. You know, it was actually in a good climate. Bassick tells this lemon chill story where he's in the minor leagues.
The dugout there.
And 2 of his buddies broke into a concession cart and stole the lemon chills.
Oh, my God.
What?
The sales tell the manager, your guys broke in during practice and stole all the lemon chills in the stadium. Guy makes him do an ab workout for an hour the next morning. An hour of crunches and bicycles.
Oh, that is not good.
Yeah.
That is not
Hope
good.
you enjoyed your effing lemon chills, you bunch of C words.
Oh, wow.
About to do 60 minutes of 6 inches.
We got a lot of text for the lemon chill. Now, one person said the lemon chill is more Dallas Zoo for them from the 682, but we got love for the lemon chill. We also got love for the Frito pie, which is not on this top 10.
The Frito pie?
But I think deserves a mention.
Oh, Frito pie is any sporting event.
Guys, I saw Taco Cabana is actually advertising a Frito pie quesadilla.
Yes, we saw that on the way to the stadium today.
That sounds pretty darn good.
Frito pie
Might need you to get your
quesadilla.
mouth around that sucker for me, Eric.
With pleasure, sir.
Yep, absolutely. All right, next up, number 7. It is your traditional peanuts. And that's the only sporting event I would have peanuts would be a baseball game. Kind of gets all over the place. It's almost fun. I did like as a kid when you go to the restaurants that don't care, they have the peanuts for you and you can just trash the floor with it. Like Texas Roadhouse used to do that. Maybe they still do.
Yeah.
Rockfish.
Five Guys.
Was like that. Five Guys does that, absolutely. So that's a good one. Number 6, you've got it was the Italian sausage.
Which I think yesterday, you took all our coupons, right?
Yes.
Did you have Italian sausage ones yesterday? What did you have?
I just went classic with the classic brat.
4 of them, right?
I did 3 brats.
Let's go Rangers.
And one dog.
And the massive, there's no telling how much mustard you had on that left hand.
Yeah, there was a part that there was I was early on in the mustard process there. You have the community mustard deal that you're dispensing from, and so it can get a little bit weird. It can build up on you.
Little leakage.
Yeah, it can, like one side of the
Did it
hot
explode
dog can
on you?
get a ton. You overdo it, but I'm fine. Like there's really never a scenario where there's too much mustard for me. But it did get a little bit messy yesterday.
I got that.
You were high-fiving people with mustard hand yesterday.
That was a vibe, dude. It's postseason baseball.
Absolutely. Well, number 5 would be the brat.
There you go. Wait, all the way at number 5?
It's at number 5, yeah.
That's
Number 5's the brat.
That's at least Mount Rushmore for me personally.
I tell you what, that
Would you go
spring
the
training
brat?
baseball, that brat was good that we had.
Had a
That
good
was
snap.
really good.
I will say there are certain stadiums that do them better than others, and I think there's ways to bleep the brat up, maybe more so than even the hot dog,
I just like a good char.
That's all it takes.
Char and a crunch.
Yeah.
You got to have a little
crunch,
bite,
yeah.
little
So
bite there.
we're differentiating between brats and Italian sausages and hot dogs?
We are. All 3 different food items.
Pop.
Number 4, we've got the ice cream in a helmet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it actually should be number 1, but carry on.
And by ice cream, you mean
Bluebell. We mean Bluebell. Cracker Jacks getting texted. Cracker Jacks was 11. It just was on the outside looking in, and the pretzels were also 12.
Oh, the pretzels.
The
Move
pretzels
over
were 12.
popcorn. Make a place for pretzels, and especially here with the Flamin' Hot Cheeto pretzel that they
thing
got going
is
down.
filthy good.
Really
my
delicious.
heart doctor was listening yesterday when I was talking about raking off the salt on the pretzels.
Yeah.
He sent me a text. Said, "Good job, Brian. Keep it up."
Good
There you
job,
go.
Brian.
Yeah.
Have as
proud
many
of you,
soft
Doctor.
pretzels as you want.
Hell
Just
yeah.
flick off some of that
Doc,
salt.
I appreciate you, Doc, for checking in. Thanks.
Number 3, we do indeed have the nachos, as we're in the home of your ballpark nachos here with the home of the Texas Rangers Globe Life Field. Now, it was actually created, I believe, across maybe old Arlington Stadium is where they did it in 1976, I think.
Yeah, Lucius is right about that. It has to be the bad cheese and the
You got to
chips
go
and
with
all-
the bad
you gotta,
cheese.
everything's got to be kind of bad.
I know we're kind of rocking right now. I feel bad to bring the vibes down.
Oh, no,
but
what happened? Is this negative?
It's pretty unfortunate from the 901. It looks like Texas Roadhouse has, in fact, quit the peanut bit.
Gosh, dang it!
So
I haven't been to Roadhouse in so long because I got to stay away from the bread. You know?
yeah, as long as they don't quit those rolls, man,
No,
we're good.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the ultimate cheat meal, and I don't need even the steak. Just give me some of the butter and the rolls, and I'll call it a hell of a night. Number 2 is indeed the hot dog. Hot dogs. That's a classic item.
Ooh, better than bratwurst and Italian sausage.
It
huh?
is.
It's not better than the brat.
It's just, it is, I think, for the masses. It is. I think the hot dog is just everybody in the family is going to say yes. if you start asking the kids, hey, do you want an Italian sausage? Do you want a brat? They might start to look at you a little funny. They need to just have the palate.
The only games that Bennett brought us attends here is the dollar hot dog nights. He looks on the schedule. He's all about
it's not an indictment on the hot dog when I say that the brat
there's just two better
and
sausages. Yeah, and I agree with you there.
When Wolchuk started that explanation, I thought he had no chance of threading the needle. He pulled it off.
Thank you. Sometimes I'm able to nail it. Sometimes I just absolutely bury myself.
This guy knows his hot dog wieners.
My wieners. Number one is
Dewey
beer.
Fingers.
Number one is beer. Best ballpark. Yes. Beer. Gotta love your beer here at the ballpark. So come on out.
$16
Make sure you're
a glass.
loud.
Gotta love it.
If anybody tells you to sit down while you're standing and cheering, turn around and say, the Wooly Bully from 105.3 The Fan told me I can do whatever I want. Don't tell me how to fan. Do your thing. Bring the noise. Bring the passion. We love you. And let's go Rangers. Let's go up 3-1 in this series.
Thank you, Wooly Bully. The show continues. Little football's finest coming up next from the yard. Chiafalo, what do you have?
A little buy or sell on this NFL report and a hypothetical body switch situation next right here in the nation.
If you're not at the ballpark.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
That is right, baby. We keep spending most of our lives living in this Rangers paradise. We are live at the Globe, Game 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for an edition of football's finest. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
All right, are you guys buying this?
Hey, Eric, can I say something real quick?
No.
Absolutely, you
No,
can.
I'm not trying to interrupt here, but this is about the roof being open here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
The roof's going to be open at Globe Life Field tonight for
Yeah,
Rodgers
this
and
is from
Baseball?
Dusty Baker.
What's up, Dusty?
Dusty said, and he's the manager of the Astros, of course, he said, we were told there was an agreement we wouldn't have the roof open in either place.
Oh.
I don't know what's changed. That's coming from Dusty Baker's camp.
Well, Dusty, you know.
Dusty, you might have
So we might have a little controversy
What
here
is
going
it?
on.
Sounds like a you problem, Dusty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded.
Just work on your viruses, Dusty.
That is going to be interesting. They'll have just I guess they're. Sounds like they're already early before the game has even started. They're already getting the old excuse machine cranked up.
That's right.
I like that, man.
That's a loser mentality.
That's a veteran team who knows they're in a world of
worried.
bleeping postseason trouble right
They're
now.
worried. They're scared. They know Urquidy's about to get shelled tonight by our boys.
So you've heard this flag football thing's for real when it comes to the Olympics in 2028. A lot of these guys, Micah included, want to get involved with it. And Front Office Sports is alleging that the NFL is not only on board with their players doing this and competing in the Olympics flag football here in a few years, but they're actually encouraging it.
Hell yeah.
This, I don't know, am I supposed to buy this report?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely buy it. Yeah,
It's just phenomenal for the NFL.
They're trying to grow this game, and they're trying to grow it in a game where get people involved with the flag football, but could maybe lead to other things with tackle football.
Yeah.
You know?
The only thing they care about is the money, you know?
See, I just worry that this is the first step in the process of football being flag football.
Oh, the world,
you know,
the whole NFL being flag football.
This is just the start of and it'll obviously take plenty of time, but the end game is where football just ends up being flag football.
Yeah, and I think we will eventually get there.
I just don't think that you would want the tackle aspect of it in the Olympics.
No.
And have NFL players in there anyway. This is the only way that you'd be able to have NFL players participate because of the injury risk. Now, there's always going to be injury risk, but there's way more involved in tackle football than there is in flag.
And we really have to let the rest of the world catch up before we start tackling.
Yeah,
if we're going to stay with tackle, that would be unfair.
Tackle football will go away when parents decide not to let their kids play anymore.
And so far, that hasn't happened.
I wonder how many years, though, that's going to be. You know, how many years in the future are we looking for till parents just to say, the risks of my child going out there with the concussions or, broken bones, whatever, parents just say, I'm not letting my kid play football anymore.
You got to quantify it for them. Like, hey, if your kid plays football, their IQ in adulthood is going to be this much lower. I mean, look at Eric Chiafalo, the head trauma he went through. I mean,
100%. I'm a
examples like that. Like if there was a baseline and like you could say your kid's going to be
didn't
dumber.
look at me and say that.
But right now they can't prove it.
Oh, I know.
For every Eric Chiafalo, there's a Roger Staubach who's the sharpest guy in the room at 85.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Or Troy Aikman, who got his bell rung dozens of times and is still one of the top broadcasters. So it's hard. I know it's impacting them. I don't think it's enough to slow down the game. I mean, people are still boxing.
Yeah, I think overall it'll be a great thing for growing the sport internationally.
Don't you think? I mean, this is in 2028, so we'll have to see. He might be just past the age of ability. But don't you think if you're Tom Brady, you also want to be an Olympic gold medalist?
That would be really cool. Have him as your quarterback?
Yes,
yeah, that'd be sweet.
Like flag football, why couldn't he slice and dice?
I think quarterback mobility is a huge thing. Like throwing on the run is a huge thing. You know, he can give it a shot.
That's true.
There is pass rush, right?
I feel like the first year of it, he'd be fine.
If it was 2024, I think he's guaranteed to do this.
Yeah.
2028 might push him just out of the realm.
So how old would he be?
He'd probably still be able to spin it. He'll be pushing 50. I mean,
he'd be over 50. Over 50, I think.
You know, honestly, I think Michael Vick could have a better chance at being the best player to represent the red, white, and blue. I mean, any quarterback you put out there is going to have star
Robert Griffin.
power and will win the gold medal. But if you want to put the absolute best team out there, it's got to be a guy who's really fast and is threatening the defense and can get away from the rusher. Because I think in flag, you count like 2 alligators and you're in.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think we all agree it's probably a 5 Mississippi rush situation. I mean, that's the general rule there. But I was also imagining, and you guys are correcting me this as we're talking about it, I'm imagining flag football as 7-on-7. Is this a full-on 11-on-11 situation?
No.
So this is
7-on-5. There's different.
Yeah, it would be more so the 7-on-7 type of deal, but there is a rush that you're allowed to do on this.
I just think the pinpoint accuracy, the anticipation, that kind of deal against, players on the defense from different countries that are probably not very polished in terms of experience. I would imagine a guy like Brady, or even just like whoever that next guy is that might be out of the NFL realm of age, but hey, I could go be an Olympic gold medalist here. It's kind of a cool deal to throw on the resume. And if you're a guy like Brady, you have everything, and at that point, except for the Olympic gold medal. So I don't know, but the flag football thing, it'll be fun, and apparently the NFL is completely on board with their guys doing it. I saw this out of Philadelphia.
This is where you're going to get your next skill guys. Flag football around the world.
Okay, so you got 5 players on each team on the field in a flag football match. These are the Olympic rules I'm looking at right now from a 12-person squad. So each team will be 12 people. It's 5-on-5 out there. No runnings allowed. It's 2 20-minute halves. You've got, of course, the point differential's the same, 6 points for a touchdown. Turnovers will also occur, interceptions. You can also have fumbles when the ball carrier drops the ball and a defender collects it. So, I mean, a lot of these rules are pretty interesting, and I'm sure they'll kind of adjust and grow when we get closer to this thing.
Yeah, I just think with that much space open,
a lot of space.
With very little bodies on the field, I think a guy with elite accuracy could get out there and spin it on you.
4 attempts to reach the halfway line if successful. Then you'll have another 4 downs to reach the end zone and score a touchdown.
Shout out to allphilly.com, Bo Wolf, who is the author behind this. He went into the Eagles locker room and started asking them multiple questions, including a Freaky Friday question. And I have the transcript here. I don't have the sound, but in the article, it goes like this. The writer asked the question, okay, if you could Freaky Friday switch bodies with someone for a day, who would it be? And this is like teammates. This is in the Eagles locker room.
Current or former?
Hey,
because I think there's a guy that on our mind that we know they'd want with as a former.
Jordan Mailata, current offensive lineman for the Eagles, responds, is it past or current teammates?
Okay. He's on it too.
Wolf says, you could do past. Mailata responds, then Nick Foles.
That big Nick energy.
And then he cleared his throat, and the other lineman, Landon Dickerson, started laughing. Then Mailata started laughing, and then the writer just said, enough said. And Mailata said, yes, enough said.
Where's Elliot Shore-Parks when we need him?
Yeah, dude. See, that's the type of journalism I expect out of you, Elliot Shore-Parks, and you're not coming through. Journalism is back in Philadelphia, and it's no thanks to you, Elliot. It's thanks to the Wolf. Man. Going there asking the real questions.
That's awesome.
That's crazy. I didn't know it was like that. I really didn't.
Yeah.
Or even the other guys in your locker room. I mean, that's a lot of guys.
It's a lot of guys, dude.
Well, salute to Nick Foles. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Chief will be back on the mic coming up at 5:20. Little expressway. Chiafalo going wireless as we'll set the Rangers lineup for you. But coming up next, what Cowboys would you get a first-round pick for if you wanted to trade them? Perhaps more importantly than that, what star players from other teams would you like to see the Cowboys give up their first for? All the gettable players that would command a 1 or more, and what the Cowboys' best players could get. It's an interesting look at their value and how the rest of the league looks at them. Next, right here, live from the Globe, it's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Gotta chat.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Our 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion, Rowdy C. Moore, is in the house. You can follow him on Twitter, and you can even pick up an official Rowdy C t-shirt that Eric Chiafalo is currently modeling. We posted a picture at G-Bag Nation with a link there. Pretty cool with the Rowdy Piper font. They're on an old school 1980s t-shirt. They look great, and we appreciate the gifts. Rowdy C. Moore, you might hear from him coming up at 5:20, as he is amongst the distinguished fans in attendance here for Game 4 of the ALCS. Okay, General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA. I can't believe it. We're an hour and 27 minutes now for the pregame show for Game 4, and the tension is really starting to build. I'll salute Ranger fans. Nice casual vibe going. I think positivity is in the air. Not too depressed or too down at all. A lot of good positive vibes here. Yeah. There's Brian Broaddus. You got Lucius Alexander back at the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Woolchuck and Chiafalo, your nosebleed brothers, are here. And you do have your main man, Ruben Portillo, of remote engineering for us, keeping everything real smooth. Okay, little Cowboys trade deadline deal. I think we got 2 weeks from today till the trade deadline. Is that right?
Something like that.
Maybe a little less, a little more. Which players would require a first-round pick to trade for them that you would want? A team-by-team guide. Bill Barnwell, ESPN, one of our favorite writers, he researched recent trades and talked with sources in the league to sort of approximate what you would get for each guy. And, of course, adding some of these, could change depending on, which ones the Cowboys would get. I hope they're in the market. I hope this week they're digging into all of these and this idea of, hey, what do we need to be the team that looks like the best in the NFC? Not just a team hoping to get it done. What do we need? And I would say, right now you're looking at corner. I would also say a veteran linebacker could be huge if the right one is available. And to me, guys, I want to look at wide receiver. We can send Gallup back to offset a little bit of the salary. If it's not sustainable for next year, maybe you can trade him back away. Like that, I think, is an important component here. You're not necessarily trading to keep a guy because the salary cap implications as you're getting ready to pay Dak and CD and Micah Parsons are huge. But could we rent a guy for 10 games plus playoffs and then swap him back out in the offseason or play musical chairs with your roster depending on how important an individual is? So I looked at this as in multiple ways, trying to find star players on non-contenders who could take the Cowboys over the top.
Okay.
And to that point, if I'm the Cowboys right now, I'm thinking we got to do this because if we have another disappointing season, I don't want to sign Dak Prescott to a new contract. I'm done with this. That's what I'm saying to my fellow front office Jones boys up there. Like, guys, we're done. So do we want to have one last great run with Dak and give him the best possible chance? Or do we want to cut bait now? Because things already aren't going our way. The advanced stats say we're kind of above average. Arizona and San Francisco really exposed us. Are we really that close? Maybe we just want to play this thing out, hope to stay healthy, hope other teams get hurt, and then cut bait and start fishing in a whole new way in the offseason. Those are my new two scenarios that I'm presenting. Do we trade and go for it, or do we just let it, go where it's going to organically? But one way or another, if we don't win the championship, I'm done with Dak.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of Cowboy fans are feeling that way. I think when you get into year 8, 9 with a quarterback and you ultimately haven't been able to do it, do you then want to double down and then financially lock yourself up long-term with the same player? I would say no. I would probably look to move on and hopefully Dak has success somewhere else as well. I think that might be the best for both sides, kind of where we are right now. But I do think the latter of what you said is, let's just see, maybe some other teams have some injuries. Maybe some stuff falls our way. You keep getting into the postseason. It seems like the Cowboys' view of it is eventually maybe things will fall in place for us. You get enough bites at the apple, it'll be okay. I don't see them going all out, full gusto, and maybe, some way your cap's impacted for the next 2 or 3 years, right? We hear about that all the time.
Yeah.
They've got this money accoladed moving forward. It's probably for Dak Prescott's contract. That's most likely what they're going to do. They don't care what the hell we think. I think they are going to end up signing Dak to a long-term extension, but my feelings are now aligned with yours after what we've seen in the postseason and the failures against the 49ers.
Yeah, I'd really love to move on, and I don't want to create any cap problems for the next guy. So I think I would just let this play out. But I tell you what, there are a number of players available. Before we get to them, I'll give you what Bill Barnwell said about the Cowboys. He said there's no way Micah would get what best quarterbacks in the NFL are getting, which is 2 firsts plus.
Okay.
But he says you could get multiple firsts for Parsons from the right team. Maybe not 2 top 10 picks from a bad team, but 2 firsts from Micah Parsons. Maybe, if it's a really bad team, a 1 and a future 1, or a 1 and a 2, if it's like a super, super premium pick. But he says, no way Micah gets what the elite quarterbacks get. But then he immediately goes to what Dak would get. It's 1 and some change. So right now, the elite quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes might be 3 1s plus. It might be 4 1s. Micah Parsons is worth 2 1s plus. Dak is worth a 1 plus. And that's Bill Barnwell, national source. You want to say people that doubt Dak are haters. Barely worth a first-round pick right now because of age, history, and lack of playoff production. The NFL is not chomping at the bit. They're not lining up. And this is Dak, by the way, whose salary cap hit has slid way down as all these quarterbacks have gotten paid. His contract is aged. He's not even a top 10 quarterback hit anymore.
I think the assumption, though, is that he's about to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like if you're trading for him,
that's a good point.
A new deal is coming with that.
Yeah, you're not trading for a contract that's on the cheap for the next 4 years, or even just a respectable quarterback contract where he's locked up. I think that factors in there. That would just be my guess. But it is interesting that he says that. Interesting that he says that. For me, I just don't know. I don't think there's any player or combination of realistic players that could really put you over the top. I think if you're winning this year, it's because you just won the battle of attrition. And you got fortunate that there's really only a few teams that you're competing with in the conference. There's, outside of the Niners, the Lions, and the Eagles, there's really nobody else. So you take your chances and hope that those 3 teams that are probably better than you right now can just, maybe get banged up and something weird happens as the season goes on.
There's not an offensive lineman that's any good that a team's really going to trade you that's going to put you over the top.
The best offensive lineman in the league right now. If you could just put Trent Williams on this team right now. They're not almost, maybe they're a half inch closer to a Super Bowl. You're not doing anything special just because you got even the best player at whatever position that's not a quarterback, get the best player at whatever position, add him to the Cowboys team right now, and everything remains the same from a coaching standpoint, and you fall short of the Super Bowl, probably fall short of the conference championship.
Can I hear the tier of first-round players that Barnwell's interested in moving? Because then I'll make my determination of what I want to do. I think I'm closer to what Chiefs' angle is.
Yeah. But there's only one guy for me that I would do this for, and that's Surtain at corner. Because I think defensively, we were talking about you have an elite possible defense because you've got 2 guys, and now you're able to move Deron Bland back inside. You've got 3 corners across the board. You feel like we can play man coverage, and we are good with that. You mentioned how Cleveland was able to knock around San Francisco. A lot of part of that is they're playing some man. We feel like we're good in coverage here. If you're able to add an elite corner, I feel like this team wants to play the defensive strengths. Now all of a sudden we're back in that conversation of this defense can possibly do something special for
We've seen 4 games without Diggs. It's clear it's making a major impact.
It is making a difference. That's why I'm interested in seeing these names.
Okay, Surtain is 2 first-rounders because Denver just doesn't want to deal them. So I would do this. I would give Denver the 2 first-rounders and then trade him in March or trade Diggs in March and just keep one of the 2 corners. I don't think it's sustainable. But, right now, if you give up the first but you're able to recoup them before next year's draft hits, this is how you can rent a player and turn it over. And the Cowboys don't have to, tax their salary cap too hard or risk too much of the future. It's the only salary cap management technique I think the Cowboys could use with how they operate. They mentioned Justin Simmons with Denver, not worth a 1 right now. I'm offering I'm offering day 2 picks for a safety in Justin Simmons who's going to be better at all aspects of playing that position than anything I've seen from all 3 of my guys so far.
Yeah, you
Brian.
might be in trouble there because his agent is Prescott's agent, and if they're starting to get whispers of you're going to do something with Dak moving on, that might not play out well for you.
Okay, by the way, Justin Jefferson, just a non-starter, but very interesting. He's 2 firsts plus. If you want to get Justin Jefferson off the Vikings, probably a non-starter, but there's a price for everything. If you really wanted Justin Jefferson, you could call them and offer 2 1s and a 2, and maybe make them seriously think about it. The opportunity to pair up Jefferson and Lamb, or Jefferson with Patrick Mahomes, or any team out there right now, I think could be a difference maker. Okay, J.C. Horn, cornerback with the Panthers, Brian, very interesting.
Can't stay healthy.
He can't stay healthy.
And the coaching staff loves him.
Yeah.
Pre-draft, McCarthy, that whole crew, the scouts were leaning towards Surtain. The coaches were looking at Horn.
Because of his injuries, he's as good as Surtain when he's healthy. You could get him for just a 1. He's out with a hammy right now.
Yeah, that's the only thing. When he plays, I feel like he's really good, and I loved his tape as well. And he's one of those aggressive gamblers that kind of fits the mold of a Diggs and Bland.
Yeah,
but he just can't stay healthy.
This could it's Carolina, right?
Yeah.
This could be like with what they're doing with McCaffrey. All of a sudden, you get a guy that can't stay healthy, and then you trade for him, and now he's never hurt. I know McCaffrey has a little
maybe he has better luck with the Cowboys if he does stay healthy. That'd be awesome.
And last year they showed they're willing to trade foundational fan favorite pieces in order to build for the long term because they're not close yet, and their rookie quarterback looks off. With the Saints, Marshawn Lattimore's still only 27 years old. He's allowing a 66 passer rating against him. Value is a single first-round pick. I'm doing that.
I would too.
Kyler Murray is worth just a single 1 at this point. Nothing else. Cornerback A.J. Terrell in Atlanta. 1 first-round pick plus a little.
Okay,
he stayed healthy. He's been playing at an all-pro level.
He's been way better than I thought he was going to be. And I think the Cowboys liked him a lot.
Yeah. There was a lot of questions about him pre-draft, though, about him as a player.
Yeah, some of the tape against better teams
It
didn't
wasn't
look
good. Yeah.
But he's been awesome since he's been in the NFL.
They liked Diggs more than they liked him.
Stephon Diggs is just a 1 because of his age. So I know he's not going anywhere, but if the Bills suddenly had a blow-up chemistry-wise and Stephon's like, I really do hate Josh Allen, you must trade me now, I don't want to spend another day here, that's something obviously you'd have to look at. Houston gets interesting. If they weren't winning so much, the cornerback Derek Stingley still on his rookie deal.
He can't stay healthy either.
And then the offensive tackle Laramie Tunsil, but I agree with Chief. While it might be an upgrade, it's not taking you to a spot now. I think cornerback, linebacker with the right players has a chance to transform what the entire unit looks like.
I heard more possibilities at corner than I did at any other position of all the guys there.
Yes.
The one linebacker, and I don't know that Barnwell has this if you look at Tampa Bay, that I've seen the Athletics say might be available is Devin White.
I'll have to click on that. Final name, the Raiders, Devontae Adams, only worth a 2 now. 31 years old, market-setting money. He has said he doesn't want to leave the Raiders. He might just want to make home Las Vegas. He's got friends, family, whatever there. It's home to him.
Yeah, he's from out that part of the area, though.
If he would change his mind, that's another no-brainer.
Right.
We're going to get Devontae Adams. We're going to throw him the ball a lot. He might be the rare wide receiver who could make Dak better because of his catch radius and his ability to catch bad balls. Just throw it in the area. Maybe Dak would actually get confident at throwing guys open if he had a Devontae Adams. And in the offseason, we reevaluate everything, maybe move on from him. But those are the biggest and best names.
A 2 for Devin White.
Okay.
Bucks linebacker Devin White. It's not bad.
How old's Devin White now? 28 or so?
I think he's in his mid-20s still, maybe 27 at the oldest.
Bye this week. Rams next week. Trade deadline just a couple of days later.
31st, yeah, it's a Halloween.
He's 25 years old.
Awesome. Yeah, there's options out there. I mean, I don't know how they're going to look at it like, should we go for it now? Because, like I said earlier, I think this team is always looking at a 5-year plan to keep things even keel and give themselves the most opportunities to get in the playoffs over a 5-year period instead of taking the big swing for it now. But if they want to, man, I'd love to see what this team would look like if Diggs hadn't got hurt, where we'd be at right now.
Yeah.
But what Cleveland was able to do when you can play man, can really free up the bodies to rally the football underneath and stop the run.
They completely, like we talked about yesterday, that man free seems to be where it's at because they carried everybody underneath, carried all the routes, had a safety in the middle of the field ready, and they also took that second safety and just drove him into the middle of the field. So now you're playing at two levels. Man all underneath, you got a safety in the middle, and you got a safety deep middle. That freaked that quarterback out a little bit.
Well, and it would help you out against Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, too, who really just want to beat you with their two good receivers outside.
Hour and 13 minutes until the Rangers pregame. We are live at the Globe. It's starting to fill up. The first pitch at 7:03, pregame at 6:30 with Urquidy against Heaney. Okay, I believe Chiafalo is going to go wireless. We'll hear from some of the fans and give you everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast afternoon coming up next here in the Nation.
More G-Bag Nation.